The story begins with fireworks everywhere in the night sky as it marked the 30th anniversary of the largest organization in Yanzhou. Therefore, all the most influential people came to the Lynn group party, and ordinary townspeople could only watch the luxurious reception. The young guy rode past limousines and expensive cars on his motorcycle and stopped at the entrance. The brown-haired man came to old lady Lynn's birthday banquet and was pleased that he arrived on time. The young man did not have time to get off his motorcycle when two white cars drove up close to him from behind. Men dressed in suits began to get out of the car and actively pushed passers-by. A group of guys were heading towards the young man, but he didn't look scared. The men came close to the motorcycle and the blonde man who led the company reached into the inner pocket of his jacket. From the outside, it seemed that these people were about to commit a crime, and Zhang Xuan was their victim. However, the next moment, all the guys knelt in front of the young man, and the blonde held out an antique bowl. At the same time, the head of the group called the guy a master and shared that it was difficult to find this thing. The brown-haired man, in response to this, hit his subordinate in the face and shouted that he had already repeated several hundred times not to call him that in front of strangers. Zhang Shen also reprimanded the use of expensive cars, after which he took the cup and began to leave. The blonde once again said that he would remember this lesson, but the young man still showed his strength, reminding him that the Lin family should not find out his identity. Meanwhile, the ceremony of presenting gifts to Zhongling was in full swing in the skyscraper. The old lady sat on a chair with a satisfied smile in front of her guests and boasted about her family's successes. It was at this moment that Zhang Xuan appeared in the hall, walking towards the old lady along the red carpet. At the same time, the presenter listed the wishes of the guests to Mrs. Lin, and also voiced what exactly they gave. It was finally the Lin family's son-in-law's turn to present his gift to all the guests. The presenter announced to the whole hall that Zhang Xuan's gift was an ancient bowl. Ling Chuan and the old lady directed their displeased glances at their newly made relative. The old woman's eyes turned their attention to that very cup in the guy's hands, and she frowned deeper than before. Zhang Xuan's gift was small, but there were ancient ornaments on the sides of the vessel. The rest of the guests laughed and began to whisper among themselves, discussing the fact that the young man was allowed into the family only a month ago. And although discontent was seething around that the brown-haired man had brought such a low-quality anniversary gift, the guy himself smiled broadly. The same could not be said about his wife, who heard the harsh, sarcastic words of the guests around her. Ling Qingjuan could hardly hold back her tears as she listened to people's indignation that a beauty like her was married off to a nameless scavenger. In the end, the girl couldn't stand it, and indignantly asked her husband why he didn't buy something decent with the money she gave. However, Zhang Xuan quite reported that this is a porcelain bowl passed down in the early times of the Qing Dian dynasty, after which he boasted that he managed to get it for mere pennies compared to its real cost. But Lin Chuan intervened in the conversation, devalued someone else's gift, and smugly asked to look at what he had prepared for his grandmother. The host announced that the grandson was handing over the jasper tree to the old lady and wishing the Lin family eternal life. Chuan's assistants brought the gift into the hall, and Zhong Ling's eyes shone with delight as she praised the young man's thoughtfulness. Ling Qingjuan approached her grandmother and tried to smooth over the situation, promising that she would immediately prepare a suitable gift herself. However, the old lady pushed the girl's hands away from her and said that this was not necessary, since their gift was not of great importance to the Lin family. The old lady was oblivious to her granddaughter's broken heart when she asked Lin Chuan to accompany her to the banquet. Zhong's tone was saturated with coldness when she finally told Qingjun that the main table was already full. In addition, the woman did not care whether the new family came to the banquet, and this served as an impetus for a new stream of gossip. The guests did not seem to see the tears on Lin's face, and were absorbed in conversations about her terrible marriage. Zhang Shen didn't care about the opinion of the Ling family because he needed this marriage in order to remain invisible, but now he knew that for his wife, the opinion of relatives was important. All the guests took their seats when the old lady slammed the table and ordered them to stop talking nonsense. Zhongling was unhappy that Zhou Group was developing rapidly and had already surpassed their company, so she wanted to hear what her heirs would do about it. Quan tried to reassure the grandmother, reminding her that today was their family's holiday and worries were bad for their health. However, the old lady didn't care. She became even more angry and screamed that she didn't care because her life was already coming to an end. The old lady promised to reward the one who would facilitate cooperation with Zhou, but none of those close to her were in a hurry to take on such responsibility. Zhongling saw from their faces that the youth did not find her proposal attractive and did not believe in the success of this plan. Finally, she calmed down a little and in a cold voice asked if no one dared to carry out the assignment. At that moment, an objection was heard from the next table, and the old woman turned towards the sound. It turned out that Xuan raised his wife's hand, promising that Qingjuan would talk to Zhou Group about cooperation. Once upon a time, the brown-haired man was called the King of Hell, and the entire underworld obeyed his orders. Half of the world's wealth was also in his hands, but he left that life after he met Qingjun. In the Lin family, no one knew his identity, and although the guy did not want to communicate with his wife's relatives, he could not allow them to bully her. The girl next to Zhang Xuan was very nervous and did not understand why he took such a difficult task for her. Then the brown-haired man leaned towards Qingjun and whispered that if she succeeds, she will receive her grandmother's approval. This revelation opened the girl's eyes, and she realized that the young man was completely right. Mrs. Lin felt a surge of confidence and was going to prove to Zhang that she was no worse than others. That was why Qingjun walked to the head table and insisted that the old lady let her discuss cooperation with the Zhou Group. One of her grandchildren mocked her for such a proposal and wondered why young Lin even decided that she deserved to carry out such important negotiations. The rest of the guests supported him, and laughter and doubts began to be heard from all sides that Qingjun knew at least something about running a company. However, Zhongling did not see this as a problem and allowed the girl to take over this mission. Chuan jumped up from his seat and began shouting that it was wrong to trust such an important matter to a good-for-nothing granddaughter. In addition, the guy recalled that it was Qingjun who once insulted Zhou, which destroyed their chance for successful negotiations. The old lady loved her grandson, and his words really made her question her decision. But Zhang Xuan was determined and had no intention of letting the old lady retreat. Therefore, he stated that he was willing to give up the opportunity to inherit the Lin family property if his wife failed. Chuan grinned and mentally rejoiced that the fool took the bait so easily. The grandson shouted, asking Qingnan if she agreed with the terms her husband had just set. Qingjun panicked and couldn't believe that the brown-haired man kept pushing her to agree. However, the grandmother saw an excellent opportunity to get rid of the ballast, so she accepted the terms, warning not to blame her if Lin failed. The girl was not ready to take such a risk and tried to dissuade her husband from such a drastic step. But Zhang Xuan came forward, caught up with the old lady, and smugly declared that the future would put everything in its place. Immediately after this, the young man returned to his wife and, taking her hand, led her to the exit from the banquet hall. The rest of the Ling family, meanwhile, laughed at the girl and agreed that Zhuan had become her biggest failure in life. Chong shook her head and admitted that the brown-haired man had acted rashly, but she didn't know what to do. At this moment, an old friend of the Lin family appeared next to the main table, greatly surprising the old lady. Gulao didn't have time to answer Zhang's question about what brought him here when he froze in shock. The old lady didn't understand what was happening until the man rushed towards the early Qing dynasty bowl. The woman felt awkward but still told Lao that he was mistaken, because this was a gift from a junior who could not distinguish good from evil. These words angered Mr. Gu, and he looked at Sister Zhang with a puzzled expression, after which he publicly stated that he, as a person with many years of experience in the field of antiques, declares that compared to the cup, the rest of the gifts are rubbish. The next day, Xuan, as if nothing had happened, was choosing the best vegetables at the market. The guy was already finishing his shopping when one of his subordinates approached him to report on the imminent arrival of Miss Anna. The young man simply brushed off this news, reminding him that he was already married, although he was interested in how far the imperial princess would go. The brown-haired man bought a carrot and ordered the man to ensure that the cooperation with the Zhou Group took place. The master got on his motorcycle and once again reminded that they should not meet in crowded places. The subordinate was worried about this and believed that Zhang Xuan should not give up his previous life for the sake of his mistress. Of course, the young man did not agree with other people's opinions, but he saw no point in trying to somehow explain his actions. The fact was that Lin Qingjun was the whole world for the brown-haired man, and one thought about her illuminated his life. The master went home with a satisfied smile on his face, realizing that he would have done anything for the girl. Once upon a time, Xuan lived on the streets with his mother, and when he was 5, Lin helped them survive the harsh winter. After that, at the age of 7, the girl saved the guy for free when he came down with food poisoning. Thanks to this, when Zhang was 10 years old, he went to her family's charity school, and his mother got a job there as a cleaner. However, 4 years later, his mother was diagnosed with a malignant tumor, and she jumped off the roof, leaving Zhuan all alone. In her death note, the woman asked her son to look after the Lin family, and this was one of the reasons why the guy got married. In addition, He recently discovered that someone gave Qingjun a strange potion, and in order to save the girl, Zhang added the medicine to her food. As soon as the brown-haired man finished preparing the soup, he went to his wife's office. The young man knocked politely and through the door told Qin Han that the soup was already ready to eat. The girl appeared in the corridor fully prepared for an important meeting, but it was clear from her that she was not feeling well. Miss Lynn felt dizzy and felt very weak throughout her body. However, the girl resolutely ignored the signs of illness and staggered past her husband. Brown-haired man had to catch up with Qin and grab her hand, convincing her that she needed some rest. Qingjun pushed the guy away and lied that she was fine. But Zhuan did not back down and insisted that she drink the soup. The young man promised that he would personally take the girl to the meeting, and Mrs. Lin accepted a cup of soup. In fact, she did not sleep all night because she was tormented by worries about the upcoming meeting, and the dish helped her much more than she expected. As soon as Qin Han finished her meal, they immediately went to the motorcycle. Zhang Xuan kept his promise and arrived at his destination on time. Informing his wife about it, Qingjun did not answer, and the master turned around to check if everything was all right with his dear woman. The brown-haired man barely glanced at Mrs. Lin when he realized that the girl had simply fallen asleep sweetly on his shoulder. The young man looked at Qin's soft features with adoration, silently noting how cute she looked when she slept. Suan didn't have time to say anything else when suddenly the lady's eyes opened and she tried to understand what was happening. Qingjun quickly realized what position she was in and shyly jumped away from her husband. The girl got off the motorcycle and, hiding her embarrassment, began to walk towards the desired skyscraper. Finally, Mrs. Lin ordered the guy to wait for her outside, and Xuan was only too happy to comply with this requirement. Zhang Ye felt the need to be at the meeting because his people had already prepared everything and Qin Han's success was guaranteed. Soon the lady disappeared into the building and reappeared on the street only 30 minutes later. The brown-haired man noticed his wife's appearance but was surprised because the girl was crying and looked extremely upset. The man abandoned his vehicle and ran to Mrs. Qing to find out what happened. However, Qingjun was hysterical and blamed Xuan for his stupid promise he made to old lady Ling. She threw a stack of documents at her shocked husband and shouted that he had made an irreparable mistake. Immediately after this, Qing hailed a taxi. Leaving Zhang to wonder what had soured his wife's mood, brown-haired man dialed the number of one subordinate and ordered him to find out what happened at the meeting with the Zhou group. The guy on the other end of the line quickly learned that the CEO of the company dared to bully Qingjun. Zhou Hu threatened the girl and invited her to spend the night with him in a hotel, and this, in turn, seriously angered Zhuan. The phone in his hands quickly became unusable, and Zhang was determined to explain to the impudent man how not to behave with ladies. The CEO was sipping coffee in his office and enjoying the outcome of his meeting with Lin Qingjuan. The guy looked with lust at the photos of the girls, anticipating the return of his mistress. His lewd thoughts were interrupted by a loud knock that was caused by Xuan's intrusion. Zhou Hu shuddered in surprise, and at the same time a hot drink poured out of his mouth. In pain, the man dropped the cup, pouring himself even more and at the same time flooding the desktop. Zhang didn't pay much attention to the shouts and walked slowly inside, closing the door behind him. This caught the CEO's attention, the pain fueling his anger as he screamed at the intruder. Zhou Hu wanted to know who the stranger was, but the irritated brown-haired man introduced himself as an ordinary guy who came to kill him. After that, without wasting a second, the master moved from his place, quickly approaching the impudent man. The man wanted to object but did not have time, because in the next moment Zhang's hand was right in front of his eyes. Zhuan grabbed the young man by the head and with palpable force slammed his victim's face into the table. However, one blow was not enough to teach the spoiled Zhou a lesson. Therefore, the brown-haired man dragged Hu across the entire table, demolishing the computer with someone else's face, and then sent him flying. The CEO stopped only at the moment when he met the wall. After that, the young man slid to the floor, showing a dent in the wall and staining everything around with blood. Despite his injuries, Zhou Hu was still conscious, so he screamed in an attempt to save himself with the help of his father's power. Of course, this did not make any impression on Zhang, and he smashed the table into pieces with one blow, after which, with a mockery in his voice, he asked to repeat it. The spectacular display of power made Zhou tremble with fear and realize his true situation. Hu was not a complete fool, so he knelt before the stranger and asked what he needed. Xuan's face took on a frightening expression as he said that the CEO had two options. They were that either he would sign a treaty with Qingjun or he would die. and this made the young man understand that the killer was sent by the Lin family. Zhou began to stand up and threatened Zhang that if the main heir to the corporation died, his father would definitely take revenge. However, this only made the brown-haired man remember that with the second option, Zhou's company would also be destroyed. Naturally, Hu did not believe such nonsense, smugly declaring that the guy was only good for waving his fists. Xuan just motioned for the CEO to shut up and contacted his subordinates. The guy gave the order to destroy Zhou's corporation if he didn't call back in 50 seconds, but Hu didn't believe it was true. The beaten guy was filled with anger, and he smugly waited until the agreed-upon time passed in order to teach the offender a lesson. In turn, Zhang sat indifferently in a chair, periodically reminding him that time was running out. Finally, the time ran out and Zhou Hu shouted that he was wondering how Zhuan would get out of it now that his lies were exposed. The master didn't answer, when suddenly the phone on the CEO's desk rang. Mr. Zhou picked up the phone and froze when he heard the other end of the line shouting that they were losing hundreds of millions every second. Hu's panic grew as it became known that their sponsors were leaving them and the company's servers were being attacked by an influx of hackers. The calls did not stop, and soon the young man's father joined in, blaming the guy for their failures. The man was angry because his son crossed the path of someone who shouldn't have. And this time, Zhou realized that it was all because of Xuan. The brown-haired man smiled sweetly, enjoying the fear of others, and asked which option the CEO would choose. The guy fell at the master's feet and began to beg to be spared, and in return he would do anything. Zhang decided that he had taught the impudent man enough, but ordered him to apologize to Qingjun and pay her a small compensation. The next day, the entire Ling family met in the center of Yingzhou. Qin Han stood next to her grandmother, not quite understanding why she was also present at the meeting. However, instead of the old lady, Chuan answered, who shouted that they already knew everything about the failed treaty. Ling Qingyao felt guilty and still tried to talk about the CEO's unacceptable demand. The girl was prevented from finishing her sentence by the scream of a security guard who was trying to stop a group of men at the entrance to the meeting room. Qingjun's attention turned to the intruders, and she recognized them as the Zhou family. Zhou Ping stood in the middle of the office with a menacing and determined look, and behind him was his son with many bandages all over his body. Zhongling and Chuan watched in confusion as the chairman of the competitor's corporation appeared. Meanwhile, the Zhou family stood opposite Qin Han. The girl remained calm and expected to hear bad news. Zhou Ping heard surprised exclamations around him, but was in no hurry to start a conversation. His son also stood silently behind, for which he received a slap in the face from his father and heard the order to kneel. Chairman Zhou's behavior surprised the entire Ling family, especially Qingjun, who looked at Hu in shock. The guy cried and asked for forgiveness for insulting the lady. In addition, he handed over documents for the land as compensation. The CEO did not look into Ms. Lin's eyes and worriedly begged her to accept the apology so that he would not be killed. Qin Han took the papers in her hands and, analyzing the situation, realized that someone was helping her. In the end, the girl decided that she would find out later and give the contract to the person when she found it. Qingjun put the documents on the table and said that she would accept the land as compensation. Zhou Hu could not contain his emotions and, without getting up from his knees, loudly expressed his gratitude. After that, his father smiled guiltily and apologized for their appearance, and then promised not to disturb the girl anymore. Lin Chuan peered suspiciously at the contract Qin Han received, while his grandmother wondered who was behind it. However, the old lady decided not to dwell on it and simply admitted that her granddaughter had aces up her sleeves that they did not know about. Madame Zhang raised her head proudly and declared that Qingjun had successfully negotiated, which meant that their corporation would be sponsored. Then the old woman praised the girl for keeping her promise and promised that she would help her with all her problems. Miss Lin was overjoyed, but the grandmother did not delay the meeting and dismissed all participants in the meeting. Lin Chuan accompanied Zhong to the car and was extremely dissatisfied with the girl's handling of the negotiations. The guy suggested that Chen Chu, who was in love with Qingjun, threatened the Zhou family to help her. The grandmother frowned and reminded her grandson that Qin Han had already married someone else. A sinister smile appeared on Chuan's face as he proposed to order Miss Lin to divorce the worthless Zhang. That evening, Ms. Lin was heading to a restaurant, not understanding what her father was thinking when he asked her out on a blind date. Waiting for her at the entrance to the restaurant was Xuan, who smiled happily and greeted his wife. The lady took her husband's arm and remembered Cheng Chu's character, reminding herself that Zhang Huan was 1,000 times better. Meanwhile, The master saw Chin Han looking at him with adoration and was amazed by her behavior. His hands were on his wife's waist and slowly crawled down, hoping that the girl would allow him such impudence. However, Zhuan's expectations were not met, and he had to retreat when Qingjun demanded that he remove his hands. Immediately after this, the girl began to give her husband instructions on how to behave better in the restaurant and admitted that she was simply rehearsing their intimacy. The brown-haired man was a little embarrassed, but for the sake of his beloved, he was ready to do anything. So without hesitation, he agreed to fulfill all the requirements. The couple entered the restaurant and took their seats at the table of Zheng's father and family. The man introduced his son-in-law to Zheng Hu, who immediately veiledly insulted Qin Han's choice. The girl did not like this, but she discreetly announced that she was not interested in the opinions of others about her companion. Ling Jianyu felt the tension appear, so he suggested ordering food first. The waiter quickly appeared at their table and Zheng Hu, with a smug smile, handed Xuan the menu, promising that there was no need to pay. Hu thought that the guy was an ordinary fool who did not understand a foreign language and was waiting for someone else's shame with a malicious smile. However, Zhang looked quite confident when he ordered fatty liver, baguette, and fruit. Despite this, Zheng Hu laughed loudly and ordered the guy not to pretend that he understood anything about French cuisine. Qingjun felt the irritation inside her intensify, but she tried not to be led by her emotions. Soon, fruit was brought to their table, and a dissatisfied Hu began to lament that this was disrespect for French etiquette. The guy shouted that in France, Xuan would have been kicked out long ago. Qin Han could not tolerate this behavior and ordered Zheng to be quiet. But the words of the ignoramus did not offend the master, but on the contrary, they amused him with their confidence. Then the young man pointed to the table and explained that foie gras is eaten on a baguette with an apricot so as not to feel full. Zheng Hu did not believe a single word and continued to laugh at the brown-haired man because of his wild imagination. But this did not shake Zhuan's confidence in his words, and he smugly pointed to the next table. Hu looked in the direction indicated without much interest, not understanding what difference it could make. But his eyes widened in shock, and what he saw did not fit into his head. An older man right behind them was eating fatty liver with baguette and apricot as an appetizer. And while the young man tried to collect his thoughts, Zheng emerged victorious from this dispute. The brown-haired man began to assemble the appetizer, while explaining that the real subtlety of French cuisine is not just some combination of ingredients. Immediately after Zhang finished, he handed a small piece to his wife. The girl had never tried anything like this before, but still decided to take a bite. And she did not regret it at all, since the dish turned out to be very tasty, showing Qing Han that her husband knows the culture of France. However, not everyone at the table was ready to admire the boy's deep knowledge, which could be read from the clenched fists of the Zheng family. The brown-haired man took advantage of the helplessness of others and concluded that what Zheng said was true. But people who blindly follow the rules without understanding are hypocrites. This was the last straw for the head of the Zheng family, and the man stood up, loudly slamming his palm on the table. The man shouted that they were leaving, and his wife and son immediately jumped up after him. The atmosphere around was filled with hostility and irritation, so Ling Jianyu hurried after his friends. Thus, the couple was left alone at the table and were able to openly rejoice in the fact that they had put the arrogant ones in their place. Qingjun wondered where the young man learned such subtleties of French cuisine, because he had never mentioned it before. Huan awkwardly admitted that he remembered this when he worked as a waiter, and the girl got the idea of getting her husband into their company. The guy resolutely refused because he didn't want to spend time with the Lynn family and risk revealing his secret identity. It was just the thought that her husband would sit at home wasting his life that greatly upset Qing Han. The brown-haired man did not want to be the reason for his beloved's sadness, so the next morning he was already at work. Zhang was having lunch in the common cafeteria and couldn't believe that he actually joined a company with a salary of 2,000 a month. Just at that moment, a girl in a bright red dress appeared next to him. It was easy to spot her, since the dining room was quite deserted, and the girl was clearly heading towards Huan. Fan Yi stopped next to the brown-haired man's table and arrogantly asked if he was that loser Zhang. The master was not in the mood for jokes, so he answered the question only with a frown. However, this reaction made the lady understand that, as she thought, this guy was not worthy of Qing Yan. Fang Yi received sincere pleasure from ridiculing Huang, so she watched with interest as the brown-haired man left his place. Guan straightened his tie and calmly stated that he was not bothered by other people's opinions, and he would forgive the girl since she was Qingjun's friend. The master headed towards the exit of the dining room, but Fang Yi did not want to let him go so easily and shouted that Miss Lin was ruining her reputation next to him. Zhang froze and felt that he did not like to hear such statements about their couple. The man became gloomy but reminded himself that the girl was a close friend of his beloved and limited himself to another warning. However, even his cold tone scared Fang Yi, so she began to timidly step back and shout that they were inside the company. Just at this moment, Hu Cheng appeared next to them, who was outraged by the new employee's impudent behavior. The man pushed the insolent man away, and with a flattering smile promised President Fan to throw Zhang out of the company. The lady brushed it off but ordered Chang to teach the new guy how to address customers. Before leaving, the girl threw a dissatisfied look at the brown-haired man, but he straightened his clothes and ignored President Fan until she was out of sight. Hu Cheng suddenly realized that the famous, useless son-in-law of the Ling family was standing in front of him, and he came up with a plan. The man was going to take good care of the impudent man and teach him a lesson for allowing himself such impudent behavior. Mr. Hu handed the young man a folder of papers and gave Xuan a day to collect the company's money from Shenlong. The brown-haired man was not against completing this task, but demanded an address and free travel from the company. Such demands infuriated Chang, and he burst out shouting that you need to think about what you are asking for on your first day of work. In response to this, Zhang threw the folder on the table and sat down on the chair next to him. The master showed his indifference with all his appearance when he declared that he would not go anywhere without money. Hu Cheng was filled with rage and shouted with all his might, but the new guy didn't care at all. The young man dialed someone's number and said that he was in the company of his wife and he needed Shenlong to immediately return their money. Mr. Hu openly mocked Zhang for thinking that one call would solve their problem. The rest of the colleagues began to get closer to the epicenter of the noise to watch the development of events. Everyone around was sure that Shenlong would never in his life appear to give money on the orders of such a non-entity. However, Zhuan remained calm and began the countdown with a confident smile. When the master's fingers tapped the table for the third time, a noise was heard behind the door to the dining room. Everyone present turned around at the screams and watched in shock as new people appeared in the dining room. A group of men entered the room, and they reeked of aggression as they approached Zhang. Hu Cheng shook with fear in front of the group of men and, sweating profusely, asked for their forgiveness. The menacing man took off his sunglasses and ordered him to answer where Zhang Huan was. With a shaking hand, Mr. Hu pointed towards the brown-haired man, who was the only calm person in the dining room. In his heart, Chang was sarcastically happy that the guys from Shenlong would teach the arrogant new guy a lesson in front of everyone. The leader of the group quickly approached Zhang and then hovered over him, trying to find out if he was the one who ordered the money. The young man calmly turned his gaze to the man and coldly asked if Shenlong had any problems with this. The leader shouted to the brothers that he had found Huan, and the group moved closer, throwing furniture in their path. Hu Cheng was looking forward to the guys making Xuan feel how pathetic he really was. The atmosphere in the dining room became tense as the leader of the group prepared to scream again. The master remained in his place, and a threatening aura also began to emanate from him. However, the next moment, the Shenlong boys fell to their knees and began to ask for forgiveness. Mr. Chang couldn't believe his eyes when the menacing man handed the new guy a check for 100 million. Zhang slowly stood up from his seat and took the money from the brunette's hands, not paying attention to his shocked colleagues. Hu Cheng was still confused when Huang placed the check in his hands with a sweet smile. Mr. Hu looked at the paper in his hands in amazement and, in a fit of panic, noticed that the young man had forced Shenlong to return the money in double amount. Behind the brown-haired man, the hesitant voice of the head of the group was heard, asking the master to let them go. Xuan, without turning around, allowed the guys to leave, and they rushed to the exit without hesitating for a second. After that, Zhang also slowly walked towards the exit, while Chiang tried to come to terms with the fact that the pathetic weakling rubbed his nose in his face on his first day at work. The man could not allow Huan to continue working in their company, so he ordered everyone present to keep this situation a secret. The young man spent the rest of the working day in his office and waited with boredom when he could go home. The brown-haired man's idle was interrupted by the appearance of his colleague, who gave Huan the money he had earned in one day and informed him of his dismissal. The guy asked how they would explain his departure to the boss, but it turned out that this would not be a problem since the director hated him. Zhang didn't do anything because he didn't care about the job, and there wasn't a single reliable person in the company. The master was slowly heading home when a yellow car rushed past him. Out of the corner of his eye, the young man managed to notice that Fang Yi was in the salon, who was being pressed to him by a man he did not know. The master stopped, wondering if he really saw Qingjun's best friend in the car. However, the girl's face in any case indicated that something was wrong with her and made it clear that Fang Yi needed help. And since Zhuan knew that his wife would be upset if something bad happened to her friend, he rushed to get the car. The car traveled a long way before parking at the huge estate country house. Fang Yi was taken inside and laid on the bed. The girl was breathing heavily and did not realize what was happening around. Chen Jun loomed over the director, and behind them his friend was setting up a camera. The guy was ready to start filming and with an evil grin promised that the video would be of the best quality. Jun was just waiting for this, so as soon as he received permission to begin, he began to take off his tie with a lewd smile. A dull sound of impact was heard, and the operator reflexively turned towards the noise. He managed to catch a glimpse of the sole of the sneaker, when the next moment his face met someone else's foot. The guy flew down, drawing Chen Jun's attention from the girl in front of him. The man saw Zhuan rapidly approaching him and, in desperation, offered to make a deal with him. Naturally, Huan was not going to discuss anything, so he knocked out the villain with one clear blow to the back of the head. The fight was over and Zhang Huan became calm again and began to take off his jacket. The young man covered Fan Yi with it, since Chen had managed to tear her red dress during his absence. However, the girl quickly took off her clothes and shifted restlessly on the mattress. The redhead kept saying that she was too hot, so Huan began to wipe her down with a rag. Fang Yi suddenly opened her eyes and reached out her hand to her savior's face, pulling him closer. The master did not indulge the girl and pushed her away from him, despite Miss Fan's objections. After that, the director fell asleep and the young man belatedly realized that he didn't even know where she lived. In the end, Zhang decided to take the woman to their home, and 20 minutes later they arrived at the Lynn family's villa. Brown-haired man carried Fang Yi through the window, since there were many people below, but he still needed to tell Qingjun everything. At that moment, the redhead began to come to her senses and began to look around the room disoriented. Everything around was blurry, but the girl still noticed Zhuan in front of her. There was a meeting of the Lin family on the ground floor of the villa. Relatives demanded that Qing Han divorce and marry Zheng Chu. Qingjun was extremely dissatisfied and reminded the family that Zhuan was not the same as before and was ready to work. Zhuan just laughed at the girl because of her low standards and mockingly suggested that one day Huan would decide to become a beggar. The older woman found it funny, although she shamed the guy a little for the sake of appearance. Mrs. Ding felt out of place and thought annoyed that her husband would never agree to something like that. Ling Chuan interrupted the flow of ridicule and ordered her granddaughter to think carefully and make a decision that would benefit the family. Tears appeared in Qingjun's eyes, and she tried to find the strength to defend her relationship with her husband. But just at this moment, Fang Yi's piercing scream was heard from the top floor. King Han's friend ran down the stairs in tears in her torn dress. On the way, she blamed Zhang Xuan, who was watching her in fear from the second floor. Mrs. Lin immediately rushed to the girl and tried to find out what happened. Fan Yi said that she fainted in her garage, and when she woke up, she saw Huan in front of her, and everyone looked at the guy in horror. The old lady wanted to make sure that the redhead was telling the truth. However, Qingjun's friend said that she wouldn't joke about something like that. Mrs. Lin became furious and started screaming at her husband, calling him an animal. In an instant, she was next to Zhang and hit him in the face with all her might. Huang felt a pang of pain and disappointment when he realized that Qingjun did not believe him. Lin Chuan took the opportunity to humiliate the brown-haired man and stood up from his seat, accusing Huang of disgracing their family. The man raised his hand to strike and, screaming, rushed towards the alleged rapist. Xuan saw no point in missing a blow from the hypocritical Chuan, so he easily sent the attacker flying. Lin fell to the floor, pressing his hand to his wounded face, and trembled with overwhelming irritation. The old lady banged her cane loudly, attracting everyone's attention, and ordered Huan to be thrown out of the house. The master could have explained himself, but he was too hurt by the fact that even after so many years, Qing Han did not have a single drop of faith in him. The girl caught her husband's gaze full of pain, but hesitantly looked away. Thus, the brown-haired man silently turned away from the Lin family and headed towards the exit of the villa. Before finally leaving the house, he stated that he saw no point in staying if his wife did not trust him. Qingjun felt guilty, but Chuan jumped up and began to lament that their family raised him to his feet, and he was setting them up like that. Lady Qinghan returned to her crying friend and began to calm her down, promising to find out what happened. Fang Yi stared at her friend in annoyance and shouted that everything was clear from her appearance, but she continued to defend the rapist. The girl pulled away in confusion and tried to justify herself, although she experienced very mixed emotions. Suddenly, Another person ran into the living room and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Fang Yi. The director recognized the guy as Xiao Li and was very surprised that he appeared at the Lin family's house. The brunette was breathing heavily and pointing at the camera in his hands, saying that he received it from Huan. Qingjun and Fan looked at Xiao Li in amazement and were curious to know how this happened. Li later explained to everyone present that a video recording had been found in Cheng-jun's villa. The guy turned the camera towards the girls, and they saw on the screen how Mr. Chung asked to be filmed clearly. At that moment, Jun had a piece of Fan Yi's torn dress in his hands, and the girls peered into the camera window in shock. The screen clearly showed Zhang Xuan knocking Jun out without listening to his explanation. After this, Huang covers Fang Yi with a jacket and takes her out of the bedroom, and this is all clearly visible on camera. The girls looked at each other and felt guilty for accusing the brown-haired man. A feeling of shame overwhelmed Qingjun because her husband saved Fang, and instead of gratitude, she slapped him in the face. King Han rushed to the exit of the villa, hoping to catch up with Huang before he disappeared from her life. Miss Lin ran as fast as she could, not understanding how she could judge so harshly without understanding the situation. The master felt betrayed, and in order to somehow take out his irritation, he kicked the tin can. However, the guy stops when he hears Qingjun's breathless voice behind him. The girl pulls herself together and catches up with her husband, explaining that she knows everything and asks the young man not to leave. The master is ready to stay, but still declares that Qing Han will have to compensate him for the undeserved blow. In desperation, Miss Lin promises to do anything for the guy so that he will stay with her. Thus, the misunderstanding ended in Huan's favor, and he can now again afford to visit the vegetable market during the day. The next day, Xuan was choosing fresh ingredients for the medicinal soup when he received a call. One of his subordinates reported that information had arrived that some assassins were hunting his fiancée. That evening, Qingjun leaves his office, accompanied by a bodyguard. The master is waiting for them near the building, and his unexpected appearance surprises Miss Lin. Huan smiles sweetly and lies that he came to ask the girl for 500 yuan. Meanwhile, the guy silently notes the appearance of the bodyguard and realizes that the Lin family also knows about the threat. King Han lowered her eyes awkwardly and mentally regretted that yesterday she had promised to do whatever Huang wanted. In the end, the girl came to terms with her irritation and handed him the money. The young man wanted to go home in the same car with Qingjun, but the girl refused, citing the fact that there was no space in the car. The bodyguard did not catch her mistress's hint and offered to take her car. The group took their seats and the car drove off. So Zhuan thanked her for the ride. The master tried to unobtrusively ask the girl who she was because he had not seen her before. Suddenly, the bodyguard frowned and turned her attention entirely to the road. The next moment, the woman sharply pressed the brake and the car began to slow down sharply. All the passengers were tilted forward, and Juan asked the new employee what happened. The road in front of the villa was blocked, and Miss Lin was puzzled by the fact that something strange was happening. The bodyguard unfastened her seatbelt and ordered the lady to sit in the car while she checked everything. The girl left the car and went forward to figure out what the problem was. A group of armed guys got out of the minibus and slowly began to surround the woman. The gangsters flashed the blades of their swords and invited the bodyguard to retreat and let them take the lady. However, the girl was a professional in her field and was not going to give up her ward. One of the guys got mad because of this and rushed at the woman with a knife, intending to remove the obstacle. He threw his arm forward, but the bodyguard leaned back and the blade cut the air. In addition, the girl took advantage of her advantage and grabbed the attacker's hand. And the next moment, the gangster was already in the air and could not avoid a collision with the hood. The man fell on his back and the weapon fell from his hand, and the gangster himself lost consciousness. Qingjun covered her head in fear and turned to the back seats to ask Xuan to call the police. But to her surprise, the girl discovered that there was no one in the car except her. Kinahan began to panic even more because she could not understand where her husband had gone. At this time, extremely important events were also taking place in the house itself. Zhang assumed that the real instigator was waiting patiently for the girl inside her own villa. Huan went inside without hiding and was going to solve this problem himself. The guy looked around briefly and invited the stranger to come out to him because the noise outside had already revealed someone else's presence. And then steps were actually heard on the stairs, and the stranger emerged from the shadows. The man adjusted his hat and reluctantly admitted that the brown-haired man had some skills since he noticed him. The master was furious and could not believe that the bandit had the audacity to say such a thing, especially after leaving his footprints on the floor, which Zhuan washed clean in the morning. The man lit a cigarette and admitted that the young man took good care of his family, since something like that was bothering him before his death. King Jun hated cigarette smoke, so Zhang ordered the stranger not to smoke in their house, but the mercenary did not listen. The master was not going to tolerate such disrespect and said that if the man did not listen to him, he would die. The stranger's eyes lit up with an unkind light, and he believed that the boy was in vain making empty threats. The man moved forward sharply to strike first and show how large the gap between their skills was. However, a victorious smile appeared on Zhuan's face as he mocked that the mercenary was moving too slowly. The next moment, the brown-haired man broke the man's arm, enjoying the confusion on someone else's face. Zhang did not let go of the mercenary's hand in order to freely inflict several more blows on him. The stranger ended up falling to his knees and staring helplessly at the floor. On the man's neck was a tattoo that resembled a bat. Huan noticed her and realized that the mercenary was one of the 13 members of the Dark Knight. The young man wanted to know who hired him, but the stranger reminded him that members of his organization would never reveal the identity of the employer. Suen leaned towards the man and took out from his pocket something that could make him change his mind. A golden ring appeared on the guy's palm, which the mercenary recognized with horror as a holy ring. The Dark Knight member trembled in fear as the master threatened to kill all of his brothers and sisters if he did not tell who the employer was. The man began to crawl back and with a trembling voice revealed that the employer's surname was Su and he was from Yanxi. This was the last thing the mercenary said in his life because the brown-haired man destroyed the danger with one deft movement. Huang left the man's body behind and called his subordinates to look at everyone with the surname in Yanxi. Bodyguard Miss Lynn dealt with the gang of robbers and the girls finally made it home. They were in a really bad mood, and they were both angry at Zhang for running away. When they walked into the living room, Xuan had already completely removed all traces of an outsider being in their house. The guy acted carefree and greeted his wife, trying to cool her down a little. Qinghan waved her husband away and sat on the sofa, mentally complaining that Huang had behaved so cowardly. The master ignored Qingjun's dissatisfaction and brought a bowl of water to wash the girl's feet. Mrs. Lin looked at her husband puzzled, not understanding what was going on. She had not yet given her consent, but the brown-haired man was already taking off his beloved's shoes. However, Xuan remembered that the girl was still affected by traces of poison, which needed to be treated with massage. It had to be done regularly, so the guy was going to persuade Qinghan no matter what the cost. So Huan gently stroked her leg and promised that the massage would help her cope with stress. Qingjun looked at her husband with new eyes when she realized that she had actually gotten better in the past few days. The thought crossed her mind that this might be because of the promise Zhang made to her. Soon the girl reported that she was feeling better and asked the guy to go relax outside while a friend came to see her. Huang wanted to know what kind of guest was coming to them, but Qinghan believed that he did not need to know. In the end, Miss Lin sent her husband away and ordered him not to return until noon. Since Zhang had a free day, he decided to visit the Qingjun charity community. Many years ago, my mom and I were homeless, but thanks to Dean's help, they were able to survive. Xuan decided to let Qinghan have fun with his friends while he went and visited the kids. The children surrounded the master as soon as they saw him, and each of them began to choose their toys. The brown-haired man watched the kids with a warm feeling in his chest and remembered how happy he was when someone brought gifts. Suddenly, a little girl appeared next to him and wanted him to play with Ying Ying. The brown-haired man was only too happy to spend time with the girl and even offered the child to pick her up. Yin Yin found herself in the air and laughed happily, enjoying the feeling of flying. Their idyll was interrupted by the sound of cars approaching and parking at the charity's house. 3 people got out of the cars, looked down on everything, and slowly walked towards the building. The little girl saw them and immediately told Huan that these were bad guys and they wanted to destroy their house. Zhang slowly lowered Yin Yin on the floor and asked if she was sure that they wanted to demolish the orphanage. The girl nodded, and the guy had to leave her to rush to the gazebo where Dean was. Suan was very worried and wanted to find out firsthand what was happening to the charity organization. In the gazebo were Ding Sui and Qin Ru, who were just discussing that they should try to settle things again. Old Lady Ding explained to the brown-haired man that these people were from a resort company, and they had already bought the entire county. It turned out that officials asked them to build a new charity house before starting construction. But they did it next to a chemical plant, so Kui didn't want to give up the children. In addition, they now have a person who finances them for free. Ding had already told Xuan about this, but he had never seen Lady Qin, who had been helping them these 5 years before. And the girl would have happily continued further, but in this situation she was helpless. That is why Zhang decided to deal with the problem himself. The old lady was sure that it was useless, but the brown-haired man had already jumped up from his seat and declared that he had to try. At this time, Qinru was arguing with the man, accusing them of not caring about the lives of the orphans. However, the people from the company did not care about this, and they were still going to demolish the house as soon as the official documents were ready. Suddenly, Zhuan appeared behind Lady Ru and said that they were unlikely to be able to do this. All four stared in surprise at the young man armed with a stick, especially when he warned that he would attack if the scammers did not leave. Zhang swung his stick in anger, and a group of 3 people managed to jump away at the last moment. In a panic, the businessmen rushed to their cars, but promised that everyone would be evicted from this house. Huan calmed down a little and carefully watched as the cars quickly moved away from the charity organization. After the danger had passed, the master turned to Lady Qin to see if she was okay. The last car with bad uncles sped away, and it turned out that not only adults saw this scene. Yin Yin jumped for joy and praised Zhuan for being able to protect their home. In turn, Qinru was not happy either, because she understood that as long as their project existed, they would return. The young man thought about it for a while and said that he had an idea that could easily solve this problem. Lady Qin decided that he wanted her to take these lands from the resort company, but Huang quickly rejected her option. The master pointed to a nearby mountain and solemnly declared that the girl should raze it to the ground. Miss Ru looked at the brown-haired man with dismay and could not believe that he proposed to demolish the mountain. Thus, Zhang spent the entire day at the charity's house and returned to the villa at sunset. Meanwhile, King Han was looking forward to Chef Michelle finally finishing all the preparations. The blonde just grinned at this and laughed at the fact that the famous President Iceberg couldn't wait for her dishes. The front door opened and the girls heard a man's voice saying that he had returned home. Qingjun turned around in alarm at the sound and tried to figure out what she should do now. She rushed to meet Zhuan, realizing that if he spoke to Michelle, her lie would be revealed. The guy saw his wife's concern, which quickly gave way to determination when Qing Han ordered to tell the guest that he was an artist. The master was a little confused, but convinced his wife that everything would be fine and she didn't have to worry. Chef Michelle was just bringing out a piece of cake when she saw Zhang and guessed that he was her friend's husband. Huan got into character and greeted the blonde elegantly, adding a few French words to his speech. Michelle appreciated this and, shaking the brown-haired man's hand, noticed that his etiquette was truly good. The blonde said her name and also told her new acquaintance that she was Qingjun's best friend. Dinner was ready, and the chef suggested that they all eat together, so Zhuan had to take a seat next to his wife. Michelle was more focused on figuring out what art exhibition they met at. King Han didn't like this very much and tried to stop the approaching interrogation. However, the blonde noticed that she just wanted to get to know better the one who melted the heart of their president. Qingjun remembered that it was useless to argue with her friend, so she pointedly asked her husband to ignore her questions. Xuan naturally agreed, but Michelle expressed her dissatisfaction and even suspected Miss Lynn of deception. Mrs. Qinghen began to panic, but still tried to somehow get out of this situation. The master felt that she needed help and began his story about how they met at Master Phil's exhibition. The brown-haired man looked adoringly into his wife's eyes, explaining that they were brought together by different opinions about one of the paintings. Michelle listened carefully to Zhuan's story, after which she admitted that she was jealous of their romantic encounter. Suddenly, she interrupted their conversation and jumped up from her seat, shouting that she forgot to bake the snails. The blonde ran into the kitchen, and this gave Qin Han the opportunity to ask how Zhang knew so much about painting. The guy took out his phone from under the table and showed an article about the desired painting, earning Miss Lynn's praise. At this time, Michelle disappeared into the kitchen, but the snails did not seem to bother her at all. The blonde tried to muffle her voice when she asked Li Qi if he remembered about the wanted notice 3 years ago. The guy on the other end of the line immediately remembered the man who deceived the French princess and fled the country. Then Michelle, with irritation, was forced to say that she had found him, but now he had also deceived her into marrying her close friend. Very soon, the chef returned to the table with the finished snails and asked the couple to try this dish. The blonde tried not to reveal her worries and thought about how she could get a chance to expose Zhang. In the end, Michelle had a brilliant idea and asked her friend to stay at the villa for a couple more days. Naturally, Qing Han didn't really want the girl to find out something about her husband, but she couldn't refuse. Thus, after dinner, Qingjun headed to the living room while the others went about their business. Mrs. Lin was watching TV, and on the screen they were talking about Qinru's new project. The girl aloud expressed her admiration for the man who came up with the idea of destroying the mountain. The brown-haired man appeared in the living room with a basin of water and walked with his nose proudly raised because this praise was addressed to him. Suan crouched in front of his wife and noted that destroying the mountain would make the movement smoother. However, Kin Han explained that this was not the main thing because the resort company did not have any official support at the moment. And while Zhang was stretching his beloved's legs, she announced that the entire industry of the company would be captured by the Qin group. A comfortable atmosphere reigned around the couple until Michelle appeared nearby and expressed her surprise. King Jun was embarrassed, but instead of taking her feet, she explained to her friend that Huang was giving her a massage to ease her illness. The blonde sat down next to her and asked if the brown-haired man could give her a back massage if it actually relieved her discomfort. President Iceberg leaned over to her husband and nervously asked him to help Michelle. The boss was determined to expose Xuan's rotten personality because she was sure that this massage was nonsense. Zhang's hands fell on Michelle's shoulders, and he used his knowledge to relieve the tension in the muscles. The girl could feel the pain go away and experienced real bliss. She had to pull herself away to remember why she had stayed in the villa in the first place. However, she was then overwhelmed with surprise that the massage did not turn out to be a trick, but actually helped. Soon after, Kin Han got up from the sofa and told her friend that she was going to bed. Michelle waited until the president left the room to take her chance to expose Juan's true nature. The blonde arched her waist and cast her most seductive glance at the hover. In addition, she kept repeating in a languid voice how well she felt, but fell silent when she realized that it was useless. The brown-haired man stood behind her with his eyes closed, and his ears were occupied with headphones. Michelle was indignant because the boy did not perceive her as attractive and did not even look at her. The blonde realized that her efforts were useless and irritably declared that she had had enough. After which the girl stood up and quickly left the room, leaving Zhang to look after her in confusion. That evening, the bell rang, and Zhuan learned that Grandpa Qing Han was lost, so they had to quickly come to the Ling family courtyard. The next day, the master went to the park in the suburbs of Yinju early in the morning. The guy was watching a Tai Chi training until the grandfather behind him asked why the young man didn't try a couple of exercises. Huan turned around to see who was speaking to him, and came across the grandfather in the disabled stone. Xuan examined the elderly man and surprised him when he asked why he was sitting in a wheelchair, although he could walk. Having looked more closely, the brown-haired man noticed that his heart was wounded and should be cured as soon as possible. As soon as the man heard about this, recognition appeared in his eyes, and a light of hope lit up. The elderly man remembered how one day his friend told him that there was another person who could see his illness. And this man was Zhang Xuan, or, as others called him, the brilliant Dr. Hades. The master patted grandfather on the shoulder encouragingly and said that they would talk about his illness the next time they met. The man reacted to this with understanding because he knew that the doctor would accept treatment only by the will of fate. The grandfather watched the young man move away and recalled his youth with nostalgia. However, he did not remain alone with these thoughts for long, as the next moment his granddaughter called out to him. Qingjun took Grandpa out of the park, scolding him for making everyone in the family worry. However, the man did not take her seriously and smiled good-naturedly, reminding Qinghan that she never introduced him to her husband. The girl hesitated and did not know what to answer to this because Zhuan could not even feed himself, and Miss Lynn was ashamed of him. After all, they had to hurry. So the granddaughter brought them back to the topic of her grandfather's sudden disappearance and led them to the exit of the park. That evening, almost the entire Lin family gathered at the mansion that belonged to Qingjun. They gathered in the living room, and Zhang was passing by when he heard cries that his wife was unworthy of the inheritance. He did not immediately intervene but stopped to listen to understand the situation a little. Relatives discussed that Ling Wei and Chuan did nothing for the family, but were also the main reason for the company's great failures. Wei's mother couldn't stand it and shouted that they didn't even know if Qinghan was part of their family. The young lady was shocked that the woman dared to say something like that. But the brunette with an evil smile suggested that Miss Lin ask her father what her mother did when she was kidnapped. Wei came close to Qingjun and, holding her nose high, told the girl that she was a weed in their family. The guy wanted to continue his unpleasant tirade, but he couldn't because he was silenced by a slipper that flew into his face. The master could not simply listen to insults addressed to his beloved, but still apologized to her for his sudden intervention. But even so, Zhuan shouted that the guy did not even count on leaving his house alive. The brunette became furious and began to shake Lingjiang, demanding an explanation, but the man only said that Wei deserved what he got. The mother took out her phone and screamed that in this case she would immediately call the police. His screams were interrupted by Qing Han's icy voice, who reminded the woman where they were. The brunette admitted that there would be no point in her call, but promised that the president would regret his behavior. The mother grabbed her son's hand and pulled him along, planning to leave the mansion as quickly as possible. However, her plans were not destined to come true, because Zhang was still standing at the door and intercepting Wei reminded him that he did not allow him to leave. The blonde was confused, but he added confidence to his voice and demanded with anger that he be let go. This had no effect on the master, and Huan struck him again with his slap, only this time harder. The brown-haired man towered over the rude man and, waving his slipper, insisted that the blonde apologize. Wei touched the abrasion on his face with his hand and felt his whole body trembling with fear. Therefore, Lynn did not argue and actively bowed to Qinghan and begged her to forgive him. After this, the master allowed the impudent couple to leave their house and, in response to his gratitude, Qingjun reminded her that he must protect his wife. Ling Chuan and his mother had seen enough of other people's squabbles and decided to get out before Zhang switched to them. Suddenly, President Iceberg realized that she needed to go away, but she asked her husband to accompany her. Huan went after the girl without question, and at that time the weather began to rapidly deteriorate. Therefore, when the couple finally reached the Qingshan cemetery, a thunderstorm was raging outside. They stopped next to Qinghan's mother's tombstone, and Miss Lin placed a bouquet of lilies on the ground. Zhang stood behind and patiently listened to his wife's worries about the fact that grandfather only had 3 months left. Qingjun was worried that her relatives only wanted to benefit from the company, and she had to control her every move. The brown-haired man held an umbrella over the president and asked if she should just let this whole situation go. Then Miss Lin admitted that she would like to do this, but she could not allow the family to destroy the company. Xuan dropped the umbrella and hugged Qinghan into his arms, promising that no matter what, he would always remain by her side. Qingjun allowed herself to relax in her husband's arms, and they sat there despite the rain. The next day, Huan had nothing to do, so he decided to visit the shelter. He was just standing at the bus stop when suddenly someone's heavy hand lay on his shoulder. The master turned around and saw a tall, bald guy. Xuan frowned slightly and asked what he needed. However, the next moment, 2 more men appeared next to him and ordered the brown-haired man to go with them. The strangers grabbed the boy by both arms and carried him away from the stop under the concerned looks of others. Zhang allowed himself to be carried to a quieter place so as not to attract unnecessary attention. In an alley, a group of men started talking about how there are people in the world you shouldn't mess with, and immediately after that they attacked Huan, intending to get rid of him forever. The master coolly closed his eyes and asked his subordinate to kill the pathetic mercenaries. As if out of nowhere, a black silhouette appeared in the alley and neutralized the 2 men in an instant. The silhouette knelt down in front of the master and obediently awaited further instructions. The 3rd man began to back away, pushing back against the panic that had gripped his body. But he made a mistake when he spoke and attracted attention to himself, so he was immediately stabbed in the head. Xuan demanded to find those who sent the mercenaries after him and headed towards the exit of the alley. However, around the corner there was already a police car, the presence of which the brown-haired man was not even aware of. A girl dressed in uniform came out and headed straight towards the back street. She suddenly appeared before Huan before he escaped and ordered the other officers to apprehend all the criminals. Thus, Zhang was arrested and looked at the metal shackles on his wrists in shock. That same day, the Department of Homeland Security received a call informing them that that person had been arrested. And while Xuan was in the interrogation room, ministry workers were actively trying to contact the Yinzhou mayor's office. Han Wenru worked for the Yinzhou City Police Department, and it was she who interrogated Zhang. The girl desperately wanted to know who his boss was and what exactly happened in the alley. The brown-haired man steadfastly withstood all her screams and once again tried to convey to the officer that he was a victim. Wenru clearly didn't believe this, and the atmosphere in the room began to heat up as she went into threatening mode. Officer Han grabbed the suspect's shirt collar and asked if she should believe that those people beat themselves. Huang nodded in agreement, and Wenru decided to move on to more active actions rather than listen to obvious lies. The girl raised her hand to strike, and her fist was rapidly approaching Zhuan's face. And just at that moment there was a roar, and the director burst into the interrogation room. The man saw that Han Wenru was about to use violence and demanded that she stop immediately. Thus, Huan's face remained safe, and the officer let go of the guy in fear. The director was extremely dissatisfied with the girl's behavior and furiously demanded that Zhang be released as quickly as possible. Officer Han did not agree with simply letting go of someone who used a bladed weapon and committed a crime in public. The man became even more angry with his subordinate and accused her of arresting the man without even having evidence. Wenru rushed out of her seat, determined to find confirmation of her words. The director did not stop her, but immediately released Zhuan from the handcuffs. The director smiled fearfully while he apologized to the master and promised to let him go right away. At this time, Zhang's phone was ringing with calls, but the young man did not hear them because his things were confiscated. The arrest and proceedings with the police took quite a long time, and the brown-haired man did not notice how evening had come. Suan was supposed to meet his wife and Michelle at the entrance to the concert hall, but due to the incident, he could not even give notice that he would be late. Qingjun tried to call, and when she couldn't, she lied to the blonde that Juan was busy at work. The girls were already heading into the hall without Zhang when Qinhan called out to her old acquaintance. Sun Tao had not left her alone since college, and this time he tried to touch Miss Lynn again. The girl removed her hand away from the young man and irritably asked her friend to leave her alone. President Iceberg quickly led Michelle away, telling her friend to simply ignore the annoying Tao. At the same time, Officer Han was sitting at her desk and looking at the evidence with concern. CCTV photos clearly showed a group of men attacking Zhang. The girl was annoyed that she might be wrong. Besides, she was angry at Juan's behavior. The guy behaved at the police station as if he were in his own home. Wenru walked towards Zhuan, who enjoyed her reaction and nonchalantly offered the officer a taste of watermelon. Officer Han understood that she would have to let the young man go, but in the end she was still going to hit him. However, Zhang was called a master for a reason, so he easily dodged someone else's fist. And immediately after that, he tripped the girl, causing Wenru to lose her balance. It was at that moment that the door to the office opened, and the man was about to deliver the bad news. However, the officer said nothing and froze in the passage, forgetting about everything from the picture he saw. Zhang also felt awkward because the police officer was kneeling in front of him. The situation was resolved the moment Wenru jumped up from the floor and pushed the brown-haired man away from her with all her might. The girl angrily left the office without listening to Juan, who said that technically she fell on him herself. After this, the master was finally released, and he received all his things back. The guy unlocked the phone and was horrified to see a missed call from his wife. Zhang, in a panic, remembered that he had promised Qingjun to go to the concert with her and Michelle. Therefore, Zhuan rushed to the meeting place without wasting a minute, and hurriedly tried to come up with a worthy reason for being late. At this time, the performance had already begun, and the concert hall was almost completely filled. However, Juan was still missing, a fact that made President Iceberg a little upset. Suddenly, Michelle leaned towards Qinghan and remembered that her friend had previously dreamed of having a play performed for her at a concert. Qingjun remembered this, but was forced to admit that it was just a stupid fantasy. As soon as the girls finished talking about it, the host announced that they had received a special request. Qinghan's heart skipped a beat when one of the spotlights began to shine on her. The presenter continued to talk about a gentleman who wants to confess to his beloved. Mrs. Lynn looked at her friend anxiously, trying to understand what was going on. At that moment, a second spotlight came on and was directed at the stage. The man on stage was hidden behind the curtain, but with every moment the curtains revealed the unknown gentleman. Soon the spectators saw a bouquet of roses, and then the man spoke, addressing Qingjun. Sun Tao appeared on stage at his full height, dedicating his speech to his beloved Miss Lynn. Everyone in the hall was amazed by the broad romantic gesture, and the guy himself enjoyed being the center of attention. But Qinghan did not appreciate the action of the annoying suitor and hastily tried to leave. However, Sun Tao did not allow her to escape and fell to his knee, loudly declaring his love. The audience began chanting for Qingjun to marry the guy, but the girl herself was horrified. It all ended the moment the spotlight aimed at Sun Tao went out. In addition, theater workers appeared next to the guy and tried to take the angry Tao off the stage. However, no one paid attention to the brawl since a spotlight turned on and was aimed at the stage. Zhang was already at the piano and began to play a beautiful melody. Iwan was absolutely serious, and when the time came, the brown-haired man began to sing. By this time, the bouquet of roses lay forgotten on the floor, and Sun Tao was taken away from the stage. Huan, in turn, continued to perform the play for the only person dear to him, and Qinghan and Michelle simply froze in the aisle, watching the amazing picture. Qingjun's heart fluttered when she realized that her favorite music was playing from the stage. Zhuan performed the composition, putting into it all his feelings for his beloved, which is why it sounded even more beautiful than usual. Michelle suddenly turned to her friend and told Miss Lynn in amazement that it was Zhang. After that, Qinghan's gaze focused solely on the man sitting at the piano. The girl could not believe that this was possible, but before her eyes, Zhuan stood up and began to approach the edge of the stage. Huan walked quickly forward, not paying attention to the fallen bouquet of roses. And soon, he found himself only a couple of steps away from Qingjun, who continued to look at her husband in fascination. The music continued to swirl around them, and all eyes were fixed on the married couple. The brown-haired man looked at Qinghun with love and sincerely thanked her for being in his life. Suen asked permission to hug Miss Lynn, and the girl could only nod in agreement. The lady felt safe in her husband's arms and was happy that he fulfilled her deepest desire. The performance came to an end and Zhang was finally able to ask if Qingjun liked his surprise. In response to this, the girl only pushed her husband away and, trying to hide her embarrassment, scolded him for being late. The brown-haired man took his seat and remembered that Qinghun had recently mentioned that she wanted to get an autograph from Maestro Payev. Suan shared the great news that he had recently met with him and received 2 copies, which he was now offering to his lover. Miss Lin grabbed the discs and began to examine the signatures with delight, and Zhang was finally able to relax. Michelle also looked at the copies and excitedly noted that they contained the maestro's real handwriting. The blonde knew that Payevo didn't sign anything for nothing, so she was wondering how the guy got them. At this time, behind the stage, Payevo was standing next to one of Master Zhang's subordinates. The man was excited and hoped that he could receive a few more decrees or see Huan. The subordinate reminded the maestro that the boss had already received 2 records from him, and this was enough to make Payevo proud of his life. The next morning, the weather was excellent, and the master decided to try to get to the orphanage after all. Zhang hadn't been to the orphanage since he advised Miss Qin, so he didn't know how they were doing. The brown-haired man didn't have to remain ignorant for long, because as soon as he arrived, Ying Ying rushed towards him with a hug. The other children were also in the hallway, but were busy greeting Mrs. Rowe. Miss Qin looked at Zhuan with admiration and sincerely thanked him for his help in the fight for the shelter. The lady left the kids behind and, winking at Huan, asked him to let her treat them to dinner. Zhang saw no reason to refuse, so he agreed and asked which of them would choose the place. Miss Qin was already getting into the car and asked that this matter be left to her, because the ladies knew better about this kind of thing. The master did not argue and sat down in the passenger seat, and they immediately hit the road. Ms. Rowe drove into a residential area that had no known restaurants or eateries. This surprised the brown-haired man, and he decided to find out if his girlfriend was taking him to her home. Miss Qin admitted that they were going to her teacher because he wanted to meet Zhang, and this news surprised the guy. Rowe dragged the young man along with her, at the same time telling him that her economics teacher was the person who supported her participation in charity. They stopped at the front doors just as the girl finished explaining that the man wanted to meet the one who helped them. Soon the door was opened by a young man who was happy to see Xiaoru appear on the threshold of the house. However, the young man immediately noticed that the object of his love was pressed closely against the stranger. Zhang didn't know who was in front of him, but he still kept a friendly smile as the girl introduced him to her friend. In turn, Kong Shu did not bother to hide his dislike for Huang. Suen watched the guy with confusion and did not understand how he managed to offend him. That he was treated with such hostility, Miss Qin noticed the guy's confusion and confided in him that the teacher's son was a good but slightly arrogant person. During this time, Kong made tea and told his friend that his father had gone out for shopping, but would be back soon. After this, the young man remembered that he had recently discovered a good stock and hurried to tell Rowe about it. The girl took the tablet from Shu's hands to see if she should really invest in it. Miss Qin decided to consult with the brown-haired man, and at first glance the guy realized that this was a failed idea. The teacher's son became angry and said that Zhang did not understand anything about stocks, because there were countless cases in books where such a trade turned out to be profitable. The master smiled gently in response to this and reminded the young man that the growth of shares is actually in the hands of capitalists. Fury raged inside Kong, and he hit the table, demanding that the brown-haired man stop joking with him. Shu sincerely believed that capitalists had no influence on anything, and they simply had luck in this game. Such a violent reaction from the guy forced Zhang to make a bet and see which of them would be right. The teacher's son immediately agreed and set the condition that if he wins, Zhuan will no longer appear next to Ru. But if Huan won, the guy could demand whatever he wanted from Shu. The master called his subordinates and in front of Kong demanded to buy shares worth 3 million. The person on the other end of the line immediately said that these shares were a trap in which they would simply lose money, but since this is exactly what the brown-haired man planned to prove, he simply demanded to make a purchase. Kong was pleased with himself and noted that in terms of the value of these shares, 3 million was just a drop in the ocean. The guy took his tablet and was going to go into the application and track how he could easily win the bet. At the same time, Shu assessed his opponent with his eyes and admitted that he wanted to understand why Xuan pretended to understand something. But his complacency quickly disappeared, because the next minute the stock collapsed. Zhang's interlocutor told the boss that they only managed to buy 700,000 shares. The teacher's son was completely defeated, and for the first time realized that all his theoretical knowledge was worthless. At this moment, the doorbell rang, and Miss Qin hurried to let the teacher home. The man smiled joyfully when he saw Xiao Ru at his home and wanted to know why she came. The girl got ahead of his question, taking away the bags of groceries, and at the same time said that she had brought Xuan. The brown-haired man recognized Miss Qin's teacher and waved to him warmly, happy to see them again. But the teacher reacted much more violently and could not believe that a great man was sitting in his kitchen. Ro looked from Wan to the teacher in bewilderment and still asked how they knew each other. Then the man admitted that he knew this guy under the name God of Wall Street. The teacher said that this name was known to everyone during the international financial crisis. It turned out that with only $1 million, the brown-haired man collected $150 million in 2 months. Miss Qin and Shu were speechless, and Huang confirmed with a proud smile that his insurance fund was now ranked first in the world. The teacher did not stop there and said that God became a legend because, at the peak of his career, he donated his entire fortune to help poor children. Xiaorou covered her mouth with her hand in shock and began to admire her new acquaintance even more. Kong, in turn, looked at the stock charts and now realized how much he was wrong about Xuan. In parallel with these events, a conflict was actively developing in the area of Swan Lake, the city of Yinzhu. Lin Wei was angry that the pitiful Tao could not fulfill even such a small request. Mr. Sun tried to explain that he failed because of Zhang, who turned out to be a musician and ruined all his plans. But Wei didn't care about all of Tao's excuses, because only at the mention of the brown-haired man he was filled with anger. The blonde allowed his rage to pour out on Sun, and while beating him, shouted that Huan was just a non-entity. Lin Wei's face became bitter when he said that he was giving Tao one last chance, and in a week, the young man was supposed to ruin Qingjun's reputation. Mr. Sun wanted to avoid being beaten further, so he promised to try his best in a trembling voice. In the evening of that day, an exhibition was to be held in the center of Yinzhou, which was attended by a large number of influential people. Michelle stood in front of the building and tried to dissuade Qinghan from acting too harshly. However, the girl did not listen to her friend, no matter how much she tried to persuade Qingjun to at least play along with Boss Arc Fan a little. Miss Lynn felt responsible for the company, and she stopped to explain this to Michelle. The girl indignantly said that in a short period of time, several partners had already withdrawn their funds from the company's fund. Arc was the largest investor in Xiexia province, so Qinghan felt that she had an obligation to enter into cooperation with him. Michelle looked at her friend's back and tried to figure out how she could save the situation. In the end, the boss couldn't think of anything better than to call Zhang Xuan and ask him to come to the convention center. Fang Zhou stood in front of a painting by a famous artist and peered carefully at the canvas. The man frowned, remembering that he had already bought this painting 3 years ago, and he was very concerned about the fact that the canvas was hanging at the exhibition. It was precisely in these thoughts that Qingjun caught him. President Fang was overjoyed when he saw Miss Lin and wanted to discuss the exhibition with her, but the girl immediately started talking about cooperation. Zhou looked at the terms of cooperation, but was not impressed, which was not so profitable in the short term. The girl tried to convince about long-term prospects, but President Fan was not going to change his principles. Miss Lin didn't want to give up so easily, but she didn't have any ideas on how to change the situation in her favor. It was at this moment that the girl saw Zhang Xuan approaching them and allowed herself to be distracted. Qingjun was puzzled by her husband's appearance at this exhibition because she had not told Xuan about her plans. Everything fell into place when Michelle appeared nearby and beamingly admitted that it was she who invited Huan, who would use his knowledge of the paintings to help. Qinhan became nervous when she realized that her lie about Zhang had backfired on her. Brown-haired man stopped next to President Fan and casually noticed that the color in Master Yan's painting had faded a little. Zhou became interested in the master's words and asked whether Winter Plum Flower was a real work. Xuan answered this question ambiguously, for which he was immediately ridiculed by Mr. Sun. Tao appeared next to him and expressed his opinion about the great artist Yang with a smug look. Mr. Sun was sure that the young man himself did not understand what he was talking about, but Huang suggested waiting before drawing conclusions. After some time, the start of the art auction began. and the host announced that 80% of the proceeds would be donated to the Red Cross. Zhang sat nonchalantly on one of the chairs and learned from Qing Han that the alliance with Fan was very important for the future of the company. Xuan had already figured out how to gain the president's favor, so he asked that this mission be given to him. Finally, Master Yan's work appeared on stage, and the presenter announced that the painting was genuine. The bidding began, and President Fan was torn with doubts, wondering whether the winter plum flower hanging in his home was real. In the end, the man decided to buy Yan's work to verify its authenticity for himself. However, Zhang intervened in the auction, offering $5 million for the painting. Everyone present was in shock, and no one was going to raise the stakes. Even President Fang was forced to retreat because he realized that even a real painting was not worth more than $4 million. Thanks to this, Zhuan was able to get Mr. Yan's job without much trouble. Qingjun watched the brown-haired man with confusion and sadly realized that even if Huang gave the painting to Zhou, they would not see cooperation. And while Miss Lynn was in her seat accepting the failure, Michelle gasped in shock next to her. The sound of tearing paper was heard, and everyone saw Jiang destroying the canvas. The presenter could not believe his eyes when the person next to him so easily destroyed the thing on which he had spent a lot of money. The spectators remained silent, and the master slowly walked towards President Fang's seat. The young man met Zhou's gaze and stated that he should have had a similar painting at home. The man admitted this, but felt that Zhuan was trying to make him feel uncomfortable with his actions. Although, in fact, Zhou relaxed because authenticity ceased to matter. It was at this moment that Huang decided to reveal the secret of Yan's paintings. Then Xuan reminded that the painting that was on display was also real. Brown suggested that Mr. Fan's painting had a lot of yellowing in the color of the paper, but the color of the ink was a little more expressive than this one. All of the above were true, so Zhou began to believe that his painting was a fake. However, Zhang again shocked everyone present when he declared that both works were genuine. President Fang was too excited and wanted to quickly find out what it all meant. That's when Xuan finally said that the picture was painted on rice paper, which was then divided into two parts. The master threw scraps of the second copy of Winter Plum over Zhou and said that the man was now the owner of a unique work. King Han watched the conversation with apprehension and decided to intervene before her husband offended one of the most influential people. The girl hurried over to the couple and hurriedly introduced her husband to President Fang. Lady Ling bowed and asked Zhou not to take Zhuan's words to heart. King Jun anxiously awaited President Fang's response, looking at the man uncertainly. When suddenly Zhou laughed heartily and turned back to the brown-haired man, ready to express his recognition. Mr. Fan patted the young man on the shoulder encouragingly and admitted that he now felt calmer. Moreover, the man was actually amazed by Huang's knowledge of traditional Chinese paintings. After this, Zhou turned to Miss Lin and promised that he would still find an expert to verify the veracity of Xuan's words. But the man had almost no doubt and was impressed that the brown-haired man noticed his worries. Because of this, President Fang was willing to cooperate with Lynn Corporation even if the deal was beneficial in the long run. On this note, their meeting with Zhao ended, and they shook hands, concluding an alliance. Qin Han looked at her husband doubtfully and found it difficult to believe that he had actually arranged the cooperation. The exhibition came to an end, and the couple went home in one car. Qingjun took advantage of the fact that they were without Michelle and asked Wan to tell her how he found out about the painting. Zuen planned to lie about what he found on the internet, but the girl refused to believe it. Miss Lin didn't want to believe that her husband was willing to tear up a painting worth $5 million because of some article. The brown-haired man was not at a loss and quickly came up with a new lie that he had overheard the experts talking about this picture. Surprisingly, Qinghan accepted this answer, and Huang tried his best not to show his excitement. In the end, President Lin allowed herself to relax and sincerely thanked the guy for the work he had done. The master looked away, trying to hide his embarrassment from his wife, but found the strength to thank her for the compliment. When the couple arrived at the house, Qingjun sent her husband home, and she went to the company to prepare a plan for cooperation. Huang obediently got out of the car and caught himself thinking that this was the first time Qinghan gave him a ride home. The car drove away from the villa just at the moment when the phone in the master's pocket vibrated. The young man picked up the phone, knowing that he should be informed about the results of the investigation. The girl on the other end of the line said that the attackers came from an organization called the Qingyi Community. The interlocutor suggested eliminating them, but Huan did not want to attract the attention of the whole world to them. The master promised that he could handle it himself and hung up, proud of the fact that he had a world-class intelligence officer in reserve. At 3 o'clock on the same day, The main place where events developed was a club called Aoba. Despite the daytime, the party inside was in full swing. The leaders of the club were drinking and discussing the fact that someone had recently been looking for information about them. Leopardhead didn't think they needed to worry about it, and promised that the hour would destroy anyone who dared to bother them. In turn, Viper was not so sure of this, because rumors said that the Shadow of Black Thunder was interested in them. Thunder thoughtfully blew out several smoke rings and asked if his friend was talking about the underground fighters of Jessia province. The leopard took this statement to heart and irritably hit the table, not fully believing that it was Black Thunder. The man was indignant because the city of Yinjlu was their territory, and not a place where anyone could cause chaos. Suddenly, a rumble was heard throughout the club, and visitors looked around in surprise at the noisy guest. The culprit turned out to be Zhang Xuan, who greeted the top of the Aoba club with a sarcastic smile. The Viper recognized the guy's appearance and shouted to the boss that they had recently received an order to kill him. The master looked down on the bunch of bandits, and he was even interested in seeing what they would do. Thunder stepped forward, taking off his jacket, and declared that they would teach the self-confident boy a lesson. This made Juan spit out the ear of corn and get ready for a serious fight with the gang. Only members of the group remained in the club, so Juan boldly approached his opponents. Zhang knew what he was doing, although at first glance one might think that he was actually an arrogant fool. The master called on the bandits to start a fight and find out what he was capable of. Therefore, Grom gave the order to advance. Leopardhead was also determined as he shouted to his subordinates to destroy the intruder. In addition, the blonde himself rushed into the fight and shouted that the young man's courage was worthy of admiration. The man was rapidly approaching the brown-haired man, but he only shook his head meaningfully and noticed that the enemy had no self-knowledge, after which the master easily dodged the blow while managing to inflict damage on his leopard. The blonde felt pain in his body and realized that he was flying to the other end of the hall. The leopard's head landed in the crowd of criminals, causing shock among his comrades. The man incapacitated some of the fighters with his fall, but he was more worried about the fact that he didn't even see the swing. Thunder decided that it was useless to fight Xuan alone, so all the wards moved forward. The bandits armed themselves with improvised items before rushing into the attack and sincerely believed that the advantage was on their side. Juan's gaze instantly noted all threats, and he recognized the weak points of his opponents. The next moment, the brown-haired man neutralized the first opponent with one clear blow to the nose, and immediately after that he kicked the second gangster away, forcing him to fly away and drop his improvised weapon. Viper and Thunder watched from afar as their fighters flew apart with terrifying speed. In the end, it only took the master a few minutes to defeat all the small fry. At the same time, the brown-haired man looked as if this brawl was not even a warm-up for him. Thunder and Viper hugged each other, shaking in fear as they realized that the demon had single-handedly defeated over 100 of their bros. Xuan approached the gang leaders, oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. The young man maintained a friendly smile as he invited the men to tell them who hired them and disperse peacefully. The Viper was ready to betray anyone to save his life, but Thunder shut his mouth. The bald man was afraid, but he was driven by his faith in Xinye's rules, which they had adhered to for over 10 years. Juan didn't have time to deal with all this nonsense, so he swung to eliminate Thunder. But as soon as the brown-haired man's fist touched someone else's nose, a shot rang out at the entrance to the club. Han Wenru appeared at the door, accompanied by dozens of officers, and Zhang heard her screaming that there was a large-scale fight at the Aoba club. When the police got to the center of the action, they only noticed a terrified Thunder and Viper. Wenru felt someone grab her leg and looked in bewilderment at the criminal who was begging to take them away. Officer Han watched as the bandits happily surrendered to the police and did not understand what was happening. Zhang watched this whole picture from a nearby alley and complained about the untimely appearance of the girl. Suddenly, the brown-haired man's phone rang, and he went deeper into the alley, hiding away from the police. Huang looked at the screen and saw that Han Wenru was calling him and decided that the girl had noticed him. The guy wasn't sure that he should answer this call, but he still managed to cope with his excitement. As soon as Xuan accepted the call, he heard the officer's deafeningly loud scream. Wenru wanted to know where Huang was now, so the guy lied to her that he was sitting at home. Officer Han wasn't sure she could trust Zhang and said that she had just discovered a large-scale fight. The girl expressed her hope that the brown-haired man had nothing to do with her, and the guy with a calm soul assured her that this was so. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Xuan met Qingjun for dinner. The master mentally noted that it was not in vain that he tried at the exhibition, because his wife began to treat him better. And while the couple treated each other to food, Michelle realized that Zhang may be a swindler, but he helps her friend a lot. This was enough for the blonde, so she decided to leave them alone and not destroy this relationship. In the middle of dinner, Kinhan remembered that she wanted to ask the brown-haired man to go with her to Elder Luohe's birthday. Naturally, Zhuan agreed, but asked who this person was. Miss Lynn described her grandfather's acquaintance as a military giant, politician, and entrepreneur. As agreed, the next day the couple went together to celebrate the anniversary of Luohe. Guests gathered in the clearing in front of the mansion and gathered in small groups in anticipation of the celebration. Zhang led his beautiful wife by the arm, and one could notice that their outfits echoed each other. An irritated Cheng Guang watched them from afar. It turns out that he was infuriated by the fact that Qing Han had found herself a man. Lin Wei noticed the young master's dissatisfaction and hastened to promise that they could throw that loser out of the family at any time. The blonde bowed to Cheng Xiao and invited the young man to join forces and strengthen the relationship between their families. Wei handed Guan a treasure box so that the guy would present it to his old man. Mr. Lin was sure that the gift would help gain the old man's favor. In exchange for it, Cheng agreed to give 5% of the inheritance. When all the guests were gathered, the maid asked everyone to go inside and join the banquet. People began to line up, but Qing Jun asked to wait until her friend arrived. The wait didn't last long, as the next minute a horn sounded behind the couple. The last guest appeared in the clearing, who, unlike everyone else, was not dressed in an elegant suit. The man was dressed in beach style and arrived at the event on a pink moped. The stranger greeted Qing Jun and looked at her companion with interest. Miss Lin introduced them to each other, and the blonde congratulated Zhuan for being able to get such a beauty. Huan cited luck, but his new acquaintance won his sympathy with his simple manner of communication. The eldest son of the Cheng family brushed off Qing Han's remark about his appearance and reminded him that it didn't matter. Qin was not liked by his relatives, and the suit would not have changed that, but he still headed to the banquet hall. His voice became harsher when the young man said that he came to the celebration in order to return what should belong to him. Such a sloppy announcement of their plans surprised the couple, but both decided to tactfully remain silent. Qing Jun and Xuan entered the banquet hall when most of the guests had already taken their seats. Ling Jianyu noticed them and immediately called his relatives to his table. The man asked his daughter to have a good meal while he went and made a toast in honor of their old man. Huan took his place at the table and allowed the man to go and not worry about the little things. The brown-haired man treated his beloved to food because he remembered very well that the girl was in a hurry and did not have time to have breakfast. Their idyll was interrupted by the appearance of the eldest son of the Chung family when he snuck up behind the master. The blonde was already holding a glass of alcohol in his hand and wanted his new acquaintance to drink with him for company. Keen sat down next to him and warned Lin's husband that women are not used to long-term relationships, so sometimes you need to fight for them. Qin Han felt that the guys were talking about her and demanded to know what they were whispering about. The master did not let Cheng's eldest son reveal the essence of their real conversation, and nervously referred to ordinary domestic topics. Zhang caught the eye of the birthday boy, and the young man asked if it was time to give them his gift. Qingjun patted the guy on the head and explained that they would do it when it was their turn. This arrangement surprised Xuan, so Qing Han had to tell him that today's banquet had a special meaning. She said that the banquet was organized in order to choose a new heir to the Chung family. Cheng Guang was just going to present his gift, being fully confident that nothing would be more valuable than it at this holiday. The young man fell on his knee in front of his grandfather and congratulated the man on his 70th birthday. The guy opened the box and a 100-year-old wild ginseng appeared before Luohe's eyes. The guests sitting closest to the place where gifts were presented immediately began to look around in amazement. The young people learned that it was almost impossible to find 100-year-old ginseng on the market, because it was a true medicine for prolonging life. The head of the Chen family delightedly twirled the plant in his hands, and Guan joyfully thought that thanks to Wei, victory was in his hands. It was the turn of the third son of the Chung family to give his gift, and he walked out to the center of the hall. Cheng Meng showed off a piece of jewelry that had been polished by Master Yihu himself. The grandfather tried on the bracelet, and remembering his old friend, asked his grandson to convey an invitation to Lao to meet. Luohe returned to his place and ordered the boys to do the same while the old man talked to their fathers. At this time, the eldest heir of the Chung family did not give anything and continued to drink with Huang. The brown-haired man asked why the guy was not fighting for the inheritance, and Qin explained that he was an unwanted grandson. The blonde had nowhere to get the treasure, but he whispered to Junu that he would make Guan and Meng disappear into thin air. In response to this, Xuan just laughed and thought that the eldest grandson had a good plan, because if those two died, then the Chung family would have no choice. Qin tensed and felt strangely uneasy when he noticed that the brown-haired man was not surprised to hear his plan. However, Zhang decided to help his friend Qing Han and asked if he understood what would happen if he lost. After which the master finished his glass of wine in one fell swoop and pulled the eldest heir closer. And he confidentially said that he was ready to help if Qin was guaranteed to remain on Qing Jun's side. The entire senior staff of the Chung family gathered to discuss the gifts of the two grandsons of Luohe. The old man wanted to listen to his sons and those close to him in order to make an objective decision. The first to speak out was Ning Changhe, who believed that Guan's gift was several times superior to his opponent. The other men echoed this sentiment, adding that Meng was a hard worker, but still too young. In the end, grandfather made decisions for himself and called Xiao Gong to announce it publicly. Luohe put on a serious face and began his speech about how good it was that Guan was part of their family. The man was about to name his second grandson his heir when a small red bag landed on the table in front of him. Those close to the old man began to peer into the new object, trying to understand what lay inside. Lao Lingji heard another congratulation and was forced to interrupt his speech. It turned out that Zhang Xuan had intervened during this announcement to present his gift. Grandfather Cheng looked menacingly at the youngest member of the Lin family, but the guy remained calm and asked him to take this tea. Guan picked up the bag from the table and mocked the fact that the brown-haired man thought that the old man would accept something other than Qin from him. The second grandson was extremely annoyed that the inheritance was interrupted and was about to throw the gift in Xuan's face. Xiao Cheng raised the bag just to the eye level of his grandfather, and he froze in shock and immediately ordered him to stop. Lao Lingji could not find words of admiration and had difficulty realizing the value of the sudden gift. Grandfather shouted joyfully that there was pumpkin tea inside and his entourage shared his delight. In ancient times, this tea was provided only to the emperor and was later preserved in a museum as a cultural treasure. At that time, a small piece was worth 500 million, but nowadays it was impossible to acquire it. Lao Lingji still doesn't fully believe in the reality of what is happening, so he wanted to find out how the brown-haired man was able to get it. In addition, the old man understood that in exchange for pumpkin tea, Zhang could ask him for anything. A trembling ran through the elderly man's entire body from the realization of how influential the young man was standing in front of him. To Lingji's surprise, Huang only noticed that this Chung family chooses an heir based on the value of the gift. The old man did not hesitate for a second and ordered the second grandson to return to his place, ignoring his confusion. After this, the grandfather called the eldest heir to him and asked him to let go of old grievances and sit down next to him. Chen Qin continued to sip wine at his table and boredly replied to Lingji that this part was not necessary. The blonde gladly reminded his grandfather that he kicked out their entire family, so he wouldn't dare sit next to him. The head of the Cheng family himself came to the table and assured the new heir that he would personally ask for forgiveness from his father. And then he added that from now on, the eldest grandson is officially announced as the one who will inherit the Chung family. All the guests were surprised by this turn of events, but Guan was the most upset. Cheng Qin was pleased with the result and stood up from his seat, showing the old man that he accepted his conditions. Lingji himself believed that if their family could contact such an influential person, it would definitely improve their future. Thus, the first grandson of the Chung family took advantage of the master's support and regained his position. When the banquet ended, Lin Wei watched with irritation as Qing Han and her husband left the celebration. The man couldn't believe that he had once again lost an opportunity to get a great deal because of some pathetic piece of trash. I was overwhelmed by him, and he swore that he would not spare any of them, and the Lin family would still belong to him. On the way home, Qingjun took advantage of the privacy and hinted to Xuan that he should tell him something. The master guessed that she was asking about the gift and lied that he received it by accident when he saved a couple of tea pickers. The story did not sound very convincing, but the young man solemnly swore that he was telling the truth. Therefore, King Han laughed happily and admitted that her husband was a real lucky man. The further journey passed in a pleasant, cozy atmosphere and quiet conversations between the couple. And at that moment, the girl realized with embarrassment that only next to Juan could she feel such warmth. And this gave her the idea that she had promised her cousin to send Xuan to help her move into the dormitory. That's how the next morning, the guy found himself at the entrance to Yinzhou University and thought that they were envious of such a carefree life. After all, at that age, he was spending his time between life and death. The flow of these thoughts was interrupted by a girl similar to Qingjun, who joyfully greeted her son-in-law. Shuwan came closer and introduced her son-in-law to her best friend Zhang Ji. The brown-haired man remembered that he had come to help with the move, so he asked how many things they needed to move. The student thought for a while and came to the conclusion that the three of them should cope in 2 trips. Suddenly, a black car stopped next to the group and Van realized that her friends had arrived. The next moment, 2 more guys appeared next to them and said that they had come to help Shu. Xiaowan was not impressed by Zhang Chen's appearance as she considered him a weakling. However, Xu Feng hastened to assure the girl that his brother was one of the 3 strongest. The girl allowed the guys to help, and the 2 of them somehow carried only 1 box. Chang sighed with relief when they reached the desired stage and asked Ji how many suitcases were left. However, it turned out that there was no need to carry anything else, because the son-in-law was able to lift everything in one go. Chen looked back and was speechless when he saw Xuan himself carrying all the remaining things. The girls admired their son-in-law's strength as he placed the containers on the floor and noted that they were not very heavy. Zhang watched this scene with displeasure and was angry that the man had stolen his attention. To somehow compensate for this, Chen suggested going to the casino since they coped with the move so quickly. Xiaowan and Ji looked at each other excitedly and decided that they would definitely go because they had always wanted to go there. Thus, the whole group went to a small casino not far from the hostel. Jinyu was quite noisy and the atmosphere was so encouraging to play a couple of games of chance. Xuan felt a little nostalgic as he remembered fighting the world's gambling king a few years ago. It was strange to realize that now no one was interested in this, but Juan was not going to play despite Chen's persuasion. Feng mocked the brown-haired man, accusing him of simply not having the money to place a bet. Xiaowan scolded her friends and ordered them not to laugh at her son-in-law, and Xuanya asked them not to be angry with the guys. However, Zhang was not going to back down, so he reminded the man that if it weren't for Shu, the brown-haired man would never have visited such a place. Van again screamed at her unlucky friend, and the son-in-law thought with warmth that the girl had a kind soul. The young guys finally left Juan alone and moved forward to play some game. However, on the way, Feng did not look around and with quite a lot of force crashed into the lush chest of the stranger. The boy's nose began to bleed and he was outraged that the woman was not looking around. The stranger did not appreciate the fact that Shu himself crashed into her. And after all, he tried to make her look guilty. The woman wanted the boy to apologize for his behavior, but Feng did not do this, threatening that his friend was a member of the Aoba club. Chen gave himself the most pathetic look he could muster, and the guys were sure that the stranger would back down. The master heard a familiar name and remembered that last time he did not talk to the club members. The woman just laughed at the children, who decided that the name Aoba would scare her. She clapped her hands, calling on her charges to gather around her and also pay attention to the insolent guests. The students found themselves surrounded, and the stranger asked with superiority when Aoba started sending kids to the showdown. Xiaowan was also in danger, so the master was going to protect her, although he did not know who ran the casino. Feng realized that he had brought them into serious trouble, but the guys did not know how to correct the situation. Before they could really understand anything, Jinyu's thugs rushed to attack and began beating them up. Exu closed her eyes and covered her ears in horror as one of the bandits approached her. The master saw this and in an instant found himself next to his wife's cousin, ready to protect the girl. The criminal had to retreat when the brown-haired man said that he would not allow anyone to give up. Xiaowan allowed herself to start crying and pressed herself against her son-in-law's broad back for protection. The master asked the girl not to be afraid and to point to the person who dared to touch her. However, Zhu was too anxious and spent the whole time with her eyes closed, so she couldn't help. The man gently stroked the student on the top of her head and convinced her that her son-in-law would sort everything out now. The girl trusted Qing Han's husband and allowed him to move away so that he could teach the gangsters a lesson. First of all, the master went to the person who was closest to Shu. He did not admit to what he had done, but the brown-haired man still twisted the bandit's hand with one deft movement. After this, the man looked around and asked the gangsters who else had participated in the attack on Juan. There was another opponent nearby who immediately gave up and begged to believe that he did not touch the girl. However, as a warning to everyone else, the master was not going to believe empty words. He grabbed the bandit's head and with great force helped his opponent meet the floor. The attackers saw a terrifying picture and were in no hurry to engage in battle with the brown-haired man. Chen and Feng were already pretty badly beaten by this point, but they couldn't help but admire the master's extreme strength. The stranger became furious and tried to find out if Zhang knew who he had just opposed. Huang didn't really care, but he allowed the woman to proudly announce that she was working for the Zhou family. The students froze in their seats, and it became clear to everyone that these people were more influential than the Aoba Club. Xiaowan decided to intervene and reminded her son-in-law that they should not cross the path of the Zhou family. The student did not know that the brown-haired man had already dealt with them. Therefore, Zhuan gently asked her not to worry. Sister Hua was ready to crush the insolent man just at the moment when the news of Zhou Xiao's arrival became known. The general director went into his casino and asked who dared to create chaos on his territory. Hu was surrounded by beautiful girls and felt like a king in his domain. He threatened to deal with the troublemakers, and Sister Hua happily pointed at the Aoba Club members. The guy shrugged off such weak opponents and allowed the girl to drown them in the river. This statement made Xuan laugh, and he finally raised his voice, letting Zhou know who he was really having problems with. The brown-haired man took a few steps towards Hu and asked if the guy really wanted to drown him in the river. CEO Zhou felt his breath catch when he saw Xuan. The master met his opponent's frightened gaze, and a threatening smile appeared on his face. The next moment, Hu was on his knees, forgetting his pride and actively asking for forgiveness. Huang maintained a menacing expression as he pointed in the direction of Xiaowan and her friend, ordering her to apologize to them. On trembling legs, the CEO walked up to the frightened student and recognized her as Xu Wan. Suan recalled that the Zhou people bullied this girl, and this entailed serious consequences. Hu couldn't believe that he had offended the master because of Sister Hua's stupid tricks. The young man, in a rage, called the woman to him, and she finally realized that she had quarreled with the wrong people. Zhou slapped Hua in the face with all his might and shouted that he didn't understand how she could think of going against the Lin family. This revelation came as a shock not only to the brazen woman, but also to Xiaowan's friends. After this, Chen began to realize that the person they were bullying was actually Qingjun's husband. The master did not come out of his intimidating mode when he trusted Hu to deal with their problem on his own. Thus, there was no longer any point for the guys to stay in the casino, and Zhuan walked towards the exit, inviting the others to go to dinner. Chen caught up with their savior and tried to figure out how he could properly apologize for his behavior. However, the brown-haired guy asked the guy not to bother and just go have a snack with them. Thus, the master got the students out of trouble, and Zhang Chun took them to treat them to food in a famous restaurant. Huang spent the whole day in the company of Xiaowan's friends and returned home around 9 in the evening. He was very worried that Qing Han would notice that he was late, so he made his way into the villa as quietly as he could. But he soon realized that there was no one inside, and was surprised that the girls were not at home at such a time. The first thing Zhang did was call his wife, but her number was temporarily unavailable. The man began to worry and called Michelle, from whom he learned that Qing Han had gone to a classmate's party. The blonde told Xuan that she was going to the Longsheng Club, and the guy decided to go there. When Huang got to the club, it was late at night, but Qingjun's car was still in the parking lot. Suddenly, an unfamiliar woman appeared among the cars and showed interest in Zhang. The brown-haired man looked displeasedly at the unknown woman as she desperately tried to please Xuan. Huan did not react in any way to the beauty's advances, even when she began to actively press herself against him. That's all, because Zhang was carefully watching the exit from the club and soon saw his wife. Then the master pushed the stranger away, insisting that she stay away, and went to Qingjun. The girl was furious and considered Zhuan a callous man who did not understand love feelings. However, this no longer mattered, since the stranger had completed the main part of her mission. She met with a photographer who was hiding behind one of the cars, and the man boasted about his excellent shots. The photographs showed individual parts of bodies that were pressed tightly against each other. Qin Han went out to get some fresh air when she noticed her husband on the street and was surprised by his presence. Suan laughed and admitted that he came to take the girl home because he was worried. Qingjun froze and suddenly realized that she was hearing these words for the first time since her mother passed away. The intimate atmosphere between the couple was disrupted by the sudden appearance of girlfriends who wanted to meet Huan. And this time, Miss Lynn was not embarrassed but proudly introduced her dear husband to her friends. The next day, the master learned that the Aoba Club was hosting a banquet at the home of the 8 Immortals. They were going to hold some negotiations there, and the brown-haired man was thinking that the police were closely monitoring the club. However, the master wanted to finally find out whether the Aoba group were the people who opposed the Lin family. Huan quickly reached the house of the Immortals, where cute girls met him at the entrance. They wanted to know what Zhang would order, but the guy didn't have any money, so he asked to go to the toilet. The workers tried to refuse the man, offering to go somewhere else. Then the young man had to show the sincerity of his intentions. The air was foul and Juan apologized profusely, adding that he could no longer hold back. The waitresses gave up and sent the uninvited guest to the restroom on the second floor with the condition that the guy would leave as soon as he finished. Zhang took advantage of the opportunity and rushed upstairs as quickly as possible. On the second floor, the brown-haired man relaxed and mentally praised himself for having breakfast with sweet potatoes and onions. Now, the master needed to find a place where he could hide and wait for Aoba to arrive. The man went to inspect the second floor and came across the staff locker room. His eyes lit up with delight, and Juan realized that this place was perfect for him. The brown-haired man entered a small room and closed the door, glad that everything was going according to plan. He spent some time there when he suddenly heard a familiar female voice that sounded very close. Juan opened the door slightly and was convinced of his suspicions when he found Officer Han not far from the locker room. The master could not believe that he was once again meeting a girl at the most inopportune moment. Moreover, ever since Wenru arrested Xuan, he had to report to the officer every day. And today was no exception, because Juan received a message from a girl. Officer Han wanted to know where the master was, and he told her the location of the Saishan villa. Just at that moment, the first group appeared in the House of Immortals and ordered to search the building. Wenru looked at the crowd of criminals with a puzzled look and realized that she needed to hide. There was catastrophically little time, and she was standing right in front of the employee locker room. At this time, the master realized that he needed to hide in order to remain unnoticed. Naturally, Officer Han did not waste time and opened the door leading to an inconspicuous room. The girl had doubts about the reliability of this shelter, but the people from Aoba were moving through the floors too quickly. The police officer found a locker inside the locker room and decided that it would be enough to hide inside. The next moment, Officer Han had already taken refuge and closed the closet door behind her. That's how, by luck, Zhang and Wenru found themselves locked in a cramped closet. However, the girl quickly pulled herself together and motioned for the brown-haired man to be silent. Soon they heard people from the Aoba club announce that the search was over. However, group members continue to monitor the perimeter. Wenru understands that they will not be able to get out undetected. Being in close proximity, Xuan found out that both of them had come to monitor the meeting of the factions. Although the master lied that he ended up in the House of 8 Immortals by pure chance, Wenru didn't have time to reveal this lie, as the distinct sounds of a fight could be heard outside. Officer Han opened the closet slightly, wondering if it was safe to leave their hiding place. In the end, the girl rushed out of the locker room, and Zhang thought that she must really hate the club. On the ground floor of the House of 8 Immortals, a real massacre took place between two factions. Lei Gong fought against the leader of his opponents and was ready to end their feud once and for all. At this moment, Wenru fired a warning shot while standing on the stairs and ordered the bandits to stop. The Viper and the Leopard looked at the officer with confusion and wondered what she was doing here. Tai Sing came closer, pretending to be polite, but Han knew that he should not be trusted. The girl was pointing a gun at the man, but that didn't stop Boss Tai from continuing to approach. In the end, he even tried to place all the blame on his opponent Lei Gong. The criminal complained that the leader of the club, Aoba, was interfering with the development of their business related to drugs and gambling. Thunder chuckled and said that Boss Tai had too much ambition if he thought he could get rid of their club. A malicious smile appeared on Sin's face as he reminded the man that Gon's wife had died at his hands. The head of the club, Aoba, felt rage overshadow all his feelings when he learned that there was a murderer in front of him. The leopard did not wait for orders and ran to attack, hoping that the boss would allow him to avenge his stepsister. But he looked at the blonde with an arrogant look and, mockingly, offered to kill himself. Boss Xing clapped, and his men began to arrive at the House of the 8 Immortals. They outnumbered the Aoba club and were armed, causing the leopard to stop. The blonde realized that he was careless, and Tai managed to ask for help from the people of Hailei. The situation was heating up, and Thunder noticed that his death would not destroy the Aoba club. Tai Sing agreed with this, and that is why he ordered the Han officer to be captured and handed over to him. The gangsters began to surround the girl, although Wenru tried to defend herself by threatening her opponents with weapons. This helped for a while until suddenly Lei shouted for the officer to be careful. The girl realized that something was wrong, and out of the corner of her eye she noticed a quick movement behind her. However, she no longer had time to do anything, so the gangster was still able to knock the pistol out of the officer's hands. Wenru watched in despair as her only defense receded, but she was forced to accept her loss and quickly jump back, dodging the next blow. This action trapped the officer as upon landing, she had a gun pressed to her temple. Standing nearby was Tai Sin, who suggested that Thunder dissolve the Aoba club for the sake of his daughter's life. The entire top group watched with excitement as Wenru's life hung in the balance. The master was still hiding on the balcony and was shocked that Officer Han turned out to be the daughter, Lei Gona. Thunder was the first to come to his senses and question the dignity of his enemy. The man wanted Boss Xing to deal with him exclusively, but the opponent was not going to give up his advantage. Tai was confident that victory was his, although Wenru asked the criminal not to underestimate Lei Gon's ruthlessness. The girl looked into Shin's eyes, mockingly reminding him that even when her mother was dying, he refused to disband Aoba. That's why Officer Han didn't understand why Thunder had to do this for her. But Tai still refused to back down. He held Wenru close to him and gave her father only 3 seconds to make a decision. The countdown began, and Lei Gon could only clench his fists with rage from his own powerlessness. Finally, the number 1 sounded in the air, and Tai almost pulled the trigger. But Lei stopped the man at the last moment, agreeing to disband Aoba if Shin let his daughter go. Wenru couldn't believe her ears because she was sure that she meant much less to her father than the club. Her shock increased the moment Boss Tai added a new requirement, which was that Gon must break all of his limbs. The subordinates threw a dagger at Grom's feet, and their leader assured that he needed it for protection. Sin enjoyed his superiority and longed to see how victory itself would come into his hands. The leopard and the viper could not believe that their leader would actually harm himself. But Lei picked up the knife from the floor and in a stern voice ordered them to disband the Aoba club when everything was over. Despite his pain and worries, Thunder gave his brothers a smile and apologized that everything had turned out this way. The man was determined as he raised the blade over his limb. His hand quickly brought the blade closer to his own leg, and Wenru could no longer look at it. The girl threw Tai's hands off her and screamed for everyone to stop, and surprisingly, it worked. Officer Han turned to the stairs and asked Zhuan in a rage if he would allow the people he was looking for to kill the Aoba club. Boss Tai quickly realized that someone was hiding upstairs and ordered his men to find this person. But they didn't have to do this because Wan himself came out of his hiding place. The master slowly descended the stairs and answered Wenru that he did not know these people and moreover did not understand why he had to look for them. The top of Aoba watched with excitement the appearance of an amazingly strong young man. Officer Han pointed at the crowd of people and shouted excitedly that these people were obeying Black Thunder. Then Zhuan had to tell her that he didn't even know who it was, and the girl felt guilty. But one way or another, Zhang found himself drawn into a showdown between the clubs, and the leopard offered to exchange information in exchange for help. Wenru didn't understand how the blonde even came up with the idea to ask Huang for help. The officer wanted to protect the guy, so she told Tai that he belonged to the Lin family. Boss Xing became inspired when he remembered the beauty Qingjun and offered to exchange her services for hubby's freedom. This became a fatal mistake since Zhang could not allow anyone to throw mud at his beloved. Fury flashed in the master's eyes, and it was directed exclusively at the impudent Sin. The brown-haired leopard asked the leopard to close the door and keep an eye on the others, and the blonde felt relieved. At that very second, the young man fulfilled the demon's order and prepared for the fact that retribution would soon come. Zhuan flexed his fists and warned everyone present that this scene might be too cruel for them. Tai did not take this threat seriously, and did not believe that the pathetic member of the Lin family could be dangerous at all. But Huan didn't care, because he didn't throw around empty words and proved his actions with his actions. Boss Xing burst into loud laughter, fully confident that the guy would not be able to do anything to him. The fun quickly ended when the master was in front of him faster than anyone realized what was happening. The last thing Tai Xing saw in his life was Zhang's angry face, but everyone else could observe in bright colors what was once inside the man's head. Suan towered over the body of his defeated enemy, but a threatening aura still hovered around him. The people around him looked at the man in front of them in amazement and believed that he was a demon. Only one bandit tried to take advantage of the effect of surprise and attacked the brown-haired man from behind. But Huan, without even turning around, grabbed the gangster by the throat, while at the same time dodging the knife. The next second, the criminal was sent flying. Although he did not understand how this was possible, the man landed in a group of his brothers, and they scattered around the hall like bowling pins. After this, the young man headed towards the people of Black Thunder, intending to deal with them too. This caused panic, and everyone who worked for Tai Sin tried to save their lives in fear. The crowd of gangsters was forced to pass through a narrow passage, where they became easy targets. Shuan picked up a knife from the floor and threw it towards his younger brother, who also wanted to play with Qingjun. The guys were just lifting the metal blinds to finally get out, but they were disappointed. The bandits in the front rows retreated back, puzzled. And soon everyone noticed a new reason for the panic. Opposite the exit of all the gangsters, a group of people in red demonic masks was waiting. Juan smiled contentedly behind them and reminded them that he had warned that he would not let anyone go. The master ordered his subordinates to get to work, and masked men mercilessly destroyed their opponents. Wenru wanted to know who Zhang was, but the guy, stretching, replied that he was just protecting his wife. The survivors fell to their knees in front of the brown-haired man and begged him to take pity and let them go. The guy looked at the three gangsters with a stern look and saw that his subordinates had finished with the bulk. So the master raised his palm and allowed his men to disappear in a cloud of dust. The leopard recognized the hellish travelers and doubtfully asked the boss why they were listening to Zhang. Thunder brushed off this question so as not to bring death upon them, and briefly thought that it was funny that Aoba wanted to deal with him. Soon, police cars arrived at the house of the 8 immortals and blocked the exit from the building. A specially trained capture squad entered the main hall, but it was quite quiet inside. Instead of the criminals, the guys met with Officer Han, who reported about a large-scale fight between the Black Thunder Society and Daquan. The captain of the squad pointed towards the people from Aoba, who were pretending to be ordinary visitors. And Wenru, looking at her father, lied to her colleague that these people were just observers. After the criminals were detained, Grom and his daughter were left alone for the first time since the death of their mother. The girl was flattered that her father was ready to close the club for her sake, so the resentment against her father receded. The man took out a photograph of his wife and remembered that they also met at the police station. Wenru was shocked because she didn't know that her mother worked in the police and was also the best student at the academy. And Lei Gon was never able to become an officer because during an interview he admitted that if he met a criminal, he would kick his ass. Thunder recalled with a laugh how he was told that the role of a policeman was not for him and that he would be better off being the boss. Lei gently stroked his daughter on the top of her head and noticed that they were similar in this way, so he invited her to become the new boss of Aoba. After talking with her father, Wenru went to the nightclub, trying to think about her next steps. The officer opened a second bottle of wine and filled her glass, not paying attention to the noise around her. Just at this moment, Zhang approached her, wanting to know why Officer Han called him at such a late time. The girl needed support, and it just so happened that only Zhuan knew about her situation. Wenru admitted that for many years she had doubted whether to imprison the Aoba group, and so her father offered to become their boss. The officer leaned back on the brown-haired man's shoulder and began to think that Aoba, unlike the police, could prohibit drugs and gambling. The young lady pressed her whole body against the brown-haired man and said that she had decided to accept her father's offer. But all these events had affected Han's mental state, so she desperately needed company that night. Suwon reminded Wenru that he had a wife, but the girl lay on his lap and declared that she did not want anyone else. The behavior of the new head of Aoba made the brown-haired man nervous, and he pushed her away from him in panic. The drunken lady was annoyed by the fact that Zhang chooses to remain loyal to Qinghan when she offers herself to him. However, she did not plan to let the master go so easily and was going to at least get drunk with Huan. The disguised Lin Wei took pictures of the couple on his phone, anticipating how he would use them against Zhuan. The footage clearly showed another girl snuggling up to Zhang as she helped him empty a bottle of wine. At this pace, the night passed for everyone at the party in the blink of an eye. And soon morning came. Huan opened his eyes with difficulty and could not understand why his right hand was numb. The guy hurried to get up and immediately regretted it, because everything began to spin before his eyes. In addition, he felt something soft under his hand and turned to look at what he was leaning on. Xuan was filled with horror when he saw that he was lying in the same bed as Officer Han. The master's sudden movements woke up Wenru, and she looked displeasedly at her panicking partner. Zhang didn't know how to justify himself to the girl, but he tried to overcome the awkwardness and come up with something. To his relief, Han spoke first and promised to take full responsibility for what happened. After that, the officer got out of bed and went to get ready for work, leaving the embarrassed brown-haired man behind. Zhang also did not stay at the hotel and left the girl, going to Ling Qingjun's villa. The man was washing the floor and remembered that he had only drunk 7 bottles and got drunk, and it bothered him. Suddenly, Michelle appeared next to the guy. Wondering where Zhuan had been that night, the master began to awkwardly make excuses, but the blonde shrugged it off and moved on to her main question. The girl learned that Zhang was well-versed in Chinese medicine and expressed her joy that Qinghan no longer needed to look for doctors. This news excited the brown-haired man, and he began to worry that something had happened to his wife. Michelle hurried to reassure him and told him that all the problems of the Lynn family came from his grandfather's illness. In fact, the blonde was surprised that after so much time, Zhang did not bother to find out that all of his wife's problems would disappear with the recovery of the head of the Lynn family. Zuan realized his mistake and threw the rag on the sofa, not intending to waste any more precious minutes. At this time, events began to occur in the Lynn family's courtyard that could ruin Miss Lynn's life. Wei collected enough photographs and brought them to his grandfather so that he could see how bad it was. The blonde man laid out the evidence against Qing Han's husband and shouted that their shares would be worthless if the public found out about this. Grandfather became furious and demanded that Qingjun and her husband be ordered to come to him immediately. President Lin was tormented by worries about her grandfather when the family informed her that she urgently needed to go to the old house. The girl was intercepted by Michelle, who was about to tell her friend the wonderful news. The blonde said that she called Qing Han to her grandfather's house because he would be treated. Mrs. Lin was surprised that the boss had found a doctor, and Michelle, without hesitation, replied that she simply told Zhuan about her grandfather's condition. Qingjun was seriously frightened when she realized that her husband had gone to the old house to treat the old man. The blonde did not understand her friend's reaction and reminded her that Zhang was well-versed in Chinese medicine. The president didn't have time to explain, so she got behind the wheel and said that she needed to get to the old house quickly. The girl pressed the gas pedal to the floor and hoped that she would arrive before her husband ruined everything. Michelle remained standing in the parking lot while her friend sped off into the distance, not even thinking about taking the blonde with her. At this time, events that were supposed to destroy Qinghen were in full swing in the old house. One of his employees came to grandfather and reported that Zhang had arrived and wanted to see him. The old man allowed the guest to be allowed in, and Zhuan was hurried to the right office. When the master stopped in front of the table of the head of the Lin family, his back was to him, but Huang introduced himself anyway. The man put down his cup of tea and with a threat in his voice asked what the young man was doing while in their family. Zhang didn't quite understand what he did to deserve such an attitude, and the old man threw the photographs he received from Wei at him. The brown-haired man was able to catch one of the images and was trying to figure out where they came from. Grandpa turned around abruptly and shouted furiously that a member of the Lin family could not afford such behavior, but the anger suddenly gave way to shock when the man saw what Qinghan's husband looked like. They both recognized each other and froze. A tense and awkward atmosphere reigned between them. Grandfather came to his senses first. He cleared his throat awkwardly and invited Hades to sit down. The brilliant doctor smiled affectionately and asked the old man to address him by name. This helped diffuse the situation, and they agreed that for the man, Hades would be little Zhang. Grandpa Qingjun was still forced to return to the topic of photographs, but now he behaved much more politely. Zhuan carefully examined all the photographs and came to the conclusion that someone was specifically targeting him. The man realized that Lin Wei was trying to frame Zhang so that his part of the family would receive the inheritance. The old man decided that the brown-haired man had come to make excuses, but Huan made Mr. Lin happy when he admitted that he came because of illness. Hades said that he would cure an elderly man and that he would not even have to sit in a wheelchair. After a while, Qingjun's yellow car arrived at the Lin family's old house. On the porch, the girl was met by Wei, who reveled in the fact that his plan was working. Annoyed, Qinghan asked why the guy wasn't at work, and the young man smugly advised the manager to go inside and see what her husband had done. Qingjun's heart skipped a beat and horror gripped her body when she thought that the brown-haired man could have offended her grandfather. But Wei could only wait for the right moment to impeach Miss Lin as the chairman. The girl went to her grandfather's office, and as soon as she entered, she saw an empty chair. At this time, the old man was lying on a small sofa and calling his granddaughter to him, while Zhuan was sitting next to him. Tears appeared in Miss Lin's eyes as she thought the man was getting worse. Suddenly, Zhang shouted at the elderly man, ordering him to remain silent. This behavior angered Qinghan, and she scolded her husband for his familiar attitude towards the head of the family. Qingjun's experiences made the grandfather laugh, and the brown-haired man began to wail displeasedly that this could ruin the mask. The man showed his face to his granddaughter and said that he and Zhuan were trying to improve the condition of his skin. The old man took off his mask and walked past the girl, sharing with her his impressions of this procedure. Qinhan became dissatisfied again and returned to finding out what her husband was doing here. But while she was talking, the realization suddenly came to her that her grandfather had walked past her on his own. The old man left the bath and happily said that thanks to Zhuan's treatment, he could now walk and even jump. Miss Lin turned to Huan in confusion and couldn't believe that she had been wrong for not believing in his strength. However, the brown-haired man was in no hurry to take credit for himself and swore that he had only opened blocked meridians. Qingjun felt guilty, but she found it difficult to believe that her husband had such strong abilities. The president looked at the floor and her gaze caught on the scattered photographs, so the girl picked up one of them. Qinhan looked at the photo with a puzzled expression, and Zhang decided it was time for him to leave. Zuan lied that he needed to prepare soup and struggled to leave Lynn's old house. Huang was ashamed and didn't know how to tell his wife that he spent the night with Officer Han, so he chose to run away. Zhang's grandfather came to Zhang's aid and took it upon himself to tell his granddaughter who Xiao was. 10 minutes later, Qinghan left the old man's office, barely restraining her anger at Wei, who had stooped to dirty methods. Lynn was waiting for the president on the porch and noted with pleasure Qingjun's bad mood. The girl chose not to stop next to the blonde and irritably asked the guy to mind his own business. Wei was pleased with himself and thought that the grandfather was disappointed in his beloved granddaughter, which means it was time to act. The elderly man did not take long to wait and rolled out onto the porch in his wheelchair. Young Lynn leaned over and suggested holding a shareholders' meeting, and grandfather agreed that it was time to rid their company of scum. Wei took it upon himself to announce in the conference room that Qingjun, as president, was a bad influence on the company. The blonde also said that the board of directors had decided to jointly discuss President Lin's position. Uncle Joe ordered a show of hands for those who believed that Qinghan should leave her post. Half the council members agreed, and Wei smugly declared that the girl was no longer president. However, Qingjun remained calm and reminded the board of directors that only the chairman could make such a decision. The blonde was ready for this and said that grandfather was limited due to health reasons and did not attend meetings, which means the council had the right to make decisions for him. It was at this moment that Old Man Lin entered the conference room, asking why they decided that he would not come. Ling Wei and the rest of the board of directors could not believe that they were seeing an old man standing on his own 2 feet. The man laughed loudly at the reaction of the others and hastened to announce that he was no longer the chairman of the company. Everyone present looked at the grandfather in shock as he pointed at Qinghan and said that he had transferred his shares to his granddaughter. Thus, Qingjun received full authority to be in charge of the entire Ling company. Wei looked anxiously at the table in front of him and refused to believe that this was all really happening to him. The chairman rose from her seat and finally allowed her dissatisfaction to be expressed. She accused the blonde of pretending to be a member of the board of directors and removed Lin from his position. In addition, police officers had already arrived at the conference room and were ready to arrest the imposter. Wei shouted that he couldn't pretend to be a board member when he owned 5% of the company's total shares. Everything fell into place when Cheng Guang, who was the new owner of the shares, appeared behind Miss Lin. In addition, the guy admitted that he was going to transfer them to the new chairman, and this made the blonde understand that the girl had been planning to remove him for a long time. Qingjun's voice took on a steely tone as she replied that anyone who infringes on Xuan's pure name can prepare for suffering. On the same day, Jiang calmly walked around the Huaxing shopping center and had no idea about the coup in the company. The brown-haired man tried to get a discount on the jacket, but the employee noticed that the item was already being sold at a reduced price. Zhou burst into tears at the cash register and started complaining that he didn't have enough money, so the girl took pity on him. Satisfied with himself, the foreman left the store and heard that someone in the shopping center needed medical attention. He was just near the right place, so he decided to check what happened. It was easy to locate the victim as a crowd of people gathered around her. The woman dropped her basket of groceries and lay unconscious on the floor. Suddenly, an elderly man began to make his way through the onlookers, announcing to everyone around him that he was a doctor. The man took out his set of acupuncture needles and focused on helping the patient. The crowd watched with doubt as the doctor inserted long needles into the woman's forehead. After some time, the man slightly opened the victim's eyes and noticed that his actions were not helping. He was trying to understand why there was no reaction when the person behind him said that the woman was in a state of suspended animation. The grandfather turned to the stranger and asked how he knew about this without even examining the patient. Hades reported the victim's pale fingers and suggested that she had hypoxia in her brain, causing her nerves to fall into suspended animation. The doctor began to fuss and took out his phone to call an ambulance and take the patient to the hospital. The brown-haired man called this idea useless, since the woman would not last another 20 minutes, and the old man realized with horror that they could not help. But the young man did not agree with this statement and volunteered to help if the doctor shared a silver needle. Hades crouched next to the victim and, using precise and quick movements, began to perform selective acupuncture. The elderly man watched with amazement the professional movements of his new acquaintance. A few minutes passed and Zhuan announced that he was finished and had rid the patient of all the needles. The next moment, the woman came to her senses and rose from the floor, surprising the crowd. Zhang gave the doctor the needles and praised someone else's acupuncture method, advising him to train his flexibility of thinking. After this, Juan continued his shopping trip, leaving the old doctor to wonder who he was lucky enough to meet. Zhang received the position of security captain in the Lynn family company and now enjoyed the opportunity to look at beautiful girls. Suddenly, from the entrance to the building, screams were heard from a woman demanding to be let through. The guards tried to gently stop Ling Hui, but she behaved very rudely towards them. One of the workers reminded Ma'am that she had to make an appointment, for which he received a slap on the wrist. The woman openly humiliated the guards, taking advantage of the fact that they did not want to use force against Qin Han's relative. The performance came to an end when the brown-haired man crept up from behind and used electric shocks on the troublemaker. The captain was a little surprised that it took all of 10 seconds to knock Hui out. His subordinates rushed to the boss and began to explain that it was President Aunt Lynn. However, Zhuan replied that status did not matter, and anyone who did not follow the rules should get what they deserved. The guards accepted this answer, and Zhang was once again glad that he accepted the old man's offer. Further events unfolded in the Lin Company security room, where Hui's body was temporarily placed. Qingjun also came to the security office, and the workers behind her were discussing how it was a pity that the captain would soon lose his job. The girl found herself in a difficult situation and tried to figure out what she should do because the guards were just fulfilling their duties. But at the same time, the victim was her own aunt. Even if she behaved inappropriately, King Han learned that the new captain took up his position following Mr. Lin's order. And immediately, after that, Zhang walked into the office with a cheerful smile on his face, and the president was informed of his arrival. Miss Lin decided to listen to the culprit first, because Grandpa hadn't hired anyone for a long time. Zhuan began to tell how Hui began to argue and insult the guards, after which he came to the rescue. Qingjun recognized her husband's voice and realized with confusion that he was the new security captain. To begin with, the girl decided to send away extra witnesses and talk to Juan alone. The guys left the security room and closed the door behind them, allowing the couple to figure out what to do next on their own. Zuan straightened up proudly and asked not to praise him on the first day of work and to always turn to him for help in the future. Qing Han tried to remain firm despite her feelings and asked why Zhang asked his grandfather to place him in the company. The brown-haired man answered sincerely that he did this so that he could see his beloved every day. This softened Qingjun's reaction, but she did not understand why, of all the options, Huang chose to work as a security guard. The girl headed to her office, finally ordering her husband to come to the business department so that she could teach him something. At the end of the working day, the couple went home in President Lin's car. A bodyguard was driving when a black car suddenly appeared in front of their car. The girl ordered everyone to be careful and prepared to avoid the collision. The security guard turned the steering wheel sharply to the right, keeping all her concentration on the road. After that, the bodyguard pressed the brake and the car began to slow down with a sharp squeal. The car skidded, but this helped to avoid an accident, so the only negative was the braking at the crossing. The driver of the black minibus looked out of the window and began accusing the bodyguard of inattention. And immediately after that, a man passing by ran into the hood of a yellow car. The girl got out of the car, wondering why the stranger jumped under the wheels of a standing vehicle. But he started shouting that the rich would never admit their guilt, and the public immediately joined in his defense. King Han noticed that no one was calling the police, so she wanted to go out and check what was happening there. Zhang did not want to let his wife go, especially since the old man behaved strangely. Xuan asked to call Zhang Jin and go home. President Lin believed that the guy was wrong, even when her husband begged her not to get involved in suspicious situations. However, the girl believed that problems should be solved, not avoided, and did not listen to Juan's advice. Miss Lin left the car and was about to head towards the raging crowd. The hooded boy began to slowly get closer, preparing to attack. A blade flashed in his hand, and he hurried to approach the defenseless Qingjun. The attacker pushed away the people interfering with him, and their screams attracted attention to him. Jianjin saw the threat too late and could only helplessly shout warnings to her boss. She wanted to try to come to the rescue in time, but the guard was attacked by an old man who was posing as a victim. Both criminals were armed with knives, and Jian could not protect the two of them. The old man pressed the bodyguard to the hood, but he regained his bearings in time and did not allow himself to be wounded. Miss Lynn could only cover herself with her hands and regret that she did not listen to her husband. Suddenly, Qinghan felt strange hands around her and then saw blood splashes. Yuan covered his wife with his body and neutralized the attacker with a kick. Immediately after this, Zhang put his beloved in the car and asked her to wait for him inside. Huang closed the door and made sure it was locked before leaving Qingjun alone. 3 more robbers tried to attack the master from behind, but they had no chance because they scared Miss Lynn. Hades fell into his state of rage and was ready to kill anyone who stood in his way. The brown-haired man turned around and began to consistently neutralize his opponents, leaving them no chance of resistance. The criminals quickly realized that they could not compete in strength with this man. One of them realized that they were all finished and in a panic decided to try to escape while the master dealt with his partner. But Zhang was too fast and in the blink of an eye he found himself in front of a coward. The gangster screamed doomedly and felt someone else's hand squeezing his neck. The brown-haired man raised the criminal above the ground and ordered him to answer who they were working for. Jian finally dealt with the old man and turned around to check if the married couple was okay. But to her surprise, she discovered that only defeated criminals remained around her. Jian could not understand how Xuan was able to deal with such strong opponents in a short time. The last bandit was executed for his mistake and Zhang could return to his normal state. He walked towards the car and asked the bodyguard to quickly get into the car and go to the villa. The girl understood that they were still in a dangerous place, so she brought them home as quickly as possible. Inside, Huan treated the wound and noted that it was deep, which meant it could take a whole week to heal. At this moment, Qinghan came into the room and brought a small first aid kit with her. Miss Lin wanted to help her hero, and Zhang happily accepted her offer. After a while, a large amount of blood appeared on the bandages again, and this scared Qingjun. She looked at her partner with concern and insisted that they should go to the hospital. There were tears in President Lin's eyes, and she was overcome with panic as she didn't know how to help her husband. The brown-haired man hastened to reassure his beloved and told her that the blood began to flow due to the fact that she had tightened the bandage too much. The girl sincerely apologized and quickly corrected the situation by tying a neat bow on top. Qinghan was proud of herself when she finished and felt that she had shown concern for her partner. However, she still ordered Zhuan to take a good rest, stay in bed, and not carry anything heavy. The girl argued a little more, but for the first time Huang felt that Miss Lin was worried about him. Soon the master stood up to return to his bedroom, but Qingjun suddenly stopped him. President Lin looked guilty as she thanked Zhang for protecting her from death. The brown-haired man was not used to receiving gratitude from his beloved, so he simply brushed her off. After which he reminded that they were married and he, as a husband, was obliged to protect his chosen one. Qinghan looked at the young man in shock, and her heart fluttered excitedly because of his words. The girl wondered who in their world was still willing to sacrifice their life. And then she remembered how stupid Zhang rushed towards her, exposing himself to attack without any doubt. In addition, her partner fulfilled her cherished wish by performing her favorite play on stage. At the same time, Zhuan fulfilled all her not-so-pleasant requests, and he did not care what other people said. However, as soon as someone humiliated her, Huan turned into a real ferocious lion. Qingjun smiled happily and realized that she had made the right choice. On this wonderful note, the brown-haired man left his wife and went to the bedroom to properly rest. A week later, the couple came to the auction at the Medical Association, along with other large companies. The girl asked the brown-haired man to listen to her and not get involved in trouble. Soon, President Huang saw Qinhang and mockingly remarked that in this case, small companies have no chance. President Lin, in turn, noted that the opposing company had a great advantage. Qingjun glared at the man who wanted to make an enemy of the Lin family and make it a target for other companies. President Huang laughed unpleasantly and said that the girl was simply flattering him. Annoyed, Miss Lin saw no point in further conversation, so she hurriedly said goodbye and pulled her husband along with her. The couple found themselves in a spacious hall, which for the most part was already filled with people. Everyone present looked at each other, and Zhang noticed a large number of doctors. He wondered why there were so many medical workers at the tender event. He quietly asked his wife about this, and she explained that the main purpose of the Medical Sciences Association was the exchange of doctors and students in the western Xia province. They sat down in their seats, waiting for the main business of the project at the end, just as President Ma entered the hall. President Huang watched the scientist who had the right to make decisions on this project with a malicious smile. The man walked past the Lin family's table, drawing their gazes to him. His assistant greeted the main participant in the meeting and asked if they could begin. However, President Ma said that first they need to wait for Mr. Li to appear. Another man appeared at the door, and those around him with admiration recognized him as the sacred hand of Chinese medicine. Master Zheng Li entered the hall, accompanied by two of his subordinates, and everyone looked at the genius in awe. Entrepreneur Ma was very happy that the master of Chinese medicine honored them with his presence. Lao Zheng replied subtly that he had come to discuss scientific research, so he wanted to avoid unnecessary greetings. Before the auction began, the man wanted to share one incident with those present so that they could discuss it. The doctor remembered elderly patients who suddenly fall into a coma and cannot wake up from stimulation of points using the rotating needle method. Jiang asked whether it was possible to save such a patient, and this gave rise to strong doubts among the audience. Master Li listened to many negative opinions and came to the conclusion that the brown-haired man was right when he said that their thinking was ossified. One of the doctors decided to get an opinion on this matter from the genius of Chinese medicine himself. Then the man said that yesterday he had the honor of meeting such a patient and was able to watch how the stranger healed him. Lao Zheng talked about how Xuan saved a woman in a shopping mall by quickly infiltrating Baihui, Neguan, and Zhaoshan. Doctors could not believe their ears and thought that the effect on these points was crazy. Mr. Li began to talk about how doctors were too fixated on how their ancestors treated the ailments they encountered. And the main advantage of his new acquaintance was that he was not afraid to introduce something new. Thanks to this, Zhang's techniques were unique, and innovation was exactly what Chinese medicine needed. Lao Zheng loudly announced to the entire room that it was the new techniques that held the future for the development of their medicine. Such a statement shocked the scientific community, and no one was in a hurry to break the oppressive silence. King Han asked if her husband understood what these people were talking about, and the brown-haired man assured her that it was quite simple. President Huang was sitting nearby and took advantage of this to ridicule Xuan for making such a bold statement. Zhang was not impressed by this pathetic attempt and sarcastically praised his competitor for his insight. However, the president did not stop there and advised Lynn Corporation to get out of the auction and save itself time. The time had come to rein in the impudent man a little, so the master made sure that his opponent was looking at him carefully, and then he crushed the apple with his bare hands, warning that one more word and President Huang would lose all his teeth. Visual accompaniment helped the opponent understand the seriousness of this statement, and Qing Han couldn't help but laugh. The girl asked the guy to concentrate. Since bidding on medical projects was about to begin, President Huang wasted no time and immediately jumped up from his seat, starting to describe the advantages of his company. A representative from the Feng Yuan group interrupted him, saying that they had made preparations to complete the project much faster. Miss Lynn also didn't want to be left out, so she gave a speech. She stated that they already own several charity hospitals and their philosophy forces them to act with integrity. President Huang couldn't miss his chance and told everyone how Qing Han tricked her cousin into going to prison. A group of people supported him and began shouting that the Lynn Corporation would turn the city's hospitals into dishonorable places. King Jun recognized the protesters as Lin Wei's partners and realized that she was not prepared for their presence at the event. President Huang took advantage of the moment and went to Chairman Ma to convince him to transfer the project to their company. The man promised that they would ensure that the price of the medicine was 50% lower than on the market. President Ma rushed to shake Huang's hand, saying that lowering prices would bring great benefits to society. After this, the head of the Zhuxia Province Medical Association announced that the development of the project would be transferred to Sugan. This decision was supported by everyone except the Lin family, and Mr. Jiang stood up to express his disagreement. Qing Han watched her partner's actions with concern and did not understand what he was going to do when it was clear to everyone that they had no chance. The brown-haired man walked to the stage and reminded everyone of the ancient treatises. "I wish the people of the world to be free from disease." After which he took down the sign from the central table and invited the association to put aside the medications. Then Xuan continued his story more calmly, explaining that doctors treat diseases and save people, but that's not all. Zhang reminded that one should think not about drugs, but about new medical treatments. His thought reflected Lao Zheng's recent words, but those around him were in no hurry to agree with him. Finally, the young man pointed to President Huang and asked if he was a doctor to provide something like this. The rest began to demand that the security remove the insolent man from the hall for his violent behavior. Chairman Ma began to get nervous and tried to calm the audience because everything that Xuan said was the absolute truth. The head of the association sighed heavily and told the brown-haired man that they had nowhere to get the best medical equipment. Zhang then pointed at his wife and shouted that Lynn Corporation could solve this problem. Qingjun felt eyes on her from all over the room, but she herself did not know where they would get these techniques from. Chairman Ma wanted to hear what they were capable of, and Zhuan said that they could cure people who have virtually no chance. One of Lin Wei's friends tried to start a rebellion again, accusing the brown-haired man of lying. He reminded everyone that Lao Zheng was standing outside the door, and even the genius of Chinese medicine did not have such techniques. However, Zheng proudly stated that he meant the fact that they have the best methods in the world. People doubted that the unknown guy could have more knowledge than Lao Zheng. This behavior made the young man sigh heavily and understand why Chinese medicine had declined. Zhuan saw no point in continuing this conversation with a bunch of hopeless and arrogant people. The brown-haired man was heading towards the exit from the audience, when suddenly someone caught up with him. Mr. Li's assistant grabbed the insolent man by the shirt and ordered him to stop immediately. The girl said that Zhang's words hurt her master's reputation, so she demanded an apology. Just at this moment, Lao Zheng returned to the hall and greeted Xuan with delight. Entrepreneur. Ma couldn't believe that Mr. Li knew this guy. And then the old man introduced the young man he mentioned earlier to the crowd. Assistant Li and the head of the Siexia Province Association were speechless at this revelation. Lao Zheng angrily asked the student if she had offended the young master, and the girl began to make excuses that she was guided by the teachings of her mentor. The doctors decided that the meeting between Master Zheng and Zheng was planned because the young man was too young to have enough experience. At this statement, Zhuan grinned smugly and walked towards the nearest table, on which lay a small mannequin. He took the needle in his hand and ordered all those who doubted his experience to closely monitor his actions. Hades, with confident and quick movements, deeply stuck 3 needles in a row. Lao Zheng's student couldn't believe that the young man was capable of showing such results. Chairman Ma was the most amazed of all, and the thought crossed his mind that the brown-haired man was not lying. Mr. Li rushed to his new acquaintance to take a closer look at the technique. Running closer to the mannequin, the man saw that the needles were not only stuck in, but also vibrating. Lao Zheng learned the ancient vibrating needle technique, which had been considered a legend for quite a long time. Zheng caught the glance of the girl who doubted him and asked if he had demonstrated enough of his experience. The young lady apologized and thought that even her master could not handle needles as well as Xuan. The brown-haired woman advised the brunette to think about whether to be rude to a stranger next time. In addition, Zhang stated that everyone present would never understand the wonders of Chinese medicine. The master walked towards his wife and took her hand to leave, at the same time apologizing for not being able to help. President Lynn just smiled widely and praised her husband for his amazing skills. At the last moment, they were stopped by President Huan, who reminded the young man of his opening speech. The man could not allow such talent to sit idle. But Chairman Ma reminded that Chinese medicine techniques are very valuable and are rarely passed on. Brown admitted that the Lin family was planning to invest money in the hospital anyway, and at the same time train local doctors. Zhang turned back to the exit and said that it was time for them to go find new investors. The head of the Siexia Provincial Medical Association desperately asked President Lin to stop, and the girl listened. She turned back with an innocent smile and asked the chairman what happened. The man asked Qing Han to accept their offer of cooperation and discuss the details. President Lin pointed to the head of the company, Sagan, and reminded Chairman Ma that he wanted to work with them. The older man said it didn't matter, but he was thinking about potentially training hundreds of doctors. Qingjun nobly accepted the proposals, for which she received a stream of gratitude from the head of the association. President Huang watched them sign the contract with tears in his eyes and could not believe that he himself had given away this cooperation. After signing the contract, the couple slowly walked along the corridor of one of the Chinese medicine hospitals. Suddenly, President Lin stopped, greatly surprising her husband. The guy wanted to know what caused her sudden stop, just at the moment when the girl turned around sharply. Taking advantage of the effect of surprise, the girl pressed her chosen one against the wall. President Lin carefully looked at the face opposite and asked the main question that interested her, who was standing in front of her. King Han noted that Zhuan's skills were amazing and he did not need to marry her to gain status. President Lin demanded to know what Zhang's goal was, and the brown-haired man hesitated awkwardly. He lied that a practicing doctor taught him everything, but Huan never received a real diploma. The master hoped to distract Qingjun with an offer of food, but it didn't work. But the phone call worked, Stan used the excuse to avoid the question and asked to leave for a minute. The guy walked away from President Lynn and picked up the phone, asking Officer Han what happened. In response, he heard Wenru's nervous cry asking him to come to the bar as soon as possible, otherwise she would be killed. At this time, decisive events took place in the club belonging to the Aoba group. The Black Thunder people beat up their opponents, surprised that their opponents showed no resistance at all. Officer Han sat opposite their leader, who offered the girl to borrow people from his group. Wenru tried not to show her real emotions, so she indifferently told the man that he could do whatever he wanted. The leader grabbed the officer's face and admitted that he could not resist her beauty. The Daughter of Thunder irritably broke away from the alien's grip and hoped that Jang would come soon. It was at that moment that a loud knock was heard and the man pulled away, sending his men to check who had arrived. Before starting to sort things out, the Black Thunder group hung a temporary closure sign on the door of the bar. Baichi wanted to get inside and made a fuss, threatening to knock down the door if they weren't allowed in, which caused the girl next to him to laugh at his behavior. One of the gangsters was forced to open the door slightly and pointed displeasedly at the sign. The next moment, the bandit found himself on the floor next to the door, and the couple slowly walked inside. Baichi took off his sunglasses and, looking around, asked where Han Wenru was. Boss Aoba looked at the arriving guests in surprise and did not understand why this couple was looking for her. However, the officer responded, and the guys reported that the older brother asked to come and check on the lady. The leader of the Black Thunder people laughed loudly when he saw that only 2 people had come to help Aoba. Wenru did not understand why the brown-haired man sent someone to certain death, and she was offended that Zhuan didn't care about her so much. The enemy forgot about the newcomers and again offered Officer Han to spare her in exchange for one night's game. Naturally, the girl was not going to agree to this, so the opponent moved forward to attack. But the man did not have time to get closer because Baichi appeared in front of him and ordered him to choose his death. The head looked at the young man in bewilderment and, with a mocking tone in his voice, asked him to repeat his words. Baichi nervously turned to his friend and quickly clarified that he spoke Chinese quite loudly. After Chi calmed him down, the guy allowed her to help their arrogant enemy make a decision. Miss Feng was only too happy to protect their older brother's girlfriend, so she took out her blade. In a matter of seconds, she rushed past the boss of the Black Thunder people, and he screamed as he felt pain in his left arm. The man lost all his fingers and screamed in rage, ordering the incoming couple to be immediately destroyed. He wanted to say something else, but noticed Baichi's hand approaching him. However, the man did not have time to dodge, and his head met the floor for the last time in his life. Baichi turned to Wenru and apologized for not leaving the opponent to her, explaining that he had obeyed his elder brother's orders. It turned out that Zhang demanded that anyone who insulted Han be killed. The girl assured the guy that everything was fine. And then I saw how Feng easily destroyed the Black Thunder people as if they were a bunch of weaklings. The strength of the new acquaintances was amazing, and Wenru was very curious about who Xuan really was. The next day, the officer, as if nothing had happened, went to work at the State Police Department. Wenru received a call from the bureau, who demanded everyone to gather in the conference room. Her teacher greeted Han and asked her to listen carefully and not ask too many questions when they were told secret information. The Daughter of Thunder did not know how to react to the fact that people from the most mysterious and powerful special forces in China would come to them. The next moment, the captain of the 3rd Sharp Blade Squad appeared in front of the police officers, Jin Xin. Following him came a fighter from this detachment, Tian Rui, who also asked not to interrupt their story with unnecessary questions. The girl opened the laptop and said that they had arrived to announce the recent appearance of an extremely dangerous organization in Yinzhou. The Sharp Blade knew that they called themselves Hell Travelers, that they collected sinful souls in the name of Satan. The picture was displayed using a projector so that all the officers could see their masks. At the same time, Rui explained that these people are spread all over the world, and even if it is a country, they will prepare a place for sacrifice in it. The captain of the Sharp Blade advised not to get involved in a confrontation against them, but to immediately call their squad for help. Yu Long expressed his indignation and noted that if they do not catch the infernal travelers, they will simply disappear before the arrival of a special detachment. The rest of the officers supported their boss, and Jin Xin was forced to point out that he was simply worried about their lives. The captain brought up the Golden Triangle armed base on the screen, which had about 400 experienced mercenaries. However, they were all destroyed within 1 hour by a woman who was a member of the Hell Travelers organization. The officers were able to see Qi Feng's photo on the screen, and everyone froze in amazement, trying to comprehend her power. Captain Sharpblade was pleased with their reaction and asked if they wanted to go after her. Qinshin's response was silence, but he was glad that people realized that they were no match for these monsters. Only Wenru carefully looked at the photo and recognized the woman who came to her rescue yesterday on Zhang's orders. The meeting ended in the late afternoon, and Officer Han left the department through the main entrance. Suan was already waiting for her on the steps, and he invited the girl to join him and go have a snack. Boss Aoba decided to ask about Feng, and the brown-haired man agreed that Miss Qi had recently lit up a lot, which had provoked the sharp blade. Officer Han recalled that it was Xuan who asked the girl to come to her aid. However, Huang responded that he could not leave his girlfriend in trouble, and this diverted Wenru's attention from Feng's personality. However, the daughter of Thunder flared up when she remembered Zhang's wife and suggested that he ditch her so they could be together. The brown-haired man hesitated and tried to get out of it. The Vedas could not divorce Qingjun so as not to get himself into trouble. Officer Han herself decided to retreat when she realized that she was quite content to just be there if Zhang had a place in his heart for her. The couple were planning to go out to dinner because Juan had reserved 2 seats for them in a nice restaurant in advance. Wenru grabbed her lover and pulled him away from the police station, planning to have a good time. Night fell, but the lights were still on in the building owned by the Lynn family company. President Lynn was so engrossed in completing the project that she didn't even notice how she stayed up late. Suddenly, the lights around her went out, and Qinghan remembered that due to repairs, the electricity was planned to be turned off after 10 o'clock. The girl took out her phone and was saddened to discover that it was dead. In the end, Qingjun had to walk in complete darkness towards the stairs to get out of the building. It was quite gloomy in such a huge place, especially since all you could hear around you was the clicking of heels. President Lin overcame her uncertainty and tried to convince herself that nothing bad would happen. She began to walk down the stairs when suddenly a loud noise was heard behind her. King Han turned around sharply, and what she saw made Miss Lin scream in horror. The girl's whole body trembled with fear, and she fearfully covered her mouth with her hand, trying not to attract attention to herself. King Jun looked at the strange monster and blamed herself for deciding to go out at such a late time. President Lin was clearly aware that she was completely alone in a multi-story building and that it was unlikely that anyone would help her. Suddenly, a light came on behind the monster, and at the other end of the corridor, Qing Han was able to see her husband. The monster turned out to be just a mop, and Zhuan admitted that he came to check on Miss Lin when he couldn't reach her. The girl rushed into Huan's arms, realizing that from that moment on she was protected. Zhang allowed Qingjun to cuddle up to him, lighting the way for them. He took the girl downstairs. This was the second time in President Ling's life that she was truly happy to have Zhuan in her life. The next day, the couple returned to the building again, but everyone was busy with their own business. Huan played a computer game instead of working, not really worrying about fulfilling his duties. Brown-haired man mentally rejoiced that Qing Han began to treat him better, and this morning they also cleaned up together. The young man was forced to distract himself from his thoughts when a girl he didn't know knocked on his desk. The girl looked down on the new employee and asked why he was not at his workplace yesterday. Immediately after this question, she noticed that the guy was playing a computer game instead of working. Zhang explained that he had discussed something with President Lin yesterday, and his colleague was surprised that such a thing was possible. However, this was not her concern, so she relayed the manager's order and asked Zhuan to follow her. The brown-haired man was about to do just that when his phone suddenly rang. On the other end of the line was Qing Jun, who reminded her that her husband had to attend a meeting with Chairman Ma. Miss Lin learned that Zhang had completely forgotten about it and asked him to leave as soon as possible, and she would report his lateness. Huan looked after his colleague, realizing that he had to be in 2 places at the same time. In the end, he decided that the main thing was to make it to the meeting with Chairman Ma, and he could talk to the manager later. Thus, Zhang went to the Museum of Chinese Medicine where they were already waiting for him. Lin Corporation employees tried to convince the man to send 10 doctors for training. However, Chairman Ma was only willing to send 5, and in the midst of this small dispute, Zhuan appeared in the office. The workers greeted Brother Zhang with delight and asked if he had any suggestions. Brown noted that their resources are limited and there are not enough experienced doctors, so they cannot ask the hospital for many doctors. One of the workers did not understand what Huang was getting at when he said that it would be inconvenient for doctors to visit them twice a week. Chairman Ma, in turn, agreed with everything that was said and added that the uncertainty of the doctor's deadlines would add even more inconvenience. Zhuan poured tea for them and suggested that they get rid of all these problems with the help of a new plan. Zhang proposed to take all the doctors who needed to be trained and place them in the Ling Corporation hospital. Chairman Ma thought he was ready for any proposal, but the brown-haired man's words truly shocked him. The man jumped up from his seat and spoke worriedly that these conditions were not very favorable. However, the brown-haired man said that he was not going to discuss anything, and if Mr. Ma did not agree, then they would find other partners. Huang stood up from his seat and said that he was well aware that the Chinese Medicine Association could cope without them. The guy went to the exit, but the frightened chairman tried to stop him, ready to sign any contract. The man gave up and realized that if he wanted to cooperate with Zhuan, he must accept any conditions. The female workers took advantage of Mr. Ma's fortune and immediately handed him a contract and a pen. They looked at Zhang with eyes full of admiration, and the young man gestured to praise them for a job well done. In the late afternoon, Huan went to the Hinkai Hotel to attend an event related to his new job. He found himself in the hotel lobby and began to look around to find where the meeting room was located. Suan quickly abandoned this idea and decided that it would be easier to call and ask. He had already taken out his phone when suddenly a stranger approached him, asking what Zhang was doing at the hotel. When the man turned his attention to Tu Yu, she introduced herself and said that she saw him knock out President Lin's relative. The brown-haired man laughed awkwardly and said that he was just doing what he had to do, but that didn't stop the new intern from admiring him. Xuan told his new acquaintance that he had now left security and became a sales agent. Their conversation was interrupted by Sister Hong's scream, accusing them of wanting to lose their jobs. Kyoyu quickly apologized and, shaking with fear, begged the girl to spare them this time. The intern was worried that she had done something wrong on her first day of work, but Zhang calmed her down. The man promised that he would not allow the corporate system to fire the new girl, so he would cover for her. After that, Xuan walked deeper and called Chu Yu to follow him so that they could attend the event. Inside the conference room, they saw the manager, who was informed of Mr. Ross's imminent arrival. The sales agents looked at the manager with adoration and listened attentively to her inspiring speech. Luoling looked around at the workers and became displeased when she saw Zhang among them. The girl pointed at Zhuan and asked if he had a conscience since he kept people waiting all day. The guy was not distracted from his food while the manager scolded the brown-haired man for not coming. Huan smiled sweetly and explained that there was a misunderstanding because of which he could not come to the meeting. Luoling wanted to know what could have happened when Mr. Ross suddenly appeared in the conference room. The girl immediately forgot about the new employee and went to the president of the Asia-Pacific region and his team. Ika French Ross raised a glass of wine and invited everyone to drink in honor of their acquaintance and the beginning of their work together. The Lynn Corporation employees happily took their glasses of alcohol and greeted Mr. Ross. At the same time, the manager told the president that they would be able to purchase enough shares to live a comfortable life. They spoke French, although Ake doubted it was safe to do so among other workers. Luoling smugly reassured the man, assuring him that none of her workers were smart enough. Zhang heard and understood everything they were saying perfectly well, but decided not to interfere without some kind of plan. Instead, he tried to suppress his irritation and pretend that he didn't really understand anything. The main reason was the fact that Xuan did not have enough evidence to teach the manager a lesson. Suddenly, the brown-haired man heard cries for help and realized with horror that his new friend had disappeared somewhere. In the hotel hallway, Q Yu found herself pinned against the wall by one of Mr. Ross's team members. The blonde pushed the glass of wine away from her and tried to get away from the unwanted interaction. But the man was not going to back down, and wanted the girl to either drink wine or just give him a kiss. Kyoyu blamed herself for deciding to leave the conference room alone and almost accepting that no one would help her. The impudent foreigner had almost touched his lips to the intern's skin when suddenly Xuan appeared in the corridor. With the help of a chair, the brown-haired man saved his new acquaintance from unwanted contact, pushing the guy away from her. Kyoyu slid down the wall to the floor, and although the girl said that she was fine, her whole body was shaking. Juan made sure that the stranger did not have time to harm the intern in any way and returned his attention to the guy. Zhang was going to teach the insolent a lesson, so he kicked the foreigner quite hard in the causal area. The partner screamed in pain and curled up on the floor just as they heard Luo Ling's screams. The manager was furious and pointed out to Xuan that he had offended their most valuable partners. But the brown-haired man did not pay attention to the woman's hysterical screams, and instead took Q to a safe place. Manager Lynn couldn't believe that Zhang dared to ignore her presence and promised that they weren't finished yet. The couple stayed near the hotel and Huang asked Yu to stop shedding tears. The man took out a handkerchief and offered to wipe the blonde's face, noticing that even her lips were in tears. Kyo took the handkerchief and screamed sadly that she had simply always been unlucky throughout her life. Xuan consoled the intern and learned that the blonde was about to go home. The brown-haired girl patted the girl on the cheek and ordered her to call him if something like this happened to her again. However, at the same time, Zhang asked the young lady not to fall in love with him or anyone who is married. The girl was delighted with the kindness of her colleague and asked what his wife was like. The young man dreamily talked about how obedient Qinghan was, attributing to her everything that he usually did. Kyoyu doubted that this was true because she noticed the love in the brown-haired man's eyes when he talked about his wife. Xuan decided not to dwell on the topic, imagining President Ling dressed as a maid. The next day, the guy returned to the Lynn building, but he was called to the chairman's office. A dissatisfied Qinhan was waiting for him inside, who had already been informed that Zhang had done a lot of things. Huan tried to sound more innocent and lied that he didn't understand what the problem was. This forced Qingjun to list all of her husband's misdeeds, including how he impulsively ran over a client. After that, the president threw a folder at the master with a report on all his failures. Xuan laughed cheerfully and hastened to reassure his wife that there had been a slight misunderstanding. Qinghan jumped up from her seat and demanded to explain what kind of relationship he had with that girl. After this statement, a satisfied smile appeared on the brown-haired man's face, and he asked if Miss Lin was jealous of him. Qingjun began to furiously refute this assumption, but from her reaction it was clear that she was lying. In the end, President Lin calmed down and reminded her husband to respect the chain of command and not cause trouble for the company. Zhang exhaled in disappointment and said that the Ling family should not cooperate with such people at all. However, cooperation with foreign companies was important to Qinhan, and replacing them was not so easy. The master decided to take advantage of the opportunity and made a bet with Qingjun that he would find a new company in 3 days. At the Ling Business Department office, workers were discussing the fact that Xuan managed to ruin everything in 3 days of work. In addition, they calmly discussed Qiuyu, fully aware that the girl could hear their vile speech. Colleagues accused the new intern of accompanying clients to entertain them, and the girl had tears in her eyes. She couldn't resist and bowed in front of the group of gossips, apologizing for her behavior. She was caught doing this by Zhang, who gently scolded her for apologizing even though she was not guilty. Sister Hong did not miss the opportunity to shame the brown-haired man who was defending a slutty woman. And then she screamed that all their efforts would be thrown into the trash because of the actions of these two yesterday. Xuan was not embarrassed by her accusations, because he did not believe that he should stand by while innocent people were bullied. In addition, Juan promised that in just 3 days he would find a new transnational company. Immediately after this, the man turned to leave and called Qiuyu along with him. Sister Hong was amazed at Zhang's impudence and shouted after him that they would not succeed and the manager would fire them. 5 minutes later, the couple was already on the street on the other side of the road from the Lin Company building. The new trainee apologized again, but this time to Zhuan, and believed that everything that happened was her fault. The master did not fully understand Miss Q, who was panicking with all her might, not understanding where they would find new partners in a short time. The brown-haired man decided not to torment his friend and pointed towards a small shop, saying that they were going there. The girl followed Zhong's index finger and looked doubtfully at the place where they were supposed to meet the multinational company. A small kiosk appeared before her eyes, which had also been closed for quite some time. Xuan was not bothered by this and swung open the iron door, revealing a view of a small room. An unpleasant-looking man sat on the sofa who did not even look towards the uninvited guests. His desk was strewn with trash, and the stranger was drinking beer when he announced that he was no longer recruiting anyone. Only when the couple did not leave the room did the man ask for a look at them, and froze as soon as he saw the blonde. The stranger lewdly licked his lips and allowed Yu to stay, promising to make an exception for her. The new intern hid behind the brown-haired man, and he asked his colleague to wait outside. Miss Q did not argue and ran to the exit as quickly as possible, promising to wait for Xuan outside. The fat man rose from his seat, angry that Zhang had sent away such a beautiful girl. At this point, the master's patience ended, and he took out a map of hellish travelers, ordering him to call them and arrive with a team to discuss the project with Lynn. The man was horrified when he saw the map and screamed that he would immediately carry out the demon's order. Zhang came to the office, which belonged to the demon, which means he was obliged to obey his orders. In this place, you could get everything you needed, but only the most worthy on the island could convey the words of the demon. That is why the man wanted to know who was standing in front of him, but Zhuan did not introduce himself. Before leaving, the master promised that he would send Eugene here, who should be given instructions. The next day, The brown-haired man returned to Qingjun Mansion around lunchtime. But as soon as the guy walked in, he immediately smelled something delicious and realized that Michelle had prepared lunch today. Zhang decided to go to the dinner table to also enjoy the aromatic dishes. President Lynn was not alone at the table and called her husband and introduced him to Li Qi from France. It turned out that the girl was Michelle's colleague and also worked as a cook in the royal kitchen. Suwon walked closer and could see a new face in their home without thinking too much about why she was there. The brown-haired man remained polite and extended his hand for a handshake, saying that he was glad to meet him again. Li Qi pretended to be cute, while she mentally mocked the fact that the master had let his guard down as soon as he saw the woman. In fact, the girl wanted to team up with Michelle and destroy the imposter. In the meantime, a joint dinner awaited them all. Qingjun was impatient to start eating, so she asked everyone else to take their seats. Miss Lin suddenly remembered that she and the girls were going shopping and invited Xuan to go with them. This time Zhang refused, citing the fact that he did not want to interfere with their idol, although in fact he already had an appointment with Officer Han, which he was obliged to attend. That is why at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the master went to the house of the 8 immortals. Wenru was already inside negotiating alone with the entire group. Their boss put out his cigar and admitted that he didn't expect Aoba to be led by a girl. However, the man said that Han was unlikely to survive because his subordinates were students of the Four-Pole Gate. Wenru was not impressed by this statement, calmly pouring herself another cup of tea. The man then explained to her that they use a fighting style that elevates strength far beyond imagination. The man put down his cup and admitted that he appreciated Han's courage, so he offered to guarantee the girl's protection while he had him. Head Aoba just grinned and told the boss that she had no intention of hiding him, but all the cool techniques of her opponents would be useless against him. This caused a surge of rage in the man, so he shouted, intending to teach the impudent girl a lesson. The boss was ready to protect the strength of his subordinates, because one of his warriors could destroy 100 opponents on his way. Wenru did not agree with this and promised that the group would understand everything when they saw this person's abilities. Among the enemies of Officer Han stood a brown-haired man who was trying to understand why he was called to this meeting. Chang came closer to the girl and asked if he really had to destroy everyone in the room. One of the group members was unhappy with how the stranger allowed himself to underestimate their abilities. The master just grinned at this and promised with fun in his voice that he could easily break his neck. This was the last straw, and the man rushed into battle, intending to teach the self-confident boy a lesson. The boss watched this scene with a smile and promised Wenru that his boyfriend would only need one blow to kill her boyfriend. However, Zhang, without making much effort, dodged the deadly blow, which only angered his enemy more. The boss was not very worried about this, and was sure that soon their enemies would understand what power the quadruples had. All his confidence evaporated the moment the master launched his blow, which knocked back his subordinate. The man flew into a group of his teammates, and many of them fell to the floor with a crash. Wenru looked at her partner with adoration and proudly thought that he would win against any opponent. The boss tried to get up from the floor to find out if the brown-haired man knew anything about the four-pole gate technique. The young man shrugged it off boredly and declared with superiority that he had never heard of anything like that before. The man knelt down in front of Jiang and admitted that they could not imagine their technique, but would like to fight Xuan. The gang boss clenched his fists, trying to control his excitement, and waited for an answer. He admitted that the brown-haired man was strong and few leaders of their clan could compete with him. Huan took his girlfriend and turned to leave, allowing the boss to do what he wanted. But later, before leaving, Wenru turned to Black and stated that their organization was not that strong. The man let the girl go this time, but promised himself that the head of Aoba would pay for insulting them. The couple left the house of the 8 immortals and went to the city center, leisurely strolling through the streets. Officer Han suddenly asked about Gu Wu. The master said that this is an incredibly dangerous style that is difficult to learn. However, the daughter of Thunder was not afraid of the difficulties, so she asked to teach her this style. The guy saw no reason to refuse and curiously asked when they would start training. Wenru pressed Zhuan against the wall of one of the buildings and quietly announced that they would have privacy that evening. Officer Han could be assertive when she needed it, so she easily convinced the brown-haired man to stay. In addition, the kiss helped make Jiang spend the rest of the night with her. Thus, the couple ended up in Han Veru's house, where the brown-haired man woke up the next morning. The master felt tired because the girl was very persistent and did not allow him to rest until the morning. Suddenly, the phone on the nightstand rang, and the young man saw that Lin Qinghan was bothering him. Zhuan felt a wave of fear, but was forced to pick up the phone. He gathered his courage and tried to sound casual. Miss Lynn was worried and wanted to know if her husband came home last night. And then she demanded that Zhang immediately get ready and go to her Shangtai restaurant. The man did just that. He did not wake up Officer Han and went straight to the meeting place with his wife. There were a lot of people in the restaurant, but the master was able to quickly find Qingjun and headed towards her. Hades saw that Qing Han was carefully watching someone and asked why she needed his presence. The president happily told him about a competition where a chef from France had come to test the cooking skills of their chefs. Zuan still didn't understand what the big deal was, so she pointed to the competition judge. He turned out to be a member of the royal family of France, the 7th Prince Charles. The young man looked at the man carefully, and soon President Lin offered to make this man start working with them. Michelle appeared in the Shangtai Hall and began actively calling her friends to come closer. King Han approached her friend and the blonde nervously said that she needed help. The girl led the couple into the kitchen, explaining that French cuisine highlights the taste of each ingredient, so the quality of the products is very important. Michelle pointed to the aquarium, where all the seafood was either dead or on the verge of death. The concerned girl said that the ingredients were sent to them by helicopter, so they could not choose them in advance. But this time their quality was terrible. So the blonde begged King Han to go to the fish market and buy fresh seafood. President Ling was willing to help, but Xuan upset them by saying that it was a waste of time. There weren't many fish markets in Yinzhou, and the quality wasn't much better, but Qingjun didn't want to sit idly by. Zhang looked around at the array of products present and wondered what he could do with them. The master learned that Michelle was going to cook fish from clean waters and shrimp. This allowed the brown-haired man to come up with a plan of action, and he rushed to the aquarium to catch the necessary ingredients. A huge shrimp ended up on the cutting board, and Zhuan grabbed a knife, planning to help her friend avoid failure. In one precise motion, the man cut off the head of the shrimp and began telling Michelle to prepare the cream and celery. At this time, Juan cleaned the seafood, adding that you need to take black pepper and finely chop the shallots. He asked Li Qi to take 70 grams of butter, melt it in a saucepan over low heat, and evaporate the water from it. When everything was ready, Zhuan tossed pieces of shrimp into the thick oil and explained that this would help make the sauce tastier. Zhang watched the preparation carefully, saying that this method would help increase the frying of the shrimp and bring out their flavor. However, the fire had to be carefully controlled to prevent the food from burning. A wonderful aroma wafted through the kitchen, and the girls watched in fascination as Zhuan's refined actions. The chefs noted that only the best chefs could do this, and they wondered where Lynn's husband learned this. Soon the frying pan was removed from the heat, and the man quickly transferred the finished dish to a plate. The master boasted that he was trained by a real pro, but he was lucky enough to show his skills for the first time. The shrimp were shining on the plates and looked perfect, so he immediately asked what dish was next. Zhang chopped the last ingredient, and President Lin was finally able to ask how the brown-haired man was able to do all this. The master tapped himself on the head and said that professionals practice in their heads and do not limit their creativity. An hour later, it was time for the tasting, and Prince Charles noticed that Tef's skills had improved markedly. Michelle's opponent thought that she would win since their skills were on the same level, but her quality of ingredients turned out to be better. The 7th prince turned to the blonde and asked her to begin serving her dishes. The first thing the man tried was shrimp and cream sauce, and the first bite was accompanied by Michelle's nervous tension. However, the man broke into a smile and could not understand what kind of wonderful meat he tasted. The royal family member could not bring himself to stop, and quickly swept away the entire contents of the plate. Charles completely forgot about manners and continued to shout out admiring comments. Chef Tef watched what was happening in confusion and could not imagine what these dishes would taste like if they forced the prince to behave this way. The prince was able to regain his aristocracy only after he completely ate Michelle's dishes. Charles praised the blonde's ability to make a masterpiece from ordinary products and allowed her to become the chef. The boss looked at her joyful friends and thought that everything worked out for her only thanks to them. After the competition, Michelle approached the brown-haired man and noticed that he was really full of surprises. Qin Han didn't give him any time to answer as she quickly pulled them away from her friends. She handed Zhang a piece of paper and said that with this he could contact the market manager. King Jun said that Prince Charles has no plans to return to China yet, and Manager Sun is organizing his itinerary today. The brown-haired man understood what his wife was hinting at and laughed happily, after which he thanked Miss Lin. The girl returned to her friends, and Zhuan could not believe that the worried Qin Han herself helped him find a French company. Zhang went to the university and was pleasantly surprised to find that more people came than he expected. A man walked past one of the classrooms and noticed Xiao Wang and her friend inside. They and other students crowded around Li Yuran and asked him to talk about some rare disease. Zhao Quan's disciple lifted his nose proudly and listened as young minds admired his knowledge. One of the students asked about a chronic disease in which people cannot raise their arms due to weakness. Liu Ran replied that it would not be difficult for him and the teacher to solve this problem, and everyone around them prepared to write down the doctor's words. The doctor said that he calls this disease muscle function syndrome and treats it by stimulating acupuncture points. Mr. Ran wanted to say 100 more things, but Zhang entered the audience and called all the doctor's words nonsense. The brown-haired man explained to the students that the doctor is responsible for the patient's life, and Leo is talking some kind of nonsense. Zhu Wan turned around at the familiar voice and was delighted when she saw her son-in-law in the audience. Zhao Quan's disciple stared menacingly at the newcomer, while the others tried to figure out how he dared to deny what the guy said. The students believed that Dr. Zhao's student could not be wrong, and one of the listeners asked Wang if this person was a doctor. Xiao Wan was forced to admit that the brown-haired man was not a doctor, but despite this, the girl believed her son-in-law. She walked closer to the brown-haired man and told the others that this man would not say something just like that. But Mr. Run was not going to listen to the words of someone without a medical degree at all. Zhuan tried to explain to the young man that his stupid treatment method could lead to hyperemia in both limbs and lead to disability. The master pointed at student Zhao and shouted that the students only believed him because they did not understand what he was talking about. The man tried to convey in a rude manner that the consequences after forcible stimulation of acupuncture points are the basis written in textbooks. However, even then, Lao Ran did not back down and reminded that the brilliant doctor believes that medicine should be innovative. This statement won over the students to the stupid doctor's side, and they shouted for Zhang to leave. Xiao Wan wanted to help her son-in-law somehow, but the man convinced her that other people's stupidity should not be their problem. Besides, there was no point in proving anything to someone who couldn't admit his mistakes. That's why Xuan took Shu away and walked towards the exit of the auditorium, mocking Lao's confidence in his deception. They went outside where it was much quieter with only a few other people walking around. Zhang Ji and Xiaowan wanted to know why their son-in-law came to their campus. The girls sat the brown-haired man on a bench and admitted that they were very glad to see him. This surprised the master, and he said that he always thought that only Qinghan was usually happy to see him. To distract the young girls from this topic, Zhang asked if they were medical students. It turned out that Zhu had dreamed of becoming a doctor since childhood. They didn't manage to chat for a long time, since the brilliant doctor's seminar was about to begin. The brown-haired man did not detain them and wished them good luck, agreeing to meet later. Hades himself was in no hurry to go to the hall, since he planned to appear at the beginning of the lecture. Zhangji and Wan entered the assembly hall and Chen called his girlfriends to sit in the seats next to him. Xiao Wei praised her old acquaintance's manners and noticed that he had become stronger since their last meeting. Lao Rin stopped next to the couple and sarcastically asked if her filthy son-in-law had run away. Zhang Chen jumped up from his seat and forgot that he was trying to be more polite. The young man admired Zhang and had no intention of insulting his son-in-law to some Zhao disciple. Master Quan interrupted their argument. He shamed the students and advised them to be quieter. Lao Rin bowed politely and greeted his teacher, admitting that it was his fault. The student said that a friend of these guys called their philosophy hopeless, so they made a fuss. Dr. Zhao turned his gaze to Xiaowan with the intention of finding out if Mr. Rin was telling the truth. Quan demanded to see the friend who insulted him, but Zhu Wan awkwardly revealed that her son-in-law had left. Pleased with himself, Lao recalled that that rogue was not even a doctor, but was simply talking nonsense. And just at that moment, the brilliant Dr. Hades appeared in the hall, who was ready to listen to all the complaints. The brown-haired man walked past Dr. Zhao, addressing Chairman Ma, urging him to display the symptoms of muscle weakness on the screen. The man did not argue with Xuan and promised that everything would be ready in 1 minute. At this time, Zhang picked up the microphone and checked whether it was ready for his performance. Rin still doesn't understand how the rogue dared to go up on stage and also commands President Mei. When everything was ready, Zhuan addressed the audience, promising that a little later he would show some techniques and talk about their application. The brown-haired man pointed to Dr. Zhao and told everyone present that first he had to explain something to him. Xiaowan watched her son-in-law and realized in shock that he was that brilliant doctor. Lao Rin sank into his chair and a nervous tremor ran through his entire body. Zhang drew the doctor's attention to the slide behind him and asked what the reason was for what they were seeing. Doctors assumed that the meridians of the forearm might be damaged or that it was all in the bones. Hades praised everyone for their correct answers and asked if stimulating the neck and shoulder points could help. Such an absurd statement caused a wave of indignation among the public, and they agreed that it was very dangerous. This allowed the presenter to approach Dr. Zhao, demanding to know why he was teaching his students the wrong methods. Everyone present turned to Zhao Quan in shock and could hardly believe that a famous doctor could think of such a thing. But the master was also shocked that someone could think that he said such nonsense. At that moment, Xu Wan joined in and happily suggested that Zhao's student had told them about this. The master turned to Liu Run in a rage and accused him of even having the guts to say something like that. The boy lowered his eyes in shame, admitting that he just wanted to prove himself. Zhao promised to deal with him later. Zhang was pleased that the fool had been taught a lesson, so he could begin his report with peace of mind. Needles appeared in the brown-haired man's hands, and he said that he was prepared for the fact that many would doubt his skills. Hades was not going to talk in vain, so without even turning around, he threw the acupuncture needles. They all hit the right spots, and viewers could watch them continue to vibrate. People thought it was a long-forgotten vibrating needle technique, but they soon noticed that it was something more. In front of their eyes, Xuan performed the legendary 13 Deadly Needles technique. Lao turned to the teacher to ask what was so shocking about the guy hitting 13 acupuncture points. Zhao Quan had to explain that the brown-haired man not only hit the right spots, but also made each needle produce a unique effect. The master cried with delight, admiring the skillful technique of the trembling wrist. At this point, Zhang ended the lecture, sending everyone who wanted to learn this kind of thing to sign up for courses with Chairman Ma. The hall exploded with cries of young doctors and students who dreamed of studying with a brilliant master. Dr. Zhao approached President Ma to enroll some of his students, but Huang appeared next to them and forbade Zhao's students from registering for his course. Kuan Yu asked to forgive their ignorance, but Lao behind him arrogantly declared that they did not need help. His words caused a new wave of indignation among the people around him, and they began to shame Master Zhao. The famous Dr. Kuan Yu could not stand it and hit his disgusting student. The man had no intention of continuing Lao's training and publicly declared that their relationship was broken forever. Rin held his cheek but still didn't understand what exactly he said wrong. Dr. Zhao shouted that a doctor should be able to admit his mistakes, and someone like Lao is not even worthy of having a certificate. The young man threw himself at the feet of his teacher and burst into tears, hoping to earn Kuan Yu's forgiveness. However, Master Zhao no longer cared and sadly admitted that he did not deserve to attend Xuan's classes. The man bowed before Zhang, apologizing for volunteering to be the teacher. At this time, Lao Ren continued to shed tears while lying on the floor, realizing that 10 years of his hard work had gone to waste. Yuan asked President Ma to continue registering applicants, and he left the university. However, the guy remained on campus and met Zhang Ji an hour later. The girl was impressed by her son-in-law's behavior on stage, and she wanted the brilliant doctor to teach her separately. Hades thought about it seriously and said that he needed to look at Jia's performance. The young lady shyly looked away and, snuggling closer to the teacher, distracted his attention from his thoughts. Jia hugged the brown-haired man by the neck and invited the gentleman to simply pick her fruits. The girl came dangerously close to Zhang's face and suggested that the man do something else. Xuan moved away from the student and awkwardly suggested running or playing computer games. At that moment, Xiaowan appeared, pulled her friend away from her son-in-law and reminded her that he was henpecked. The brown-haired man refused to agree with this, and Xu took pity on him, inviting him to go to karaoke with them. Thus, the guys ended up in a karaoke bar, and Jia and his friends sang love songs. The master watched them from the sofa, and the girls pointed to him when the song talked about their lover. The man decided that he could come to terms with the fact that he was too handsome, so he won the hearts of fans everywhere. Xu Feng and Zhang Chen reminded their presence by offering their son-in-law alcohol and cigarettes. Xuan accepted the cigarette, thinking that he apparently also had admirers. At that moment, the door to their room opened and an unfamiliar group of guys accosted Chen. The students recognized the unexpected guests as Qing Ye's people and jumped up from their seats to find out what they needed. Guo Qiang began to taunt the members of the Aoba group, saying that their boss was already blown away. Chen was not going to let the insolent person talk about Wen Ru like that, so he ran towards the blonde with his fists. Unfortunately, Chang's henchman intervened in the duel, and the student did not even have time to get close enough to his goal. Feng was also captured, and Guo was able to calmly humiliate the head of the Panthers while praising Brother Long. The blonde saw the frightened girls and agreed to accept them as an apology. Kyung forgot about the guys and began to predatorily approach the students, who continued to retreat. Naturally, Master Zhang came to their aid and hastened to shield the girls with his body. Suan had a closed bottle of beer in his hands and was ready to tear off the insolent man's legs if he took another step. At first, Go was scared, but quickly pulled himself together and called the brown-haired man a non-entity, after which he wanted to come closer. As soon as Chang finished his step, Zhang broke a bottle of beer on someone else's blonde head. Blood flowed onto the boy's face, and he retreated a few steps, but was going to continue cursing. The master did not wait for him to give the order to his pawns, and in a matter of seconds was again nearby. Suan held the young man in place and injured his left leg with the neck of a broken bottle. Guo Qiang groaned in pain, and the brown-haired man gave the weakling advice not to show off if he was not capable of anything. After that, he pointed to Chang's charges and warned that he was giving them a chance to get out of the bar in one piece. The guys decided not to get involved with the strange guy, so they released the students and hurried to leave. Zhang continued to point the broken glass at them and began counting down. At this time, the young men grabbed the resisting Guo Qiang and dragged their leader out of the room. Hades suggested continuing the fun, but the girls experienced a lot of stress and all the good mood was gone. The guys left the bar to go home, and Chen apologized to his son-in-law for causing trouble. However, before entering the bar, a whole crowd of armed men under the command of Guo Qiang was waiting for them. Suan looked at his opponents with an irritated look, but did not mind warming up a little. The girls were concerned about their situation and wanted to call the police, but their son-in-law assured them that everything was fine. The man walked away from the students and encouraged his opponents to attack quickly. For convenience, Hades took off his jacket and demanded to show him who dared to oppose him. Guo confidently shouted that the brown-haired man would pay for everything, since Qing Ye's people were behind him. These words amused the master, and with a sly smile he asked whether Chang was telling him the truth. The blonde turned around and realized with alarm that most of the people who were on his side had moved back. Qing Ye's group recognized a person it was better not to mess with and decided to leave the new guy Guo to deal with his problems on his own. The boy realized with horror that he was left alone against Zhang and tried to figure out how to proceed. The master moved closer and closer and maintained an oppressive silence while Chang tried to cope with his panic. Zhuan pushed the impudent boy away and he flew towards those who were supposed to protect him. Qing Ye's group parted and allowed the newcomer to fall onto the asphalt. At that moment, a loud man appeared next to Go, who wanted to know what was going on with them. Qiang looked up and recognized the newcomer as Brother Hu, and he began to feel hopeful again. The man in front of him looked like he was ready to help, and the blonde begged him to take revenge on Xuan. The young man rose from the ground and smugly declared that one of the best fighters, Qing Ye, would now teach his offender a lesson. The brown-haired man didn't seem impressed, and he hadn't heard anything about this person during Qing Ye's crisis. A worried man appeared next to Brother Hu and reported that some people had come to trample on their dignity. The strongest fighter, Qing Ye, immediately forgot about the impending battle and ordered everyone to go to the aid of their brothers. The group began to rapidly move away, but the wounded Guo Qiang could not keep up with the crowd on his own. He was desperately aware that his situation was getting worse every second and begged him to wait. Zhuan gently placed his hand on the blonde's shoulder and warned him that if he tested his patience next time, he would turn into a corpse. Guo Qiang decided that he would be able to leave without additional injuries and tried to suck up to the master. However, Zhang did not listen to him and knocked out the enemy with 1 mile-long blow to the face. After that, he turned to the students and suggested that they also go and see what was happening with Qing Ye. Meanwhile, at Chang Hong's private club, the evening was just beginning and continued to gain momentum. Inside, there was a real underground boxing arena, around which a crowd of people gathered. Hei Hong tried to force Aoba's boss to back down, reminding him that his guys were students of the School of the Four Directions of the World. But in exchange for the victory of Qing Ye's people, the man promised to forget about all their previous affairs. Wenru had no intention of giving up, especially when she had one of the best fighters in their group trained. The guy himself volunteered to fight, promising that no matter how strong the enemy was, he would kill him in a matter of seconds. Officer Han allowed the young man to try his strength and promised that if he won, he would appoint him as the second head of Qing Yi. The brunette went to the ring, jumping on him from the stands, causing shouts of admiration from the crowd. The fighter was confident in his abilities and was already mentally preparing to receive a new title. Brother Hu was supported by the young man because he was considered a champion in boxing without rules in Yinzhou. Lung turned to Black Bolt and suggested that all 3 of his fighters attack him together. However, the girl standing in the middle volunteered to spar with Brother Long and put him in his place. Boss Hai Hong released the girl into the ring, and the brunette offered to give up the first 2 blows to her opponent. The student from the school of the 4 directions of the world assured that she did not need it, and her silhouette became blurry. Further events developed so quickly that Brother Lynn managed to put a block solely due to his good reflexes. Moon felt the girl attack him with a powerful blow. He realized that his rival had terrifying strength. Hu said in a joyful voice that the Moon fighter was simply giving in to the girl. He told his subordinate that they would soon see the guy win. The opponent continued to strike the fighter very quickly. He did not have time to defend himself. Moon bounced back a little after the strong blow. The girl swung for another attack. The athlete kicked the fighter in the stomach with all her might. He immediately flew to the side. Hugh was very surprised and amazed. He could not understand how his fighter lost the fight. The boss looked at his interlocutor and slyly told him that his fighter had lost. Khan stood on the dais. She asked her subordinates, "Which of them will be next?" One of the fighters said that even the Moon Brother lost, and few of them can be a worthy opponent. Khan looked angrily at the fighters. She couldn't believe that Qing Ye's people could fall so low. The main character said that he was ready to enter the ring. Hu was surprised that the guy was ready to fight. Hu shouted angrily for the main character that all this is Qing Ye's personal matter and he can fail. Zhang looked at the boss and said that he could enter the ring and try to stand up for Qing Ye. Khan told the boss to come out and compete. He is healthy and should have a lot of strength in him. The girl looked angrily at Hu and demanded that he do what she said. The boss with a cigar in his mouth said obediently to the girl that he was already going to fight. Hu was unhappy. He realized that he would have to enter the ring because of the main character. Zhang waved goodbye to him. Hu climbed into the ring. He shouted to the girl that she could attack him. The boss shouted to the girl not to spare any strength against him. He added that he had nothing to fear. The athlete swung and prepared to attack her opponent. The girl hit him in the face with all her might. The boss did not have time to defend himself from her. Hu, after a strong blow from the girl, flew through the doors of the ring into the audience hall. The main character told the beaten boss that he couldn't cope without him. The girl angrily told the main character that he was the same weakling as her past rivals, whom she defeated. Zhang smiled at the athlete and said that she would not know his skill level until she tried to fight him. After that, the main character sharply pushed himself out of his seat and ran towards his opponent. The main character was running at full speed. He decided to demolish the athlete with one blow. The girl looked at the main character in fear. The guy scared her very much. At the very last moment before the blow, the athlete shouted that she had lost. The girl thought that she was very scared. She could no longer resist her opponent. Friends shouted to the girl that she had not lost yet. One of them wanted to go out and help his friend in the ring. At this time, a master of the school of the 4 countries of the world appeared. He shouted that the fighters should not waste men. People bowed to the master. One of the fighters asked the old man for forgiveness for disgracing him. The old man explained to the fighters that they were on different levels with the main character. He added that losing does not mean disgrace. The master told the main character that he wants to become his rival. At this time, Zhang's phone rang. He prepared to answer. The wife angrily asked the guy, "Where is he?" She said it was late and he should be at home. The main character told his wife on the phone that he was now walking with Xu Wan. After that, he turned around and called the girl to him. Xiao told her sister that she was now together with Zhang Xuan. The wife wanted to convey something through her sister for the main character. Zhang asked the girl with excitement, "What happened?" Xia told the guy that he must return home within 30 minutes. The main character happily said that they would get there by car in 20 minutes. The master told his opponent that he was very strong. Zhang answered the old man that his wife was asking him to return home, so he will solve everything with him very quickly. Zhang accelerated and rushed at his opponent at full speed. The old man was surprised when the main character attacked him with his hand. The master barely managed to dodge. The old man was scared. He couldn't believe that the guy could have such power. The main character swung his leg to hit the master with all his might. The old man was very excited. He felt that he was already at the limit of his capabilities. The master was scared. He stopped his opponent and said that he was giving up. Zhang asked the old man sternly if he was giving up. The master answered his opponent that he recognized his superiority. The main character told the audience that he was leaving. If anyone else asks to fight with him, he will not spare anyone. Zhang pulled the girl into the car with him. He asked her how much time they had left. Xia looked cheerfully at the guy and said that there was no need to rush since there were still 29 minutes left. Zhang replied to his interlocutor that he must hurry. His position in the family is not very stable. The main character pulled his girlfriend by the hand and shouted that he had to hurry. People were very surprised. They couldn't believe that such an incredible martial artist was weak in front of his wife. Zhang returned home. He told his wife that he was at the institute and gave a lecture. Ching, I asked my husband what he did then. The main character thoughtfully said that he had dinner with Xu Wan. Then they had a little fun. The wife very angrily pointed out to her husband that she didn't ask him about that. King reminded the guy that today she gave him manager Sun's phone number. She asked if her husband had contacted this person and if he had found someone to cooperate with. Zhang replied that he had found a partner and he would arrive tomorrow. King, I asked the main character who he found. Zhao replied to his interlocutor that he had found a person from a well-known corporation in France. The girl thought. She could not understand how much she could trust her husband. The wife told her husband that she hoped for good news from him tomorrow. She advised him to go and rest. Zhang wished his wife good night. Zhang met his friend the next morning. The main character told the guy that he was enjoying life and drinking expensive coffee. The subordinate told the boss that the money he earned should be spent. Zhang asked his subordinate the reason for such an early call. The guy said excitedly that he had found someone who wants to kill his older brother's wife. The main character asked the guy who wants to become a killer. The interlocutor said that the attackers are the Su family from Beijing. The guy said that he had already specifically found out who wants to commit murder. He asked the boss, "Do I need to take any action?" The main character explained to his interlocutor that killing a person from the Su family is a dangerous matter. The guy said that recently many groups have dispersed. He advised the boss to act and intimidate those who want to take other people's lives. The main character thanked his subordinate for the information. He said he had a plan. Zhang waved goodbye to his subordinate. He said he wouldn't pay for the coffee. At this time, in the office, the boss was forcing her subordinate Chu Yu to clean up. The girl told the woman to wait a little. The main character walked along the corridor. He noticed a young girl in front of him. Zhang angrily told the woman that she was bullying her subordinate. The woman looked displeasedly at the main character. She wanted to tell him something. Zhang ordered the women to quickly leave the office. The main character told the girl that she had to rest for a couple of days. Q told him that she wanted to do something for the company. Zhang patted the worker on the head, Diane, and told her not to let others insult her. The main character led the girl with him. He said that they needed to meet with a business partner. The woman looked after the main character and said angrily that he was going to solve his business affairs. She added that Q had not earned a penny for the whole month. Kyo told the main character not to pay attention to the woman. Zhang turned around and asked the woman displeasedly if she had any complaints against the girl. Kyo told the main character that when she studied with her colleague at school, they did not share one guy there. The main character answered his interlocutor that everything was clear to him. He was surprised that for such reasons one could harbor a grudge against a person. Suddenly, the girl stopped. She remembered something important. The main character asked Q impatiently, "What happened?" The girl said that she did not know French. She did not understand how she would talk to a foreign guest. The main character advised the girl to ask the foreign guest to speak Chinese to her. At this time, the girl and the old man came to the People's Hospital to visit the patient. The guest was sitting on the sofa. She was very dissatisfied with Lin Qinghan. The guest told the patient that he did not fire Zhang Xuan and gave him 3 more days. The manager happily said that after they receive the money, they will make the main character pay for everything. The patient asked, "Does Zhang really want to find a partner?" The guest said that a person from a French corporation would not pay attention to a non-entity. The girl showed the old man a photograph. She said the guy just found a fictitious corporation. Liner said she had a photo as proof. When necessary, she will bring the guy to clean water. The picture showed the main character accompanied by a person. The old man told the girl that she was very resourceful. He put his hand on her leg and said that he was starting to love her more and more. Liner reminded me in fear that they were in the hospital. The old man continued to hug the young girl. He said it didn't matter at all that they were in the hospital. The partner started kissing his girlfriend on the couch and said that they could do it anywhere. The guest very unexpectedly took a rubber ball and stuck it in the patient's mouth. The man was very scared. He didn't like that the guests were no longer paying attention to him. The man walked down the street and looked around. He approached the store. The guest's name was Eugene. He looked carefully at the building in front of him. The seller called Mr. Eugene into the store. He continued to give him local dishes. The foreigner thanked him for the treat and asked the seller why he called him. The seller raised the card in his hand. He said he was just following orders. Eugene was very surprised when he saw his interlocutor have a card in his hand. The main character stood near the entrance to the store. He told his companion to wait for him outside. Eugene was very surprised when he noticed someone coming up behind him. The guest very politely greeted the main character and called him respected. The main character told the interlocutor to call him by name. No need for unnecessary ceremony. The guest bowed to the main character and said that he completely obeys him. Zhang demanded that the interlocutor sign a contract with the Lynn family company. The main character told the man to discuss the details of the deal with the girl. If everything goes well, then you can sign a deal with coup. The man answered the guy that he would do so. The girl introduced herself to the guest and said her name. The man said that he came from the Jia Long Company. The girl told the guest that his colleagues would be happy to welcome him to the company building. Half an hour later, the administrator at the company said that all people entering must register. Kyo told a worker named Zhong Qi that a partner from France had arrived to discuss cooperation. Chun strictly demanded that Eugene undergo mandatory registration. The man said he would register as required by the rules. The administrator angrily shouted at her guest to stop. She decided to take revenge on her ex-girlfriend and break the deal. June held the piece of paper in her hands. She asked the man, "What kind of scribbles did he write there?" Eugene explained to the worker that he was French and he wrote his name on the paper. Zhong angrily told the man that he should learn to write in hieroglyphs. She added that her interlocutors could fail. At this time, the director appeared, accompanied by the girl Luo Ling. The administrator told the manager that she was registering the guest. Zhong angrily said that the guest may well turn out to be a fraudster. Lynn agreed with her. The main character pointed to the old man who came in and said that he might also turn out to be a fraudster. Zhu angrily answered for the main character that the old man came with director Luo. The administrator said that she takes responsibility. The main character agreed with the employee with a smile. He thought to himself that the worker could not take responsibility. 5 minutes later, the guest and the girl were in the reception office. Q asked the man for forgiveness for what was happening. Eugene replied that he was ready to discuss cooperation. Q explained to her interlocutor that now the benefit is small, but we need to look at the long term. Q told Eugene everything in detail in the office. The man explained to the girl that she was good at presenting information. He added that he would sign the contract. The guest told the girl that he came for the sake of cooperation. Both parties will benefit from the deal, and there is no point in refusing. Kyo happily told the man that she would call Zhang to sign the contract. Eugene explained to the girl that they had already discussed the agreement. No need to call Zhang now. The guest decided to tell the interlocutor how much he was paying in signing bonuses. The girl was surprised. She excitedly asked the man how much he was willing to pay. Eugene showed the girl 3 fingers. Q thought that the amount of 3,000 corresponded to her monthly salary. The Frenchman explained to his interlocutor that he meant 30,000. The girl realized that this amount was enough to buy a luxury apartment. The man asked the girl if she would sign it herself or should she still call Zhang. Q said with surprise to the man that the amount of 30,000 was very large. She added that Zhang would definitely invite her to eat with her once. The girl told the man to wait a little. She wanted to call Zhang. The Frenchman answered her that there was no need to call anyone. The man told the girl that he had spoken with Zhang. If the girl does not want to sign the contract, then he can refuse to cooperate this time. Eugene reminded his interlocutor about the bonuses and said that she needed the money. Q explained to her interlocutor that Zhang insulted the director because of her. This is also the guy who found Eugene. Her personal contribution is not that great. The Frenchman happily told the girl to go get the contract. She thanked him. Eugene thought to himself that such honest girls are very rare to meet. He decided that Zhang knows how to select people. The female workers looked at their colleague with interest. One of them asked Q if she had signed the contract. Colleagues did not believe that the girl would be able to negotiate on her own. Q waved his hand to the workers and said that they had discussed everything. All that remains is to sign the document. The workers were very surprised. They did not believe that Q would sign the contract. Colleagues reminded the girl that they needed a cash transaction for a certain amount. Otherwise, there will be no contributions to employees. Q pointed her finger at the document on the wall. She told her friend Hun that she was able to negotiate the right amount. The worker looked at her colleague with great interest and excitement. The girl read that the share of deductions from profits in favor of employees would be 50,000. The employee said that newcomers to their company cannot sign contracts. The girl suggested to her colleague that they sign the document instead of her, and then they would say the word for her to the director of Lo. The director appeared at the side. She said that Q could sign the documents herself. Q thanked the director. She said that she would go to stamp the contract. Lo looked at the girl angrily. She thought that soon she would expose the scam and her enemies would be finished. There was a meeting in General Manager Lynn's office on the top floor of the building. The secretary invited the prince. She said that they would visit some of the establishments in the city. The director told the guest that they have many delicacies that cannot be found in France. The guest thanked Miss Lynn. At this time, there was a very strong knock on the door. One of the workers came to Lynn. The guy told the director that the manager from the business department had come to her with an important matter. The woman replied that the guest could come in. Lo said that the main character from their department pulled off a scam. She reported that the guy found an imposter who pretended to be a partner from France. All this is needed to sign a fictitious contract. Lynn told her interlocutor with excitement that she must provide evidence. Lo explained to the woman that she could go with her and see everything in person. Lo went into the workroom. She shouted to the staff to get up quickly. The girl said that there was a black sheep in their company, someone hired unknown people to fraudulently take over the company's money. The workers were surprised. They could not believe that one of them wanted to take possession of the company's money by fraudulent means. The director angrily and quietly informed her subordinates that this man was right next to them. Lo pointed a menacing finger at the main character. Zhang was sitting next to the computer with headphones on. Zhang took off his headphones in fear. He asked the woman what evidence she had. Lo explained to the guy that the proof was sitting in the reception office. The woman said that Zhang found a partner to sign the deal in just 3 days. Such a partner can only be a fraudster. The main character said that a wealthy partner who is ready for a serious deal should not be considered a fraudster. Lo was holding a photograph in her hands. She told employees that the partner who signed the billion-dollar deal with Lynn had come out of a dirty place. Q ran into the room very joyfully and said that she had signed the contract. The girl was surprised. She noticed that her colleagues were looking at her very displeasedly. Kyo greeted Director Lynn. She couldn't understand why there were so many people around her. Lynn extended his hand to the girl and asked her to give her the contract. Q handed the boss the paper. The director looked at the document carefully. There was a seal from a company called Fago Jialong. Lynn realized that she had no claims to the agreement. The only thing that bothered her was the company itself. The prince approached from the side. He asked the woman if she was talking about Jialong Corporation. Lynn asked Carl if he had heard of such a company. Carl told the woman that this company is one of the most first-class. The main character got up from his workplace. He said that Jialong Company is their partner. The woman told the director that there was no branch of the Jialong Corporation in Yinzhou. Therefore, they need to check the company that wants to become their partner. A man came out from the side, greeted Carl, and said that he had grown up a lot. The prince greeted Uncle Eugene joyfully. The man happily told him that they had just agreed on business matters. Eugene told the guy that his father wanted him to keep him company at home. Carl answered his interlocutor that he would return with him in a couple of days. The woman was surprised. She realized that the man in front of her knew a prince from another country. The main character told the girl that Eugene controls the Jialong Corporation. He is their future partner. The main character told the man that his wife was standing next to him. She was from the Lynn family. Eugene bowed and greeted the woman. He said he was honored to collaborate with her. Lynn greeted him back. The woman told Director Luo that there was a terrible misunderstanding. She asked her interlocutor what else she could say. The boss replied that she was trying for the sake of the company. They were able to achieve cooperation. All this is thanks to Zhang Xuan. The woman told the guy that she wanted to apologize to him. She suggested that he work together in harmony. Zhang refused her very displeasedly. The employee told the guy sternly that the director was trying for the sake of the company to achieve something. She accused Zhang of not respecting his superiors. The main character was unhappy. He asked his interlocutor, was it really the woman who tried for the sake of the company? Zhang showed the workers the video recording on his phone. There, the old man and the girl were discussing investments. The main character told the workers that they must understand by ear the topic of the conversation on the videotape. The director asked with interest, what are they talking about on the video? The interlocutor said that in the video, the director of Lo and Rose plans to conclude a fictitious contract in order to receive money from the company. Then they want to emigrate to France. The employee explained that the woman said they had to wait until the money was in their hands first. The workers were very surprised. They couldn't believe that Director Luo really wanted to steal the company's funds by deception. The woman fell to her knees. She told the boss that all this happened because of her greed. The woman asked the leader to be spared this time. She put a lot of effort into the company. The director said that it was necessary to call the police and take legal action. She added that the Lynn family cannot condone criminals. Lo watched in fear as the director left. Next, she decided that she could spend her whole life in prison. The main character ordered the guards to grab the Frenchman in the business department and prevent him from escaping. The workers told the guy that they would do everything. At this time, the old man was sitting in his office and drinking coffee. He felt great. At this time, guards were swarming around the room. They prepared to detain the foreigner. The old man shouted to the workers that he was French and they couldn't treat him like that. The guards grabbed the old man and carried him in their arms. They shouted that he would then explain everything to the police. In CEO Lynn's office, a woman poured a cup of tea for the guy. Zhang was unhappy. He began to sharply protest against the director's proposal. The woman told the guy that he was able to carry out an important deal, but now refuses tea from her. The director strictly demanded from the guy that he tell it like it is. Zhang said that he once helped Eugene's family, now the man is grateful to him. The woman answered the guy that his treatment methods were truly excellent. The director told the interlocutor that this time he really suffered. He took the blow instead of the Lin family. The main character excitedly asked the woman if she was very tired lately. The guy went up to the director and said that she really needed to rest. The woman answered him that she was a little tired. The director turned to the guy and said that tomorrow she was giving him the day off. He will help her get back to normal. Zhang was very happy. On the second day, the guy met his wife near a beautiful mansion. King looked very bright and beautiful. She was heading to her husband. The main character was amazed. He told himself that his wife was very beautiful. Zhang thought joyfully to himself that Qing Han was beginning to treat him better and better. The woman asked the guy, "Have they not seen each other for a long time?" Zhang asked her with interest, "Where will they go today?" The woman told the main character that in the morning they would visit the museum and then go to the supermarket and then watch a film. The main character asked his interlocutor in a dissatisfied voice, "What effect will all this give?" The woman suggested to the guy that he should choose where they would go. Zhang happily agreed. The main character called the girl and said that she could take a ride in his car. Qing. I was surprised that the guy had a car. Near the main character stood an ordinary bicycle. He invited his wife to sit down. King was very unpleasantly surprised and did not want to ride a bicycle. King was riding on the trunk of a bicycle. She shouted at the guy to drive slower. The main character was driving a bicycle. He told the woman that he was an experienced driver. Zhang cheerfully shouted to his passenger as he walked that he wanted to speed up. The woman excitedly asked her friend where he was taking her now. The main character stopped the bicycle and pointed to the forest thicket. He said that an area with a bungee had opened above the lake. The girl was scared, and she didn't really want to go bungee with her friend now. The main character turned around and asked his girlfriend with interest, "Is she really afraid?" Zhang happily answered her friend that there was nothing wrong at all. The guy and his girlfriend drove up to Lake High. There was a large crane nearby. Zhang and her friend climbed up onto the crane. She told him that it was very high there. The crane operator told the girl to hug her friend and they jumped together. The main character grabbed his girlfriend from behind. He said she had the opportunity to change her mind. They were on the crane boom. King angrily asked the main character, "Who here wants to change his mind?" Zhang and his companion quickly jumped down from the very height of the crane. The main character hugged his girlfriend during the flight. They fell from a great height, tied with a rubber rope. The main character shouted to the girl, not to be afraid. He was next to her. The girl thought to herself that she wasn't scared at all next to the guy. Kang thought to herself in great surprise that she had fallen in love with Zhang. 10 minutes after the bungee jump, the main character was relaxing with a girl. The guy was sitting with a woman on a bench. He told her that she screamed very loudly when they jumped. The wife clenched her fist menacingly. She said that someone with the surname Zhang is asking for trouble. The main character ran very quickly to the side. His wife shouted angrily after him. The guy quickly ran away and his wife rushed after him. The day was ending and the sun was setting towards the horizon. The guy was riding home with his girlfriend on a bicycle. She told him that she had never been so happy. The main character stopped near a traffic light. He told his wife that he showed her a picturesque place near the house. At this time, an expensive car stopped nearby. Zhang was on a bicycle at the crossing. The main character was driving a bicycle across a pedestrian crossing. He saw a yellow car nearby. The main character pressed the pedal to stop the bicycle. At this time, they were hit by a racing car. Zhang hugged his girlfriend. After hitting the bicycle, they flew off to the side. The main character stood on the street and hugged a girl. People were looking at them around them. Zhang asked his wife if she was injured. Qing answered the guy that she was fine, but she was scared. The main character shouted to the driver that he was driving at them at a red light. The driver with glasses calmly told the guy that he could give him money and they would run away. The driver offered the main character 3,000. He asked if this amount would be enough. Zhang very angrily demanded that the guy apologize to him. The driver told the main character that he has money and he doesn't have to apologize. Zhang answered him that if he did not apologize, then he would need to compensate for the damage according to the cost. The driver told the main character that he could offer him 10,000. Zhang replied that such an amount would not be enough. The driver offered 20,000 for the main character. Zhang replied that this would not be enough. People around told Zhang to take the money and leave. A bicycle costs only 200 yuan. The police appeared. One of them told people not to interfere with traffic on the road. The driver explained to law enforcement officers that he had run over the guy's bike and offered 20,000. But Zhang does not agree to this and extracts money from him. The policeman told the main character that they were offering him a much larger amount than the actual damage. Zhang replied to the security officer that the traffic police should have a special department to determine losses. The policeman was looking at the bike. He said that 2 beams were bent there and the amount of compensation would be 100 yuan. Zhang advised the man to request the 7th position from the ranking of items with the highest insurance price. After this, it will be necessary to assess the losses again. The main character said that the cheapest thing from the rating with a high insurance price is estimated at 10 billion. The driver angrily said that the guy was fooling people with some rating of things. The driver told the main character to take 100 yuan and leave. Zhang asked his interlocutor, why did he decide that he was fooling people? The main character explained to the interlocutor that he could not understand everything that was happening. The policeman read that the auction price of the bicycle was $18 billion. The transport was created by the hands of a special master. It is made of a special metal. The patrolman was very surprised that the guy was just riding down the street on such an expensive bicycle. The main character showed the card to the policeman. He explained to him that he could check the insurance documents and look at the photo. The driver told the policeman that he urgently needed to leave and discuss an important deal. He didn't want to waste any more time. The patrolman answered the guy that they had finally come to a result after discussion. The policeman told the startled driver that if his car was not insured, he would have to pay Zhang $80 million. There were people standing on the street and watching everything that was happening with great interest. The driver shouted to Zhang in fear that he could not pay such a large amount of damage. The main character said that Eugene gave him the bicycle. He once helped this man and he decided to thank him. The wife asked the main character who he really is. The guy reminded his wife that he had already explained everything to her before. Qing told her husband that the price of his bicycle was several times higher than the price of her family's company. The woman asked the guy why then did he join their family and become her husband. The woman looked angrily at the main character and asked, what is his goal? Zhang didn't know what to answer to his interlocutor. About his goal, the woman demanded that he tell her quickly. The main character walked up and grabbed his girlfriend by the hands and turned to her. The guy told the surprised girl that his goal was only her. The main character told the woman that after their meeting, a shadow was imprinted on his body. After this, the Lynn family invited him to join them. Zhang told the girl that he felt as if there were only the 2 of them in the world. The main character held his wife's hands. She said he was relieved of the pain as they grew closer. The wife displeasedly told the guy that she was not yet accustomed to such deep feelings. Zhang asked the woman what she wanted to accuse him of. Qing answered the guy that she never doubted him. The woman turned around and told her husband that he should catch up with her. Many people want to catch up with her. The main character looked after his wife as she walked away down the street. He decided that a breakthrough had been made in his feelings with the girl. The next day, in the meeting room, the security forces discussed important information. The fighter told his subordinates that this evening at 10 o'clock, Chi Feng will appear in the northern suburbs to destroy the factory. The man said that they needed to get ahead of the attacker and make an arrest. The woman told her subordinates that from now on, their phones should be turned off. Any communication is prohibited. The fighters very quickly and unanimously answered the boss that they understood her. The manager told her subordinates that they needed to move forward. They headed towards the exit. The main character stood near the building. He watched the people leaving with great attention. Zhang looked at the girl. He thought that Qi Feng should have already dealt with the gang of Japanese. He did not understand why she was participating in this deadly battle. The main character waved his hand at Wen and greeted her. The girl asked the guy, why did he come here to her? The main character told his girlfriend that he had come to pick her up from work. He wanted to have dinner with her. The interlocutor answered the guy that she had a lot to do and he could leave on his own. The main character pulled the girl by the hand with him. He told her that he would now treat her to hot pot. The security officer approached and menacingly told the guy that the girl was in trouble. Zhang asked the man displeasedly, why does he interfere in someone else's conversation? The man menacingly shouted to the guy to pay attention to his words. He waved his hand. Zhang couldn't understand how the policeman would beat him in public. The officer came up from the side and shouted at the man to drop his fists. The subordinate answered the captain that he would do so. The captain informed the main character that their team is busy today. He suggested that the guy meet with Wen another day. The main character pointed to the fighter and said that he was a bad person. He is worried about his girlfriend. The fighter became very angry. He didn't like the guy's behavior. The captain invited the main character to join them. Zhang was delighted at the offer from the captain. Wen thought to herself that taking a guy with her would be wrong. You need to keep an eye on him. The main character, accompanied by police cars, arrived in the northern suburbs. They arrived at an abandoned factory building. Zhang looked around and said that this place was not very suitable for a meeting. The captain answered the guy that they had a special team building. The officer strictly commanded his subordinates that the time had come for them to begin the operation. The captain told the men to start taking position. Subordinates began to carry out the instructions. The officer ordered the main character to remain near the entrance and wait for them. Zhang answered him that he also knows Kung Fu. The fighter cheerfully asked the main character, is he really tired of living? Zhang answered him that he could send him flying with one blow. The man became very angry. He shouted at the guy to stay away from the Wen girl. He explained that Zhang was not worthy of her. The girlfriend approached the main character and told the guy not to pay attention to the man. The girl said that after the fighter arrived in Yinzhou, he constantly revolves around her. Zhang warned his girlfriend that he would not allow her to come close to the man. Wen reminded the main character that he has a wife. She didn't understand why he considered himself her boyfriend. The girl excitedly looked at her friend and said that if he gets divorced, then he can do whatever he wants. She is ready to take off her police uniform and will do his laundry and cook for him. The main character told his girlfriend that they would talk to her later. He asked her, does he really look like such a lustful person? Wen turned and asked the guy, why did he come to her? The main character looked at the group of policemen. He told the girl that they wanted to oppose Qi Feng. He warned that the security forces should not overestimate their strength. The girl was very surprised. She realized that the main character knows everything. The main character grabbed his girlfriend's hand and pulled her into the alley. He told her that Qi Feng would not come. Another criminal group may come instead. The girl might get hurt if she stays here. The police officer asked the guy, what kind of group could arrive and would it be similar to the 4 cardinal directions? Zhang replied to his interlocutor that the group would be like Black Thunder. Wen reminded the main character that Qi Feng is his subordinate. At this time, the commander shouted to his subordinates to get ready. There was the sound of footsteps of a huge number of people. It was members of the group who appeared. The police saw in front of them a huge number of dangerous warriors with swords. The captain fearfully told his colleague that in front of them were members of the quicksand group. The woman asked in fear, what should they do? The woman said excitedly that during the conflict, the newcomers from their squad could get hurt. The captain shouted that this could not be allowed to happen. Policemen jumped out from all sides and prepared to detain the criminals. Jin showed his document and told the soldiers that he was the captain of the 3rd squad. The captain told the strangers that they were trespassing on Huaxia property. The warrior answered the policeman that they were covering up a murderer named Qi Feng. The fighter told the policeman that Qi Feng had killed their leader. Now he is waiting for the moment to behead her. He prepared to draw his sword. The warrior took out his sword and shouted that no one could trample on the honor and dignity of the quicksands. The captain raised his hand and answered the fighter in front of him that they also needed Qi Feng. The man cheerfully said that the leader of quicksand was killed by a woman. Therefore, there can be no talk of any dignity. The fighters became very angry. One of them shouted that the policeman was going to die. The warrior swung his sword and accused the man of insulting quicksand. Fighter waved his sword, the police jumped back in fear, the other bandits prepared for battle. During the fight, the police shouted to the bandits that they were on the same side with them. The captain wanted to explain to the fighters that there is no need to create meaningless bloodshed. The bandit told his rivals that they were trampling the dignity of the quicksand. The leader pointed his sword at the man and said that he wanted him to die. The main character cheerfully told the frightened girl that this happens when someone cannot keep their mouth shut. The man was scared. He realized that he was in great danger. The only hope for him was the help of his captain. At this time, the main character's phone rang. The people around him looked at him in surprise. The wife called the guy and asked where he was. She had a task for him. Zhang replied that he would be there soon. Zhang shouted to the fighters that he was leaving because he had business to do. He decided to take his girlfriend with him. The captain was scared and thought to himself that the main character really believed in team building. One of the bandits accelerated and rushed at the main character to attack him. The captain shouted to the guy to be careful. Jiang prepared to fight off the fighter with the sword. The main character swung and kicked his opponent with all his might. The bandit flew far to the side. The main character told the rest of the fighters to disperse. One of the bandits shouted that Zhang must be killed in the name of the quicksand. The main character hit his next opponent with a full-blown kick. Zhang very dissatisfiedly told the bandit who flew to the side that he could only talk. The rest of the fighters with weapons prepared to attack the main character. The main character told his rivals that if they decided to kill him, then they could go straight into the clutches of death. Zhang very quickly and professionally neutralized all the bandits with weapons. The captain asked the guy in surprise, "Did he really use his kung fu?" Zhang answered the policeman joyfully that he had not trained for a long time and had forgotten about everything a little. The main character told the policeman that he was now ready to leave with the girl. The captain scaredly told the guy that he could leave. The main character came with a package to the building of the Heng Yuan Trading Company. Zhang went up to the administrator and introduced himself. He said that he had previously contacted them to make an appointment. The woman told him to wait. One of the workers complained dissatisfied to her sister that she was fired from her previous job because of the main character. She wanted to take revenge on the guy. "Sister, I asked my interlocutor what she was up to." The girl shouted that she wanted Zhang to be kicked out of work too. My sister said displeasedly that she wanted to think about it. The girl asked her for help. She added that she could thank her with something after shopping at Hermes. The girl stood up and told her interlocutor that they were sisters. She promised to teach the guy a lesson. The woman asked the guy if he had brought the document. The main character put the package on the table and wanted to tell details about the plans of his company. The interlocutor shouted to the guy that such a pathetic manager like him could not know anything at all. Zhang could not understand why his interlocutor was so angry. The employee told the guy that she would give him an answer later, and he could wait. Zhang told her that he would return after lunch. The main character headed towards the door. At this time, the woman grabbed the phone to call the boss. The employee told the director that a representative from the Lynn company came to see her, and he began to harass her. She demanded justice be restored. The director promised her interlocutor on the phone that after lunch, she would go and demand an explanation. The worker happily thought to herself that Zhang was just some kind of manager. She decided that she could destroy him. The director left the room and was surprised to notice a guy in the corridor. The woman called her guest by name. Zhang was sitting relaxed on the sofa at this time. The worker slowly walked down the corridor to the guy to greet him. The main character waved and greeted the woman. Qin told him that she did not expect to see him here. The director asked the guy why he came and didn't call her. Zhang told his interlocutor that he was a representative of the Lynn company. He came to discuss a matter. He didn't even have time to call. The woman nervously asked the guy if he was the same manager. Zhang asked his interlocutor with interest, "Has she really heard about him?" The woman answered the guy that she heard about him from Boss Lee. His communication with the director's wife was not very smooth. The main character said that he brought documents for the employee but cannot contact her since she is most likely busy. The woman was surprised. She told the main character that she would now call the director. The woman called and asked the boss with excitement, "Where is she?" The woman told Qin on the phone that she was currently discussing the deal. She went to Lynn's company herself. The worker accused the main character of asking her to spend the night with him. Li Qin shouted in fear on the phone that she was actually a decent woman. Qin listened to her interlocutor. She looked at the main character and decided that he was simply deceived. The main character told his interlocutor that Li Mei was biased towards him. At this time, the guy received a message on his phone. He reached for the device. The main character told his interlocutor that they would look to see where Mei was now. Zhang showed the woman that Director Li was at the Omega Spa in the city. Qin was driving with a guy in a car. She asked him why he works as an ordinary manager in the Lynn company. The main character answered his interlocutor in a sad voice that his wife forced him to work in such a position. The director was very surprised by this answer from the guy. She found it hard to believe. The main character noticed an obstacle on the road. He shouted at the woman to slow down. Zhang warned the driver to be careful. The woman was very scared. The main character told the woman that he could examine her. Qin was very surprised because the guy was already married. The woman asked the guy what his wife's job was in the company. The main character said that his wife's name is Qing Han. She may have many deals with Qin in the future. Qin thought to herself excitedly that in the entire city, only Lin Qin Han could be worthy of a guy like Zhang. Two clients were sitting in the spa salon. One of them asked her sister, "What happened to Zhang?" The woman told her that the guy would definitely be fired. Director Qin will always stand up for his subordinates. At this time, Director Qin suddenly burst into the VIP room of the salon. The boss angrily asked the surprised woman, "Is this really how she discusses a deal during working hours?" Li decided to justify herself. She told the boss in fear that she would explain everything to her. Qin said, dissatisfied to her subordinate, that she didn't have to say anything anymore. She added that she would file a complaint against her in court. "I asked my boss for one more chance." The main character turned around and told the woman that he and Director Qin were good friends. Li really wanted to create problems in his life together with Zhang. The woman was very surprised. She couldn't believe that the guy knew Director Qin from the very beginning. The sister hit Zhang Yi in the face with all her might and shouted that she had suffered because of her. The main character headed towards the exit of the spa salon. He thought to himself that he had already discussed another deal and Qing Han should be happy. Qin walked next to the guy all the time. She looked at him silently and with interest. The main character prepared to arrive at the central hospital. The doctor was waiting for him there. Chairman Ma in the white robe looked at his watch with excitement. He was waiting for the guy to appear. Ma was very happy when he saw the main character. He said that they had finally waited for him. Zhang asked the doctor what kind of patient they had and what was the diagnosis. Ma reported that they received a woman aged 24. She has a malignant tumor in the heart area. There is a danger to life. The doctor told the guy that the location of the tumor was not very good. This makes it dangerous to operate. Doctors gathered in the operating room. Ma looked at the main character and said that they can only rely on him. Zhang explained to the doctor that the problem was not that serious. At this time, the patient called the main character. The guy turned around and noticed his friend named Milan. The woman on the couch whispered to the guy in an exhausted voice that she was very afraid. The main character stroked the patient's head and said that everything would be okay. Zhang ordered the doctors to immediately prepare for the operation. He had to lead. 6 hours later, the main character left the medical department. The guy looked at the patient. She called him by name in fear. Zhang handed the patient a glass of water. He was glad that she woke up. The woman looked at the guy and asked, "What happened to her?" The main character told the patient that her tumor was successfully removed, but now she must rest a lot. He decided to go and buy food for her. Zhang decided to also call Qing Han. Milan waved her hand in fear. She said that she didn't want Qing to worry about her. The main character told his interlocutor that he was an operating surgeon. The patient will recover in a couple of days. The guy said goodbye that the Qing would hate him if they found out that he was hiding something from her. The woman was very excited. She couldn't believe that the main character was an operating surgeon. Late in the evening, the main character arrived at the tall building of the Lynn company. Zhang brought some food in his hands. He decided that such nutrition would help the patient recover. The main character was surprised to see several unfamiliar men come to Qing Han. The woman asked Nantian when did he return. The guy replied that he took the day off and wanted to return to her place to see her. Xiao joyfully shouted to the woman that their leader had been looking at her photograph for several days. He suggested that Qing become their daughter-in-law as well. Nantian covered his colleague's mouth. He shouted with a smile to the woman not to listen to his friend. The guy invited the woman to go out to eat with Milan. They haven't gotten together for a long time. Qing Han became very worried. She didn't know what to answer the guy to his proposal. At this time, the main character appeared. He extended his hand with food in front of Nantian. The main character explained to the guest that Ching Han would not have time tonight. Nantian looked at the main character angrily. The guest did not like that he disturbed him. Zhang explained to his interlocutor that he was the husband Ching Han Nantian can think about it and make sure. The guy was very surprised. He couldn't believe that the woman he knew got married. Ching Han explained to her interlocutor that she got married very quickly and did not have time to tell anyone. Xiao, I asked the woman with interest. Is it possible that her husband can survive with their leader? The main character explained to the interlocutor to watch his language and not point anymore. Nantian shouted to his subordinate to shut up. Xiao said in a dissatisfied voice that all his words are true. The guy suggested to the main character that they could all go and have dinner together. Zhang answered his interlocutor that he could look for another wife. The woman bowed to her interlocutor and said that they had work to do today. She offered to arrange for another day. Nantian told her that they could reschedule the meeting. The guy and his subordinate headed towards the exit. He told the woman that she could contact him when she was free. King told the main character that he was going too far. She explained that she and Chan are just friends. The main character explained to his wife that they really don't have time. First, they will go home to cook food and then visit Milan. 2 hours later, the woman, very frightened, ran to the hospital where Milan was lying. King Han sat tear-stained next to the patient. She said, "Thank God Milan is okay." The woman sternly asked the patient why she first notified Zhang and not her. Milan told her interlocutor that she survived thanks to the intervention of Zhang Xuan. The patient explained to the woman that she had found a real treasure in her life. Milan told her interlocutor that if she wanted to part with Zhang, she could hand him over to her arms. Ching Han asked her interlocutor why she cares about the main character. The dissatisfied Ching extended her hand and hit the patient painfully on the head. The wife turned around and said that her husband was in demand. She decided that she needed to be gentler with the guy, otherwise he might escape. Late in the evening, the main character left the hospital building, accompanied by his companion. The woman thanked the main character. He saved her best friend named Milan. Zhang patted the woman on the head and said that he was her legal husband. No need to thank him so often. The guy was walking along the alley with his wife in the evening. He told her that they needed to return home. Tomorrow they will visit Milan again. At this time, cries for help were heard from the side. Zhang looked to the side with excitement. He didn't understand what was happening. A stranger was attacked by some hooligan. She screamed loudly for someone to save her. The criminal shouted to the guy not to interfere in someone else's business. He threatened that he would also deal with the protagonist's girlfriend. The main character angrily shouted at the criminal to get out. The bandit got angry. The criminal pulled out a huge knife. He shouted to the guy that he would bleed him now. King Han watched everything that was happening with great excitement. Zhang rushed to help the stranger. The main character grabbed the bandit by the hand with a very powerful and professional blow. The criminal released the knife from his hands. The main character twisted the attacker's hand to the side. He could no longer resist. Zhang threw the bandit to the ground and stepped on him with his foot. The criminal shouted to the guy that it was the end. At this time, the police appeared from the side. They approached the people and asked what they were doing. The patrolman shouted for everyone to fall to the ground. The bandit explained to the police that the main character wanted to kill him. Zhang explained to the security forces that they were mistaken. He said that the bandit attacked the girl and he was just passing by. The policeman asked the girl, "Is this really so?" The stranger screamed that everything was wrong. The girl pointed her finger at the main character and said that he attacked her. Her husband tried to protect her and was beaten. The police handcuffed the main character. The guy realized that someone had arranged all this for him. The woman shouted angrily that the main character could not have committed the crime. The policeman said sternly that all unauthorized citizens must leave the place immediately. The main character waved his bound hands to his wife and said that the police had nothing against him. The patrolman shouted to the guy to climb in quickly. The woman was very surprised because the guy was still thinking about how to calm her down. She looked after the car as it drove away. She decided to herself that she would pull her friend out. At this time, the guy was relaxing with his girlfriend in an elite club. The servant reported to Mr. Ning that the necessary people had returned to the military district. He asked what further orders would be. The guy told his subordinate that the person needed to be locked up and any visits prohibited. The servant answered the master that he would do everything that way. Nin held a glass of wine in his hands. He remembered the name of the main character. The gentleman angrily said that Zhang lived in his wife's house and that he made him lose his dignity in front of many people. The main character at that time was in a large building with his wife. People around looked at the guy and did not understand how he was able to get his hands on Ching Han. At this time, Ning Yizhou appeared. The people around him joyfully greeted him. The guy walked up to the Ching Han woman and reminded her that he wanted to ask her something at the last banquet. Nin asked his interlocutor what she found so special about the main character. Ching responded dissatisfied to the guy that he was crossing all boundaries. Nin looked at the main character very angrily and invited him to play. The girl became very angry. She pointed her finger at the guy and was angry. The main character told his wife not to be angry. He will not interrupt for her. Zhang pointed his finger at the guest and told his wife that he must now protect her from all garbage. The main character took part in a rock climbing competition and won. Then Zhang won a landslide victory during the auto racing competition on the highway. The main character was very good at archery and competed against his opponent. Zhang emerged victorious in the archery competition. He hit the target accurately. The people around were surprised. They realized that the protagonist had let young master Ning down. Nin was sitting at the table and squeezed the glass with all his strength so that it broke. He decided to take revenge on Zhang Xuan. The main character was inside the police building. His wife came to his aid. King demanded that the policeman give her the opportunity to see her husband. Zhang was arrested on false charges. The policeman explained to his interlocutor that Zhang was taken away by the military. King demanded that the interlocutor immediately contact the military. She explained that her husband is a decent man. At this time, Wen entered the office. She asked her subordinates excitedly, "What was going on there?" The worker answered the woman that the lady had come and claimed that her husband had been slandered. The suspect was taken away by the military. Wen was very surprised and amazed when she learned that the main character was arrested. Khan promised the woman that she would contact the military district immediately. Ching apologized for disturbing me. Wen called and said sternly that she must see the main character today. Khan jumped up and told the woman that she was going to the military district. If there is any news, she will inform her immediately. Wen said excitedly that she would have to invade the military region. But this is the only way to rescue Zhang Xuan. Ching thought to herself that Officer Han was even more worried about the main character than she was. There was a meeting in the city's security department. Armed men stood around. The presenter told the guests from the stage to pay attention to the problems of border zones. He added that they could now go their separate ways. The man felt that he suddenly became very anxious. At this time, someone in the office told him to come in and close the door. The man was very surprised. He entered the office and noticed a woman inside. The employee understood that he had very reliable office protection. He did not understand how the guest could get inside. The man asked the woman who she was. He threatened that he would destroy everyone behind her. The stranger handed the owner of the office a card. She was amused by his threats. The man was scared. He realized that he saw in front of him a card of the Guides of Hell. The man asked the woman, "Does she really want to terminate the agreement and feel the wrath of each country?" The guest said that their boss is now in the military area of Ning. He was slandered and arrested. The interlocutor was very surprised by these words. The woman demanded from the frightened man an answer that could satisfy them. The guest threatened her interlocutor that a fire might break out that no one could put out. The woman headed towards the exit. The man called his subordinates and demanded that a plane be prepared for him. He shouted that he was heading to the Ning military region. The main character was in an interrogation room at a military base. Nin looked at him with interest. The guy pressed the button to increase the temperature inside the room. The main character was sitting tied to a chair. He didn't react to the heat at all. Nin, I asked my subordinate dissatisfiedly, "Why doesn't the detainee react?" The worker replied that the guy had spent 12 hours in custody. He is surprised how Zhang can tolerate such a concentration of light. Nin demanded from his subordinates that they turn on all 8 lamps. He wanted to fry his prisoner. All the lights in the room turned on. They shone unbearably brightly. Nin said through the glass to the main character that no one had ever dared to disgrace him in front of people before. He wants Zhang to understand what it means to cross all boundaries. Doors suddenly opened on the side. Several soldiers ran into the room. The guy looked at them in surprise. The soldiers tied Nina up. He angrily shouted to them that the military district was his home and demanded to let him go. A man appeared from the side. He asked the guy in surprise, "Has the military district really become his home?" The subordinate told the manager that the guy was talking nonsense. There is no need to take his words to heart. The man demanded that the lights inside the room be turned off. He asked, "Who is inside there?" The leader looked carefully inside the room. He could not understand exactly who was sitting there. The man saw the main character sitting on a chair and quietly snoring to himself. The guy angrily shouted to the man that this was all Nin's business. He angrily asked how he dared to interfere. At this time, the worker came up and hit the guy in the face with all his might. The guy scaredly told his father that he hit him. The man shouted to the guy that he didn't understand who was standing in front of him. He himself rose personally thanks to his collaboration with the Minister of Go. The guy was surprised. He couldn't understand how the main character could have such connections. The man said there was no need to apologize. He demanded to open the door to the room. The leader walked up to the guy and put his hand on his shoulder. He told him to wake up, Zhang asked in a sleepy voice. Has the heater been turned off? The leader looked at the ceiling. He realized that the guy mistook the deadly lamps for heaters. Zhang asked the man, how did he end up here? The manager said with a smile to the interlocutor that everything was fine with him. Unexpectedly, the main character calmly broke the ropes that tied him and stood up. Zhang said in a joyful voice that this place was very suitable for him to sleep. He thought to himself that his wife was already very worried. The main character told the man that this time he would honor the agreement and not cause harm. Zhang threateningly warned the manager not to let anything like this happen next time. Zhang stepped on the hand of the lying guy as he walked. Ning could not understand why the minister from the security department was afraid of Zhang. The main character near the entrance cheerfully told his interlocutors so that they should not blame him for his cruelty. King Han came to the hospital to check on her friend after surgery. The woman demanded that Milan open her mouth. She wanted to spoon-feed her. The patient told her friend that she was somewhat confused. She asked what was happening. Qin hugged her friend and said that she felt useless. She thought that there had been no news about Zhang Xuan for the whole evening. The main character entered the room. Milan told him threateningly that if he offended his wife, she would bury him. King Han told her friend not to joke like that. She wanted to stand up for her husband. The main character told his wife that he made her worry. The woman looked at him silently. King Han called the main character in a frightened voice. The guy stood next to her. The wife hugged the guy with tears in her eyes. She asked him with excitement whether he was badly hurt. The main character said that the military realized that they were mistaken and released him. Zhang stroked his girlfriend's face. He said she burst into tears and looked like a spotted cat. King Han began to bang her hands on her husband in displeasure. The main character joyfully said that he is a monster who married a beauty. The main character asked his wife if she knew the girl Han Wenru from the police station. The guy remembered that the policewoman was very worried when she heard about Qing Han. Zhang said that as soon as everything was resolved, he and Khan became good friends. The woman thought. She didn't understand whether the Wen and her husband really remained only friends. The main character was in his house on the outskirts of the Shuixiang cottage community. In the evening, at 10 o'clock, the main character's phone received an incoming call. The guy was already asleep at that time. Zhang was lying on the bed. He heard the telephone ring. The main character quietly jumped up. He was glad that his wife was not awakened by the noise. Zhang turned on the device and asked his interlocutor what happened. Khan called her friend a bastard. She said that he should reach her house in 20 minutes. Zhang jumped out of the cottage through the balcony onto the ground. He decided that he needed to take a walk. 20 minutes later, the main character knocked on Han Wen's door with his hand. The girlfriend opened the door and looked at the guy. She looked very angry. The main character looked at his girlfriend with excitement. He didn't understand the reason why she called him. Unexpectedly, the girl moved towards the main character and kissed him. Zhang was lying on the bed. The girl sat on top and said that she would punish him today. Main character woke up the next morning. The sun was shining brightly through the window. Zhang woke up and rubbed his eyes. He turned around and called his girlfriend by name. The main character decided to walk around the house. He noticed that there was no one around. Zhang saw food on the table. Near the plate, there was a note from the girl. Khan wrote to the guy that she was going to have a sharp blade certified. The girlfriend wrote to the guy that the keys and everything else were in the shoe locker. She asked him to take care of the flowers in the house. Zhang looked dreamily and thoughtfully at the flowers. He realized that his girlfriend had left. The captain told Officer Khan that she would not be able to return for several years. Mobile phones cannot be used during certification. The girl looked dreamily to the side. She said that she believed Zhang and he should wait for her. The main character and his girlfriend approached a house in a cottage community. Milan happily told the guy that she was leaving the hospital. She is waiting for him to cook something delicious for her. Zhang began to list various delicious dishes to his friend. The main character saw Jiang Jing in front of him. He asked her in surprise why she didn't guard the Qinghan. The interlocutor told the guy that boss Lynn sent her to help him. The main character said in a calm voice that he only took Milan from the hospital. He thought to himself that his wife was beginning to care about him more and more. At this time, the sound of a flying knife was heard from the side. The main character immediately noticed this. Zhang frightenedly shouted to his girlfriend that she had been attacked by a killer. Milan was very scared. The main character rushed at the girl to protect her from the flying blade. Zhang took cover near a parked car. She said, "The threat is to the left." The security guard jumped out of her seat and rushed forward to apprehend the killer. Zhang caught up with the girl and told her to stay near the house and protect Milan. Zhang was very surprised that the guy ran so fast that he was able to catch up with her and overtake her. The main character rushed after the killer at full speed. He asked the mercenary angrily, "Where was she running?" The guy stopped and looked at the woman in front of him with great attention. The stranger turned around and launched several blades at the main character. Zhang very deftly and quickly dodged the knives flying at him. He managed to duck down in time. The guy excitedly realized that a mercenary from a thorny rose was opposing him. The woman swung her blade and prepared to attack her opponent. The main character accelerated with all his might to quickly knock the mercenary off her feet. Zhang swung his hand and hit the stranger with a powerful blow. The main character realized that the mercenary had come here for his wife. He decided that the trap should not only be here. The main character began frantically calling Zhenya on the phone. She didn't answer him. Half an hour later, the woman was sitting in a cafe with a guy. She thanked him for his help in the Zhang case. Nantian explained to his interlocutor that he just talked a little with friends from the military region. At this time, the doors opened and the main character entered the cafe. He looked at his wife very menacingly. The guy looked to the side and joyfully told the woman that her husband had just come in. King asked the guy with excitement, "Shouldn't he be at the hospital to pick up Milan?" Zhang asked his wife in fear, "Why doesn't she answer her calls?" He ran all over the city to find her. The woman looked at her phone. She told the guy that she turned off the sound while working and did not hear any calls. Zhang told his wife that it was time to go back. He added that dinner would be ready soon. The woman looked at her friend and said that she would meet him when she had free time. She decided to herself that her husband was making up all sorts of things as soon as he saw her with Nantian. Xiao told Captain Nan that Zhang had become very insolent. After all, only thanks to Nantian, the main character was able to get out of prison. Xiao looked after the departing couple and asked displeasedly, "How could Lynn fall in love with such trash?" The guy answered his interlocutor that love is a complex thing. The guy angrily said that Zhang put on a whole performance just to lure Miss Lynn out. Xiao began to whisper a plan to his boss. As a result, the main character would have to leave the game, and Nantian would have won Miss Lynn. At this time, in the suburbs, in an abandoned factory, a woman came to her senses. The mercenary was sitting on a chair. She realized that she was alive and the guy only knocked her out. The woman looked around carefully. She didn't understand who brought her here. Some people were sitting on the street. Bei asked the woman in a calm voice, "How far is she going?" The mercenary shouted that the thorny rose never abandons her comrades. Help must come for her. Bai told his soldiers that they had guests. A group of mercenaries was heading towards them. In the center of the squad of women was their second leader named Black Rose. Black Rose told the fighters that she did not think that they would be waiting for them here. The woman asked the guy, what did he want after he captured their man? Bai, in a calm voice, demanded from his interlocutor that she name her employer. The woman answered her interlocutor with a smile that their group would not betray the customer. The guy angrily answered the woman that there was no other way out. They will be expressed by leaving their grouping here. The woman explained to the guy that the Ning region is the territory of the Thorny Rose. Bai turned around and approached his accomplices. He said that there were very pretty girls in front of them. The guy warned the fighters to wait a bit with their food. They need to work hard now. The woman took out a blade. She prepared to attack the fighters opposite her. The leader walked forward with a knife. Her subordinates followed her. The fighters prepared to fight. They unanimously picked up weapons and masks. One of the girls put on a demonic mask and prepared to fight. The woman screamed in fear that they were the guides of hell in front of her. She remembered about Qinghan and didn't understand what kind of status she should have if she was served by the guides of hell. The guy commanded his subordinates to kill all their rivals. The fighters with weapons ran forward towards the women. The agents of hell began to kill women en masse with weapons. Very quickly, only the lifeless bodies of the group members remained on the ground. After the battle, the Bai took off his mask. He began to say various philosophical things and ended with the words that whoever offends the bride will pay with his blood. The main character was at home in the evening. At this time, the woman called him to eat. Milan carried food in her hands. She told the guy that he had just returned home, but did not say anything. Zhang sat at the table in silence. The main character jumped up from his seat. He told his interlocutors that he had business to do. They can eat. The main character thought. He didn't understand who else needed Qing Han's life. He decided that he needed to reveal the identity of the secret villain, Milan. I asked my friend what was going on here and did they really quarrel? Qing explained to the woman that the guy was unhappy because she had dinner with Nantian. Milan told her interlocutor in an excited voice that they had just been unexpectedly attacked by a killer. The woman was very surprised. She realized that she had wrongly blamed her husband. The next day in the morning, the guy came to the girl Lan Xin and brought her a lot of flowers that she wanted. The admirer promised her that he would do whatever she wanted for her. The main character stood next to him along with his subordinate. Bai told the boss that now he understands why scattered flowers are found everywhere where the prickly rose group appears. The doe told her companion with a smile that she was only joking. She was surprised that he took her words seriously. Suo was holding a bouquet in his hands. He told the woman that he would give everything to satisfy her. He promised that his feelings would never fade. Bai approached the woman. He told her subordinates not to block her path. The doe and Zhu were very unpleasantly surprised. The guy had his hand in his pocket. He asked the woman if her name was Lan Xin. Bai told his interlocutor that her boss would like to talk to her in a deserted place. He handed her the card. Xu pointed angrily at the guy and asked who he was. He shouted that his goddess could not be desecrated by anyone. The doe looked at the guy with attention and said that he could go with her. I was very unpleasantly surprised. He couldn't believe that his goddess could leave with someone like that. The main character entered the elevator with his companion. He demanded that she give him an answer before the elevator reached the top floor. Zhang threatened that the thorny rose might cease to exist. Zhang asked the woman strictly, who ordered her to come to Yinzhou? She was silent in response. The main character said that there are people who are annoyed by the existence of the thorny rose. The main character showed the ring on his hand to his interlocutor. He told the woman that he could save the thorny rose from destruction. The doe was very surprised. She realized that she saw the divine ring on the guy's hand. The elevator arrived at the very top 10th floor. The main character prepared to go out. The woman said that the white rose was paying a visit and paying respect to Mr. Satan. There is an island in the sea area that is not considered to be anyone's territory. It has a lot of wealth and advanced military equipment. The island is called Guangming. To rise on it is the dream of all dark and light forces. The owner of the divine ring is the ruler of the island. Zhang was in the Thorny Rose office building. He demanded from the leader that she give him information. Zhang angrily twisted the ring on his hand. He looked at the doe very displeased. The main character sternly asked the woman who gave them the task. They stood near the wall with a portrait. The woman approached the safe. She said that the messenger wears a mask and she has never seen his face. The doe reached into the safe and took the card. She said, "Stranger serves all organizations in the Northwest." The woman handed the guy a card. She said that everyone who completes the mission on time is elevated to Guangming Island. The main character looked at the card. He asked how you can see a stranger. The doe explained to the guy that if they did not complete the mission in 7 days, the messenger himself would contact them. The main character threatened the woman not to tell anyone about today's conversation. The doe answered fearfully that she understood everything. The doe was left alone. The main character tore up the card and headed towards the exit from the office. Near the exit, the main character told the woman that he would come again in 7 days. After the guy left, the woman grabbed the phone and called Mrs. Cersei. The doe looked out the window at the main character. The guy came up in the car. The woman told her interlocutor that the guest had come to see her. King approached the Lynn family building. She noticed that there were some people near the entrance. The woman saw that a Nantian was standing near the building. She didn't understand why the guy was waiting for her so early. The guy told the woman that their squad was undergoing training. He wanted to use the company building as a training ground. Qing said she could use this incident to sensitize workers to the fire problem. The main character thanked the woman. He told her that they would see each other after lunch. Xiao happily told the captain that the line did not refuse him. He explained that the Nantian, under the pretext of teaching, must show his skills. As a result, Zhang will be defeated. The captain happily asked his subordinate if he had prepared everything he needed. Xiao slyly replied that he had closed the emergency entrance on the top floor. At some point, the Nantian will come down from heaven for the woman, and she will not be able to remain indifferent. In the evening, there were many employees in the office building. They were located on the 17th floor. The guy with glasses was eating chips. It seemed to him from the outside as if something had burned. The worker looked out the window in surprise. He saw smoke and did not understand what was happening. People started screaming that there was a fire. They prepared to escape. Workers went down the stairs. Someone ordered them to go to the emergency exit. The woman was sitting in the office. She realized that Nan Tian's teachings had begun. The woman approached the door. She noticed that the exit was closed. Qing decided that she would return to the office and watch how the guy would put everything out. The worker told people to stay in one group. Help has already arrived. The fire continues to be extinguished. One of the guys looked at the phone and said that there was someone on top of the building. We need to save this man. At this time, the noise of a helicopter engine was heard. The aircraft was approaching the building. A guy appeared near the exit in the helicopter. He was holding a large fire extinguisher in his hands. The people around were very surprised and delighted. They realized that the guy had taken off to put out the fire. Spectators filmed everything on their phones. The guy shouted loudly from the helicopter to the girl in the office that he would save her now. The captain asked his subordinate in fear what was going on. There was heavy fire all around. Xiao told the guy that a very strong wind had blown. The flame burned very hot. Xiao shouted in fear that the fire was spreading and they could no longer control the situation. At this time, the woman herself in the office tried to put out the fire with a fire extinguisher. There was a strong explosion and fire flew out of the window towards the wall of the building. The people in the helicopter could not help in any way. Zhang Xuan and Baiqi are driving in the car. He tells the boss that as soon as he returns, he will have to talk to his missus. He asks if he has the courage. Zhang Xuan tells him that he doesn't need her. They see a huge crowd in front of them. He does not understand where such a large crowd could come from. Baiqi tells him to look up. They see the building is on fire, and he tells Zhang Xuan that the Lin family's building is there. As soon as the boss hears this, he immediately gets out of the car and heads towards the crowd to investigate. He pushes people aside and looks around. He notices that all the businesses have already been evacuated, but he doesn't understand if everything is okay with Qing Han. He approaches the girl and asks her where the fire came from. He asks her what happened to Boss Lin. The girl thinks about his question and doesn't answer right away. She tells him that Boss Lin is still in the building, which shocks him. After her words, Jai Xuan takes off and runs to the building, simultaneously tearing off his jacket. The girl tells him not to act rashly because the building is dangerous and you can't go there. He doesn't listen to her and runs up the stairs. He very quickly goes up to the fire exit on the 17th floor. He tries to open the doors, but the handles are hot due to the heat and the doors are locked. He realizes that he cannot get through. He realizes that he won't be able to open the doors with his hands, and he begins to try to knock them down with his feet. He kicks them non-stop and orders them to open while the whole area becomes covered in smoke. He understands that he will not be able to open the doors this way either, but he also understands that he cannot hesitate because due to the rapid spread of the fire, Qing Han may be in trouble. Meanwhile, below the building, Captain Nanya's subordinate holds him and prevents him from running into the building. He tells him that the emergency exit on that floor won't open, and a lot of time has passed, so Boss Lin won't be able to get out of there. He himself thinks that he locked the doors on that floor in vain. The captain drops everything from his hands out of despair and cannot believe that she will not be able to get out. Suddenly, people from the crowd start screaming because of what they saw. They see someone climbing a burning building. They see Zhang Xuan climbing up the building to the floor. They think he is looking for death. They see that he is having a hard time climbing it because he is climbing on the small ledges that are on the building. He manages to climb onto a floor that he could not enter because of closed doors and rushes into search. He shouts to the entire floor and tries to reach Qing Han. He asks where she is. Meanwhile, Qing Han is sitting in the toilet, which has already filled with smoke, and she begins to cough because of it. She sits and looks at the ceiling in despair. She thinks that this is the end of her, but she also thinks that she is not ready to die yet. She looks at the flame and thinks that it is very difficult to find a person you can rely on. She also thinks that she offended him and never even hugged him. She thinks back to yesterday and feels sorry for not apologizing to Zhang Xuan. She thinks that she would like to travel the whole world with him, drink different drinks together while sitting in mahogany chairs. She dreams of meeting the dawn with him every day and eating the breakfast that he would cook for her. She closes her eyes and accepts the thought that she will never have such an opportunity again in her entire life. The entire toilet is engulfed in flames and smoke is filling it more and more. It really looks like this is the end for her. Unexpectedly, the door to the toilet is knocked down by Zhang Xuan, who looks very angry about the whole thing. He runs inside and sees Qinghun lying unconscious on the floor and runs closer to her. Zhang Xuan takes Qinghun in his arms and tells her that he will pull her out of the fire. He asks her to hold on and looks around to see where he should go. He sees that their path is blocked by fire and continues to stand in place. He thinks about how they can get out. The fire spreads to the ceiling and it begins to collapse. Zhang Xuan doesn't notice at first. Parts of the ceiling begin to fall on him, and he crouches down, shielding Qinghun as debris falls on him. He clenches his teeth tightly to numb the pain and anger over all this. Qinghun is still unconscious. He looks forward angrily and decides to run across the fire in front of them. The fire behind them begins to overtake them. He sees the door in front of him that he tried to kick down and realizes that the only way out is her. He jumps forward and jumps over the fire. He knocks down the door that he couldn't knock down before, and they are free. He goes down with Qinghun to the 8th floor of the company building, and he tries to bring her back to consciousness. He asks her how she is feeling. He shouts at her that she should wake up because she can't sleep in such a situation. It won't affect her. He thinks that this is all very bad because if she inhaled smoke, then this is bad. Because if she remains unconscious for a long time because of this smoke, then nothing will help her. He decides that he must bring her to her senses and begins to give her artificial respiration. He moves away from her and asks her to wake up. He thinks that once, in a moment of despair, she appeared before him like an angel. He begins to cry because he cannot do anything and cannot help her in any way. He can only look at her helplessly. Luckily for him, she comes to her senses and starts calling him. She raises her hands to his face and cups him. She asks her if he kissed her before, but he doesn't answer her and says that he's very glad that she's okay. He looks at him contentedly and embarrassedly, and she jokingly calls him cute names. She also looks happy. Employee Qinghun is worried that Zhang Xuan entered the building a long time ago and realizes that he should have already found her boss Lynn. She wonders whether she should go. The firefighters, who were heading inside the building, notice that someone is coming out closer to them. They stop. They see Zhang Xuan carrying boss Lynn in his arms, looking very confident. Everyone around him starts clapping for him. They call him a hero because he saved her from a real fire. Nantian's assistant, who locked the doors, sees him and is furious. He thinks that all the honors again went to Zhang Xuan. The Qinghun employee runs up to Zhang Xuan and starts thanking him. She tells him that she is happy with him. He asks her how the fire could even have happened, because Lynn's company took all measures to protect the building from fires, and she tells him that it was all Nantian's fault. Zhang Shen hears the name and thinks about what he should do to him for what he caused. He looks into the crowd and sees that it is Nantian and his assistant policeman standing in front of everyone. Zhai Shen heads towards him and says that he must answer for this. The assistant captain tells him to speak more politely. Chadai Xuan ignores him and pushes him so that he falls to the ground. He tells him to get out of the way. He gets up from the ground and starts yelling at him. He tells him that he has no right to attack the policeman. He points a gun at him and orders him not to move, but he looks more funny than scary. Zhang Xuan says that he is giving him 3 seconds to take the gun away from him, and if he doesn't, he will regret it. The policeman tells him that he will not put the gun away because he is sure that nothing can be done to him. Zhang Xuan says that he will now see what he can do and instantly snatches his gun from his hands. The policeman cannot believe it, because even his captain could not do such a thing. The rest of the police point the gun at him and tell him to put the gun down. They order him to put his hands behind his head and lie on the ground. The policeman tells him that he didn't expect that from him and he didn't think he was that good. He asks if he wants to shoot and tells him to shoot. Zhang Shen smiles contentedly and says that he will do so then and points the gun at him. The policeman sees the barrel of a gun in front of his eyes and does not believe what is happening. He is a little scared. He looks around and looks at the policeman, on whose heads red dots are visible, as if from the scope of a sniper rifle. After that, he looks at the buildings nearby and notices a bunch of sun glare, which usually also comes from the scopes of sniper rifles. Zhang Xuan looks at him with a satisfied grin and asks him if he really wants him to shoot. Baichi stops him from killing him by bringing his daughter-in-law with him, which saves the policeman. He approaches her and asks her what happened and why she is not resting in the car. The assistant thinks that if it weren't for Qinghun, the situation would have gotten out of control. He throws away the gun that he took from the policeman, and she asks him to stay with her because she doesn't feel well. He asks her to wait because he hasn't talked to Nantian yet. The assistant holds his daughter-in-law, and Zhang Xuan walks towards Nantian. No one dares to stop him. The police captain is trying to somehow justify himself and say something, but he does not have time to finish his sentence. Zhang Xuan quickly and forcefully punches him in the stomach, his face immediately showing that he is in pain. Zhang Xuan tells him that he cannot finish him off in front of Qinghan, and he hopes that they will not meet again. Nantian asks for his forgiveness. He walks away from the police captain sitting on the ground to his sister-in-law and tells him that it's not him he should be apologizing to. The wheels of the police cars begin to release air and deflate. They do not understand how this happened. Nantian looks at Zhang Xuan and Qinghan leaving. He thinks that he behaved too self-confidently, and she could not like such a simpleton like him. They come to the hospital together to check how their daughter-in-law is feeling. They sit in the ward and watch TV, which shows news about how Zhang Xuan saved Qinghan. She watches TV and thinks that he dared to sacrifice his life for her. Zhang Xuan comes into her room with medicine and sees that she has woken up. He looks happy. He tells her that he made an ointment for her and she just needs to apply it on her face and sleep for her burns to go away. She is happy that there is a person in this world who does such things for her. She thinks that being with him is the greatest happiness for her. She begins to cry tears of joy, and Zhang Xuan immediately notices this. She takes his hand and addresses him as her husband. She asks him if they will go on a trip during her vacation. He hears that she calls him husband and is surprised by this. He cannot believe that she called him that. He asks her again what she said, and she again calls him her husband and explains that the company building will be renovated for about a month, and she hasn't had fun for a long time. He begins to nod happily at her and says that they will go on a trip 100% and calls her his wife. He tells her that while she will have to wait and apply the ointment, because otherwise there may be scars, she listens to him. She asks him who Baichi is to him and why he didn't tell her about him. He tells her that he constantly deals with nonsense, and he didn't see the point in talking about him. She pouts and says that this won't do because she has to meet his friends. She tells him that as soon as she gets out of the hospital, she will invite his friends to the restaurant. He agrees to this and says that he must inform them about it first, and says that everyone will be happy that she wants to treat them. After this, he leaves her room and calls one of his subordinates, who is in another building. He calls Baichi and says that Qinghan wants to invite them to dinner. He looks very happy. Zhang Xuan doesn't understand why he's yelling like that, and Baichi tells him that this will be their first official meeting with his daughter-in-law and he should inform the others. Meanwhile, in a huge mansion, a real farce is happening because of what the Baichi reports. Red-haired Lockie tries to choose an outfit for a meeting and is told that he has already tried 73 suits. He tells his maid that he will have a meeting with Zhang Xuan's daughter-in-law and will lose face if he wears a bad outfit. He orders her to continue trying to create a suitable style for him that will not disgrace him. At the same time, there is also a commotion on the military boat due to the message about the upcoming meeting. The sea god Terry is also trying to prepare for the meeting. His subordinate cannot understand what is happening. His subordinate asks him why he is preparing so carefully. He assumes that he has a meeting with the head of state, but he answers that there is no such ruler and he has a meeting with his daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, in the mountains near the lakes, everything is much calmer. This is the territory of the moon goddess. Her subordinate asks her if she is really leaving them, because they are about to have an ancestor worship ceremony. The goddess turns to her and says that she has received an invitation from Zhang Xuan's daughter-in-law and she cannot help but go. Baichi stands and waits for guests. He notices 3 approaching helicopters on which the guests are arriving. Helicopters land on 3 helipads, which seem to have been specially prepared. Red-haired Lockie is the first to come out. He says that their boss is changing everything around him for the better. He says that wherever their boss is, the air becomes truly clean and fresh. The sea god Terry comes up to him and tells him that he is a suck-up. He tells him that because their boss lives in this place, other places have not become gray and dull. Red-haired Lockie gets angry at him and says that he is asking for a fight with such words. The moon goddess approaches them and tells them to stop because while their boss is not there, there is no one to calm them down. They ask where Y lies. Ziwas. The moon goddess raises her head up and looks at the sky. She tells them to do the same and look up. They see Wylai floating on some kind of futuristic device and greeting them. The sea god looks at her and says that her long flight suit skirt is blowing in the wind, and he calls it beautiful. Moon goddess hits him on the head and asks him if he wants to say that she looks worse. Terry holds her head and says that all girls are beautiful. Wei Lai lands on the ground and immediately speaks to the moon goddess. She calls her old and notices that she is wearing ceremonial clothes from her temple. She hears her words and starts getting angry. She asks her how dare she call her old. Wei Lai tells her that she is completely right, because the moon goddess is already over 40. She calls her grandma. The goddess calls her a minor. Another person comes up to them and says that it's not the right thing to quarrel when they meet. This is Fei Lace. He asks how long ago this grandmother was started, and Terry tells him that about 3 minutes ago. He tells him that he promised to invest 30 billion in his fleet. Fei Lisi shows him an obscene gesture and says that it is only 30 billion, and he drew up the check a long time ago, and the sea god simply did not take it. Terry does not believe him. Baichi turns to them and asks them to stop the noise. He says that since everyone is assembled, they can leave and they will still have time to communicate. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan and Qing Han are already at Xinhai restaurant. She asks him what his friends prefer to eat. He tells her that she can order whatever she wants because they are not picky eaters. She does not agree with him and says that this will not work because this is the first time she is meeting his friends and calls the waiter. A girl comes to them who says that she was just thinking about who was accommodated in such a luxurious hall and says that she did not expect to see Qing Han. It's Zhu Ziyu, telling her that she's surprised she didn't die in the fire. Qing Han tells her that as she can see, she survived, and asks her if she also wanted to book their hall. Zhu Ziyu tells her that she would not dare to fight with her over the hall. Suddenly, Zhang Xuan pushes her and tells her to get out, because she is not saying anything relevant. She falls to the ground and he tells her not to block the entrance because his friends should come to them. Zhu Ziyu jumps up and tells Qing Han that Zhang Xuan is just a gigolo and has no tact at all. She tells her that she should have stopped him. Lin Qing Han hugs his hand and says that in her family, her husband is always in charge of everything. Zhu Ziyu tells her that she has no right to treat her like that, and says that she will come back. Zhang Xuan asks Qing Han who this girl was, and she tells him that she is Zheng Chu's cousin, and she didn't expect to meet her in such a place. He listens to her and realizes that this is the one she was matched with in the restaurant, and he remembers that then he quickly drove Zheng Chu away. He hugs her and tells her that she shouldn't worry about Zheng Chu or his cousin, because he notices that his friends have already arrived. Baichi arrives first and tells him that everyone is ready. Zhang Xuan tells them that they are in no hurry to greet them. After these words, they all greet Qing Han, and she thinks about how she feels like the wife of a mafia godfather. A bunch of cars drive up to the Xinhai restaurant. They all look the same. So many identical cars look strange. A man with a stick gets out of one of the cars, and people also get out of the other cars. The man who came out with the stick turns out to be the head of the hidden killers, and he heads towards the restaurant. A man approaches him and calls him master. He tells him that according to the report, the woman they are looking for is in the restaurant. The chapter says that the Midnighters and Thorn Rose were promising groups, but they failed the mission, and he suggests that Qing Han has a serious patron behind them. He throws out her photo and orders his subordinates to disperse throughout the building to carry out the operation. He tells them not to let their guard down for a minute. He says that they, the Hidden Assassins organization, must complete the task at the cost of their lives, and the only acceptable result is a completed mission, and failure is forbidden to them. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan, Qing Han, Baichi, and the others are sitting in the VIP client lounge and suspect nothing. Zhang Xuan drinks from a glass and Qing Han watches him drink. He and his friends are having fun. He tells everyone else that he is sure that they want to outdrink him, and they don't have to hope for it. Red-haired Lockie stands up and says that this is nonsense. He tells him to wait a little, but something stops him. He turns around and feels in his gut that killers have appeared in the restaurant. He understands that he needs to act. He puts the bottle on the table and tells Zhang Xuan that there is no point in drinking such weak imported alcohol. He tells him that he heard about Huoxia making ergotu, and he heard that it is a strong thing. He says that they would all like to try it. After him, Moon Queen and Wei Lai also notice what is happening in the restaurant. After this, the other guests also notice what is happening in the restaurant and the killers. Zhang Xuan thinks that the red-haired man has exceptional spiritual energy, and as soon as he spoke, he felt something strange. He realizes that something is going on and decides to leave it to the guests. He tells Qing Han that he is not a good host because the restaurant does not serve ergotu. He suggests that she go shopping. Baichi asks Loki what is happening, and the red-haired man explains to him that some thugs are closely watching the room. Baichi immediately decides to ask Wei Lai to do something and look around. She tells him that he can rest easy because she has already hacked the CCTV system and she will tell them everything. They all stand next to and behind her, and everyone looks at her laptop. They notice some people and realize that these must be the killers. From the cameras, they see that there are a lot of people standing in front of the doors to their hall. They look as if they are about to enter them. The subordinate tells the head of the killers that according to their information, there are several more people inside besides their target, and it's time for them to start. The head orders them to kill everyone inside. His subordinate killers knock down the door and run inside holding knives in their hands. In front of them, the killers see people who flew to meet Zhang Xuan and say that they were waiting for them and ask them who they are. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan and Qing Han leave the building, and she asks him what his foreign friends do. He tells her about each of them and explains that he met them a long time ago. She tells him that she will only ask him one question. She tells him that Jiang and Lilith are real beauties. She asks him if he had something with them. He puts his finger on her mouth and says that she is thinking about the wrong things and tells her that they are all like brothers and sisters. They approach the store and he tells her that she should wait for him while he looks at what is in this place. She thinks that she is in vain, making up all sorts of things about him. Red-haired Lockie deals with everyone who tried to attack him and says that it is not good to solve problems with bloodshed and he can only use fighting techniques to defeat them. The head of the killers rises from the floor and asks him who they are because they could not cope with them. Lockie asks him if the hidden assassins always go into business blindly. He takes out and shows him the ring. The head of the murderers understands that it is a royal ring. He is speechless, and he himself thinks that he saw the royal ring, which is in the power of the divine ring. He knows that there are 9 more royal rings. He realizes that Lockie is none other than the famous red-haired one who brings disaster, and Lockie asks him who ordered them and who their target is. The leader tells him that he cannot answer this question, but the red-haired man tells him that he is starting a countdown, and if he does not answer him, then their group will disappear. The head tries to stop him and says that according to the laws of the island, the votes of at least 5 kings are needed to eliminate a second-class organization. Unexpectedly for him, after these words, all of Zhang Xuan's guests remove their hands to take out something. Terry and Bai Qi also take out something. They all lay out what they took out on the table and look at the head of the killers with a smile. He sees that on the table are the 5 rings of the kings that he spoke about and cannot believe it. He understands that he himself led his own people to the slaughter, and he does not understand how the owners of 6 royal rings can end up in one place. Lockie asks him if he wanted to tell who dared to order Qing Han. He is left with no choice, and he decides to tell about it. He tells her that the order was made by Lady Cersei. He says that she instructed them to kill a woman named Lynn Qinghan, and he himself thinks that Qing Han is eating at the same table with 6 kings, and she scares him. He understands that he should not have taken this mission. Bai Qi and Lockie look at each other and are surprised that it was she who did this. It looks strange to them. They remember that she, Cersei, is the owner of the 5-color royal ring and release the killers. The assassins quickly escape from the building, and the leader thinks that it was not surprising that the Midnighters and Prickly Rose failed the mission, and the mere presence of Mr. Satan means that his death sentence has been signed. He gets into his car and says that the 6 kings decided that it was not worth killing someone in such a decent place, otherwise they would have died right there. He hears a voice behind him asking him where they are going, and he freezes. He turns his head back and sees the conductor of hell sitting in the back row. He cannot believe it. People are screaming from all the cars because they find themselves everywhere in the conductors of hell. They understand that they are finished. The guide of hell quickly and without remorse cuts off the head of the hidden killers and ends their story. Half an hour later, Zhang Xuan and Qing Han return to the hall, and his guest Tri-Ergotu, Zhu Ziyu, and her husband approach the door to their hall. She tells him that Lynn and her man bullied her. She tells him that he should help her. He tells her that Lynn's company is just a small business in a remote area of the city. He opens the doors to the hall and goes in. He says that they will have a good talk with Lin Qinghan. Zhang Xuan and everyone present look in their direction with some confusion and do not say anything to them. Everyone just looks at them and waits for someone to start talking, but it doesn't happen. Zhu Ziyu's husband thinks that he didn't expect there to be so many people inside. He realizes that he should have assessed the situation first. Lin Qinghan asks Zhu Ziyu what all this means and how she dared to barge in on them like that. She tells her that there is nothing special about it and she just came to introduce her husband to her. She says his name is Fu Ting and reveals that he is the chairman of the board of directors of the Puying Corporation in Ning County. Zhu Yu tells her husband that everyone in the hall is dressed very strangely and says that it is funny. King Han tells her that she should watch her language and apologize to her husband's friends. Fu Ting tells her that they should not apologize to someone who only owns a tiny company, because his Pewing Corporation has a working capital of 100 billion and he can crush them. He stops because he notices two beautiful ladies sitting at the table and examines them. He thinks that he did not expect to meet such beautiful women that day. He looks at the moon goddess and thinks that he would like to attract their attention and spend the night with them. Unexpectedly for everyone, Lin Qinghan stands up and starts shouting at them. She says that no matter what methods he uses against Lin Company, they will survive. She points her finger at the door and tells them to go away. She shoos them out of the hall. They didn't expect this from Qinghan and just look at her, their faces looking very surprised. Zhu Yu takes her husband's hand again and tells him to leave. She says she can't stay by her side anymore. Terry and Lockie discuss how Qinghan just caught fire and was able to intimidate these two. Terry says that it should be so, because when she ascends to Guangming, everyone will tremble in fear. Zhongshen takes her hand and tells her that there is no need for her to be angry and asks her to sit down quickly because they are just a couple of idiots. She tells everyone in the room that she is sorry that she invited him to dinner the first time and they had to endure all this trouble. Baichi calls her big sister and tells her that she shouldn't talk like that because it makes them feel awkward. Zhang Xuan tells everyone that they should drink because nothing bad happened and everyone in the hall raises their glasses. Half an hour later, Fu Ting and Zhu Ziyu are standing at the counter, and she tells him that they urgently need to find a place to rest. Because she is already impatient, he calls her a seductress and says that he cannot refuse her. He says at the counter that they need one luxury room, and he himself thinks that although she is a beauty, she is far from the moon goddess and Weilai. He is informed that the payment does not go through due to the fact that operations on the account are suspended. He gives another card. The girl behind the counter tries to process the payment a second time, but nothing works. She says that there are not enough funds on the card. She tells Fu Ting that there are not enough funds on his card. He shouts at her and says that this simply cannot happen. Because company funds are tied to his card, he asks her to do it again. Lazy and Weilai's Fei Yi appears. She tells him that the girl behind the counter shouldn't try again. She tells him that Lizi's Fei has already done something about their shares and he doesn't have any more money. Fu Ting tells them that they must be joking because his corporation is worth as much as 100 billion, but someone starts calling him. He takes the call and listens to what his father tells him. He tells him that they went bankrupt because all the company's shares fell and everything was sold out abroad and given to donations. He says that he urgently needs to hide somewhere because they will not be able to pay off this debt in their entire lives. His phone falls from his hands and he realizes that his family is ruined. Zhu Ziyu asks him what happened and why he hasn't rented a room for them yet. She doesn't understand what happened. He doesn't answer her and slaps her, calling her a woman of easy virtue. He tells her that it's all her fault, because it was she who made him run into these serious people, and she still has the impudence to ask what's wrong with him. He runs away from her and runs up to the two kings. He falls to his knees in front of them, about to ask for forgiveness. He tells the kings that it was Zhu Ziyu who incited him to do all this and asks them to treat him with leniency and says that he is ready to work for them. Li Si's Fei kicks him and says that he won't be able to work for him because he doesn't have anything he needs. He and Weilai turn around and leave, and finally he tells Fu Ting that he is no good for him. Afterwards, Zhang Xuan and Lin Qinghan head to Lin Qinghan's mansion. They were well rested. He leads her by the arm and tells her that she has drunk a lot and she should be careful. She can't walk on her own. She looks at him and says that Baichi told her that Zhang Xuan quit smoking for her and completely changed. He smiles awkwardly and tells her that this is all really so, because besides her, he doesn't need anything else. She calls him beloved and kisses him. They don't stand like that for long and she runs away, wishing him good night. He stops her just as she approaches the door to say one last thing. She turns to him and asks what he wanted to say to her lastly, her face all red. He tells her that it has been getting cold outside lately and she can easily freeze at night. He invites her to sleep together. She asks him again if she heard correctly that it is getting colder and then looks at the thermometer, which shows that the temperature is 31 degrees. She tells him that he can only dream about such things because he still has not officially achieved her and runs away to his room. After she runs away to her room, he immediately receives a call from Baichi on his phone. Zhang Xuan picks up the bell and he immediately asks him if he wants to know something about Fu Ting and says that he is crying and regrets everything. But the boss tells him that he wants to learn from him how to win a girl. Baichi tells him that the boss is a famous heartthrob himself, and he should know how to win someone over. Zhang Xuan tells him that all the girls before have approached him on their own. Baichi tells him that he would use the money. The boss pumps the call because he understands that he, just like him, can't do anything. And then he himself understands that he never gave Qinghan gifts. The next day, Lin Qinghan goes on a business trip to a village near Yinzhou and comes to the leader Zhao. He tells her that he wants to terminate the contract unilaterally. He tells her that there are a lot of companies competing for cooperation with them, and the amount offered by their company, Lin, is quite small. Her secretary tells him that they clearly indicated the cost, and they helped them with the repair of the road, and if not for them, no one would have cooperated with them. He tells them that it was their initiative. Lin Qinghan closes the folder with their contract and says that then they have no choice, and then let everything be like this. They leave his office and she says that she can only congratulate Zhao and the other firm on closing the deal. He mocks them. Zhao immediately calls young Master Zheng and tells him that he was right, and Qinghan came and as he wished, he refused her, and tells him about some kind of fund. Lin Qinghan and her secretary leave. The secretary tells her that if they let another company take over the project, they will suffer big losses. She tells her about the mountain stream that they discovered. She reports that it was they who discovered it and paved a passage to it. Qinghan tells her that the next day there will be a trading company evening where she will find Boss Qin from Hongyuan, and this time they need her help. She tells her that behind Boss Qin, there is a person who can give excellent recommendations and must have some ideas, but she doesn't know if he will help them. She comes to a shopping event with Zhang Xuan, and she thanks him for going with her. He tells her that his wife is a beauty and someone should protect her. Her secretary grabs her hand. She tells her that they should quickly go to the meeting, because they are the only ones missing there. She asks her secretary Zhang Yun to wait while people raise their glasses and drink their drinks. She says goodbye to Zhang Xuan and says that she needs to go and say hello to people. He says goodbye to her and says that he is also going around the party a bit. He walks to the stairs and thinks that Qin Ru was looking for him for something. He realizes that this is a good chance to find out everything. He hears someone talking and heads towards them to talk to them about everything. He approaches them and meets Qin Ru. He greets her and says that they have not seen each other for a long time. She is glad that he finally came and tells him that two respectable gentlemen are just waiting for him. She tells him that they admire the deeds of Hongyuan Zhashan and ask to meet with him. They approach the door, which says that this is a VIP room, and are about to enter it. They walk in together and she introduces him to all the gentlemen who are sitting inside. She introduces Mr. Kang and Mr. Wu to him. He greets them. Mr. Kang tells him that they are analyzing the possibilities of several projects and asks him to look at them. Mr. Wu asks him if he really brought those 4 cases because they are not sure. Zhang Xuan tells them that one of them will definitely make a profit. Mr. Wu asks him where the confidence comes from. He tells him that one factor is the laws of the country, and the other is research. He says that since they want to check him, he will analyze the situation. He says that investments are being made heavily in the electronics manufacturing plant, but he needs to survive the fight with competitors. He tells them that there is a residential complex next to the plant, but next to it, there is a pharmaceutical factory that pollutes the air, and families with children may want to change their place of residence. It is not profitable. He says that there is no need to even think about an amusement park because they no longer have their former popularity. Mr. Khan suggests that then the aquarium will be even less popular than the park. Zhang Xuan says that only a fifth of the people who visit the amusement park go to the aquarium, but the amusement park is 20 times larger than the aquarium. He says that the aquarium building is also a landmark of the city, and this will allow the owners to receive government support, and this will be the most profitable choice. Mr. Kang and Mr. Wu say that this is amazing, because they would not even have thought of this, and the new generation is really superior to the old. They tell him that it is not for nothing that he is Qin Ru's consultant on Hongyuan Zhashan affairs, and call him smart. Zhang Xuan says that he is overpraised, and if he lived in their time, he would not compare with them. He looks at his watch and says that he spent a lot of time with them and his wife might lose him and get emotional. He tells them that next time they will definitely have a drink with them. He runs out of the room, and Mr. Kang says that he didn't think that his wife was also in business, because with his support, she could relegate the Lin family company to the background. Mr. Wu says that this company is as old as they are, and everything is coming to an end. But Qin Ru tells him that the company cannot be destroyed. Mr. Wu cannot understand why. She tells Mr. Wu that Zhang Xuan's wife is the director of the Lin company, Lin Qinghan. Zhang Xuan runs into the main hall and immediately hears his wife Lin Qinghan calling him over. He sees her and runs up to her. She looks very pleased and happy. She is literally beaming. She takes his arm and says that she wants to introduce him to Kun Yao and Jia Wei. They immediately ask her to introduce her husband and tell them what family he is from. She begins to tell them who her husband is, but someone interrupts her. This person tells them that her husband's name is Zhang Xuan, and he is stuck with the Lin family, and he is just there as decoration. It turns out to be Jing Chu, and he says that he is surprised that Qinghan brought a stupid person into their high society, and in addition, this stupid person is counting on 10 million. Everyone begins to look askance at him and say that they hoped that he was an influential man, but it turns out that he is supported by his own wife. Lin Qinghan turns to Zheng Chu and says that no matter who her husband beats, he has no right to judge him. Zheng Chu tells her that Zhang Xuan was able to humiliate him in the restaurant, but now he just remains silent and hides behind the woman. Zhang Xuan tells him that he simply doesn't see the need to talk to trash like him. Zheng Chu tells him that he is clearly not trash and tells him to learn to rely on himself, and when he earns a car like his, then they will talk. One of Lin Qinghan's friends is surprised that Zheng has a new car again. He tells her that it is the latest model and costs 600 million and his company is doing well. Someone calls Zhang Xuan and says that he was looking for him, after which Zheng Chu becomes silent and does not understand what is happening. Mr. Kang and Mr. Wu come up to him. Mr. Kang tells him that he left very quickly, but they have one more thing to do and he needs his advice. Zheng Chu tells them that they are the most talented people in Yinzhu, and he cannot understand what they needed from Zhang Xuan. The gentlemen tell him that they are consulting him about investments. Lin Qinghan is surprised that Zhang Xuan understands investments. She looks very surprised. Qinro appears and says that not only does he understand investment, but Heng Yuan Jiaxin is developing thanks to him. She is surprised that she has to tell his wife about this. Qinghan asks him if this is true and he confesses. She thinks about how he told her solutions to problems, and she just asked him not to interfere. She understands that he always helped her. Everyone around Zheng Chu starts talking about how he just bullied Zhang Xuan and saying that it was because of Zhang Xuan that a third-rate company turned into a first-class enterprise. Zheng Chu blushes and tries to quickly leave. He tells them that he has not done anything to them that they can mock him for. Everyone in the hall begins to run up to Zhang Xuan and ask him to help them with advice. He asks them to speak more calmly and take turns. He moves away from them and starts drinking water. He looks pretty tired after all the talking. He finishes everything and says that all these people are very enthusiastic and he talked to them so much that his throat was even dry, and in general they had to charge for his services. Lin Qinghan runs up to him and kisses him on the cheek. She tells him that this is his gratitude. She tells him that he is cool and thanks him for solving the problem with the resort. He tells her that it is nothing, and he asks him to just kiss him so that he will give her a plan for the development of her company. She tells him that he should confess to her what he had with Qin Ru. He tells her that they are friends and they met at the welfare office. Suddenly, he receives a call on his phone. He tells her that it is Baichi and he must answer him. He receives the call, and Baichi immediately tells him that White Rose from Thorn Rose contacted him, and they were sent to Anxi, but they interrogated one person, and he is one of those who has a special status. He tells him that the one who ordered his wife is Cersei. Zhang Xuan orders him to go to him and leave immediately. He himself does not understand what happened. Qinghan asks him what happened, and he tells her that something not very good happened, and he is afraid that he will have to leave. She hugs him and tells him that he should be careful. He tells her that she shouldn't worry as he will be home soon. Meanwhile, some person is quickly running somewhere. Everything looks quite strange. He holds Qin Ru on his shoulder and brings it to Zheng Chu. He tells him that everything went well and he brought it. Zheng Chu gives him a wad of money and says that it is his and he should keep his mouth shut. The unknown man tells him not to worry about it. At this time, Zhang Xuan comes out of the building and sees someone holding Qin Ru. He sees this picture and does not understand what is happening. He thinks that something happened to her. Zheng Chu comes to his house dragging Qin Ru behind him. He drags her into his room. He looks at her and calls her very rude names. He puts her on his bed. He is going to do something bad to her. He says that he will play with her and then throw her out into the street. He tells her that she will feel how he felt when he blushed in front of everyone at the party. He begins to reach for her dress and breasts in order to do indecent things to her. He doesn't have time to do anything, and a strong punch lands in his face. He doesn't expect this. He looks in the direction from where a fist flew into his face and sees Zhang Xuan there. He gets scared and asks him what he forgot in his house. Zhang Xuan comes up to him and kicks him in the stomach with all his might. He tells him to get lost. He approaches Qinru and tells her that he is very lucky that he accidentally noticed her. Otherwise, something might have happened. He understands that she does not react at all to his words and understands that she is unconscious. He understands that this, fortunately, is an ordinary sleeping pill. He knows that very soon she should wake up. His phone starts ringing. Baichi calls him and says that he is there. He asks him where he is. The boss tells him that he is coming to see him. He leaves Zheng Chu's house and sees Qinru's subordinate running up to him. She looks scared. She tells Zhang Xuan that she can't find Boss Qin anywhere and asks him if he knows where she is. He tells her that she is inside the house and asks him to take care of her. He leaves her and approaches the waiting car. He gets inside the car to go and figure things out. Baichi tells him that they should already leave, because absolutely everyone is already waiting for them in Yuanxi. Secretary Qin Rose runs into her room and asks if she is okay, but she is interrupted and someone comes into the room. She is interrupted by Zheng Chu, who tells her that she shouldn't ask him what she shouldn't know. He gives her a check and says that it says $500,000 and tells her that she will not save that much even after 10 years of hard work, and if she helps him with one thing, then the money will be hers. 3 minutes later, in the hall where the evening of trading companies is taking place, a booth begins. Secretary Qin Rao runs into the hall and starts shouting to everyone that she needs help. She says that Zhang Xuan attempted to assassinate her boss Qin. Lin Xinghun hears this and is shocked. And the people around her are also shocked. They can't believe it. They are shown CCTV footage showing Zhang Xuan entering the building. People from the crowd begin to say that they would never have thought that Zhang Xuan was such a person and was admired. Zheng Chu appears and says that it looks like Lin Xinghun is no longer as attractive as she could be. He says that there are always people who have dinner at home with their family, but outside the door they start intrigues on the side. Lin Qinghun turns to him and says that this has not been proven and nothing has been fully revealed yet. She tells him to shut up. With anger on her face, she silently leaves the building and tries to call him. But an answering machine answers, saying that the dialed number is not available. She does not understand why he does not want to answer her, and begins to doubt that he could not do such a thing, but she stops herself with the thoughts that he has done a lot for her. She decides that she must save him. She approaches Mr. Yi and says that she needs all the evidence incriminating Zhang Xuan to be destroyed. She says that she will pay as much as necessary. He tells her not to worry about it. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan himself is driving with Baichi to the meeting place. They drive in a calm atmosphere. He tries to turn on his phone, but he can't. His phone is dead and it makes him angry. He throws his phone in the back row and Baichi asks him what he will say to Cersei when he sees her. He tells him that he doesn't know yet and will decide when he sees her. He remembers her and remembers her story. He begins with the fact that on Guangming Island, there are 10 kings who have magical rings. After this, he thinks that among these kings there is the owner of a 5-color ring, who, with the help of her power, can judge the policies of other kings and reject the proposals of the 5 rulers. He knows that she sacrificed a lot, which earned her the trust of other kings and the status of a leader, and she is the charming devil Cersei. He knows that she will unquestioningly carry out every order of Mr. Satan. He knows that for the sake of a man she will sanctify the whole earth with her pure and immaculate image. He thinks that for the sake of a man she will descend into purgatory, turning into a she-devil. He does not understand why it is she. They come to the Yuanxi desert, where they are supposed to meet Cersei and see a bunch of people in front of them. Langson tells everyone that all the large groups of the northwestern part of Yinzhou have received a message with an offer to come to the desert, and at this place the envoy will give them a new task after completing Guangming. A couple of people come up. The one walking in front says that he was wondering why Langxian rejected his invitation, and a couple of gigolos follow her. He says that they shouldn't have come to such a place. The guy behind him calls him Brother Fei and says that Baichi and Zhang Xuan were wrong when they dared to compete with him. Baichi tells the boss that he didn't think they would be signed up as gigolos. Langxian tells Guo Fei that he must calm his people, and she thinks that they are lucky that the king is not angry with God. Fei says that in their world everything is decided by fists, and they should exchange experiences. They don't notice a car approaching them, and Fei manages to dodge it at the last moment. As if nothing had happened, the car door opens and people begin to get out. 5 kings come out of the car. They look very intimidating, but some do not understand this at all. Fei's men start yelling at them and saying that they probably have eyes in the back of their heads. The yelling guy tells them to come over and apologize. Zhang Xuan approaches them and asks why they came to them. Lockie tells him that they have considered each other brothers for many years and they should help the family. Terry agrees with him. Faye's guys are still trying to attack the Kings, and Langston is thinking that Faye's people want to attack the Kings and don't understand the seriousness. Lockie turns to the guy who is yelling at him and asks him if he is sure that he wants him to apologize to him. The guy who is yelling at him stops speaking and begins to stutter constantly. He loses the ability to speak normally. Faye walks up to her boyfriend and tells him to leave. He says that if they continue, they will only embarrass themselves. He says that they are all difficult guys, and suddenly the envoy of Guangming, a servant of the underworld, appears. Faye and his boys cover their faces as a strong wind flow appears after Guangming's envoy arrives. The messenger hides his hand in his sleeve to get something for the upcoming mission for everyone. He takes out the key and says that the difficulty level of this mission is quite high, and he will entrust it to someone who can get this key. He throws this key into a huge crater and says that those who can complete the mission will achieve honor. All the people standing on the edge of the crater rush inside in order to pick up the key faster than anyone else. Zhangxuan asks Langsing what Cersei told her. When she found out about his visit, she tells him that she told her that he would see her as soon as he took the key. He realizes that all he has to do is take the key and asks what the peace-loving Cersei wants to achieve by provoking a fight. In the crater, only hands are visible, which are completely covered in blood. It looks very creepy. Baichi asks Zhang Xuan if it is time for them to act. He tells him that the time for this has come. Langsing tells Faye that they better leave quickly and not get involved in this matter. Faye tells her that he will not leave because he wants to see the scum meet their death in this crater. He laughs because Zhang Xuan is fighting for the key, and Langsing tells him that if he doesn't leave, then he will have no right to complain later. She thinks that no one should see the guides of hell. The Kings pull out from their bosoms the masks of the conductors of hell. For those who see this, it becomes clear that they are no longer residents. All the Kings put on the masks of hell guides and head towards the crater to take the key. Faye sees the guides of hell appear in front of him. He falls to the ground and shakes in horror. All the guides of hell descend into the crater, and people notice that the guides of hell themselves, the incarnations of demons, are descending to them. They all kneel down in front of such strong people. They begin to bow to them. Baichi, who is standing in front of everyone, bends down and takes into his hands the key that is lying on the ground. He picks up the key and examines it. He tells all the people in the crater to quickly get out of their sight. Everyone immediately obeys them, because no one dares to doubt the power of the very guides of hell incarnating demons. After Baichi takes the key, the silhouette he has been waiting for appears in front of Zhang Xuan. Zhangxuan realizes that Cersei has finally arrived. He looks quite angry. She takes off the mask of the conductor of hell and calls him brother. She asks him if he missed her. She jumps from her seat in his direction and quickly approaches him. She looked very pleased that she met him. She approaches him and cuddles. She tells him that she missed him a lot. She looks happy. She looks back at the hell guides approaching them and calls everyone's names. They tell her that this is a serious matter and they couldn't help but come. Baichi takes off his mask and asks Sisea a question. He asks her if it is true that she sent the killers to their boss's wife. She tells him it's true and she doesn't mind at all that she's standing right next to their boss. Zhang Xuan asks her why she did this, because she knew about their relationship. Cersei tells him that Guangming could be destroyed because of her and asks if he was told about the nuclear attack on Guangming. He hears this and is very surprised because a nuclear attack was carried out on Guangming. Baichi says that he shouldn't blame Wei Lai for not telling him about it, because he was the one who didn't let them tell about it. He explains that it was 3 days after the battle with the Wang Hui leader. King Xia tells him that there are a lot of girls who, on a whim, will want to be with him. She asks him to come back because all of Guangming is waiting for him. Zhang Xuan tells her that he will return, but the time for this has not come yet, and she should just wait. Cersei asks him how much time he needs and says that he abandoned them for the sake of some woman. She says that he can no longer call himself Satan. She tells him that they are all like a pack of wolves and they no longer have the same zeal and nobility as before. She takes out her pistol and says that according to their rules, anyone who has seen the true appearance of the conductor of hell should not remain alive. Faye and his brother ask her to wait and not shoot. He says they didn't see anything, but she doesn't listen to them. She fires 2 precise shots and kills them. She says that Zhang Xuan is no longer the same Mr. Satan she knew, and the current Guangming cannot compare with the old one. She takes the ring and starts to take it off. She tells everyone that she doesn't need it anymore because Guangming is no more. She says that from this day on there will be no more Cersei on Guangming. Wei Lai tries to stop her. Baichi tells Zhang Xuan that they have been fighting together for many years, and he can't let her go so easily. The boss asks him to let him explain everything first. Baichi does not understand a little what he wants to tell him, and he begins to tell him that 3 months ago he fought with the leader of Wang Hui. He says that this world is not as simple as it seems to them. He remembers their battle 3 months ago and remembers the leader of Wang Hui telling him to give up and saying that they don't have to make such a strict distinction between life and death. Zhang Xuan remembers that he did not understand what he was talking about and asked the Wang Hui leader to explain everything to him in more detail. Leader Wang Hui told him that there was a fierce struggle between them, but to other people it might seem like just a game. He tells him that it doesn't matter if it's Zhang Xuan's Guangming or Wahui's. He says that everything must come to an end. Meanwhile, in Yinzhou, negotiations regarding cooperation are taking place at the Hengyuan Trading Company. It turns out that Lin Qinghan is in the meeting room, trying to propose some plans to Qin Ru. Boss Lin tries to offer Boss Qin a cooperation agreement and tells her that each of them can bring huge profits. Qin Ru tells her that she needs to deal with the recent incident first. Qinghan asks her if she is really ready to go against their company, but she tells her that they cannot compete because she is only protecting her own rights. Qinghan gets up from her seat and says that in that case she won't tell her anything else. She says that she will just leave the contracts on the table, and if she suddenly changes her mind, then she should just say so. She leaves her office and thinks that she must figure out a way to save Zhang Xuan. Qinru asks her to stop, and Jing Hat turns to her, thinking that she has decided to make a deal. Boss Qin gives her her contracts and says that she simply cannot accept her offer. She asks her if she really loves Zhang Xuan and looks at her waiting for an answer. King Han tells her that he is her husband and she just can't help but love him. She looks quite confident. Qinru tells her that loving a person means trusting him. Qing Han tells her that she doesn't understand why she is so interested in their relationship and assumes that she is interested in her husband. Boss Qin hides his hair and tells her that she really likes him, but he is already married to Qing Han. She tells her that if he belonged to her, then she would not have acted as she did and she would not have tried to silence the victim, but would have tried to find out who was trying to cause trouble for her husband. Qing Han leaves her office and thinks that she didn't even think about the fact that Zhang Xuan could have been framed. She thinks that Qin Ru is completely right because she didn't even doubt his guilt. She leaves the building of the Hengyuan Trading Company but is stopped by what she sees in front of her. She sees people standing with signs and posters saying that Lynn's company has done a lot of evil and that CEO Lynn is covering up for her husband. She gets angry about this and asks who dared to do this. She thinks that they are deliberately making the matter public and want to tarnish the reputation of her company. She attracts attention, and everyone immediately runs up to her, because what happened in the evening is the main news of the day. Reporters start asking her questions about her husband, Zhang Xuan, asking if she is really covering for him. Lin Qinghan thinks that these journalists are specifically asking these questions and understands that they absolutely do not care about the answers because they will distort everything. Zhang Chu appears and tells them that the journalists can learn absolutely everything about her from him. The reporters immediately turn their attention to him and start asking him about Zhang Xuan. He tells them that they should not make it difficult for Boss Lin because the real villain is her husband. He points to the poster and says that the truth is written on it, because Secretary Qin saw everything that happened, and he knows that Zhang Xuan entered the Lin family for the sake of money. He says that he should be despised. The journalists tell him that he said everything perfectly and also gave them a lot of information for stories. Her subordinate runs up to Lin Qinghan and tells her that she should leave because the situation is not in their favor. She says that soon they will not be able to defend themselves. Qinghan tells her that they cannot leave because it will only get worse, and she does not believe that Zhang Xuan could do such a thing. Suddenly, Zhang Xuan appears, who tells her that she does not have to prove it. She looks at him in surprise and asks him where he came from. He apologizes to her for being so late, and he says to leave everything to him. He approaches the crowd in which Zheng Chu is standing with a journalist. He greets them and says his first and last name. He tells them that he has his own version of what happened and asks them if they want to know how it really happened. Journalists hear that there is another version that they have not heard about and become interested in it. Zheng Chu approaches him and says that this is another lie because everyone has seen the CCTV footage and he has already called the police to punish him. Zhang Shen takes out the photographs he managed to take and asks the entire crowd to carefully examine them. They approach him and look at the photographs. They realize that the photographs are of young Master Zheng. Jian Chu tells him that it won't change anything and these photos don't prove anything at all. Sweat is visible on his face. Bai Chi appears, bringing with him his secretary and the guy who got Qinru drunk. Jian Chu sees all of them and does not understand how this could happen. He cannot understand how he found them all. The guy who got her drunk says that he forced him to give her sleeping pills and he had no choice. And the secretary shows the receipt that Jiang Chu gave her and says that he forced her to lie to everyone. All the journalists quickly run up to Jiang Chu and ask about this. They ask him for an explanation and say that there is evidence and witnesses, and all this is more significant than his video recording. He tries to break away from them and starts to run away. He pushes all of them in his path. He hopes that he will have time to get away. The police appear, show him a document, and stop him. She tells him that everything has already been reported to them and he will have to travel with them. He understands that he personally dug his own grave. 3 hours later, Zhang Xuan and Lin Qinghan come to her mansion. Qinghati asks him about Qinro. She wonders if he knew that she liked him. He tells her that he knew nothing at all. He approaches her and a sly smile is visible on his face. He asks her if she is jealous of him. She turns away from him and blushes. He still smiles slyly. She covers her face with her hands. She asks him if she should be jealous, and she tells him that their company building will be rebuilt in another week. She suggests going on a trip. He agrees to her proposal. Lin Qinghan and Milan leave the airport. Milan tells her that Qinghan has come to the right place, because the next day there will be an exhibition of Felger's works. She says that she must meet him. She tells her that she should come to her first and see how hospitable she is. Qinghan says that she should definitely do this because she misses her aunt and uncle. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan is pulling all her suitcases. He doesn't understand how she was able to buy so much. He asks them to wait for him. The guy is in a red Ferrari and calls Milan to him. Qinghan asks her if this is her boyfriend, but she tells her not to pay attention to him. She tells her that the last time she talked about Yang Haifeng, she had to leave for France because he was constantly following her. Yang Haifeng approaches them and turns to Milan again. He tells her that she saw him, but left. He does not understand why this happened. He asks her if she misses her and says that he thought only about her every night for years. Milan starts yelling at him and tells him to shut up. She tells him that he doesn't want to date him and asks him not to embarrass her in front of the others. He puts his glasses away and tells her that it hurts her to hear that and asks if she has found someone else. He looks behind Milan and begins to look at Zhang Xuan, who stands calmly and does not pay attention to them. He quickly runs up to him and says that he doesn't care who he is, but he tells him that he doesn't want to see him around Milan anymore. Milan herself approaches Lin Qinghan and asks her if she could lend him her husband for a few minutes. She runs up to Zhang Xuan and hugs his hand. She calls him cute and says that he has been somewhere for a very long time. Yang Haifeng grabs his shirt, but Zhang Xuan looks completely calm. The guy who is stalking Milan says that he has no right to steal his woman so brazenly. Zhang Xuan calmly slaps him hard and he flies back, letting go of his t-shirt. He grabs his wounded cheek and says that he has no right to hit him and says that Zhang Xuan doesn't even know what place he occupies in society. Zhang Xuan tells him that he doesn't care at all and slaps him on the other cheek and knocks out his tooth. Milan runs up to him and tells him that airport security will be coming soon and they should leave, leaving Yang Haifeng lying on the floor. They walk away from him, and Yang Haifeng somehow gets up from the floor. He looks at them and says that Zhang Xuan will still pay for what he did. He holds his cheeks and says that from now on, his life will turn into a real nightmare. Lin Qinghan, Zhang Xuan, and Milan come to West City, which is a prestigious area. Milan comes in first and shouts to her mother and father that she is home, followed by Lin Qinghan and Zhang Xuan. Her parents come out to them and look happy that they are finally back home. Milan introduces Zhang Xuan to them as Lin Qinghan's husband. She tells them that they were wrong to say that she would not marry without telling them. As soon as they hear his name, their faces immediately change, looking very shocked by this. Zhang Xuan scratches his head awkwardly and tells them that he didn't expect to see them in such a place. Milan does not understand what is happening and begins to look first at her parents, then at him. She asks them if they know each other. Aunt Xiao runs up to him and says that they haven't seen each other for 10 years. She cups his face. Milan does not understand what is happening and asks his mother to explain everything that is happening. Her mother approaches her with tears in her eyes and tells her that he is Aunt Song's son. Milan hears this and also immediately changes her face. She doesn't understand how this is even possible. She remembers two people, a mother and a child. These silhouettes at first look very unclear in her memories. She tenses and tries to remember what they looked like. She remembers all this. She remembers his mother Song Xiang, who is the mother of Zhang Xuan and Zhang Xuan himself at 10 years old. Milan remembers how she was sick in the hospital and how her mother thanked Song Xiang. She remembers Zhang Xuan's mother telling her mother that she was glad that her daughter was getting better. She remembers the little boy hiding behind her. He looked quite scared then. She comes back from her memories and is surprised that they met like this. Zhang Xuan says that it is truly an amazing coincidence. Lin Qinghan is surprised and does not understand what is happening. She asks them if they have met before. Milan tells her that this is so, and Zhang Xuan's mother was her bone marrow donor, and says that he used to live next door, but then he left without even saying goodbye. Uncle Xiao interrupts them and says that first he would like them all to eat at the table. He raises his glass of wine and says that their daughter returned that day and also brought Zhang Xuan and Lin Qinghan. They all finish their food and drinks. They are about to go to their rooms, because by this point it is getting quite late. Zhang Shen and Aunt Xiao help Uncle Xiao get to his room. Because he had too much to drink, Auntie suggests that he go and rest. Milan sits down with Lin Qinghan and asks her who she will sleep with, because they only have 3 bedrooms. She cups her cheek and tells her that she needs to get ready because that day she will become a woman. Zhang Xuan returns to the room where everyone was, but does not notice anyone. He does not understand where the girls went. He enters the bedroom where he was going to go to bed and sees a rather interesting picture in front of him. He sees Lin Qinghan lying helplessly on the bed. He thinks about what he should do. He closes the door and stands by the bed. He looks at his sleeping wife and continues to think about what to do. He approaches her and leans on the bed. He asks her if she is sleeping. She doesn't answer him. She lies there and doesn't show it, but her face is red and she can't stop thinking about what to do. Zhang Shun suddenly hugs her, and she thinks that everything is happening too soon and she is not ready yet. She blushes and opens her eyes because she hears someone snoring. She doesn't understand what happened. She turns to Zhang Xuan and sees that he has fallen asleep. She looks a little disappointed. She looks at him with displeasure and thinks that he couldn't just fall asleep and thinks that he is not attracted to her. She looks at the face of her sleeping husband and begins to examine him carefully. She is going to do something. She grabs his face and notices that his skin is very rough. She thinks that he has been through a lot. She calms down and lies down on him. She looks happy, and meanwhile he is just sleeping. The next day they come to West City to the talent fair, as Milan said before. Zhang Xuan walks up to the entrance and looks around the building. Milan asks her how she slept last night. Zhang Xuan interrupts them and asks them what they forgot at the employment center, since they were going to an exhibition. Milan tells him that the exhibition hasn't started yet, and that's why she wants to share the cost estimate with him. He doesn't understand what she's talking about. She tells him that everyone who comes to apply for a job is evaluated according to their annual salary. Milan asks Lin Qinghan if they will price it at 20,000 yuan a month, and see if that's the case. Qinghan tells her that it will be fun. Zhang Xuan tries to stop them and asks if this is really necessary. He looks a little scared. Qinghan shouts to him that he should quickly go after them, because she was wondering how much he was worth. He understands that he has no choice. They go up to the assessment floor and see a bunch of doors in front of them. They don't know which door to go through. Milan tells Qinghan that she herself must choose what they will start evaluating Zhang Xuan with. Qinghan grabs him and says that they will start with security and let him check everything first. He enters each door in turn. First, he hits a punching bag to measure his strength. Then he conducts analytics in another room. After that, he enters a room where he needs to draw a picture. And after that, he enters a room where he needs to write code. He leaves the room and says that he is done with everything. He looks very tired because of all this. He sees a man approaching his wife and she is trying to tell him that they cannot afford to invite such a celebrity. Zhang Xuan sees this and immediately looks restored and wonders who he is. He hears this Mr. Wang tell her that she looks beautiful and everything will be free for her. He tells her that he has full confidence that they will have a great time. Lin Qinghan tells her that this is in no way possible because she is already married and he has no chance. Zhang Xuan approaches her and she immediately hugs him, saying that this is her husband and unfortunately, Mr. Wang, nothing of what he suggested will happen. Mr. Wang looks at him and says that this seems like a joke. He tells her that they are completely unsuitable for each other. Zhang Xuan tells him that they can decide for themselves whether they are suitable for each other or not. Mr. Wang tells him that he can still handle such matters and points to a badge that says his annual salary is 10 million. He looks at him angrily and asks him why he came and whether he came for work or just to stand out. Behind them, they hear a voice that says that mongrels like Zhang Xuan don't dare talk to his brother like that, Behind them is a girl who tells him that some people are proud of having money, while others have nothing to be proud of. Milan and Lin Qingha tell him that in front of them is Yang Yan, and she is the princess of Yangfeng Company, as well as Yang Haifeng's sister. She tells him that Zhang Xuan cannot even think about the fact that he is better than Wang, and that he has achieved more in his life. Yan Yan tells her that since they came to calculate the salary, they can show her the result to understand their situation. Lin Qinghan says that they just wanted to have fun with him and the test results do not always correspond to real abilities. Yan Yan says that they should be ashamed to show his result, and in such a huge center, they could not overlook her husband's talent. Zhang Xuan tells her that then she leaves him no choice. He unbuttons his shirt and takes something out of his inside pocket. He takes out a card with his annual income written on it, and Yan Yan quickly snatches it from his hands. She looks at the card and says that she knew it. She says that his salary is like a laborer, only 10,000. Milan and Lin Qinghan look at him a little disappointed. He doesn't look upset. He looks at her smugly, and there is confidence in his gaze. He tells her that she should take a closer look. She says that she read everything correctly and it says 10, but she understands that she is covering the value of the amount with her hand. She removes her hand and sees that the card says his annual salary is estimated to be 10 billion. They see this and are shocked. Yang Yan's wig falls off because of this, and her brother's faces look very surprised. Wang says that it is 100 times larger than him, and it is simply impossible. He cannot believe it. Zhang Xuan stands calmly and doesn't say anything. Lin Qinghan looks at him in surprise, and Milan can't believe such a sum. Yan Yan says that there is no way to rely on this estimate and says that it is nonsense that he can make 1 billion. An employee of this building tells her that their system is very accurate and there simply cannot be errors in it. Yan Yan says that they need proof of all this and says that his results are too suspicious results. The employee tells her that they can easily provide it to her and asks her what evidence she needs. Yang Yan says that Zhang Xuan received the highest rating, and because of this, she wants to see what he is really capable of. The employee listens to her and tells Zhang Xuan that according to their center's rules, they can request confirmation of his result. Yang Yan thinks that he could simply remember the correct answers to the questions, but in reality he will not be able to answer all the questions. Zhang Xuan confidently tells the employee that there is no problem at all. He looks calm. Yan Yan says that this is just great and now they will see how good he is. She looks self-satisfied. He enters some kind of ring and waits for what will happen. It looks a little unclear. He turns to Yan Yan and asks him how long he will wait to confirm his result. She tells him that he doesn't have to worry about it and his opponent is on his way. Yang Haifeng appears along with the guards. He immediately asks who dared to offend his sister. Lin Qinghan and Milan see Yang Haifeng coming towards them and are surprised at this coincidence of circumstances. Yang Yan runs up to him and says that Zhang Xuan offended her and points his finger at the ring. Yang Haifeng tells her that the world turns out to be quite small, and he did not expect that they would meet so soon. Zhang Xuan walks up to the ring wall and he asks him if it was enough for him to beat him last time. Yang Yan is surprised that they already know each other. He tells her not to worry and says that he will finish Zhang Xuan off. He tells his guards that he will give 1 million to whoever brings the hand of the man standing in the ring. The 3 guards look at each other contentedly and look confident that they have already defeated him. Milan approaches Yang Haifeng and asks him what he did. She looks very angry. Lin Qinghan turns to Zhang Xuan and tells him to just forget about everything and give up. He smiles contentedly and tells her that there is nothing wrong with it and asks her not to worry. He assures her that they will not be late for the exhibition. Zhang Shen tells Yang Haifeng that they are actually in a hurry and tells them to attack everyone at once. Yang Haifeng gets mad about this and orders his guards to beat him to death. He looks very angry and his guards are very happy. Security comes into the ring and he says he shouldn't have crossed the wrong people's path. They look arrogant. All the guards decide to attack him at once and raise their fists to strike. They really look intimidating. Unexpectedly to everyone, Zhang Xuan makes 3 quick strikes at the guards and throws them back. Nobody understands how this happened. They don't understand how he could have done this. Zhang Xuan stands surrounded by them and says that they can attack if they decide. The guards no longer look so confident. The guards just look at him, and it becomes clear to everyone that they are simply afraid to approach him. Zhang Shen takes off and tells them that he will then come to them himself. He approaches one of the guards and raises his fist to strike. He punches the biggest guard of the 3 right in the stomach, and the guard looks like he won't be able to get up again. The beaten guard sits on the floor and coughs constantly. After being hit, Zhang Xuan looks very angry. The rest of the guards run towards them, but he turns to them and his eyes light up with fire. He punches with both hands and throws them away. The punch looks very strong and painful. He throws them away so hard that 2 guards are thrown out of the ring and fall to the floor unconscious. All the people watching this stand in shock and don't understand how this is even possible. Yang Yan and Milan look scared. Zhang Xuan clenches his fists and asks Miss Yang if she wants more proof of his results. He leaves the ring, and Yang Yan and Yang Haifeng don't say anything to him. They just look at him silently. He tells them that in that case, glad they can't tell him anything else, they will go. He approaches Milan and Lin Qinghan. He hugs Qinghan and says that they need to go, because the exhibition will start soon. They leave the building and Yang Haifeng starts beating up his guards. He tells them that they are just a bunch of losers. They come to the long-awaited exhibition of Felger's work and look at the works that are on display there. Milan and Lin Qinghan discuss how 10 billion a year is a fortune, and they didn't expect it to be worth that much. Zhang Xuan says to himself that everything turned out to be not very convenient because he read the questions in advance, but decides not to think about it because the time has come to enjoy art. Milan asks him about his opinion about the painting in front of them because he knows how to draw. He looks at this picture and realizes that it seems very familiar to him. He remembers what kind of picture it is. He remembers that this is exactly the picture that Felger painted while intoxicated. Zhang Xuan makes a smug look and says that this painting expresses a desire for a certain intimacy. Someone intervenes in their conversation and says that what he is saying is all wrong. He says that this picture tells them about contradictory love. A man who suddenly appears tells them that the man sitting on the wooden swing is from a poor family with low self-esteem, and the woman who has never known loneliness does not leave because she does not want to leave him alone. He points his finger at Zhang Xuan and says that art is not for everyone, and if he doesn't understand it, then it's better for him to keep quiet. Zhang Xuan turns to him and asks him why he is so sure that his opinion is correct. The man in the beret tells him that he simply doesn't understand anything about art and that people like him don't belong at the exhibition. Milan gets angry and tells this man that this is not his place at the exhibition and asks him to mind his own business because they themselves can interpret the artist's intention as they see it. The man in the beret loses his temper and starts shouting at them that they are all insulting the beauty of art. Felger himself appears and asks the man who dares to insult the art at his exhibition. Milan and Lin Qinghan are surprised that Mr. Felger himself came to them. They call him a fashionable young man. The man in the beret asks Mr. Felger to tell them what the subtext of this picture is. The creator of the exhibition tells him that, to tell the truth, there is absolutely nothing interesting in it. The man is surprised at this. He says that he can only say one thing about this picture. He says that he envies such a life. Lin Qinghan and Milan run up to Zhang Xuan and are surprised that the artist said the same thing as him and this something. Zhang Xuan tells them that it's simple. The whole point is that he was there when Felger painted this picture. Felger sees him and comes up to talk. He recognizes him almost immediately. Zhang Xuan starts shaking his hand hard. This scares him, and he tells him that he is a fan. Felger tells him that he is pleased that he supports him, and Zhang Xuan himself shows him a sign that he needs to be quieter. Suddenly, Milan receives a call from her father. She is a little surprised by such an untimely call. Her father immediately asks her a question about whether Zhang Xuan really beat Haifeng's bodyguards. An hour before the call, something happened at the general headquarters of the Yanfeng Company, which is why Father Milan called her. The chairman of the Yanfeng Company, Yang Xiong, simply sat in his office, completely calm. Unexpectedly, his son Yang Haifeng burst into his office and yelled at him that he wanted revenge. He went into his office and closed the door behind him, after which he told his father and/or himself that someone had gotten to him. He sat down on his desk and said that he needed his father to find him much better bodyguards. After he sat down on his desk, his father got very angry with him and told him to get away because he was a man. Yang Haifeng got up from his desk very quickly. He told him that he had already lent his son his personal bodyguards and did not understand what problems he might have. His son called his personal bodyguards losers and told him that he kicked them out because the 3 of them could not cope with one person. His father was very surprised by what he told him and began to question him about what was happening. His son told him that someone stole his woman and beat up all their bodyguards. He looks annoyed. His father was angry that his son was so pathetic, and he asked him if he was capable of anything. Yang Haifeng tried to stop his father, who was about to go somewhere, but he did not listen to him. Suddenly, he was stopped by a real sword being put to his throat. None of them expected this. Yang Haifeng's father told the man holding the sword that, whatever it was, they could discuss it calmly. Young Haifeng pointed his finger at that man and told him that he was most likely crazy and he could not attack them. His father ordered his son to shut up. His father told the man that his son did not know anything and asked him not to touch his ignorant son. The man told him that he, on the contrary, should thank him. He told them that they had been monitoring their security for more than 2 months, and they had been waiting for such a moment for a very long time. He told them that Yang Haifeng was the culprit of this celebration, and if it weren't for him, they would have waited a long time. Yang Haifeng is in shock because of all this. The man who put the sword to his father's throat pressed him harder, and a scratch appears on his neck. He asked him where the documents were. His father pointed to his safe and told him that he only had half, and Mr. Xiao of Xiao Group of Companies had the rest half of the documents. The swordman wondered if the Xiao Group of Companies had the rest of the documents, but Yang Haifeng's father told him that he didn't know where he was keeping them. The man with the sword told him that he should then invite him and his daughter to the 19th floor for a chat. In the present time, Milan came to where her father said, and Zhang Xuan tells her that Uncle Xiao didn't tell him about this place because it only has 2 floors, but they were told about the 19th. She tells him that 17 floors are located underground and this is an elite club that is visited by all the big shots of the capital. Uncle Xiao appears and asks her what happened because it all looks quite serious. She tells him absolutely everything that happened in the valuation test and explains that Yan Yan started it all. Uncle Xiao tells them not to blame themselves because Old Man Yang invited them all to apologize to them. Zhang Shen tells him that they don't have to worry about it because now they have the opportunity to discuss everything face to face. Uncle Xiao tells them that everything is fine then and asks them all to follow him. He does not understand anything that is happening. Standing next to Yang Haifeng's father is the man who attacked him. His father looks scared and sweat is visible on his face. Uncle Xiao comes into his office and takes Zhang Xuan with him. He says that he brought him the one he asked for. Unexpectedly for everyone, smoke appears and begins to fill the room. No one understands what is happening. Lin Qinghan and Milan do not understand what is happening. But Zhang Xuan appears in front of them, shielding them from danger. He covers them with his body as smoke continues to spread throughout the room. He tells them not to worry or be afraid. He realizes that something needs to be done, but notices that something changes in the room and someone else appears. He looks towards the broken windows and sees 2 silhouettes standing in the smoke that look like robbers. No one in the office understands what is happening and asks to call the police. They assume that this is a robbery. The masked robbers tell everyone in the office to sit on the floor and not ask unnecessary questions. They tell everyone not to stare at them. Young Haifeng's father looks at the man next to him and thinks about where he even got them from. The robbers notice Uncle Xiao and approach him. They ask him again if they identified him correctly. Uncle Xiao turns to Zhang Xuan and his daughter. He looks at Young Haifeng's father and does not understand what is happening. Uncle Xiao turns to the robbers and says that he knows what these robbers are after. The smaller robber says that Mr. Xiao should then just give them what they need since he knows everything, because he doesn't want his beautiful daughter to get hurt. Uncle Xiao closes his eyes and says that he is very sorry, but he cannot give it to them. The big robber tells him that then Mr. Xiao is to blame and rushes at him to hurt him. Milan and Lin Qinghan are scared because of this, but Zhang Xuan doesn't show it and rushes to help. Suddenly, a woman appears between the robber and Uncle Xiao and orders the robber to stop, because she is a policewoman. It turns out to be Jing Ruoxi. The robber is thinking about where the police could have come from and thinks that they were framed. The robber says he doesn't care whether it's a cop or not and raises his foot to strike. The policewoman dodges his blow and expects further continuation. She does not know what to do. The robber tells her that she is in vain pretending to be a hero and tries to stab her with a knife. She manages to dodge, and she understands that things are bad. She doesn't have time to do anything, and the robber makes another blow. She doesn't have time to dodge this. Suddenly, something happens and someone stops the robber's blow. A terrible sound is heard. It turns out to be Zhang Xuan, who stops the robber's blow and catches the policewoman who loses her balance. He tells the robber that a real man cannot be called a man if he beats women. He tells him that he will entertain him better than the police and attacks the big robber. He misses it because he manages to dodge it, but that doesn't stop him at all. He makes a quick jab with his knee and renders the big robber unable to fight any further, knocking him unconscious. The smaller robber tells him that he is too arrogant and is going to attack Zhang Xuan. The robber does not have time to do anything and tells him that the robber is most likely tired of living. He lifts his head over his head. He kicks the robber on the head, and the little robber also becomes unconscious. He wins the fight with the robbers. Zhang Xuan looks at the robbers lying on the floor and says that he has dealt with everything, and the rest is not his concern. He turns to the policewoman and tells her that he will leave the rest to her. The policewoman thinks that he is good and assumes that he is Mr. Xiao's bodyguard. A shout comes from behind Zhang Xuan, telling him to stop and not move. The man who attacked Yang Haifeng's father puts a gun to Mr. Xiao's head, and Uncle Xiao asks Yang Haifeng's father for an explanation. Milan sees this and is shocked by what is happening. She does not know what to do about it. The man with the gun tells Zhang Xuan that he is a good fighter, but he doubts that he can dodge the bullet. Zhang Xuan dodges his bullet without any problems and heads towards him to retaliate for it. With one precise blow, he knocks the pistol out of the man's hands, which had already become covered in sweat. He slaps him with such force that he is thrown back. He says that this is for illegal possession of a weapon. He brings his hand to him in order to make a second blow, and he does not have time to do anything at all. He gives him a slap and says that this is for taking hostages. He flies far away from him. This man loses consciousness and does not understand what is happening at all. Police cars drive up to them. Another policeman, Chang Yan, appears and immediately runs up to the policewoman. He asks her if she is safe. She tells him in official form that the task has been completed and the 3 attackers whose target was Mr. Xiao have been arrested. She reports the confiscation of 1 pistol and reports that there are no casualties. Qiang Yan tells her that then the information turned out to be correct, and if she had not volunteered to protect Mr. Xiao, something irreparable could have happened. Jing Ruoxi tells him that protecting Mr. Xiao is not her merit, and points to Zhang Xuan. She tells him that if he had not neutralized the criminals, she might not have returned at all. Qiang Yan runs up to him and squeezes his hand tightly. It looks like he is very grateful to him. He tells Zhang Xuan that he is entitled to a reward for his bravery. He asks him what his name is and where he serves. He tells him that he can just call him Zhang and he doesn't need any reward and is just visiting. He continues to communicate with the policeman, and Milan approaches his father and asks him what is happening and what they need. Mr. Xiao tells her that he and Mr. Yang are working on an interesting project and they share documents. Milan asks him what kind of project this is and why a bunch of arrogant bandits are interested in it. His face becomes much more serious and he says that he and Mr. Yan want to convert hydrogen into energy. Milan can't believe what he's saying, and Zhang Xuan is also surprised by her words. He asks him if this is even possible and if it will work. Mr. Yan tells them that he is to blame for everything that happened to the bandits. He says that he was forced to bring them. Qiang Yan approaches him and tells them that they will discuss everything at the station. He tells them to all come together if they want to help the investigation. After this evening, they head to the Xiao family mansion. The sky is clear and the weather is sunny outside. The whole family and guests are sitting at the table and discussing everything that happened. Everything looks quite peaceful. Aunt Xiao tells her husband that this is all too dangerous and asks him not to do this project anymore. Milan supports her and says that life is more important than money. Uncle Xiao tells them that it is not just about money. He looks very serious when he says these words. Zhang Xuan asks him whose idea it was. And when it started, he tells him that they started it all about 3 months ago and Mr. Yang came up with it all. Zhang Xuan listens to all this and thinks about how they started all this 3 months ago. This intrigues him. He tells Mr. Xiao that he will stay to protect him and that he has a friend who is involved in such research and she will take care of it. Uncle Xiao tells him that he has nothing to worry about and the police are already protecting him from all dangers. He looks confident in his words. Milan tells him that there is nothing wrong with Zhang Xuan protecting him and she will also be more at ease. Uncle Xiao looks at him with a smile and says that he can see that she trusts Zhang Xuan completely. She tells him that she can't help but trust him because he himself has seen what he is capable of, and the employment center told them that his approximate salary should be 10 billion. So Uncle Xiao hears this and looks very surprised. He is surprised that he was valued at 10 billion. Lin Qinghan tells him that Zhang Xuan received a perfect score in security and therefore he can afford to keep an eye on him. Uncle Xiao turns to him and says that after so many years it must be very difficult for him. His speech is interrupted and someone calls his phone and neither of them suspects anything at all. He picks up his phone to answer the call and at first looks completely calm. He listens to everything carefully. The next moment he is shocked by what he is told on the phone. He looks scared. Milan and everyone at the table notice his change in mood. She asks him what happened. Uncle Xiao looks very scared and he tells everyone at the table that Mr. Yang has disappeared to who knows where. Milan and Zhang Xuan hear this and are very surprised. They don't understand how this could happen. Uncle Xiao tells them that half of the project documents were kept by Mr. Xiao and half were kept by him, and he has already given his share. He sees something that shocks him even more. His eyes look as if he has seen a ghost. He receives a call from Mr. Yan. He cannot understand how this is even possible and how this could happen. He silently looks at his ringing phone and thinks about what to do. He is not sure if he should accept the call. He still receives the call and is told that it is Mr. Yang Xiong. He asks him to send all his documents to him. Uncle Xiao tells him not to worry and asks him where he should send his documents. He is told over the phone that he must send documents to a bar on 3rd Avenue and is asked not to tell the police. Uncle Xiao tells the person on the phone that he agrees and will come soon. He looks nervous. Zhang Shen tells King Han that she should stay with Milan and Aunt Xiao while he goes with his uncle. She tells him that he must be careful and no matter what happens, his safety comes first. He puts his hand on her head and strokes it. He tells her that she shouldn't worry about it. He leaves her and approaches Uncle Xiao. He asks him where the very documents they are supposed to bring are located. Mr. Xiao takes out a sealed folder and says that all the documents are right there. They get into the car and drive to the very bar they need to take Uncle Xiao's documents to. Zhang Xuan tells Uncle Xiao that they have arrived and that same bar is right in front of them. They see that the bar is closed and they are not sure if Old Man Ian is being kept in this bar. Zhang Xuan asks Uncle Xiao if he really took the fake documents he was supposed to. Mr. Xiao tells him that they have already discussed with Mr. Yang that this could happen, and if one of them is in trouble, then the other should bring documents. Zhang Xuan tells him his guess that these documents contain only half of the correct information. Uncle Xiao tells him that this is indeed the case, and no one should notice any trick at first glance. Zhang Xuan thinks that converting hydrogen into energy can affect many industries, and the risk of the project is too great. He opens the car door and tells Mr. Xiao that it's time to sort things out and they need to go. They get out of the car together, and their faces do not express any emotions. They must be calm during the transaction. They head towards the bar and notice that there is a bandit right outside the entrance waiting for them. Zhang Xuan immediately comes to Mr. Xiao's defense. The bandit extends his hand to them and asks a question about where the papers are. He doesn't look particularly intimidating. Uncle Xiao shows him a folder with documents and says that they are in it. He tells him that first he must see Yang. The bandit orders someone behind him to bring the man Mr. Yang asks him to bring. They bring out a saddened and frightened Mr. Yang. He looks very depressed by the resulting situation. Sweat starts pouring down his face and he tries to say something to Mr. Xiao, but he is stopped and prevented from saying anything. Mr. Yang interrupts him and tells him that everything is fine and he is glad that Mr. Yang is fine. The bandit snatches the folder from his hands and immediately turns away. He looks uninterested in further conversation. Mr. Yang apologizes to him for causing him such inconvenience and says that they can no longer work on this project. The bandits grab Mr. Yan and tell him that he must go away and that they don't want to see him again. The two of them push him on the shoulders. They tell him to get lost and advise him to really forget about the project. Uncle Xiao takes Mr. Yan's hand and says that they should leave. Zhang Xuan walks up to them. Zhang Xuan sits in the driver's seat and says that everything is fine, and now they both should sit quietly. Mr. Yang tells Mr. Xiao that their guesses were correct and confirmed. He says that this is very bad news. Uncle Xiao continues his words and says that they most likely have a traitor. He tells him that this is really very bad news. Mr. Yang tells him that it is obvious that someone betrayed them, and he understands that it is someone close to him, someone who knew where he went from the police station. Mr. Xiao takes out his phone and says that first they should call the police to sort it out. Mr. Yang stops him and tells him that they can't do that for now. Uncle Xiao does not understand him and asks him why everything is like this. He tells him that now they are safe and can do this. Mr. Yang scratches his head and says that they still have his son, and until he returns, they cannot call the police or continue with the project. Mr. Xiao turns to him and says that they can't just wait for everything to work itself out. Mr. Yang tells him that they are holding his son to have leverage over him. He says that if they give them the technology and complete the development, he will be released immediately. Uncle Xiao tells him that it is too dangerous and he himself should be afraid that something will happen to Haifeng. He says that it is better to call the police. Mr. Yang is sweating. He snatches Mr. Xiao's phone and says that he will spend the next few days with him, and if his son does not return home during this time, they will call the police. Uncle Xiao has to agree with him and says that he agrees with him, but he won't give him more than 2 days to do this. Mr. Yang thanks him for this and tells him that he will look for the traitor, and tomorrow they can discuss absolutely everything. He gets out of their car and heads into his building. He looks pretty tired, but he doesn't show it. Zhang Xuan silently sees him off and looks as if he is thinking about something very important. Mr. Xiao pulls him out of his eternal stream of thoughts. He tells him that it is late and suggests that he go home. Zhang Xuan smiles at him casually and says that it would be better for him to return without him since he still has some things to do. Meanwhile, something happens in Yang Xiong's office that Mr. Xiao would never believe if someone told him. Mr. Yang bursts into his office and immediately yells about where everyone has gone. He looks worried. His son is standing with the folder of documents they received from Mr. Xiao, and he tells him that it was a great plan. Mr. Yang opens the folder and examines the documents inside. He smiles venomously and bloodthirstily. He tells his son that they will first spread rumors about his kidnapping and tells him about the press conference with journalists. His son chuckles knowingly. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan walks down an unsightly street past garbage cans and rats. This street looks very subdued. He raises his hand and snaps his fingers. He orders them to get out and tells someone that they have to go to work. People in black robes appear above him. They approach him in order to listen to his orders. 3 men in black robes land in front of him and sit on his knee. They await his further orders. Zhang Xuan looks at them and orders them to check everyone who is in the bar and report to him before sunset. People in black clothes nod approvingly at him and prepare to disappear again into the unknown. He makes an approving gesture with his hand, and this means that they can be free. They immediately disappear like shadows. He leaves this street to hide far away. His business is not finished yet, and he moves on. He opens the door of some building and goes inside. He looks very calm and does not express any emotions. He approaches the door on which the doorbells hang and reads the inscription on top, after which he realizes that he has come correctly. He opens this door and goes inside. The door opens without any sound. He still looks as calm. An elderly man with a beard turns to him and asks who came to him at such a late hour. He sits at a large wooden table, illuminated by the light from the table lamp. He smiles. Zhang Shen takes out his card, which has the symbol of the Messengers of Hell on it, and says that he needs information about Yan Feng's project. He throws this card on his table and seeing it, he must understand that this matter is quite serious. The middle-aged man takes his card with 2 fingers and lifts it up to get a better look. He examines her and makes a decision. He tells Zhang Xuan that he can sit down to discuss his matter. He puts his card back on the table in order to continue their conversation. He is very calm. He begins a conversation that 3 months ago Satan from the Island of Light went to Europe, where he met the king in a battle for life, and since then rumors about the fire crystal have spread very quickly. Zhang Xuan starts tapping his finger on the table and says that they better get down to business. The man tells him that 3 months ago, Yang Xiong proposed a technology project capable of converting hydrogen into energy, which immediately attracted public attention. He tells him that his development has absolutely nothing to do with fire crystals and gives him documents for review. Zhang Shen looks at these documents and thinks that all this is simply amazing. Because even the basic technology is classified, he thinks about what he should do next. He asks the man to connect him with one of the leading research groups in this field. He immediately assures him that everything will be successful. He comes out of his office and tells him that he has already lived a lot. He wants to tell him something. The man rubs his beard and tells him that this is indeed so, and tells him that he is already 83 years old. He takes out 1 coin and throws it towards the man. He tells him that he must bring a successor tomorrow. The coin falls on the table in front of the man, and his hands clench as he thinks for a moment about what is happening. Zhang Xuan tells him that when a man is quite old, he can go to an island, namely the Island of Light. He tells him that this island is favorable to those who are devoted to him. The man takes this coin and thanks the departing Zhang Xuan. He calls him a hellish wanderer. He leaves the building and sees in front of him 3 people in black suits who are waiting for him to tell him all the information they have received. Zhang Xuan approaches them and orders them to tell him everything they found out. They tell him that all the employees in that bar are employees of the Yanfeng company. He calmly exhales and realizes that then everything becomes obvious and clear. He says that Yang Xiong decided to fool them all. He thanks them for the information they learned and tells them that they can be free. He lets them go. At that very second, they seem to evaporate and disappear. He takes out his phone to make 1 call. He calls Zhang Er and asks her how she is doing. She is surprised that he called her himself. He tells her that she is exaggerating and it cannot be that he never calls back and immediately asks her for a favor. He asks her to come to the capital the next day. The next morning, Zhang Xuan and Mr. Xiao arrive at the Yanfeng company building. They get out of the car and head inside. The two of them enter the building and are immediately greeted. They are told that Mr. Yang is already waiting for them upstairs. Secretary Zhao comes up to them and tells Mr. Xiao that he must warn when he comes, because if he does not greet them properly, he will get it. Mr. Zhao tells him that assistants like Zhao still need to be found, and Mr. Yang cannot treat him like that. Secretary Zhao tells him that he is too kind to him and smiles. He looks a little strange. Zhang Xuan extends his hand to him and introduces himself. He tells him that he can just call him Zhang. The secretary also extends his hand to him and calls him, as he allowed him. He tells him that he heard that he is young and talented. Zhang Xuan is the first to say hello, and he invites him to still shake their hands, as should be done during meetings. They shake hands and it all looks a little awkward, and there is some hostility from the secretary. The secretary leads them straight into the office. They walk right behind him. The secretary asks them to go ahead of him. Mr. Yang appears in front of them and says, greeting Mr. Xiao. He asks his secretary Zhao to bring them the best tea. His secretary bows to him and nods. He tells him that he will fulfill his request this very second. Mr. Xiao approaches Mr. Yan and invites him to get down to business. He asks him if he has found the traitor. Mr. Yang smiles contentedly and says that he has an idea and has already sent people to follow him. Suddenly, Secretary Zhao bursts into their office. He immediately tells them that Mr. Yang's son has returned. Mr. Yang pretends that he is very surprised by this news and shouts to the whole office. He asks him how he feels. The secretary tells him that it doesn't matter at all and says that he got a lot of trouble. He says that journalists came from all sides and began asking about the kidnapping. Mr. Yang gets up from his seat and tells Mr. Xiao that he needs to go see his son and apologizes to him for this. Mr. Xiao tells him that his own son is much more important than money and suggests that they talk about this another time. They go to the elevator and begin to go down. They part on a not very good note in sorting out the relationship between the companies. The four of them stand in the elevator and don't say anything to each other. The secretary and Mr. Yang look like they are trying to hide their faces. At this time, Mr. Yang is thinking that Xiao Shan can't blame him for being cruel. If he wants to find the culprit, he must blame himself, because it's all because of the success of his company. They arrive on the first floor and the elevator makes an optimistic sound. They all get out and go their separate ways. Journalists crowd around Mr. Yan's son. They ask him whether he was really kidnapped and whether the same people are behind the kidnapping and the attack on the 19th floor. Mr. Yan's secretary tries to break through the crowd as a journalist along with his boss. He asks everyone to disperse. The journalists notice Mr. Yan and run up to him. He asks him what the kidnappers were really after. Mr. Xiao and Zhang Xuan stand aside from the crowd and don't say anything about it. They just look at it all. Mr. Xiao tells him that he didn't expect the bandits to let Haifeng go so quickly. He tries to think about the whole situation. Zhang Xuan tells him that back then in the bar, it was not some bandit who demanded his documents, but Secretary Zhao. Mr. Xiao hears this and cannot believe that it was the secretary who was wearing the mask. Zhang Xuan tells him that the secretary has a ring mark on his right thumb. He tells him that men usually wear rings on their right little finger. But when he shook his hand, he felt that he had a ring of the same width on his thumb. He tells him that in addition to all this, that Bandit and Secretary Zhao are about the same height, namely 175 centimeters. Mr. Xiao listens to all this and looks at Mr. Yang. He is thinking about everything that he said to him. Zhang Xuan tells him that Mr. Yang has decided to turn the attack on himself and get some of Uncle Xiao's data. Meanwhile, Mr. Yang, unaware and standing in the middle of a crowd of journalists, tells them that they will explain everything to him later. Uncle Xiao looks at him and tells Zhang Xuan that he would look better as an actor and suggests that he was the one who invited the crowd of journalists. Zhang Xuan tells him that once the media reported the kidnapping of the Yangfeng Company heir, those spying on their technology will think that Yang Xiong has given away the documents and will focus on the Xiao Company. Uncle Xiao tells him that Yang will be able to continue working calmly and all the risks are only on him. He understands that he planned to betray him from the very beginning. He says that the information in the documents given is only half true and they have a little time. He says that they must finish the research before Yanfeng and then they can win. Uncle Xiao tells him that he is worried that their work group cannot be relied upon. He sighs sadly. Zhang Xuan puts his hand on his shoulder and tells him that he doesn't have to worry about it. He surprises him. He smiles contentedly and with a confident face tells him that he has already managed to find him a new work group. Meanwhile, in the office of the gentleman whom Zhang Xuan had previously visited, the door to his office is open for some reason. In his office, there are 4 scientists and 1 guy in a business suit. They are all waiting for instructions from the man sitting at the table. The guy in the business suit turns out to be Fa from Yu Yang Company, which is the largest company in West City, and he talks to his father and says that he will not return to the company. He yells at him and says that he warned him about this in advance. He says that the market value of the company is over 100 billion, and he can do whatever he wants with it. He turns to the man at the table and calls him teacher. He asks him if he can really start everything that day. The middle-aged man tells him that from this day on he will be in charge in all matters, because he taught him all the rules, and he must simply follow them. He tells him that he prepared him very well. Fa beats his chest and tells him that he doesn't have to worry about it. He looks very confident. Another person comes into their office and greets them by imitating the sound of a doorbell. Everyone in the office turns to the man who has appeared to understand who came to them. They do not look surprised. It turns out that Zhang Xuan comes into their office, holding his hands in his pockets and singing a light song. The middle-aged gentleman looks at him and begins to smile. He and Zhang Xuan look at each other. Zhang Shen looks at Fa and asks the middle-aged gentleman if he correctly understands that he is the receiver. The middle-aged gentleman bows to him and says that his name is Fa, while Fa himself straightens his back and looks at him uncertainly. Fa looks at him and realizes that now he will have to serve Zhang Xuan. The hellish messenger himself looks at him with satisfaction. He approaches the middle-aged gentleman and thanks him for his work. He tells him that he can go. He looks at Zhang Xuan with a smile and thanks him for what he did for him. He takes out his Hell Envoy card. He leaves all of them. Leaving, he says that now he can rest and retire to his well-deserved retirement. Zhang Xuan addresses Fa and all the scientists. He tells them that he will take them all to the laboratory and shows them 2 fingers. Meanwhile, Mr. Xiao is standing in the research laboratory in the company of Xiao. He is standing next to his scientist. Uncle Xiao tells his scientist that their progress is getting less and less. They both look upset and worried. Zhang Xuan comes into their laboratory and says that he has brought help with him in the form of that company of scientists who are walking behind him. He surprises the scientist standing next to Uncle Xiao, but Xiao himself makes no sign of greeting Zhang Xuan. At the head of all the scientists is a man with glasses and an unusual hairstyle. He looks like a very important person. He doesn't say anything, and the scientist and Uncle Xiao realize that the famous scientist Ming Jiayi is standing in front of them. Mr. Xiao understands who it is and cannot believe that it is him. He asks Zhang Xuan if he correctly identified him. Zhang Xuan tells him that this is the main researcher in their field. He shakes the scientist's hand and tells him that he has heard a lot about them, but he himself thinks about how Zhuan was able to gather the world's leading experts. Ming Jiayi tells him that he was told that they need to finish everything as soon as possible and asks him if they can start right now. Zhang Xuan stops him and asks him not to rush. He tells him that not everyone has come to them yet. He tells Uncle Xiao that besides them, he also called someone who can lead such an amazing group. Mr. Xiao is surprised by his words and says that he cannot imagine a situation in which one person could handle such a group. Zhang Xuan smiles ridiculously and says that she is his sister, and she has been into this for a long time and he suspects that she will come up soon. Uncle Xiao tells him that they are not playing with some toys and asks him how old she is. He tells him that she is 19 years old. Mr. Xiao is surprised by what he is saying and says that he is still a child who does not understand anything. As if on cue, Wai Lai appears and immediately calls him boss. All those in the laboratory stare at her. She tells him that she saw this dress and couldn't resist. She asks him if she was too late. Zhang Shen pats her on the head and says that she came to them just in time. She covers herself with her fan. Mr. Xiao looks at her and begins to think that she will be able to cope with such a complex and responsible matter. Ming Jiayi approaches her and calls her teacher. He asks her how she ended up in such a place. Mr. Xiao hears all this and cannot believe that the brilliant scientist Ming Jiayi called this girl a teacher. Wai Lai approaches him and simply calls him Ming. She is surprised how he ended up in such a topic. Mr. Xiao hears her addressing a great scholar like Ming Jiayi as her subordinate. He looks very surprised. Ming explains to Wai Lai that Zhang Xuan simply asked them all for help in one serious matter. Wai Lai tells him that then everything is clear to her and she is not surprised that she had to drag herself to such a place. She calls all these scientists losers. Mr. Xiao approaches Zhang Xuan. He asks him who she is, and he explains to him that her name is Jian, but he prefers to call her Wai Lai. He tells him that she is the best in the business and a prodigy, whose genius is recognized by the entire scientific community, and she is also known as K. Everyone in the lab starts talking about how the scientific community says she sleeps for 10 hours and never covers herself with a blanket. Others say that she is also a professional snowboarder who is superior to many in this matter. Some say that at a very young age she already graduated from a prestigious university and defended 3 doctorates, and also traveled all over the world. Those who remain say that she participated in many major world studies and was ahead of the whole world by 50 years, and therefore she was nicknamed Queen 50. Zhang Shen tells them that this is all some nonsense and he has never heard of such a thing, but she looks embarrassed. Wei Lai covers herself with her fan and blushes. She says that they praised her and she is just an ordinary girl. Zhang Xuan asks her if she is sure about the project he asked her to participate in. She shows him a peace sign and tells him that she doesn't have to worry because it's just hydrogen energy and she's already developed a possible solution. She starts dancing on the spot and gets ready to tell them all about what will happen in the near future. She waves her hand and orders them all to follow him to the laboratory. She says that Ming Jiayi will help her. He immediately agrees to this. Mr. Xiao approaches Zhang Xuan and thanks him for what he did for their cause. Zhang Xuan awkwardly scratches his head and says that it is just nothing. He leaves the laboratory and his phone immediately starts ringing. This surprises the scientist next to the doors. He takes the call, and it turns out that his wife is calling him. She tells him that he can stay in the capital and asks him to help Uncle Xiao. She tells him that she should get back to work quickly. Zhang Xuan hears her words and loses his composure. He starts screaming and asks her to at least escort her. She tells him that she is already at the airport and he just needs to wait because she will be back as soon as she finishes. He tries to stop her and say something final, but she doesn't listen to him and ends the call. He exhales sadly and says to himself that she always does this. A shadow with red eyes appears behind him. It turns out to be Wei Lai. She pokes her head out from behind him and tells him that this is the first time she has seen him in this state. Zhang Xuan gets angry at her words and tells her that such things have nothing to do with children. She tells him not to worry, because she just has to take a photo of his scary expression. He gently touches her head and tells her that she must have a lot of work to do. She tells him that she is just making a plan and Ming Jiayi should handle the rest. He angrily tells her that once she falls in love, she will understand him, and he tells her that he has been through a lot. Wei Lai blushes deeply and tells him that there is a nuance. He understands that what he just said happened in her life and cannot believe it. She begins to stutter and speak in riddles. She tells him that she has a date planned and asks him to accompany her. His spirit of Satan begins to ooze. He thinks that he became very curious about who dared to enter his territory. He tells her that he agrees to this. The two of them arrive at the Golden Lion Hotel, and he quietly inspects everything around them. Wei Lai points his finger at the table and tells him that her boyfriend, with whom she has an appointment, is sitting there. Bei Yao and Huang Chen are sitting at the table. Huang Chen calls her name and calls her to the table. They look calm. Bei Yao asks Wei Lai who Zhang Xuan is, and she tells them that he is her cousin, and he came to visit her from Yingzhou. She tells him that Bei Lao is her boyfriend. Zhang Xuan walks up to them and extends his hand to greet the two. They don't respond to his offer to say hello. And Bei Yao asks Huang Chen where Yingzhou is. He tells him that Yingzhou is in the northwest. He calls it a small village in the middle of nowhere. Bei Lao starts laughing and says that he can only welcome him to the capital. He thinks that he will never shake hands with such a hillbilly. Zhang Xuan tells him that it's nice to meet you too, and looks like his handshake being refused made him very angry. Bei Lao calls the waitress and asks for a couple of bottles of good wine to start with, as well as another portion of their signature abalone. 2 bottles of wine and abalone, which he ordered from the waitress, are brought to their table. Bei Yao tells Zhang Xuan that 1 bottle of this wine costs $1,000. He tells him to drink it while he can, because he won't be able to find such wine in Yingzhou. Zhang Xuan drinks this wine from a glass and realizes that the label of this wine is like imported wine, but it just tastes like cheap wine from a box. He understands that Bei Lao is being deceived. He tries abalone and almost chokes on it. He thinks that these abalones are actually worth a couple of yuan, and this restaurant makes good money from customers. He looks at Wei Lai and thinks that she is not as good at boys as she is at science. Suddenly, a girl's exclamation is heard throughout the restaurant, saying that she has finally found someone. A woman who appears to be Bei Yao's wife, Zhang Ming, appears in front of their table and starts yelling at him and tells him that he must be brave. Bei Lao sees her, and his face immediately changes. He looks very scared and asks her how she knew where he was. Huang Chen tells him that he was the one who told her everything. and Bei Lao realizes that he was just spying on him as if nothing had happened. Zhang Xuan looks at this whole picture and says that it all looks disgusting. He doesn't understand where his wife came from. Wei Lai suddenly gets up from her seat and tells Bei Yao that they should talk about this. She begins to shake. There are tears in her eyes and she asks him if it is true that he is actually married. She looks very upset. He starts trying to tell her something, but she shakes him so hard that his head is bobbing up and down. She asks him to tell her that his wife is just joking. His wife doesn't stop and says that he must explain everything to her. And if he doesn't, then he doesn't have to come home. Bei Lao instantly takes off and asks her to stop. He tells her to listen to him and he completely forgets about Wei Lai crying. He bows at his wife's feet and says that she misunderstood everything. He asks her not to kick him out of the house. He points his finger at Wei Lai and tells her that it is all her fault and that she seduced him, and it was because of her that he made this monstrous mistake. Huang Chen approaches his wife and taunts him. He tells her that she married a pathetic man. She tells him that he did a great job and gives him a wad of money for it. She puts her hand on his head and orders him to get up from his knees. He immediately obeys her like a faithful dog. She asks everyone present if they know why he listens to her, and immediately answers this question. She tells them that he is poor. Wei Lai hears this and continues to cry. She says that she cannot even believe this. His wife tells her that when you have money, everyone will fall at her feet, especially vile men like her husband. After these words, Zhang Xuan gets angry and approaches them to refute all this nonsense. He looks at her displeasedly and says that this is not true and asks to be allowed to object to her. He tells her that marriage should only be for love and not for selfish reasons. Bei Lao's wife laughs and says that such a bug does not dare to contradict her. Her brother tells him that such a poor man has no right to lecture his sister. Zhang Xuan smiles and says that he can easily buy this restaurant. He asks to bring the manager to him. They start laughing at him and don't believe him when he says he can buy an entire restaurant. A man appears who bows to him and says that everything is ready and he need not worry or stress. Zhang Xuan tells everyone that they have nothing to wait for. Then, he snaps his fingers to signal his subordinates. The whole store starts shaking and the people inside get scared because of this. They don't understand what is happening. Bei Lao's wife and her brother are crying because they do not understand what is happening. They assume that an earthquake has begun. A very expensive car appears in the restaurant hall and drives inside unexpectedly for everyone. Everyone walks around it and starts looking at it. They realize that this is a limited edition McLaren P1 and say that Zhang Xuan is something. The wife and her brother realize that they underestimated him and he was not lying at all. They look scared. Bei Lao looks at all this and thinks that he did not expect that the future relative would be so rich. Zhang Xuan takes the key in his hand and tells everyone in the hall that he wanted to give his sister a gift on this day. He tells them he's really sorry their evening went so poorly and cups the key in his hand. He hugs a tearful and upset Wei Lai and tells her that they have to go. He tells her that he will take her away from this place. Bei Lao runs up to her and grabs her hand. He asks her not to leave and tells her that he loves her. She frees herself from his grip and tells him to go away, sounding very angry and unhappy. She looks at him angrily and says that she no longer wants to see him in her life and wants to forget about him as a nightmare. Zhang Shen turns to his subordinate and tells him not to tell what awaits him. He agrees with his order. He and Wei Lai get into his car and quickly turn around to leave. They accelerate. Bei Lao tries to keep up with their car and again tries to put pressure on Wei Lai. He looks very upset and scared. A heavy hand falls on his shoulder. He looks at it in horror and does not dare turn around. He is very scared. He still has to turn around and sees Zhang Xuan's subordinate behind him. He tells him that Bei Lao will have to go with him. Bei Lao falls to the floor and tries to ask his wife for help. He tells her that he promises to obey her. They grab him by the shoulder and don't allow him to do anything else. Everyone understands that the end has come for him and there is nothing they can do to help him. He tries to call his wife for help, but she and her brother don't even look in his direction. His wife thinks that she has gotten involved with completely the wrong people. Zhang Xuan and Wei Lai are driving his expensive car along the Serpentine Road. They don't talk about anything, but Wei Lai decides to start the conversation first. She tells him that she turned out to be a real disgrace, but he tells her that he thought it was very brave of her to leave him. She begins to reach out to him and asks him not to talk like that, because she already knows that she is very inexperienced in such things. He asks her to stop, because he is driving. He receives a call from Baichi on his phone. He must answer this call because it could be something important. He receives the call and Baichi immediately informs him that his daughter-in-law has returned safely to Yinzhou. Zhang Xuan tells him that this is good news and he is counting on them because Qinghan should be safe, but he is told that there is more news. He tells him that Shore's laboratory was attacked by Hellwalkers. He asks him to repeat it because he cannot believe this information. He tells him what happened in the laboratory about an hour ago. Ming Jiayi congratulates everyone present that Wai Lai's theory worked. Mr. Xiao thanks him and congratulates him. He tells him that this invention will be a success, but Ming tells him that this is all the merit of his teacher. Unexpectedly for everyone, the doors to their laboratory are knocked down, throwing a guard at them. This takes them by surprise. They see a guard lying on the floor and don't understand how this is possible and what's happening. They all look scared. People appear at the door, wearing masks on their faces, which are usually worn by wanderers of hell. They confidently enter the laboratory. Mr. Xiao tries to cover up the scientist Ming Jiayi with himself and asks these people who they are. A man in a Hellwalker mask tells them that they have come on the orders of Lord Satan and asks them to give them hydropower technology and no one will get hurt. Ming Jiayi appears from behind Uncle Xiao and says that no one should have her because she should benefit all of humanity. The man in the Hellwalker mask tells him that then they shouldn't blame him for the deaths that will happen. Someone appears behind the men and tells them that he appears to have arrived just in time. The mysterious A appears in the doorway. He says that he did not expect the hellish wanderers to become such bunglers and tells them that they are more like some pathetic thieves. The main man among the three hellish wanderers rushes at him with a sword and says that he deserves to die because he wants to encroach on the greatness of the Island of Light. Mysterious. A stops him with one blow and says that he thinks he should sleep and think about his behavior. The remaining two hellish wanderers try to attack him from behind. They tell him that he must die. Mysterious. A begins to make a bunch of attacks on them in order to strike faster than them and save his life. Thus, he easily fights off attacking Hellwalkers and throws them back. Mysterious. A waves his hand and says that this is some kind of terrible situation. The Hellwalkers are lying on the floor. Mr. Xiao turns to him in a slightly nervous voice and asks him who he is and why he helped them. He shows him a peace sign and tells him that he shouldn't be nervous because he didn't receive any assassination assignment. He turns around and tells someone that they shouldn't hide and he knows they're there anyway. Baichi appears and asks him who he is and why he needed information about them. Mysterious. A turns around and walks towards them. He looks quite confident in himself and his strength. He walks next to Baichi and tells him in his ear that he doesn't need to know who he is and he should just know that he helped him save his life. He passes him and moves on as if nothing happened. Baichi orders him to stop. He turns to him and says that those who have seen the face of the hellish wanderers will not escape alive. Dancer. A turns to him and asks him if he really decided that he could kill him. He tells him that it all depends on whether he has enough strength to kill him or not. Baichi rushes towards him with a knife and tells him that he must die, but Mysterious A easily dodges. He grabs the Hellwalker by the knife and asks if this is all he can do. Baichi cannot believe in his strength. Mysterious A says it's his turn and tries to hit him, but Baichi jumps back to the other Hellwalkers. He lands on the ground and looks at what the unknown warrior who appeared out of nowhere will do next. Mysterious. A tells him that he can probably only talk with a knife and says that's pretty creepy. Baichi says they can't let him out alive and orders two Hellwalkers to attack him. Two wanderers go around him from both sides and try to attack, but do not have time to do anything to him. He takes out some big round thing. He says that they leave him no other choice. He throws around something on the ground and it turns out to be a smoke grenade. He tells Baichi that he is no longer interested in playing with them. Baichi begins to cough heavily and says that this is some kind of unusual smoke. He does not understand what is happening and what to expect. The smoke begins to clear, and they realize that the Mysterious A has disappeared. They don't understand how he could disappear so easily. They hear a voice that calls them pathetic people and says that the Wanderers of Hell are like a joke to him. Baichi finishes his report to the boss and says that they significantly underestimated him. Zhang Xuan realizes that the enemy simply hid from him and tells them that it is not their fault, and few are willing to go against the island. Meanwhile, Wai Lai is buying kebabs at a street stall. The seller looks at her awkwardly and does not know what to do. Zhang Xuan ends the call, and before doing so, tells him that he should call him right away if they find out anything else. He's trying to think about everything that happened. He's thinking about the imposter, the mysterious man, and the attack from the 19th floor. Hydropower development is involved in all this. He's thinking about how it's connected. Someone appears and asks him what he is thinking about and tells him that he seems too important. He turns towards the voice and sees the mysterious A holding a Wai kebab. He tells him that he hasn't eaten kebab in the western part for a long time. Zhang Xuan realizes that something bad is happening. He looks around to assess the situation. He sees Wai lying unconscious on the ground and does not understand what is happening. He is angry because of what he saw. He approaches Mysterious A and asks him what he did. Mysterious A tells him that he doesn't have to worry because she's fine and she just took some sleeping pills. He hands him 2 kebab sticks and tells Satan that he should try the kebab. Zhang Xuan doesn't listen to him and tries to attack him, but he fails to hit the Mysterious A. Mysterious. A jumps away from him and says that they should do without it. He tells him that he just wanted to treat Satan to kebab. He doesn't have time to understand anything. When Zhang Xuan manages to make a dash and get close to him, he is about to hit him in the stomach. Zhang Xuan hits him and knocks the kebab out of his hands. He looks very annoyed by the whole thing. He grabs the kebab that falls out of Mr. A's hands and looks ahead. He does everything very quickly. He holds the kebab and tells him that he will gladly accept such a generous treat from him. He approaches the Mysterious A and asks him who he is. The Mysterious A is sitting by the pillar. He grabs a handful of sand from the ground and throws it at Zhang Xuan. Satan realizes that this is one of his tricks again. Mysterious A approaches Wai and says that he did not expect another level from Zhang Xuan. He holds her head and puts a knife to her throat. He asks him if perhaps he should call him Satan, Lord of the Island of Light. Mysterious A holds Wai head and looks at Zhang Xuan. He expects him to do next. He tells him that if he begs for mercy, he will let him go. Satan tells him that he is forced to refuse. He tells him that she is ready to sacrifice herself because she is part of the island, and blackmail will not work on him in any way. Mysterious A is surprised by the words he says and the confidence with which he says it. He throws Wai in his direction and tells him that this time he will admit defeat and victory belongs to Satan. Zhang Xuan grabs her and hugs her, yet he looks as if he would not be ready to part with her. Mysterious. A tells him that he just came to say hello to Satan. He tells him that they will meet him again. Zhang Xuan asks him to stop and answer one question, the answer to which he cannot find an answer to. He asks him why he helped them in the laboratory when they were attacked by the Wanderers of Hell. He does not understand this. Mysterious. A tells him that he was just reminding him that Satan himself shouldn't worry about small things. He watches him walk away and thinks that he is very strange. He is holding Wai in his arms. The news reports that Shidi Xiao's group has successfully used hydropower technology and revealed information about everything to the world. An ashtray flies into the TV that is showing the news and breaks the TV. Mr. Yang asks his secretary how this is possible since Uncle Xiao should only have half the technology, and he doesn't understand how they did it faster than them. The secretary bows to him and tells him that he heard that Zhang Xuan helped him and was able to hack the technology in just a day. Mr. Yang hears about this and realizes that he must take revenge. He thinks that he will have to almost kill Zhang Xuan. At this moment, Zhang Xuan himself is sneezing a lot because of something. He doesn't understand what happened at all. He assumes that someone simply remembers him and is carrying a suitcase with him. Bruises under his eyes are visible on his face. A black car practically comes to his feet. He stops next to it and it becomes clear that they have come to him. He walks on and doesn't pay attention to the car. He looks very tired because of something. The car window opens and Milan appears from it. She tells him that she has been looking for him for a very long time and he should get into her car. He asks her why he should do this, since he was going to return to Yinzhou. She tells him that he will return later and she needs his help. She brings him to the West Durong clubhouse as her husband, and he tells her that if Qing Han finds out about this, it will be bad for both of them. She tells him that in this club there are future investors in her father's technology, and that's why she came. He asks her how this can be, because hydropower has already been developed. Milan tells him that although the technology has been developed, any technology needs proper advertising. Zhang Xuan doesn't say anything to her and asks her if she has chosen her target. She tells him that she has chosen Shang Zhuang and tells him that he is her childhood friend and the son of Shang Company. Mr. Yang's son appears in front of them, looks unhappy and walks towards them. He says that he has been waiting for their meeting for a long time. They are surprised by Yang Haifeng's sudden appearance and simply watch him walk towards them. Zhang Xuan smiles contentedly and tells him that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Mr. Yang's son looks very annoyed. He tells him that he did not invite such a village to the party. and Zhang Xuan tells him that Hai Feng was recently kidnapped and must be in bad condition. Hai Feng tells him that he will pay him for everything. Meanwhile, someone calls her name behind Milan, and she turns to see who called her. Shang Zhuang shows up and tells her that they haven't seen each other for a long time and she still looks as beautiful as before. Milan also greets him and tells him that he has also become prettier with age. She looks quite calm. He takes her by the shoulder and says that they should then make up for all the years they haven't seen each other. She doesn't like it. A hand appears that forcefully pulls Shang Zhuan's hand away from Milan and prevents him from letting go of his hands. It turns out to be Zhang Xuan. He holds his hand and tells him that he would like to ask him not to let go. Shang Zhuang tells him that he is in pain. Young Hai Feng turns to Zhang Xuan and asks him why he is so calm. He continues to be angry with him. He breaks free from his grip and asks Yang Hai Feng if he knows him. Yang tells him that he really knows him and says that such an inadequate person is hard not to remember. Zhang Xuan starts clenching his fists and asks them if they want him to beat them. They look at him and are scared by his scary appearance. Milan tells him that they still came to talk about an important topic. Satan calms down and tells her that he completely forgot about it. She tells them that they should forget about the past and asks Shang Zhuang if he wants to step away and talk about business. He is shaking all over and wiping his face with a handkerchief because he is covered in sweat. He tells her that he would gladly move to somewhere else further away. Zhang Xuan asks her if he should come with her and if she can handle it. She tells him that it's okay because he already scared him enough. She leaves with Shang Zhuan and Yang Haifeng to discuss her business proposal. He watches them leave. He thinks about whether she can cope on her own because for some reason she took him to this meeting, but decides not to interfere. He sees a fairly familiar girl with a red face. She walks across the hall and says that she is dizzy. She collapses on top of him, and he asks her if she's okay. She looks like she can't think straight. He examines her and realizes that this is the same policewoman whom he met earlier on the 19th floor. He does not understand what she is doing in such a place. He feels that she smells strongly of fumes, and he becomes afraid of how much alcohol she drank. She opens her eyes to understand what is happening around her, but sees only Zhang Xuan in front of her. She doesn't think twice and raises her fist to strike. She points it straight at his face. She's very annoyed. She calls him a pervert and tells him to get away from her. He dodges her blow without any problems and says that he will move away. She examines herself and sees that the strap of her dress has fallen off. She does not understand how this could happen and begins to think about the bad. She puts it back on and blushes even more. She tells him that he has no right to eat her tofu. Zhang Xuan doesn't understand what she's talking about and tells her that he didn't touch any tofu. He doesn't understand what's going on. She tells him to shut up and get ready to take righteous punishment. She spins her hand and looks pretty creepy. She starts attacking him nonstop, and he dodges her attacks. He thinks that she is attacking much more aggressively than last time. He doesn't have time to dodge one blow and only has time to notice how the fist is approaching his face. At the last moment, he manages to block her attack and is thrown far back. He thinks that she is strong and with her strength she can kill someone. She looks at him and says that this is not all. She takes a stance and explains to him that there is one last blow left. She raises her foot to strike, but in doing so, she steps on her dress. Because she lifts her foot and steps on her dress in the process, the fabric of her dress begins to tear. Zhang Shen sees all this and cannot believe what is happening. He looks a little surprised and embarrassed. Milan returns to the main hall after the negotiations. She says that she thought that their negotiations would go much easier. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan is trying to cover up the policewoman because her dress is torn and almost everything underneath is visible. Milan approaches them at this moment and sees this picture. At first, she is silent and tries to understand what is really happening. She starts screaming about how he is a sick pervert and takes out her phone to report everything to Ling Qinghan. He tells her to wait and listen to him, because this is all just a misunderstanding. They go to a private room and he tells her about the whole situation that happened. She tells him that this is really a common misunderstanding. The policewoman changes into regular clothes. Zhang Xuan asks Milan how the negotiations went and whether they were successful. He looks interested. She grabs her head and tells him that things are not as good as they would like. She tells him that she has a headache because of all this. He asks her what happened, and she tells him that it's all about Yu Yuan's enterprise. Zhang Xuan asks her what Yu Yuan's enterprise is, since he is not very knowledgeable about all this. She tells him that this combination of the two main forces of Sidu, the Shang family and the monks, and the Shang family's investment is estimated to be somewhere around 70% of the total amount. Zhang Xuan thinks about everything and realizes that the Shang family sounds very familiar. They hear screams outside the door and hear someone shouting at someone to hit harder. He asks her what is happening there. Milan explains to him that the rich people in the main hall should have already organized a fight club. Zhang Shen turns to her contentedly and offers to go and watch the battles take place. They see how someone beats up a fighter of a very large weight category. It looks funny. A fighter of a large weight category cannot withstand the pressure of his opponent and falls into the ring. The judge announces that Shan Fa has won. The girls look at the ring and stand with a poster of a fighter who defeated a guy from a big weight category. They call him Mr. Shan Fa and say that he is handsome and they want children from him. Shang Fa approaches the crowd and asks them who else would dare to come out against him and fight. Zhang Shen looks at him and thinks that he looks like a police rookie. Milan tells him that this is the grandson of the creator Yu Yuan. He tells her that they probably won't be able to reason with him. She tells him that they can forget about him because he's just a useless martial arts addict. After her words, Zhang Xuan clenches his fists and says that then he should even try to fight him. He begins to walk through the crowd and looks at the ring. Until this point, no one volunteers to come into the ring. Unexpectedly, a masked man appears in front of him and says that he dares to fight Shang Fa. He gets into the ring and tells him that he would really like to test his fighting skills. He jumps from foot to warm up. Shang Fa tells him that this is great news and he would like to know the name of his opponent. He looks very confident. The masked man tells him that he will get by and he is not going to tell him his name because he will still lose to him in battle. Shang Fa is surprised that he rejects his offer and falls silent for a short time. After a short break, he starts laughing, and he tells him that he is surprised. And he likes the courage of the masked man. Everyone in the crowd of spectators is talking about how the guy in the mask came out against the young master, and they think that he is already finished. They are saying that the main thing in everything is that he is not killed. Zhang Xuan tries to analyze everything and understands from their movements that the masked guy is calm and confident, and understands that Shang Fa is at a disadvantage because he is exhausted from past battles. After a not very difficult analysis, he is convinced of everything and confidently declares to the whole hall that Shang Fa will lose in this battle. The girls who are fans of the fighter Shang Fa tell him that he can't talk about him like that, and also that he has no right to say that he will lose. They tell him that he should apologize. Zhang Xuan turns away from them and says that he shouldn't apologize to him because he just told the truth. Suddenly, a policewoman appears and tells him that he is right and his defeat is obvious because he has flaws in his fighting style. He is glad that she woke up. His fans tell her that they will call the police so that she can be kicked out of their fight as quickly as possible. They ask her where she came from. Jing Ruoxi approaches them and asks them who they are going to call because she is a policewoman. She shows them her fist and scares them to the bone. Meanwhile, a fight is already taking place in the ring. The masked man easily dodges absolutely all of his opponent's blows. Shan Fa keeps trying to hit him and doesn't understand why he can't, but he doesn't give up, even though he looks tired. The man in the mask tells him that he is a fool and that nothing will work out for him. Because of his mask, it is impossible to understand what he really thinks. Shang Fa gets mad at this. He tells the masked man that he can't talk about him like that. He continues to throw punches. Zhang Xuan sees this and is surprised that he fell for his provocation so quickly and easily. The masked man springs into action and kicks his fist away. He does it with extraordinary ease. He holds his foot level and calls Shang Fa a fool. He says that a fool will always be a fool, and he can destroy him with one foot. He decides to use all parts of his body and squats down in front of him. He raises his hand to strike. He punches Shang Fa in the stomach and puts a lot of force into it. Shang Fa just sighs in extreme pain due to the blow. The force of his punch knocks Shan Fa away, and he crashes into his corner of the ring. The force of his punch is frightening. Shan Fa sits in the ring covered in bruises and cannot get up. He grunts in pain and looks angrily at the masked man. His fans begin to cry and tell him that they should spare him because their object of adoration cannot even stand up. The masked man begins tapping his foot on the ring and decides that he must land the finishing blow to end their fight. He jumps up and raises his leg in the air to strike. He tells him that he will finish him off with this strike. Unexpectedly for him, someone appears who stops his leg with his hand. He absolutely could not expect this. It turns out that his leg is stopped by Zhang Xuan. He tells Shang Fa that he should not get into battle if he is not confident in his abilities. The masked man stands silently and doesn't say anything to him. And Shang Fa himself understands that Mr. Wanderer is standing in front of him. His fangirls start screaming at Zhang Xuan. They tell him that he should attack instead of stand and should also help him. Shang Fa gets up from the ring and calls him teacher. Zhang Xuan hears this and gets a little tense. He is surprised to be called that. The fans ask each other if they heard about him calling him a teacher and start saying that they think Zhang Xuan is handsome. Zhang Xuan turns to him and asks him why he called him teacher so suddenly. Shang Fa tells him in a whisper that he does not want to reveal his true identity. He turns to him and says that he is great and that it was a great decision in his case. Zhang Xuan tells him that he will deal with the masked man himself and protect Shang Fa's honor. The masked man tells him that he is just another candidate for a quick death, while he himself thinks that he did not expect to see Satan in such a place. Unexpectedly for both of them, another person intervenes in their conversation. This person asks them to stop for a while. It turns out to be Jing Ruoxi, and she jumps into the ring and heads towards them, looking completely off the alcohol. She approaches Zhang Xuan and tells him that she wants to fight with them. He asks her if she is sure of this, because the masked man in front of them is not at all simple and may be stronger than they think. She leans against his back and says that in this case she will simply attack him first and takes the same stance as him. The masked man spreads his arms to the sides and tells them that the more people in the ring, the better the fight and the show. Zhang Shen looks at him and tells Jing Ruoxi that she must be very careful because their opponent is attacking. The masked man jumps towards them and raises his hand to strike one of them. He decides to attack the policewoman and hits her. She manages to defend herself in time from his blow by putting up her two hands. The masked man immediately changes his position and stands on one of his hands. He is about to strike the policewoman a second time with his leg. Jing Ruoxi looks at what is happening and realizes that she does not have time to dodge his blow at all. At the last moment, Zhang Xuan appears in front of her, blocks his leg, and tells her that it is his turn to fight. They begin to exchange blows, but one of them first blocks the blows of the other and vice versa. Neither of them manages to hit the enemy. The masked man decides that he must break the distance. He jumps back. Zhang Shen does not show it and continues to stand. He looks completely untired and ready to fight. Shang Fa's fans start screaming about how handsome Zhang Xuan is and that he is 1,000 times cooler than Mr. Shang. Milan doesn't understand who they are shouting about. Zhang Shen clenches his fist and tells the masked man that he wants to see his techniques. Jing Ruoxi looks at all this and understands that he repeated the opponent's technique again, and she understands that at this rate he will learn all the movements, strikes, and overall fighting style of the opponent. She looks at the two and sees Zhang Xuan smiling, thinking that his strength is simply terrifying. The masked man tells him that he is not bad at all, and explains to him that the show in the ring has just begun. He gets into a fighting stance that looks like it follows the silhouettes of ancient times. Zhang Shen sees his stance and realizes that he is doing the stance of an ancient Chinese art. The masked man tells him that this is indeed the case and he is the first one who forced him to use this stance. Suddenly, a man appears who tells them both that they must stop all this very minute. The masked man looks towards the voice and calls him third uncle. He asks him why he is in such a place. His uncle jumps into the ring and apologizes to Zhang Xuan. He tells him that his student must have given him trouble. The masked man tries to say something to his uncle, but he doesn't listen at all and says that he should leave with him. Zhang Xuan asks Jing Ruoxi who this uncle is, but she tells him that she herself does not have such information. The masked man goes after his uncle and asks him why he did this to him. He tells him that he would have destroyed him. His uncle turns to him and says that everything seems different to him, and if he lights up, then all the guests of the clubhouse will know him. He asks him not to reveal his identity. The man says nothing and turns around to look at the one he couldn't handle. Zhang Xuan also leaves the ring and does not understand how to react to all this. He asks himself what had just happened. They all go into the waiting room and start discussing what happened. They look calm. Shang Fa casually bows and scratches his head as he thanks Zhang Xuan for helping him. Zhang Xuan closes his eyes in displeasure and asks him why he decided to run away from the office. Shang Fa remembers how he was overwhelmed with papers in the office and tells him that it was too difficult and he just wanted to stretch his legs. Zhang Xuan hits him on the head and says that according to the rules, he should punish him for simply running away from the office. He looks at him and tells him that everything is fine. He explains to him that he just needed his help. Milan, Yang Haifeng, and Shang Zhuang are sitting in the meeting room. They are sitting and waiting for something or someone. Milan speaks first. She tells them that she cannot understand why the conditions she offered are not enough for them. Shang Zhuang tells her that her family developed technology together with the Yang family, and advertising and promotion channels should take into account the wishes of both families. Milan gets up from his seat and says that they themselves researched the technology and they are simply offering them cooperation. Young Haifeng asks her if she really thinks so and says that she says funny things. He tells her that they did it all together. He tells him that their company can't do anything until his family agrees to it. Milan sits down in her seat and doesn't say anything. She looks very angry at the words he just said. He places his hand on the table and leans on it to stand up. He gets up from his seat and approaches her. He takes her chin and says that he will think about everything and talk to her father if she behaves. Zhang Xuan appears from behind the sofa where Milan is sitting, and he asks him if he is letting his hands go. Yang Haifeng gets scared. Out of fear, he jumps back and falls on his sofa, where he was sitting before. He even starts crying. Milan greets Zhang Xuan, and he apologizes to her for being late. He tells her that he was busy. Yang Haifeng calms down and folds his hands contentedly. He tells him that his appearance still doesn't change anything. Zhang Xuan asks him what will happen if he brings a member of the Shang family, who is the main investor in Yu Yuan's enterprises, to them. Yang Haifeng starts laughing madly and hitting Shang Juan on the shoulder. He tells him that he will never be able to find a member of the Shang family in his life. Shang Juan agrees with him. Zhang Xuan turns to the door and tells the person behind the door that he can come through. The door begins to open. The door opens and Shang Fa comes into their meeting room. He greets everyone and again calls Zhang Xuan a teacher. Yang Haifeng sees someone who comes into their meeting room and cannot believe it. Milan thinks that he was really able to bring him. Shang Fa approaches Milan and gives her a folder. He tells her that it is a contract and she should read it. Milan picks up the folder and asks him if she understands correctly that he is offering the contract to her Xiao family. Shang Fa tells her that he has already talked to the right person and they are giving their family part of the proceeds. He asks Shang Juan if he is okay. Shang Zhuang smiles and says that he doesn't have anything against it. He tells him that he supports them. Zhang Xuan approaches Shang Fa and tells him that he heard that the Yang family still has common projects with them. Shang Fa doesn't answer him at first and says nothing, but then they both start laughing. Zhang Xuan asks him to break them up, and Shang Fa tells him that he already did that. Yang Haifeng immediately changes his face and looks confused and depressed. He tries to tell them something, but they continue to laugh at him. His phone starts ringing. He answers the call because it's his father calling. He looks scared. His father starts yelling at him and asks him what he did because the Shang family broke off absolutely all contracts with them. Young Haifeng tries to say something to Shang Fa and somehow resolve this issue, but Zhang Xuan tells him that he can be free and can leave. After that, they arrive at Zidu International Airport. Zhang Xuan can finally fly. He asks Milan to say hello to his uncle. Milan tells him that she has no idea when they can meet next, but he tells her that now he can fly whenever. She asks him if he forgot something that he should do before leaving and for some reason blushes. He looks at her in such a way that it becomes clear that he does not understand anything. He asks her what exactly he forgot. She grabs his hand and asks him if he still doesn't remember what he promised her. She tells him that he should remember that he once offered all of himself to her. She looks very embarrassed while saying this. He tells her that he doesn't really remember that he promised her that. She tells him that he promised that when they were children, and he promised her that he would marry her when they grew up. Zhang Xuan thinks and reminisces. He remembers how Milan asked him if he would marry him, and he promised her that they would get married when they grew up. Milan starts laughing and says that it made her laugh how embarrassed he was, and tells him that it was a long time ago. She tells him that he shouldn't get lost and tells him that he can come anytime. He watches her drive away and thinks that she still knows how to make fun of him well. He remembers how they played in childhood and understands that all this is generally similar to how everything was in their childhood. He approaches the building where Qinru is, and he thinks that he hasn't seen her for a long time and that's why he grabbed her a gift. He remembers how he asked money from the messenger of hell. He thinks that he is very ashamed to admit it. He approaches the doors of the building and sees that they are tied with a chain. He does not understand what is happening and examines the building. He looks up and sees something going on in the building. He tries to see if he can go inside. He notices that the only window is on fire in Qin Rao's apartment. He doesn't understand why this is happening. He thinks a little about what this could mean and realizes that she is in great danger. Meanwhile, Qinru is on the phone and confirms to someone that she has understood everything. She asks someone to call if something happens. Unexpectedly for her, unknown people knock down the front door to her apartment. This happens very quickly. Qinru puts away her phone and asks these people what this all means. She looks very surprised and scared. The man who stands in front of everyone looks at her and says that they have found a real beauty, and he is already happy with the task they have taken on. Kinro asks them who they are and tells them that they must get out of her apartment this second. A man comes up to her and tells her not to worry. He sprays some kind of spray in her face. She doesn't have time to do anything. He tells her that very soon she will find out everything. She begins to stagger and her eyes begin to close. She does not look very good. She ceases to understand what she sees in front of her. She does not understand what is happening, because she begins to lose consciousness. Her head closes and the men begin to reach out to her. With her last strength, she tries to let out a cry and a cry for help. Unexpectedly for these men, an order comes from behind them that they must stop immediately. Zhang Xuan appears in the apartment and orders the man holding the spray to stop and tells him that he should not lay a finger on her. This man asks him who he is and looks irritated. Some doubt is visible on his face. He takes off his shirt and tells him that he is a 10th rank master. He approaches him. Zhang Xuan makes one slight movement and steps on his foot, his bone immediately cracking due to such an action. He falls to the floor and starts crying because he hurt his leg. He looks very pathetic. Zhang Xuan additionally slaps him in the face and says that next time thugs like him should wear normal shoes. He lets go of the thug and immediately goes to Qinru. He is very worried because some kind of spray was sprayed in her face. He walks up to her and asks her if she's okay. She tries to block him with her hand and just tells everyone to get out. He picks her up and starts shaking her. He tells her to calm down because it was him, Zhang Xuan, who came. She tries to comprehend everything and come to her senses. She asks him if Zhang Xuan is really in front of her. He tells her that it is really him and asks him if she is okay and how she is feeling. She rushes at him and knocks him to the floor. She takes him by surprise and he does not have time to orient himself in any way. She sits on him and says that she is very hot and that she is burning. Her face is very red and she looks strange. He takes her hand and realizes that, judging by all the symptoms and rapid pulse, she was simply drugged. He realizes that he has to do something about it and decides to simply hit the acupuncture point behind his ear and makes a quick move that knocks it out. At first, her eyes roll upward, but then her eyes go blank and close and she loses consciousness. Zhang Xuan gets up from the floor and says that, fortunately, she passed out quickly, and if this had not happened, something terrible might have happened. Kinro comes to her senses and holds her head. She sits on a chair, and he brings her a glass of water. He tells her that she should drink more water until the medicine takes effect. She tells him that she's mostly fine, but she needs to take a little break from it all. He turns to the thugs who broke into her apartment and asks her if she knows who sent them to her. Kinro tells him that she is sure of who did it. She tells him that the Zheng family sent them to him. He looks around and doesn't understand how this is possible. He tells her that Jie Chu is in prison and he can't make such decisions. Kinrao tells him that his mother, Wang Kongfeng, did all this and she is attacking them because she wants to free her son. Zhang Xuan exhales calmly and tells her that then everything is normal, because some grandma won't be able to harm them. She takes out documents from her desk. She tells him that he is underestimating her in vain because she has gathered all her strength to put economic pressure on the Lynn company, and also says that the Hen Guan company is involved in this. Zhang Xuan thinks about her words and thinks that then it becomes clear to him why Qing Han wanted to return so much. He understands that things are not going well for her. He quickly turns around and starts to run away. Qinru asks him where he is going. He tells her that he will go to the Lin building because he is afraid of what might happen to Lin Qinghan. Meanwhile, Qing Han himself is standing outside the Lin building and talking on the phone. She is informed that they have 400 million missing, and even without taking into account investors, she needs to think about the entire company. She tells those who tell her this that they should not worry about it and just wait, because she will decide everything the next day. She ends the conversation, and she herself thinks that the pressure from Zheng's sanctions is only getting stronger. She understands that she needs to come up with something. She hears some sound that attracts her attention and immediately turns in the direction from where she heard it. Before she can understand anything, a knife flies past her, creating a wound on her forearm, and she screams due to the sudden pain. Her secretary covers her and tells her that she should be more careful. She is trying to help her. People with knives and in black clothes appear in front of them. They look very threatening. The leader of these people orders the others to attack Qing Han and the secretary and finish them off. The secretary closes her and tells her that she should run away while she deals with these killers. Lin Qinghan begins to hold on to the wound on her hand and run away. She screams in pain because the blood does not stop flowing. The killers block her path and tell her that she will not be able to escape. They simply do not give her the opportunity to retreat. She tries to shield herself from them with her hands. and screams that she needs help. She is very scared. Unexpectedly for everyone, a car crashes into one of the killers. He instantly loses consciousness. The second killer manages to dodge. The car then stops in place and Qinghun looks to see who gets out of it. Zhang Xuanyi comes out and immediately runs towards her. He asks her if she is okay at all. Lin Qinghun looks at him and holds her wound. She shakes and starts crying. Her face is red. She hugs him and asks why he came back only at this time. He asks her not to cry as he is next to her. Her secretary runs out in front of them. She tells them both that they should be careful. She is trying to protect them. The killers do not give up and rush to attack again. They look very dangerous because they are again trying to attack with weapons in their hands. The secretary makes a quick kick and knocks one of the attacking assassins back. The main killer follows this killer and throws 3 knives at her. She doesn't know how to try and dodge this. She looks around again to figure out what to do. She realizes that there is no way she can avoid this attack. Suddenly, a man appears in front of her, shielding her from the knives. Everything happens very quickly. It turns out to be Zhang Xuan. He quickly grabs the knife flying at the secretary in the air and defiantly looks at the killer. He quickly runs up to this killer and kicks him in the chin. The killer howls in pain. Zhang Xuan approaches the killer and tells him to get out because he doesn't want to have anything else to do with them. After his words, these killers immediately disappeared and hid in the bushes. They looked very scared. The secretary runs up to Zhang Xuan and thanks him. He asks her if she got hurt because of all this. She tells him that she's fine, but there's a bigger problem he needs to solve. Lin Qinghun stands nearby and her legs give way. She holds her head and tells them that she is dizzy. She starts to fall, and Zhang Xuan manages to catch her. He asks her what happened to her. He looks at her hand, which has a blade on it, and he realizes that the knife was actually poisoned. An evil aura begins to emanate from him, and he asks the secretary who did this. She tries to tell him something. He turns to her and is asked the same question again. He asks her who dared to do this. He looks very angry. She begins to worry about this and tells him that she will find out everything immediately and tell him. Qinghun's hands continue to shake. She tells him that he shouldn't yell at her and blames Sister Zhang. She grabs him. Zhang Xuan hugs her and holds her. She tells him that it was all her carelessness. Zhang Xuan thinks that he should have returned earlier and then Qinghun would not have been hurt. Someone appears behind them who tells them all that they should put all sentiment aside. Qinrao appears, standing and waiting for something, looking as if she had already moved away. She takes the key in her hands and tells them that they shouldn't worry about it because she will take them all home. She takes them to the Ling mansion. Zhang Xuan bandages Qinghun's hand and he tells her that there is no more poison and she will be fine after she rests. She decides to ask him if the issue with the Western capital has been resolved. She really looks like the poison is no longer affecting her. Zhang Xuan goes to the first aid kit and puts a bandage in it. He tells her that she doesn't have to worry because everything has already been done. He gets up and tells her that it's late and she's probably hungry. He tells her that he'll cook her something. He starts to leave, but she stops him and says that she wants to talk to him more. She tells him that if she asks him a question, he should answer it with all sincerity. She looks kind of upset. She gets up from the couch and stands opposite him. They look at each other, and he waits for her question. She makes up her mind and asks him a question about what he thinks about Milan. This question is quite unexpected. Zhang Xuan looks surprised. He asks her what this unexpected and strange question was about. She runs up to him and says that he must answer her honestly. She asks him what she means to him. He turns away from her and tells her that they are just friends and this is a strange question. He himself thinks that she found out that he helped Milan. She tells him that back when she was in Sidu, she noticed that she was quite attached to him. He scratches his head hesitantly and tells her that the main reason she feels is because his mom saved her life. Lin Qinghun begins to shake. She turns away from him and tells him that what he says is basically correct. Qinghun starts crying and tells him that since she met him, she hasn't stopped blaming herself. She confesses to him that she looked down on him when he came to her house. She tells him that his efforts and kindness towards her changed her opinion of him. She calls herself selfish. She tells him that she didn't think twice about taking for granted everything he did for her. Zhang Xuan throws up his hands and does not understand what to do. He asks her what happened to her. She tells him that nothing happened and she is exhausted. She says that she wants to go to bed early. She doesn't look at him and tells him that he just returned and he should take a break from all this. She slowly walks away from him, and he remains standing in place. He can only agree with what she tells him. Qinru is standing in the hall waiting for someone. She is distracted by someone entering the hall. She looks calm. Zhang Xuan approaches her. He asks him what happened and asks her how much he made a mistake. She calls him a householder. Zhang Xuan asks him why she calls him a householder. He tells her that it sounds ridiculous. Kinro turns around and tells him that it is getting dark and it is time for her to return home. She leaves Lynn's mansion. He wishes her a good trip and calls him if anything happens. She turns to him and says that he should pay attention to President Lynn more often because she needs him. Zhang Xuan watches Kinru leave and waves goodbye to her as she calmly leaves. He takes out his phone and calls someone. He says that they need to find out where those people who attacked them came from. Meanwhile, screams and cheers are heard in the Zheng family mansion. The head of the family shouts to the entire mansion. She throws her phone on the floor and rants about how her plan didn't work. She sounds really angry. Wang Kongfeng calls the people she sent a bunch of losers because she sent 2 whole groups. Mr. Han sits in front of her and tells her that her people are apparently not very strong and they lack determination. He sits on a chair and she stands in front of him. She thinks about what they will do next with him. She puts a wad of money on his table and says that everything from now on will depend only on Mr. Khan. He tells her that she doesn't have to worry about it, but first he asks her what she wants. She tells him that she wants them to live in fear because once they drop the charges against them, they will take their lives. Mr. Khan tells her that he has understood everything and she should wait for the news that he will tell her. Wang Kongfeng stops him and tells him that she has one more question left. She tells him that she is listening to her carefully. She tells him that she is interested in knowing how Mr. Han is going to complete the task this time. He tells her that this will be quite an interesting method and asks if she has ever heard of parasitism. Wang Kongfen begins to grimace. She asks him again if she heard correctly what he told her about parasitism. He shows her a certain glass box. He tells her that this parasite is his life's work. He opens the box and tells her that once they eat it, the parasite will attach itself to their intestines in such a way that even a knife will hardly be able to get it off. He asks her if she is happy with this proposal. Wang Kongfen tells him that this is wonderful and she is very pleased and will happily organize everything. She picks up the phone, which is styled as if it has been with them since ancient times. She orders that those who put her son in prison be invited to dinner and tell them that she apologizes. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan is on the phone and tells someone that he sees them continuing to monitor Zheng Chu's mother's activities. He ends the call and thinks that Wang Kongfeng is really poisonous, and he must discover all the hidden threats towards Qing Han. The next day, they come to Lynn Group. It is quite sunny outside and the day is beautiful. He and Qing Han walk through the building. They try to appear serious. Qing Han walks slightly ahead of him. She asks him to take her to the first floor, and then she tells him that she will go up herself. He agrees with her. He watches her leave and realizes that she is still worried about what happened yesterday. He says that this all seems like some kind of hassle, and if he had known about this earlier, he would not have been so diligent in helping Milan. Kyoyu shows up and hits him on the head. She repeats his words and laughs about it all. Zhang Xuan sits down on the floor and tells her that she scared him to death. She continues to laugh at him. She tells him that he is hiding too much, and it turns out that President Lin is really her daughter-in-law. He asks her how she found out about this. She tells him that because he rushed after Qing Han to the top floor during the fire and saved her, everyone understood that she was telling him that the whole company was about it knows. Zhang Xuan hesitantly scratches his head and tells her that then everything is clear and understandable to him. She asks him if he shows his masculine character at home and if Qing Han listens to him. She asks him who is in charge in their family and does not allow him to say anything. After these words, Lin Qing Han herself appears. She immediately calls Zhang Xuan. He is scared because of such an unexpected exclamation. She approaches him and asks him why he hasn't left yet. He turns his head towards her and looks a little scared. He begins to shake, and the girl hides behind him. He asks Qing Han for what purpose she returned. She tells him that coincidentally, the training that President Ma from the Medical Association spoke about last time has not yet started, and so he must conduct it. He takes the folder she hands him and gives her a thumbs up. He tells her she did a good job. Kyoyu appears behind him again, her eyes shining with stars, and she looks as if she heard something very interesting. She tells him that now she understands who is in charge in their family. She looks very pleased. She starts to run away and says goodbye to him. He tells her that she shouldn't tell anyone anything. Zhang Xuan comes to the office of the president of the Chinese Medical Association. He sits on a chair in front of two doctors. The doctor at the table tells him that he is grateful that they still remember them. He tells him that it was actually President Lin who assigned him this case. She instructed him to come and take a look at everything. The doctor tells him that Mr. Zhang rarely visits them, and he really wants to ask him for something. Zhang Xuan tells President Ma that he is listening to him carefully, and it is important for him to understand what exactly he wants from him. He tells him that yesterday a patient was brought to the hospital in critical condition, and he said that he was at work. His symptoms included purple skin, swelling of his right arm, and weak breathing. He tells him that they cannot imagine what kind of disease this is. Zhang Xuan asks him where he works. President Ma tells him that the man told them he was a herbalist, and there was a cut on his hand from something. He thinks that this is the first time he has heard of such severe consequences from a single cut on his hand. Suddenly, someone appears in the office and says that everything is going very badly for them and they are not happy about it. It turns out to be a nurse. She is shaking all over and looks like she is very out of breath and tired. Zhang Xuan asks President Ma if he correctly understands that this is the same patient. The president tells him that this is so and asks him to come with him. They enter the room and see a man wearing an oxygen mask. Zhang Xuan asks the doctors if it is really him. He looks at him and sees that his hand is very swollen and the patient begins to moan in pain. Zhang Xuan looks at him and doesn't understand how this could happen, because his hand is really very swollen. Suddenly a mug flies at him and President Ma, they don't understand what's happening. Someone shouts that all this is nonsense. Some woman calls doctors charlatans and says that they cannot call themselves experts because she only needs to make one call for them all to be fired if they do not cure her husband. Zhang Xuan asks President Ma who this woman is because she is very arrogant. The president tells him that she is a family member of the patient, and he heard that she has connections in the health bureau. He turns to the patient and looks at his swollen hand. He thinks that first he should look at his condition. The woman looks at him and asks President Ma who this man is and what he left in the ward. President Ma smiles nervously and tells him that he is a specially appointed expert of their medical community. Zhang Xuan touches the patient's arm and thinks that the injury looks like it was caused by ordinary drug poisoning. He realizes that he needs more details. He turns to the woman and tells her that he heard that her husband suffered while collecting medicinal herbs. He asks her where exactly he collected them and what medicines he took. The woman becomes even more dissatisfied and asks him why he has so many questions when he can just see a doctor. Zhang Xuan explains to her that he needs to know the details of the incident in order to prescribe the correct medications. The woman gets up from her seat and asks why everyone in this hospital is so curious. She doesn't understand what kind of attitude they have towards clients. He throws up his hands and tells her that if she doesn't tell him anything, he won't be able to cure this disease. The woman turns away from him and says that if he just can't handle it, then he should tell her so. She tells him that the mere sight of him annoys her. He tells her that then he will not be able to help her in any way. President Ma asks him to do him a favor. He tells him that the job of doctors is to treat the sick and save lives. Zhang Xuan tells him that this is true, but this situation is special and the key to solving it lies in the source of contact. Unexpectedly for them, the nurse appears again. She tells them that their situation is bad because another patient has been admitted to them with exactly the same symptoms. A girl with her father in a wheelchair appears in the corridor and begs the doctor to save her father. His hand is just as swollen. Zhang Xuan looks at him and sees that the injury to his arm is in the same place. He thinks that this is an amazing coincidence. He asks the man to examine his wound and touches his wrist in order to assess his condition. He understands that his pulse is too rapid and suppuration has formed in his wound. He understands that this is a great threat to life. The girl grabs his hand and asks him to save her father. He asks her to call him brother and tells her that he is too young to be called uncle. He asks her what her father did before and how he got poisoned. He asks her if he collected medicinal herbs. She shakes her head and tells him that he didn't collect any herbs because he just hurt himself with a corner of the antique. Zhang Xuan asks her what kind of antique it was and if she accidentally took it with her. The girl tells him that she actually took it and opens her backpack to take it out. The herbalist's wife appears and says that she could not understand who was making noise in the corridor, and everything became clear to her as soon as she saw the girl and her father. As soon as the girl sees her, she grabs her backpack and starts screaming. She asks, "Looks like she knows her?" Zhang Xuan approaches the girl who is looking at this woman with tears in her eyes. He asks her if they know each other. The girl is shaking all over and tells him with tears in her eyes. She tells him that it was because of them that her father suffered. The woman starts yelling that this is nonsense and that it was her father who poisoned her husband. She says that this is obvious. Zhang Xuan asks both of them to explain what even happened before. He looks very surprised. The girl tells her that her father is a collector of antiques, and at a recent auction he liked one thing, and he decided to buy it at a high price. And on the way back, something unexpected happened. She points to the woman and tells him that it's all of them. because her father agreed to give them a ride, and she assumes that they planned the theft a long time ago and her father was injured in the fight. The woman tells her that she is a liar. Zhang Xuan calms the girl down and tells her that this is not the best time for a quarrel because it is much more important to save people. He tells her that she must first show him the relic. She calms down and tells him that she was going to do it anyway. She opens her backpack to get it. She takes out some kind of vase in a plastic bag. He examines it and says that she doesn't see anything unusual. He examines the entire vase more carefully and notices some eggs on the stem. He understands that this is the main reason. He understands that this is exactly what is needed, and a smile appears on his face. He is glad that he was able to find out the reason. Zhang Shen tells the girl and woman that he most likely managed to find out the cause of the illness. He strikes a confident pose and tells them that they were both poisoned through parasitism. The herbalist's wife, the antiques collector's daughter, and the doctor and nurse hear this and are surprised that he said they were infected with a parasite. Zhang Xuan tells them all that there are people who use objects as vessels to grow parasites so that they can then quietly infuse them into their victims. The girl runs up to him and asks him if he can somehow help her father. He tells her that she need not worry because identifying the cause of the disease is the main task. Zhang Xuan turns to President Ma and says that he should prepare a silver needle for him and also bring a glass bottle. President Ma asks him what he is going to do about it. Zhang Xuan tells him that everything is simple and with the help of the game, he will open the meridians and force the parasite to come out. He pokes a needle into the hand of an antiques collector and something in his hand begins to move. He says that everything is very simple. The parasite tries to move to another place, but Zhang Xuan quickly pokes the needle at the moving point and tells the parasite that it will not escape. He makes a slight movement with his hand and pulls out a huge green something that looks like a caterpillar. He does it very quickly. He takes the jar from President Ma and throws this green parasite inside it. The parasite doesn't try to get out of the jar. President Ma grabs a glass jar and starts looking at what's inside, looking a little scared. After this, the girl's father immediately comes to his senses. He begins to ask where he is. The girl rushes at him and hugs him. She is glad that he is okay. She looks very happy. Zhang Xuan approaches them and tells her that her father needs to rest for a few days to fully recover. The girl lets her father go and thanks Zhang Xuan for his help. She tells him that he is simply a brilliant doctor. The woman turns to him and tells him that she sees him in a hurry to save her husband, because he cannot even move. Zhang Xuan makes a funny face and asks her if he really has to do this. He tells her that he doesn't want to and won't do it. The girl also makes a funny face. The woman rushes forward and runs between them. She sends them all away and says that she will show them all. Zhang Xuan starts waving at her and she walks away from them, angry and very annoyed by the whole thing. President Ma approaches him and asks him what they should do with this woman's husband. He tells him that they should just grind the parasite from the jar into a powder and give him a drink, because this way they will achieve the effect of neutralizing the poison. Zhang Xuan's phone starts ringing, and he can't guess who might be distracting him this time. He looks at his phone and realizes that this is all from Qinru. He looks very surprised. Zhang Xuan picks up the call and asks Qinru if something happened to her. She tells him that he should come to her immediately because the Zheng family will send someone to negotiate with the Ling Qing family. He hears this and immediately gets tensed. He asks her when this will be and gets tensed because of the presence of the Zhengs in the case. Qinru tells him that all this will happen during the day and people are talking about how there will be a truce and Wang Kongfeng will send a representative to them. She tells him that she will send him the address. He ends the call and immediately receives a notification with coordinates. He thinks that this time he cannot let Qing Han face the danger alone. Zhang Xuan goes forward and says that this time they will see what Wang Kongfeng has in store for them. Qinru walks to the entrance of Sixia Hotel and thinks about the fact that she will have to additionally wait for Zhang Xuan. She sees that he is already waiting for her. He is the first to greet her and stands leaning against the wall. She approaches him and tells him that he is quite punctual. He tells her that this is the most important issue for both families and therefore they should take it seriously. She asks him why President Lynn is not with him, and he tells her that she is busy and that is why she sent him in her place. She approaches the girl behind the counter and tells her that her surname is Qin, and she wants to book a private room. She tells her that she is worrying in vain because the room has already been booked for her. She says this all seriously. Qinru hears this and is very surprised. She asks her again if she understood correctly that the room was reserved for her. She and Zhang Xuan hear a cry calling Qinru. Someone says that they were looking for her. A blue-haired girl appears and rushes towards Chinru to hug her, telling her that they have not seen each other for a long time. Chinru calls her Kang Hui and asks her if she misspoke. Kang Hui hugs her. Zhang Xuan looks at her and thinks that she is the representative of Kunfeng. He thinks that this is not at all like negotiations. Chinru turns to her and tells him that Kang Hui is her classmate. Kang Hui calls him handsome. Zhang Xuan introduces himself to Ni and says that he did not expect that the other party would send such a lovely girl, as well as Chinru's acquaintance, to negotiate. Kang Hui makes a face as if she doesn't understand anything, and starts asking them what kind of negotiations they are talking about. Zhang Xuan pretends that everything is fine with them, and he asks him if he understood correctly that she did not come to the negotiations as a representative from the Zheng family. A man appears behind him and distracts them from this conversation. They all look a little surprised. He introduces himself to them as Wu Han and tells him that he will be the one to negotiate with them. Kang Hui runs up to him and hugs his hand. She tells them that Wu Han is her boyfriend and she came with him. Qin Rao tells her that she didn't expect this because she was a nun when she was a student and didn't expect her to find a boyfriend. Wu Han snatches his hand from her grasp and tells them all that they should move on to their negotiations. Zhang Xuan thinks that Wu Han evokes an indescribable feeling in people, namely the breath of death itself. They go into the room and Kang Hui immediately falls asleep, while Wu Han hands them the agreement and asks them to read it. Qin Ryu examines the agreement and says that the terms are not bad. She tells them that on their part they can agree to them. Zhang Xuan sits and thinks that everything is already over, but very boring. He expected more from Wang Kongfeng. Wu Han extends his hand to them and says that in this case, on behalf of Madame, he is happy to congratulate their families for resolving their differences. Zhang Xuan looks at him and notices that there is some kind of blue dot on his hand, just like the patient's. He takes a closer look at his hand and notices that the veins on his hand are tense in that place. He understands what it is. Zhang Xuan stops him. He grabs his hand and asks him not to rush him because he hasn't had time to do anything yet. He holds his hand and tells him that he still hasn't signed the agreement and they can't just continue like this. Kang Hui wakes up and sees Zhang Xuan holding her boyfriend's hand. She asks them what happened. Wu Han looks at him and asks him what terms they would like to discuss and what is the need for it. He continues to squeeze his hand and tells him that he shouldn't be so nervous and that he just wants to ask him a normal question. Kang Hui asks Zhang Xuan what the problem is and why he is so angry at her boyfriend. Qinru also doesn't understand what's going on and asks him what's wrong with the agreement he offered them. Zhang Xuan looks at her kindly and makes a fake smile. He asks her to close the door to the office for him. Qinru looks at him and thinks about why he asked her to close the office and what he was up to. She closes the door and Zhang Xuan immediately asks Wu Han why he really came and why he was sent. Wu Han does not change his expression and tells him that the Zheng family sent him to discuss reuniting with the Qingling family. Zhang Xuan presses his wrist and asks him again about why he really came and why he was sent. An angry expression flashes across Wu Han's face for a split second, and he says the same thing he said before. Zhang Xuan tells him that he is very stubborn and lifts his wrist. He tells him that he is giving him one last chance and begins to put even more pressure on his wrist. Kang Hui grabs Wu Han's shoulder and asks him what he wants to do with him. She asks him to let him go. Wu Han's veins on his face bulge, and he pulls his hand out from under hers. He begins to say something. His facial expression changes, and he shouts to the entire office that he was actually ordered to kill him. Zhang Xuan says that he knew it and suspected from the very beginning that everything was not so simple. He makes a quick strike that knocks Wu Han back. Wu Han falls from his chair and hits the wall with his head. He doesn't say anything and just lets out a sigh of pain. Zhang Xuan holds the parasite in his hand that was in Mr. Han's glass jar. He says that he has finally pulled it out. Kang Hui sees this parasite and rushes towards Qinru to hug her. She looks very scared. Qinru hugs the frightened Kang Hui and asks Zhang Xuan what's going on. She looks worried. Zhang Xuan tells him that this is a special type of coercion that allows you to control a person's behavior. He says that it would not be very nice to seal the contract with him right now. Qinru asks him how he was able to find out about this disease, and he tells her that he did it completely by accident, and he just saw a patient with similar symptoms a few days ago. Wu Han moves away from Zhang Xuan's strong blow and begins to ask what really happened to him. Kang Hui takes off and runs towards him. She asks him if he is okay. She looks very scared. He scratches his head and asks her how he got to this place. He looks like he doesn't understand anything at all. Zhang Xuan approaches them and says that her boyfriend was being controlled and he has no idea what is going on. Kang Hui tells him that none of this is surprising then, because then it would explain his strange behavior the last few days. Zhang Xin tells her that compulsion has the ability to change the victim's character to suit the caster's demands and forces him to obey orders without question. Kang Hui tells them that she just really liked his arrogant look. She tells them that this is a big omission. Zhang Xuan and Qin Ru think that she has a very unique taste. Zhang Xuan returns to Wuhan and tells him that they are not finished yet. He asks him how this bug was able to get to him. After his question, Wuhan begins to shake wildly, and he tells him that he cannot talk about it. He looks very scared. Zhang Xuan grabs him by the shirt and lifts him closer to him. He understands that he will not be able to get rid of him so easily. Zhang Xuan tells him that he only has two options. Either he tells him how this bug got to him or he puts this parasite in his mouth. Wuhan starts bowing to him and banging his head on the floor. He tells him that he was wrong and he will tell him everything. Zhang Xuan is surprised that he gave up so quickly. Kang Hui asks him not to scare his boyfriend because he is actually very timid and does not want to harm anyone. He is still on his knees and tells him that he is Wang Kongfeng's secretary, but he did it all himself. He remembers how it all happened and says that on that day he came to the office to report on his work. He tells her that the meeting was scheduled and he will go to it. She hands him a red box and says that he must not forget to take this box with him. After he left the office, he opened the box to see what was in it and what she gave him. He tells them that after that, the same centipede parasite that was sitting in his hand jumped out of the box at him. He remembers that the centipede very quickly slipped under his sleeve and it was useless for him to look for it. He remembers how he began to unbutton and undress. He was very scared because the parasite hid under his clothes. He tells them that he felt very dizzy for a while and couldn't help himself. He continues and says that after being very dizzy, he lost the strength to stand and simply fell to the floor. He tells them that before he lost consciousness and sanity, he saw a man in a red robe and his boss in front of him. They were discussing something. Wuhan remembers what his boss says, that it is right to use the boy as a scapegoat to go to Qin Rao's side. The man in the robe tells her that she can leave the rest to him. Qin Ru tells Zhang Xuan that then it is not surprising that Wang Kongfeng herself was not present at the negotiations. Zhang Xin tells her that he understands what's going on, and they should let the secretary and his girlfriend go back first. Wuhan gets up from the floor and asks him if he can leave. He looks very tired due to the effects of the parasite. Zhang Xuan grabs him by the shoulder and tells him that it's not his fault and he should lay low for a couple of days. He'll call someone to look after him. He tells Qin Ru that he is leaving them with her for the first time, and she agrees with him. She tells him that they will stay with her for a few days. Zhang Xuan takes out his phone and orders someone to send someone to look after Miss Qin's entourage for the next few days. He says to beware of Wang Kongfeng. He calls Baiqi and tells him that he will send someone as soon as he finishes the call. He is in Ling Qinghan's office. He turns to Qinghan and tells her that he has already dealt with the bait, and they will be monitoring the location of the victim over the next few days. Qinghan tells him that she understood everything, but she is angry that he went there alone and didn't even say goodbye. Baiqi tells her that Zhang Xuan is just worried about her safety, and that's why he didn't say goodbye. Qinghan tells him that it is, but this is how he makes everyone around him constantly worry about him. Someone knocks on their office, and Lin Qinghan tells him that the person behind the door can come in. Baiqi straightens his back to look more presentable. Her subordinate comes in and tells her that they should go out. She tells her that their point is at the Xingkai Hotel, but the old man and the main people of the Zheng family are already waiting for her there. Ling Qinghan gets up from her seat and tells him that she understands everything. She tells her that she is already ready to go out. Baiqi tries to stop her and says that it is too dangerous for her to go alone. She tells him that Zheng's people will be at the party, and she thinks that she better wait for the boss to return. Qinghan tells Baiqi that he doesn't have to worry because she can handle it. She points out that this is a game for older family members, and she can't help but go. Baiqi watches her leave and thinks that this is all too dangerous. He is worried about what could happen to her and to him if he does not keep an eye on her. He takes out his phone and quickly looks for Zhang Xuan's number. He is going to tell him that Qinghan is going to go to the Zheng family herself. He calls Zhang Xuan and tells him that he must report to him that the heads of the Zheng family have recalled Lin Qinghan. Meanwhile, at the Xingkai Hotel, the heads of the Zheng family are sitting in their room waiting for Boss Lin to come to them. Wang Kongfeng sits at the table with Mr. Lin. She tells him that she is very sorry, and her son is very guilty, and she would like to raise a toast to him and apologize. Master Lin tells her that young people are always quarreling, but their two families are old friends, and if she wants, they can talk about it. They hear a knock on their door. Wang Kongfen smiles sarcastically and looks at the door. A servant comes in and tells Mr. Lin that Miss King Han has arrived, and he orders her to be let in immediately. Ting Han comes into their room and greets her grandfather. She is dressed in a chic dress that looks very expensive. Her grandfather greets her and says that she came on time because Aunt Wang already told him what happened. He says that it was a misunderstanding and she need not worry. She sits down at the table and says that the elders have spoken. She asks him if she understands correctly that she cannot say anything against. Wang Kongfen pours wine into his glass and gathers his thoughts to make a big speech. She tells her that this glass of wine is the sincerity of their Zheng family and she should drink it. She apologizes for Xiao Chu. Master Lin tells his granddaughter that she should look at what Auntie Wang has achieved. He also invites her to raise the wine for her sake. Lin Qinghan reaches out to the glass and tells her that their families are friends, and this glass could be a sign of an apology, but she is not allowed to finish speaking. Zhang Xuan bursts into their room and tells her that she should wait and should not drink this wine. Wang Kongfeng remains standing with his hand outstretched with a glass, and Qinghan turns to him because she did not expect to see him. Zhang Xuan spreads his hands and tells them that this place was very difficult to find. He approaches Qinghan and she asks her in a whisper how he did it. He tells her that Baichi decided to share the information. She thinks that Baichi told him everything. She understands that he could not have done anything differently. She still looks irritated. Wang Kongfeng asks if she understands correctly that Zhang Xuan is her husband and tells them that he is a pretty good-looking guy. Zhang Xuan ignores her and apologizes to Master Lin. He tells him that he is already trying hard, but they cannot drink this wine with them. Master Lin tells him that Wang Kongfeng is much older than him, and it is inappropriate to refuse to apologize to himself after she let herself down like that. Zhang Xuan pours wine into a glass and tells him that Master Lin did not understand everything the way he wanted. Zhang Xuan tells him that since Wang Kongfeng is older, there is no reason to worry and their younger generation should honor her. He gives her a glass and she gets scared. She tells him that everything is wrong and it will be better so that she praises him. Zhang Xuan says that Aunt Wang insisted that they drink that glass of wine. He assumes that she put something in it. Wang Kongfen tells them that this is all nonsense and makes a huge mistake. She says that there are no parasites in wine. Zhang Xuan starts laughing and breaks into a warm smile. He tells her that he is not saying anything at all about the fact that there are parasites in the glass. After these words, Master Lin becomes angry and asks Wang Kongfeng what Qinghan's husband means by parasite. Aunt Wang's face changes, and she realizes that she made a very big mistake when she said about the parasite. Zhang Shen tells her that they can check everything easily and grabs her hand, causing her to drop her wine glass. A glass of wine falls to the floor and breaks, and a centipede parasite appears from under the wine, exactly the same as the one he pulled out of Wuhan. Lin Qinghan and Master Lin look at the place where the glass broke and see a centipede parasite. Zhang Xuan begins to squeeze Wang Kongfeng's hand more and more. He is very angry that she tried to plant a parasite on Qinghan. He tells her that she came up with a very good idea, first by sending a puppet to poison Qin, and then pretending to run to the Lin family for a banquet and so kill 2 people at a time. She tells him that he is younger than her and has no right to say such nonsense in front of the elders. Zhang Xuan tells her that her family may treat guests this way, but these are just dirty tricks. He asks her where her hospitality is. Wang Kongfen tries to tell him something, but she doesn't succeed at all. She looks scared. Zhang Shen tells her that she doesn't have to say anything to him, but she also shouldn't accuse Junior of being rude. She begins to hesitatingly tell him that she will tell him everything. She holds a stun gun behind her back. She tries to hit him with it, but he dodges it without any problem. She tells him that she won't tell him anything and anyone who gets in his way will die. He tells her that it's all her fault and grabs her hand. She doesn't have time to do anything. He throws her over himself using her own hand and sends her flying. She screams because of this. She crashes into the cabinet on which the TV stands and grunts because of the pain. She says absolutely nothing. Zhang Xuan approaches her and says that she was given a chance, but she did not want to take it. He asks her what other tricks she is going to use. She sits in fear and trembles all over. She looks at him as if he were a devil, who scares her very much. Master Lin stops him and asks him to let her go. Wang Kongfeng begins to laugh awkwardly and tell the master that he is still reasonable. She calms down. Unexpectedly for her, Master Lin orders her to leave. He tells her that he doesn't care who sent her, and for the sake of their long-standing friendship, he can let her go. But this is a one-time thing. He asks her not to let him see her again. Zhang Xuan starts laughing at her and asks her why she is still here. He asks her if she is waiting for him to ask her to leave. Wang Kongfeng gets up from the floor and leaves. She swears at them with obscene language and tells them that she will be back. Lin Qinghen rushes to Zhang Xuan and hugs him. She asks him if he is okay. He did not expect this from her. She examines him everywhere and asks him if he is really okay. Because she clearly saw how she attacked him with a stun gun, he tells her that, on the contrary, she almost finished him off. Master Lin turns to him and thanks him for coming at such a timely time, because unexpectedly the daughter-in-law of the Zheng family turned out to be so evil. Zhongxuan tells him that it was not difficult at all and he could easily figure it out. Master Lin tells them that they have been together for so long, he assumes that they must have had some kind of result. They both feel embarrassed and blush. Zhang Xuan tries to say something but falls silent. Lin Qinghan asks his grandfather what he is talking about. Her grandfather starts laughing and says that they old people can't understand them. Young people? He tells them that he just wants to hug his eldest grandson as soon as possible. Lin Qinghan starts telling him that she feels like having a baby or something is too early for them. Zhang Xun smiles lustfully and tells her that he doesn't think so. He doesn't think it's too early or too late. She doesn't think twice and slaps him very hard. She calls him an impatient, lustful scoundrel. Zhang Xuan gets up from the floor after she hit and runs after her. He asks her to wait for him and asks where she is going. He wants to accompany her. Master Lin rubs his beard contentedly and tells his subordinate that he is jealous of today's youth. Meanwhile, Wang Kongfeng leaves the hotel and walks down the main street, looking very annoyed. She takes out her phone and calls Mr. Han. She asks if he still has obsessions because she wants to try again. Mr. Han tells her that he has such ideas, but they will have to discuss them in person. Wang Kongfen agrees with him and shouts to him that he leaves her no choice. She asks him where he is because she will go look for him. Behind her, she hears a voice that tells her that there is no need for this because he is already behind her. She turns around and doesn't understand how he can be behind her. She looks very scared. Mr. Han is actually standing in front of her. He tells him that their boss wants to see her and points to the person next to him. The hooded man next to him turns out to be the mysterious A. He tells Wang Kongfeng that it turned out that he was looking for her for something. Wang Kongfeng doesn't understand what's going on and asks him who is in front of him. She looks very surprised. He grabs her shoulder and she doesn't know what to do. She stands still and doesn't move. She's waiting for what Mr. A's boss will tell her. He tells her that she shouldn't be nervous. She just has to tell him about Lin's company. Meanwhile, at the Lin company office, Zhang Xuan is working due to Qing Han finding out about his abilities. He lies in a chair and says that he is very tired. He says that Qing Han is too good at exhausting him. He remembers how she gave him a lot of work and that at the national job fair, large companies will come to select people. She tells him that he will represent Lin's company. He begins to bang his head on the table and ask Qing Han to give her beloved husband a rest. He simply says this into the air. Qiu Yu comes into his office. She asks Zhang Xuan what he is doing. She looks a little surprised by his appearance. She sees Zhang Xuan, who has a huge lump visible on his forehead, laying his head on the table and tells her that he just didn't sleep well last night and was doing some head exercises. Qiu Yu sits on the chair in front of his desk and tells him that she understands Brother Zhang's concern. She tells him that there will be many big companies at the fair that are robbing people. She tells him that he is inexperienced. She tells him that he needn't worry because President Lin sent him to lead the recruitment team to help him. She tells him that thanks to his heroic act of saving people from the fire last time, she tells him that he is already a representative for the job fair. She shows him a poster of him and 4 other copies of him. It starts to drive him crazy. He tells her that he is very modest. He does not like this poster. He tells her that this cannot be allowed. They hear something happening in the corridor and are interested in why it is so noisy there. They begin to hear someone driving someone out of the way and asking to call the person in charge. They see 3 people in front of them who are carrying a column in which they can hear someone saying that he can freely sort through thousands and search. Zhang Shen gets up from his desk and says that this seems like a big problem and he doesn't even know in what sense. A man appears, in front of whom all the people in suits line up in the corridor. He asks who is responsible for the job fair. Zhang Shen comes out to him and tells him that this time he is in charge. He tells him his name and bows a little. He turns to his men with the speaker and tells them that they need to turn off the music. The man introduces himself as Zhao, chairman of Company X, a native of Yan City, and he tells Zhang Xuan that he is very pleased to meet him. Zhang Xuan extends his hand to him and tells him that he must have come a long way to see him. Zhao tells him that he will tell everything briefly and he will have to return by helicopter to have breakfast later. Zhang Xuan tells him that he made a good speech. Zhao covers his face with a fan and tells him that he is offering him 100 million and hopes that Lynn's company will refuse to participate in this job fair. The Lynn company workers hear that Zhao is offering Zhang Xuan 100 million. They are worried about all this. Zhang Xuan tells Zhao that he hopes he's joking because the job fair is also a business. Zhao tells him that he keeps his word and 100 million is 100 million. He asks him to promise him now. Zhang Xuan tells him that according to his own words, he can also pay for their company to leave. Zhao asks him how much he is going to pay him for such an interesting service. Zhang Xuan makes a pleased face and raises his finger. He tells him that he is offering them 1 billion for this. Zhao starts laughing and tells him that he can make funny jokes. He asks him if he knows what a billion is. Qiuyu makes a scared face and asks him what he is talking about, because the recruiting budget this time is not even a fraction of this amount. Zhang Xuan tells him that he does not want to give this billion to Zhao for nothing. He invites him to talk about the conditions. Zhao tells him that he agrees with him. He orders his secretary to take a pen and paper and write down what he said. He looks at him contentedly and tells him that the rules he wants to offer him are very simple. He points his finger at him and tells him that whoever has the most talent will win and the loser must pay. Zhao starts laughing again and tells him that he admires his courage, and then they agreed. Zhao orders his secretary to give Zhang Xuan a copy of the note, which he wrote down from Zhang Xuan's own words. His secretary leans over and asks him why he is playing with this child. He tells him that he is not sure that he has the strength to spend so much money. Zhao tells him that he doesn't have to worry about it at all, and they just need to see the results. His secretary listens to him and gives him a copy of the note he made. This shows him that they agree to his terms. Zhao leaves him and thinks that this is all very interesting and he wants to see what he is capable of. It's time for the job fair. And there are a lot of people there. This fair should be quite successful. There is a whole line of people at the stand of Zhao's company. They ask the girl behind the stand about corporate insurance, family registration, housing, and the like. There is no one standing at the Lynn company stand. Their manager asks Qiuyu how many people have signed a contract in their company. Qiuyu tells her that only 10 people signed the contract, and that is less than the other party. The manager doesn't understand what to do. She keeps repeating the words that they don't know what to do. Qiuyu tells her to calm down. The manager looks at Zhang Xian and says that at such a critical moment, some people act as if nothing had happened. She tells them that by her next visit, he should give the above-mentioned answer and says that President Lin's husband is unreliable and he doesn't know how to hire people because he has no sense of responsibility. Qiuyu tells her that Zhang Xuan is not really that kind of person, and she thinks that he is coming up with a plan to do this the right way. Zhang Xuan himself thinks that the manager should think about everything herself because, judging by the form in front of her, the Lin Group has no chance of winning. He thinks that X Group deserves to be a well-known enterprise and that it not only has high salaries, but also the basic needs of employees, and the main help desk is very active. He thinks that everyone in the company should look at their side again, because the recruitment requirements are very high and there is no comparison. He notices that a girl is standing at the stand. He understands that this girl has come a long time ago. She walks up to the booth and asks the guy behind it if they are hiring creative designers. He tells her that she should show him a resume first. She shows him her resume and he takes it from her to look over and study everything. He looks at her resume and says that Rui Shi is a very rare surname. He also reads that she is 16 years old and has a college degree. He tells her that a college degree is not enough, and they only recruit talent who have graduated from university. She starts telling him that she really only has a college degree, but she opened her own business and had her own art show. He starts waving his hand and tells her that she should clearly understand what he is saying and that they don't need college students. Someone is grabbing his chair. Zhang Xuan grabs his chair and tries to tell him something about people and seems to accidentally knock over his chair. He apologizes to the girl for the behavior of his colleague and tells her that he had a fight with his wife. He asks for forgiveness for his bad mood. She tells him that everything is fine. He looks over her resume and tells him that based on his work experience, he would be a good fit for the current position. He tells her that he still wants to know her own thoughts and she needs to answer 3 of his questions. He tells him that he wants her strengths and weaknesses, as well as her opinion about their company. She tells him that she would like to start by commenting on Lynn's part of the business, and that she thinks that part of the business should start with design. She tells him that she only thinks about the company on the first point, and the second point is its weakness and its strength is getting things done. He thinks about how this is the truth and a plan for Qinghan to adapt. Zhang Xuan tells her that he can congratulate her on being able to hire her. The manager and the rest of the employees are angry and cannot believe that he just hired her like that. The manager runs up to him and asks him what he is doing, because their company does not recruit junior students, and at this rate, he will ruin the brand of the Lynn company. Zhang Xuan tells her that he read her resume and she has work experience and leadership skills, and times are changing and it is necessary to look at everything from a different point of view. He does not listen to the manager and asks her a question about what salary they are expecting. The manager looks surprised. Roe C tells him that she doesn't have any big expectations about the salary and it's only 200,000, which makes him happy. A man appears who says that the world is going to no one knows where. He says that even a specialist can receive an annual salary of 200,000. He introduces himself as Pang Guang and tells them that such jobs should be offered to people with higher education. The manager immediately takes the folder and runs up to him. She tells him that their company needs people like him. He tells her that he won't beat around the bush either, and his desired salary is 1 million a year, and if she agrees, then he can start working. The manager grabs a piece of paper, which he hands to her and says that there is no problem and 1 million is 1 million. He tells him that they can sign the contract right away. Zhang Xuan walks up to her and snatches the contract from her hands. He asks her to wait and asks if this person received an annual salary of 1 million without an interview. He tells her that this is unreasonable. Pan Guang tells him that he has a double master's degree from Beijing University and won 4 scholarships during his studies. He also studied abroad and served on the student council. Zhang Xuan waves his hand at him and tells him that he should stop because he is not going to hire him. He tells him that he read his resume very carefully and all the above positions are empty and none of them can reflect his performance. He says that as a top-level specialist for 30 years, and he is still competing with junior students for work, he says he is ashamed of him. Pan Guang tells them that since their company does not accept him, he is leaving them, because their company will go bankrupt sooner or later. The manager starts yelling at him and asks him what he is doing, because he missed out on a very valuable and real talent. He tells her not to worry, because he will recruit enough real specialists for them and grabs Rui Xi's hand. He starts shouting to the whole room that everyone should look at him, because he has an announcement for them. He tells everyone present that anyone who meets the requirements of their company can join them, and they don't care what kind of education they have. The main thing for them is ability. Young people from the crowd say what they just heard and that there are no restrictions on education. Manajak becomes very scared about what is happening, and Pan Guang also decides to turn around to see what scared her so much. He sees a bunch of people starting to run towards the Lynn company stand. The manager starts running away. She does not have time to escape, and she and Pan Guan are simply left to watch with tears in their eyes what is moving towards them. The crowd simply runs through them and tramples on them, leaving them unconscious on the floor. Zhang Xuan finishes the reception and puts his head on the table. He is happy that it is all over. Qiuyu tells him that he did well. He asks her what the results are this time. She tells him that the number of people recruited is 3 times what they expected, and surpassing Zhao shouldn't be a problem. Mr. Zhao comes to their stand and tells him that, unfortunately, he lost to him. He tells him that Zhang Xuan's concept of talent search makes him both fascinated and horrified. Zhang Xuan laughs. Zhao tells him that he is ready to argue and admit defeat. He tells him that a billion is a billion. He points at him with his fan and says that he can consider this an increase in talent for him. Zhang Xuan thanks him for this and smiles contentedly. Qiuyu is distracted by the fact that she receives some kind of call. She answers the call and listens to what he is told. Zhang Xuan turns to her. Her face becomes very scary and starts asking those who are talking to her on the phone what is wrong with her dad. She looks very scared. She and Zhang Xuan arrive at the hospital and they sit outside the office waiting to hear what they are told. Zhang Xuan is talking on the phone with Zhang Xuan. He tells her that he will see Qiuyu off first and then come back. Qiuyu sits on the chair and cries. She tells him that her parents divorced early and her father became weak. And suddenly, her father's brothers teamed up to cheat him out of his savings, and this led to another cerebral infarction. He takes her by the shoulder and tells him that she can calm down, because he is confident that her uncle will survive. Meanwhile, the doors to the operating room open for them to enter. Qiuyu's father is lying on the mobile bed. President Ma is standing next to him and asks who the patient's family member is. Qiuyu runs up to her father and asks him why he is so stupid. She tells him that his brothers no longer treat him like family and asks him why he trusts them so much. Zhang Xuan also enters the room and approaches President Ma. He asks him how the patient is doing. The president tells him that the patient is temporarily out of danger, but there is something they need to discuss. The president hugs him and whispers to him that they should step aside to talk, which Qiu hears. President Ma tells him that the patient's liver contains a large number of cancer cells that have metastasized to the brain, and if we talk about the current situation, it is hepatic encephalopathy. Zhang Xuan asks him what his current condition is anyway. He looks worried. The president tells him that, unfortunately, the disease is advanced and this is only a temporary delay in the death of the patient, and the rest does not depend on them. All this is heard by Qiu, who listens to them at the door. Zhang Xuan bids farewell to President Ma and tells him that he should not tell Qiu about this yet because he will find a way. She stands at the doorway and wipes the tears from her eyes. Zhang Xuan approaches the entrance and is unaware that she is standing behind him. He walks out the door and sees her standing behind them. He tells her that he just finished talking to President Mai. She asks him how things are going with her father's illness. She pretends that she has not heard anything before. Zhang Xuan puts on a fake face and tells her that everything is fine, and the doctor said he can be helped. She begins to nervously rub her hand and tells him that this is all very cool. She is very nervous. Zhang Xuan tells her that they should leave because she might be tired after such a long time. He suggests that she take a walk to relax. They leave the hospital and head to the garden. The two of them sit down on a bench, and she holds a pancake. She eats a pancake and says that if this happens, her father will need very serious surgery. She looks very upset. Zhang Xuan tries to seem kind to him and says that he has already told President Ma everything, and he will look for the best doctor to help him. She thanks him and tells him that she doesn't know how best to thank him. He tells her that it's up to her. She makes a snide face and tells him that then she'll just have to pay him back with her body. He gets scared after these words of hers and falls into a stupor. She smiles and tells him that she is just joking. After that, they sit silently and say nothing at all. They just look at the leaves flying past them. Yu gets up from the bench and tells him that it is late. He asks him to rest first and leave the rest to her. She quickly leaves him. He gets up from the bench and follows her. He asks her if she can do everything alone. She turns to him and a tear runs down her cheek. She tells him that there is no problem and she will handle it. The next day, Zhang Xuan returns to the hospital, illuminated by sunlight and bright skies. He walks down the corridor with a basket of fruit and says that this girl hasn't said a word all night, because she didn't even go to work in the morning. He enters Qiu's father's room and opens the door. He sees that there is absolutely no one inside the room. President Ma approaches him. Zhang Xuan asks him where the patient from the ward and yesterday's girlfriend went. The president tells him that they left a long time ago and this girl asked him to give him a letter. He hands him the envelope. He takes the paper out of the envelope and starts reading. He reads that she is apologizing to him for leaving without saying goodbye. While he is reading all this, she is riding in a taxi. She writes to him that she has decided to purposefully fight everything alone. Her father is sitting next to her, and she writes to him that she heard absolutely everything that he talked about with President Mai and asks him not to hide it from her. She looks out the window with tears in her eyes and writes to him that she is grateful to him for the white lie and for taking care of her in the company. She writes to him that the time in Yinzhou is the happiest in her life, and she is really happy that she met him. She wishes him happiness and says goodbye to him in a letter. At this time, her taxi leaves the city. Zhang Xuan returns to the Lynn mansion and says that Qiu left too quickly, and he is very sorry that he could not help. He doesn't expect what happens next, and his wife Lin Qinghan comes out to him. He looks surprised. She comes out to him in very tight clothes. This surprises him. She tells him that she has been waiting for him for a long time. He blushes and asks her why she wore such an outfit, while he thinks about what a special day it could be that she calls him so intimately. She tells him that this job fair was really hard and pulls him along. She tells him that she specially learned the recipe for several dishes to reward him. She sits him down on a chair and he sees several plates covered with caps in front of him. He tells her that she is very caring. She opens one of the hoods and a foul smell begins to emanate from underneath. She tells him that he should try her food. Zhang Xuan looks at what is under the hood and suggests that it might be something extraordinary. He assumes that this is some kind of dark kitchen, and his face twists into a strange grimace. He doesn't like the smell of her dish. She asks him if he feels like his appetite has increased, but he looks like he doesn't like it at all. With his nose running and small tears coming out, he tells her that he can't wait to try her dish. She tells him that in that case, he should definitely try it. She takes a spoonful of her dish and brings it to Zhang Xuan's mouth. He feels the smell that comes from this dish and begins to ask the Almighty for help. He is very scared. He is saved by an unexpected doorbell at the Lin family mansion. Lin Qinghan is distracted from him. She walks away from him and says that this must be the pizza she ordered. She asks him to wait a little so she can go get it. Zhang Xuan floats in his chair and thinks that he is saved. He calms down. He says she's been taught a few things before and isn't too bad at getting food this way. He covers the plates with caps. He hears Qinghan scream and immediately turns towards her scream. He looks very worried. He sees that some thug with a bandage over his left eye is holding her by the neck. It all looks as if he is strangling her. He takes off and runs to Qinghan. He understands that he must protect her from this thug. He makes a quick kick to his chin and tells him that he should take his hands off her. The goon releases Qinghan. The brute falls to the ground, but quickly gets to his feet and turns around. He immediately starts running. The thug looks back and thinks that he is very unlucky because he ran into Zhang Xuan in the house. Zhang Xuan is not going to let him go. He points his hand at him and orders him to return him. Two shadows fall from the roof. 10 minutes later, the goon is sitting on the floor in front of Mr. Satan and sitting on his knees. He is sitting in front of the goon on a chair. Two people in formal suits and masks of the messengers of hell stand behind the thug with the headband. They tell their boss that they brought him to him. The bully says that what the young master said is absolutely true, because Qinghan's husband is a real master and he was careless. Zhang Xuan grabs his head and asks him who the young master is and who sent him. The big man with the headband tells him that he already saw the young master in Shidu. He looks confident. Zhang Xuan remembers that he met the mysterious A in Shidu. He realizes that it was him. He tells the goon that he must tell him immediately where the mysterious A is. The goon smiles and tells him that he cannot do that. He receives a blow that he doesn't even have time to notice. He coughs up blood because of it and doesn't have time to do anything. Zhang Xuan clenches his fists and tells the lying thug that he is still talking to him insolently after all. He orders the man behind him wearing the mask of the messenger of hell to find a place to bury the goon. The messenger of hell bows to him and holds out his hands, in which there is some kind of bandage. He tells his boss that they found it on the thug. He examines this headband and does not understand why he has not seen the logo that is visible on it before. He thinks that he will need to go to the office and ask about it. Zhang Shen returns to the office to sort things out. He hears some screams inside. He opens the door and hears someone swearing at the second person. He realizes that there are two people in the office. He sees Zhu Ling and Shanfa. She scolds him for doing something wrong in the game. He tells her that he doesn't play this game that often. Zhang Xuan approaches him from behind. He looks very irritated. He says that he is great and tells him that he is on duty. He asks him if he is looking for him like that again. Shanfa starts trying to justify himself and tells him that he can actually explain everything. Zhang Xuan hits him on the head and tells him that he has no conscience at all and decided to punish him. He sends him back to a week of field work. Shangfa tells him that he was wrong. After that, Zhu Ling greets him. She tells him that they have not seen each other for a long time. Zhang Xuan also greets her and asks her how it happened that such a smart merchant found time to visit him. She tells him that she ran away from her father again and has money problems and wants to earn money from him. Shanfa tells him that she told him that she came looking for a job, but she didn't like anything that was offered. Zhang Xuan tells her that he just got a new job. He asks her if she wants to try. She tells him that he intrigues her and she is interested. He takes out the badge they took from the thug and asks her if she has seen something like this before. Zhu Ling becomes somewhat dissatisfied. She asks him where he got it from. Zhang Xuan tells her that he seems to have come to the right person. He asks her if she knows the origin of this organization. Zhu Ling smiles contentedly and folds her hands. She tells him that she knows all this, but he will have to do her a couple of favors. Zhang Xuan turns to Shangfa and orders him to go and buy a couple of bottles of cola, cool them down, and the organization will reimburse him for everything. Such a request surprises Shangfa. Zhang Xuan pushes him and tells him that he should go where he said, and tells him that he shouldn't constantly talk about some nonsense. He brings a bunch of cola bottles and Zhu Ling drinks them all, leaving the empty bottles on the table. Zhu Ling has a strong belch due to so much cola, but she is not shy about anything. She tells them that she is full. Zhang Xuan asks her what she will say about their conversation, and now she can talk. She tells him that he leaves her no choice, and since he is so excited, she will clear up some details. She tells him that this organization has only recently emerged from the shadows, and its members are defectors from various assassin groups, such as the Shadow Throne and the Sharp Blade. Zhang Xuan asks her if he understands correctly that she means that this is a collection of remnants of former killer groups. Zhu Ling dangles a bottle of cola and tells him that this is true and it looks like they are intervening in disputes between other shadow organizations or large clans and benefiting from it. She clutches the bottle and tells him that when necessary, they kill to silence him and it is very cruel. She tells him that since he was able to get this bandage, he should have been watched for a long time. He looks at her worriedly and asks what else she knows about this organization. She tells him that the available information says that their main difference is wearing red cloaks, and they say that their leader is very young and wears a mask, so no one has seen his face. Zhang Xuan thinks about her words. He understands that this is all quite serious, and this is a real problem. He takes out his gold card from his jacket. He understands that this problem must be solved at any cost. He throws this card to Zhu Ling and tells her to take it. He asks her for help in finding their tracks. She smiles contentedly and catches the card. She tells him that he can safely rely on it. Zhang Xuan comes to the hotel in Yan City, where Lin Qinghan is. He wants to protect her from something. Qinghan tells him that he shouldn't have come because she came for a business meeting, but he tells her that it won't do that because he doesn't want anything to happen to her. They call her on the phone and she answers it. She calls her interlocutor Nana and tells her that she has already arrived. They go to a girl with long hair. She is wearing a short skirt and waits for them to approach her. She starts waving her hand and calling them. She looks very happy about the upcoming meeting with her friend. They approach her, and Lin Qinghan greets her. She tells Nana that they haven't seen each other for a long time and calls her a fashionista. Nana looks at Zhang Xuan and asks Qinghan who it is. She tells her that it is her husband, and she already told him about it. Zhang Xuan greets his wife's friend and smiles contentedly. He doesn't show anything wrong. Nana walks up to him and starts examining him. She tells her that he looks good and calls him handsome. She grabs Qinghan's hand and leads her along. She tells her that they have a meeting and that many rich people have gathered at it. She assures her that with her charm, she will immediately find herself an investor. Zhang Xuan stops her and asks her not to say that, because this is not really a matter of investment, but more of cooperation. Nana does not listen to him and tells Qinghan that her husband is too serious, because in any case, if she has money, then she needs to take it. They enter a large hall with good furniture. In the middle of the hall, there is a large white piano. Qinghan and Nana stick together. Qinghan tells Zhang Xuan that this hall is very beautiful, and he tells her that they have already seen something similar, and he does not see anything special in this hall. Nana is waved at by a man in a formal suit, and she heads towards him to introduce them. She tells them that this man's name is Xiao Ban, and he invests in many big companies. He asks her who her friend is. Xiao Ban looks at her and says that Qinghan is very beautiful. He looks interested in her. He extends his hand to her and again calls her beauty. He tells her that his name is Banlu. Lin Qinghan does not shake his hand and apologizes to them. She tells him that she does not shake hands with the first person she meets. Zhang Xuan quickly approaches him and shakes his hand. He tells him his name and tells him that he is Qinghan's husband. Qinghan looks at Banlu with displeasure, and Banlu thinks that Zhang Xuan is only getting in his way. A girl appears, whom he calls Xin Miao. She approaches him and asks him who came to him this time to beg for food. Zhang Xuan asks Nana who this girl is, and she tells him that she is Mr. Ban's mistress. She calls her a party girl. She hugs him, and he tells her that she is expressing herself incorrectly and no one is asking him for anything. He tells her that they are looking for investors. She runs her finger over him and says that he shouldn't be so mean. She tells Qinghan that she will give her a chance to have fun with Banlu. Qinghan tells her that she is not looking for that because she is looking for someone to cooperate with, because she needs to feed people. She tells her that she is not looking for self-interest in people. Unlike some, Xin Miao is angry about this, and she asks her if she understands correctly what she is saying about her. Qinghan tells her that other people do not fit these words. Zhang Xuan approaches her and tells her that she should calm down, because they are here for a business meeting. Lin Qinghan looks annoyed and tells him that he is right and they would actually rather not disturb the good atmosphere. Banlu again calls her a beauty and tells her that she should know the rules of doing business. He again invites her to think about spending some time with him. He asks her how much she wants and says that he will give her as much as she wants and closes his eyes. He does not see that a fist is flying at his face. Zhang Xuan hits him in the face with all his might and orders him to shut up. He knocks out his tooth with his blow. He tells Banlu that he is being too arrogant with the girl next to whom her husband is standing. He tells him that his life has come to an end. Lin Qinghan takes her husband by the shoulder and says that she is no longer interested in Mr. Ban's proposal. Rin Miao runs up to Banlu. She asks him if he is okay. and he calls Ching Han names and says that the whole city of Yan knows his brother and he will take revenge on them. After these words, a man appears next to them and loudly asks them who is creating problems in his hotel. Banlu crawls up to the man and calls him Big Brother. He tells him that he must avenge his younger brother. His older brother comes forward and asks who is leading him so boldly. It turns out to be one of the kings, Ferris. Zhang Xuan and Ling Qinghan look at him, and Zhang Xuan is surprised that Ferris appeared in front of them. Lin Qinghan also recognizes Zhang Xuan's friend. She smiles and calms down, because before this, it was not clear what would happen. Ferris turns to them and realizes that this is his boss and daughter-in-law. He asks them what fate they ended up in the city of Yan. Zhang Xuan grabs him by the shoulder and asks him why he is in the city, because before that, he tells him that he had business out of town. Ferris tells him that this is indeed the case. Banlu and Xin Miao see that they are communicating and cannot believe that they know each other. They look very scared. Ferris turns to them and asks him what he always tells him and looks very angry. He slaps Banlu in the face and tells him that he has a terrible attitude towards clients. He orders him to go and find some good projects. Banlu runs away from him and holds his cheek. He obeys his order and tells him that he will quickly prepare everything for him. They move into a meeting room at his hotel to discuss the projects available to them. Banlu holds a lot of papers in his hands. Ferris tells them that these are the best projects in Yan City. He asks Ching Han to choose one of them. Banlu bows to her and hands her all the papers he is holding. He asks her to look at these projects. She takes a couple of pieces of paper. Zhang Xuan asks her if he can look at them. Ching Han tells him that she wants to study them herself first. Nana approaches her and asks her who her husband is, because even Ferris, the largest shareholder, respects him very much. She suggests that he may be some kind of prince or president of some country. She turns to her and tells her that she is thinking too much and he is not at all like a prince. Nana continues to speculate and comes up with possibilities that he could be the heir to a large corporation or some kind of genius who has lost his memory. Ching Han tells her that this is funny. Zhongshen's phone begins to ring and distracts them from discussing his abilities, realizing that he will need to go away. He apologizes to all of them and tells them that he needs to leave because this is a very important call. He leaves the meeting room and answers the call. He begins to listen to what his interlocutor tells him. It turns out that Zhu Ling calls him, and she tells him that she was able to find the clue to the dragon, and it is in the city of Yan. He leaves the hotel and comes to Yanxi Station to meet her. He realizes that this is very important information. He stands and waits, leaning on a column, and thinks that it was very difficult for Ferris to distract Ching Han. Zhu Ling appears behind him and begins to say code words. She names these words and expects the same from him. He tells her the second part of the words and asks her why all this is necessary, because they are not in some kind of spy war drama. She tells him to be quiet and speak in a whisper. She takes something out of her coat and tells him to come over. She takes out binoculars and looks somewhere. She tells him that on this day, the biggest event in Yan City is the Su family joining the organization. She tells him that she has learned from several sources that the Su family is connected to many underground structures, and Dragon will be no exception. Zhang Xuan thinks that for a long time, only a couple of families from Yangxia participated in the confrontation between underground organizations and thinks about why they are so opposed to Ching Han. She covers his mouth and tells him that he should be quiet because the right people have already arrived. From behind a column, they see several black cars driving into the parking lot and stopping nearby. People in red cloaks come out of it and gather together to make some kind of deal. Zhang Xuan asks Zhu Ling if he understands correctly that these are the same people from the dragon. She says that by their cloaks you can understand that it is them. Zhang Xuan looks at them and thinks that the dragon people are expecting something. He doesn't know what exactly. He hears a voice behind him and becomes terrified. He looks very scared because of this. He turns to see who it is and sees his grandmother in front of him, who asks him if he could give him his glass. The dragon's people hear the man's voice and immediately turn around, questioning who is here. Zhu Ling tells Zhang Xuan that it is all his fault. She asks him who pulled his tongue. He tells her that it is not his fault. Grandma continues to ask him if he still needs his glass, and Zhang Xuan asks her to shut up. One man in a red cloak hears the sound coming from behind a pillar and tells his boss about it. They do not understand what is happening and assume that they have been discovered. They all turn to the column. Zhu Ling asks Zhang Xuan what they should do now after all this. She looks scared. He tells her that they were left with no choice, and he tells her that he will find these people later. He asks her to run away with her grandmother. The man in the red coat's phone starts ringing. Their boss calls him and he answers the call. On the phone, they tell him that they have canceled everything. The man in the red hood looks very surprised. He tells the other people that their boss has ordered them to stop trading and return immediately. They get back into their cars and drive away. They still haven't checked whether there is someone behind the column or not. Zhang Shen tells Zhu Ling that fortunately they were not found out. They both exhale calmly because of this. The grandmother standing behind them takes off her mask to reveal Jing Roxy, telling him that she didn't expect to see him in such a place. She tells him that she was planning to make her move that evening and surprises everyone with how clever she was at hiding behind her mask. They all meet at the pizzeria the next sunny day to discuss everything that happened. They sit at the same table, and Jing Ruoxi tells him that they haven't seen each other for a long time and haven't been in touch since he left Sidu. Zhu Ling eats a lot of pizza and tells her that Zhang Xuan has been very busy all this time. Jing Ruoxi looks at her and asks him who this red-haired girl is to him. He covers Zhu Ling's mouth and tells her that she is just his sister. He looks a little nervous. He tells her that it doesn't matter. He asks her why she came to Yan City. She tells him that she came because of work and she is investigating. She asks him if he remembers the last fight with the masked man and tells him that she found some information about him. He remembers the person he fought in the ring and asks her if she can share this information. She tells him that last time she noticed that he was using ancient martial arts techniques, and thanks to his movements, she found an old mass murder case. She tells him that 10 years ago in the western part of the city, there was a school of ancient martial arts of the Xiao family, whose members died under mysterious circumstances and still remains unsolved. She takes a bite of a slice of pizza and tells him that she looked at a large number of cases, and in the end, it was generally accepted that this was the work of the underground organization Dragon. He is surprised that the Dragon organization is again involved in something, and says that the time period is even longer than in Zhu Ling's information. She continues and tells him that the body of the eldest son of that family was never found, and she found out that there was a possibility that he was still alive and he could have joined the dragons. Zhang Xuan asks her why she is so sure of this, and she tells him that she does not undertake to say so, but everything indirectly points to exactly this. She tells him that she is forced to leave first and gives him advice that it is better for him not to interfere in this matter, no matter what his goal is. He tells her that the reason he is so interested in this case is because it concerns his wife. He tells her that she can contact him if she needs help. Jing Ruoxi tells him that this is her personal matter and no one should interfere with it. She tells them to take care of themselves. Zhu Ling tells him that when she said about the ancient martial arts in Yan City, she thought that maybe Nangong might know something. Zhang Xuan is surprised by what she is saying to him and asks her if he understands correctly that she means Nangong Yu. They leave the pizzeria and take a taxi. They arrive on road number 3 to a luxurious house. Zhu Ling tells him that they are there and points to the house in front of them. He thinks about the visual style. He thinks that this girl has very good taste and he heard that she opened a martial arts school in Yan City. He thinks that it brings in a good income. Zhu Ling asks him if he noticed the white and black panels in front of them. She wants to tell him about them. She begins to tell him that these are traps, and if he makes a mistake, he will fall into the pool with piranhas and be eaten. He immediately realizes that she made it all up and asks her to stop doing it. She laughs awkwardly. They stand and talk to each other and hear a voice behind them that tells them that she knew it was Miss Zhu in front of her. Yu Nangong appears and asks her if it's right. She understands that she ran away again and didn't tell Grandpa anything. Zhu Ling pouts and tells her that her father didn't let her play again and that's why she had to run away. Yu Nangong approaches her and tells her that she should stop making her father worry. Zhu Ling sticks out his tongue at her. Zhu Ling tells her that she apparently did not examine the person who came with her well and asks her to look at him. Yu Nangong is embarrassed and blushes because Lord Satan came to her. She looks surprised. Zhang Xuan greets her and tells her that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He asks her how she is doing. She blushes even more and clutches her head. She tells him that she is completely fine. She runs through them and tells him that she will go ahead of them and prepare everything for them. She is very confused. Zhang Xuan does not understand what is happening to her and asks Zhu Ling what happened to her. She tells him that she was most likely just shy. She tells him that they haven't seen each other for many years, and it looks like Nangong's old love has returned again. Because she didn't have a boyfriend, her words anger Zhang Xuan. They walk into the martial arts club and Yu Nangong is already standing and greeting them. She tells him that she is glad that they came to her martial arts club. They see a bunch of fighters. Some of them are hitting a punching bag. Some of them are sparring. They look at all of them. Zhu Ling sees all these men and looks at them all in love. She is happy that there are so many evil men in front of her. She and Yu Nangong walk up to the ring and Zhang Xuan stands still, thinking about whether they can find a clue in this fighting club. A man from the ring approaches Yu Nangong. He addresses her and wants to ask her some question. He asks her what she thinks of him. She calls him Sujin and tells him that he is not bad. He notices that Zhang Xuan is standing behind Yu Nangong and asks her who he is. He asks Zhang Xuan himself if they could have met somewhere before and looks a little surprised. Zhang Shen tells him that he doesn't remember this, and this is the first time he came to their club. He doesn't understand what the fighter doesn't like. He tells him that he came to the club with their teacher, and for some reason this makes Sujung angry. This makes him very angry. He looks at him and says that it is bad news that he came to this club for the first time, because not everyone can visit this club. Zhang Xuan asks him what he means and why he can't just come and watch their training. Sujing tells him that an ordinary mortal simply cannot understand the beauty of ancient martial arts. Juling asks Nangong who he is, and she tells her that he is the second young master of the Su family, and he is temporarily using her boxing gym to train and prepare for the competition. Zhang Xuan starts laughing at him and calls his ancient martial art pathetic convulsions. Sujing lights up with anger after his words and tells him that he has no right to call his training pathetic. He asks him if he dares to get into the ring with him. People in the hall begin to talk about how Jiang Xuan insulted young Master Su. They are sure that he brought trouble upon himself because the Su family has been practicing martial arts for generations. Zhang Xuan looks confidently at Su Jung and tells him that he is not afraid of him at all. He points out that he himself suggested it and tells him that he has no right to complain about it later. They enter the ring, and Su Jung immediately gets punched in the face by Zhang Xuan. He screams in severe pain. They just enter the ring, but the fighter immediately lies on the floor of the ring because he could not oppose anything to him. Zhang Xuan rubs his fists and tells him that it's kind of disappointing because he didn't even try. Zhu Ling tells him that he did well, and did well. She can't stop praising him for defeating Su Zheng so easily. Zhang Xuan turns to her and says that she could stop screaming so much. He feels very awkward about it. Other fighters in the club say that they did not expect this from a newcomer. They say that Su Zheng should be ashamed, because in the Su family, the skills of ancient martial arts are passed on from generation to generation. Yu Nangong thinks that she didn't expect anything else from Lord Satan, because he easily knocked out Su Zheng. Another fighter runs up to the Su family fighter and asks what they should do because he seems to be in a lot of pain. Another fighter says that they should call someone from the Su family, because this time the second young master was beaten and the people of the Su family won't let it go so easily. Yu Nangong turns to Zhu Ling and asks her if she is still watching and tells her that they can leave if she is not interested. Zhu Ling tells her that she is really bored. She tells her that after Zhang Xuan, absolutely all the people in her club seem like ordinary weaklings. Yu Nangong tells Zhang Xuan that they should talk about everything in private and tells him that now is not the right place for them to discuss. He agrees with her and quickly jumps over the ring barriers. He lands next to them and tells them they can go. Someone appears in front of them and asks them to wait. He stops them and tries to say something. He introduces himself as Su Wu and tells Yu Nangong that he simply cannot let Zhang Xuan go. He tells her that he beat the Su family member so easily, and if he leaves so easily, then she will have to intervene later. Yu Nangong tells him that she doesn't see anything wrong with it. She tells him that it was a normal fight. Su Wu tells her that it really could have been an ordinary fight, but you still can't just touch the Su family like that. Everyone in the club starts to support him and say that he is right. They say that he can't just leave after he insulted the Su family. Zhu Ling tells him that his people provoked Zhang Xuan and they must let them go, and this is illogical. Su Wu calls her baby and tells her that in this club they don't count logic, they only count fists. Zhang Shen appears behind her and puts his hand on her shoulder. He tells her that it's not that simple. He asks Su Wu if he really thinks he can stop him and stop him from leaving. Su Wu smiles and tells him that he apparently has no intention of admitting his mistake towards the Su family. He gives him a thumbs up and tells him that he doesn't care who he is because he insulted the Su family and isn't even part of their club. Zhang Shen tells him that he is leaving him no choice and he is not going anywhere, but he is not going to give in to them so easily. He points his finger at Su Jung and tells him that then he will just beat him again because they don't want to let him go. People from the club begin to say that Zhang Xuan is abnormal because he does not want to apologize, but on the contrary, he gets into a fight again. Zhang Shen gets into the ring and looks at the people holding Su Jung. He gets angry at all of them. His eyes turn red and he commands them all to get out of their ring, looking very annoyed. The people next to Su Jung immediately run away from him and throw him to Zhang Xuan. He tries to bring the people back, but no one comes back to him. Zhang Xuan quickly approaches him and grabs the beaten fighter by the t-shirt. He makes a slight effort to do this. He asks him if he understands correctly that his name is Su Zheng and does not wait for his answer. He raises his head up to strike and tells him that he is doing all this not because he wants to beat him, but because they don't want to let him go. He asks him not to blame him later. Su Zheng covers his face with his hands and screams for help. He calls his brother for help. Su Wu appears and tries to kick Zhang Xuan but fails. But because of his kick, Zhang Xuan lets go of Su Zheng. Su Wu grits his teeth and tells him that he just doesn't understand what he's getting into at all. He glares at Zhang Xuan and tells him that he feels like there will be blood spilled in this ring. Zhang Xuan begins to untie his tie. Su Wu flexes his fists and tells him that now they can start fighting. He smiles smugly. He rushes into the fight and raises his hand to strike. He looks very confident that Zhang Xuan will not be able to do anything to him. Zhang Xuan rushes to meet him and his face is very serious. He does not intend to attack with full force. Their fists meet and stop each of them, and air vortices appear from the meeting of their blows. Su Wu's fist shows abrasions and he tells him that he is not surprised that Zhang Xuan is so brave since he is a secret master. Zhang Xuan looks at him contentedly and tells him that since he just realized this, his reflexes are too slow. Su Wu takes a stand and tells him that he does not advise him to be aggressive because in Yan City, no one can beat the Su family and no one dares to even challenge them. Zhang Xuan tells him that youth is aggression. He tells him that the Su family can only speak beautifully because their martial arts level is low. His words make Su Wu very angry, and he tells him that he should stop immediately because then he is not going to restrain himself. People in the club talk about how Su Wu is going to use his best moves, but they also say that Zhang Xuan is not bad. Su Wu takes exactly the same stance that the mysterious masked man took earlier. Zhang Xuan looks at his stance and realizes that he has already seen this stance before. He is trying to figure out where. Immediately after this, he realizes that he saw this stance from the masked man whom he had already fought. Su Wu rushes at him and tells him that now he will show him a blow that will allow him to understand what it means to be a master. Zhang Xuan has no problem stopping his best punch by simply grabbing his fist as he looks defiantly at the Su family's martial artist. Zhu Ling sees how Mr. Satan blocks his attack. She says that Satan is very cool. Su Wu can't believe what happened. He thinks that Zhang Xuan was able to block his strongest blow without any problems. Zhang Xuan moves his hand back to strike, and while holding his hand, he tells him that it is his turn to strike. He throws a punch at Kang Zhang and hits Su Wu square in the chest, sending him flying to the other side of the ring before he lets out a gasp of pain. After his brief flight, he crashes his head into the post that holds the ring fence. The fighters from the club see all this and do not understand what happened. They cannot believe that Su Wu was knocked out with a palm strike. Zhang Xuan tightens his tie and says that he won this fight and so he can leave calmly. Su Wu is shaking all over and he asks him where he could learn to fight like that. He cannot believe that a person with such strength exists. Zhang Xuan climbs out of the ring and tells him that he doesn't want to answer him because they ask questions like that all the time. Su Wu tells him that the Su family never passed on their knowledge and there is no way that he could block his blow. He is still very arrogantly talking to the one who just defeated him. Yu Nanguang orders him to calm down because the rules of the competition state that he must admit his bets and accept defeats. And if he continues to be annoying and talk arrogantly, then he is breaking the rules. Su Wu watches Zhang Xuan walk away from him and realizes that he has no choice. He tells him that he doesn't care, that he doesn't want to tell him anything and that he will find out everything himself. He orders his people to let them through. They have to let Zhang Xuan, Zhu Ling, and Yu Nanguang pass. Zhu Ling finally turns to them. She sticks her tongue out at Su Wu and tells him that all the fighters should be ashamed, because the young and senior master of the Su family were beaten. Zhang Xuan pulls her back and tells her that she needs to calm down. He asks her to quickly follow them. Su Wu looks at him angrily and thinks that he will definitely take revenge on him and he will make him pay for the shame of his family 100-fold. They leave Yu Nanguang's fighting club and come to a coffee shop on Yanjing South Street to talk things over. Zhang Xuan tells Yu Nanguang about the whole situation and why they came to her. She is surprised that his wife is being hunted. He tells her that this is so, and tells her that Zhu Ling is helping him find out everything about the organization. He tells her that their leader knows ancient martial arts. Yu Nanguang tells him that she then understands the reason why they came to her and that they need help. He tells her that through a couple of battles, he found out that that person's martial arts technique is somehow connected to the Su family. He tells her that he will succeed and eventually he will find out who he really is. Yu Nangong listens to him speak and thinks that he has changed a lot since their last meeting. She thinks about the way he conducts business, his fearlessness, and even the way he speaks. She imagines images of him in her head. She is distracted by what he is telling her, and he brings her back to reality by asking her if she is listening to him. She blushes and starts telling him that everything is fine, and she was just thinking about herself a little. Chu Ling tells Zhang Xuan that since Yu Nangguang is helping him, he can repay her in kind. He looks at her in surprise and asks her what she's even talking about. He doesn't understand what she means at all. She tells him that he should think better. She tells him that the information he has about martial arts is just the tip of the entire iceberg. She tells him that in order to investigate further, he may need the help of the elders. Yu Nangong tells her that she is in too much of a hurry, but she does have one request for him. He tells her that he will try his best. She blushes very hard and is embarrassed. Out of embarrassment, she curls her fingers together and asks him if he can be her boyfriend for a while. Zhang Xuan hears her request and becomes very tense. He does not know what is the right thing to do in this case. Meanwhile, at the Ferris Hotel, Lin Qinghan says that she realized that the work of the past few days will be handed over to Secretary Li and she will return when she is finished. She ends the call and thinks that a lot has fallen on her. She looks very tired. She takes another look at the projects that Ferris offered her and thinks about what she should do. She thinks that all these projects are not bad, but it doesn't get any easier after the war with the Zheng Corporation. She remembers Zhang Xuan running away from her. He told her that he needed to see an old friend, and because of this, she would have to stay at the hotel. She sits down on the sofa and says that she cannot guess where Zhang Xuan will go this time. As she thinks about what he might be hiding from her, something starts appearing on her TV. An image that looks like a person begins to appear on the TV. This is very strange. She notices that something is starting to happen to the TV and does not understand what to do. The mysterious A appears on TV, greets her and tells her that this is their first meeting. In fear, she asks him who he is and tries to change the channel, but nothing works and she realizes that this is not just a signal failure. Mysterious. A tells her that she shouldn't be nervous because he only hacked the system, and that's why they managed to talk. She will have to come to terms with this and asks him what he so wants to talk about because he tried very hard to contact her. Mysterious A tells her that he wants to talk to her about Zhang Xuan because it directly relates to her future. He tells her that she should understand that he is hiding something from her and tells her that he wants to hide his real identity from her. There is a camera and 2 screens in front of him, on which he sees Lin Qinghan from both sides. She asks him what he wants to hide from her. He explains to her that she should have thought of this herself because all his influential friends are not ordinary people. Qinghan tells him that he is talking nonsense and asks how this has anything to do with him. She says that he doesn't care who he really is because he is her husband and she will always support him. Mysterious Ah begins to laugh and says that one day the Lin family may be doomed because of him and asks her if she will support him unconditionally in such a case. Lin Qinghan hears this and doesn't understand how it can happen that the Lin family will be doomed because of him. He tells her that it is difficult to explain because it may happen one day or sooner or later because his rashness will cost her everything, including her family. Qinghan tells him that he is talking nonsense and tells him to shut up. She throws the remote control hard at the TV. She breaks the TV screen and the connection stops. He falls silent and doesn't tell him anything else. She sits down on the sofa with mixed feelings. She cannot understand who this mysterious A is and what nonsense he is talking about. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan and Yu Nangong walk arm in arm. He tells her that he has to clarify something. After all, this is all for information. He asks her not to take everything seriously. She tells him that he doesn't have to worry about it because they will just meet her father and their family loves martial arts, so her dad dreams of marrying her to a man who is good at fighting. Zhang Xuan remembers what he heard about her father and that 3 years ago, he took Nangong's photo to Guangming Island to choose a son-in-law and the family eventually brought him back. She asks him if it's difficult for him. He tells her that everything is fine because it's not serious. They arrive at the main gate of the Nangong family house and Yu Nangong tells them that they are there. Zhu Ling tells her that this house is bigger than the previous one. Nangong tells her that besides her father, there are some other relatives living in this house. They open the gate and go inside. They don't notice anyone inside who might be expecting them. Zhang Shen looks around and thinks that this is all very strange and wonders why there is no one inside. Suddenly, some kind of arrow flies in their direction. They did not expect that they would be attacked as soon as they entered inside. Zhang Xuan manages to react to it and quickly moves Yu Nangong and Zhu Ling out of the arrow's path. Yu Nangong's father appears wearing a fighter's mask. He tells him that he has a very good reaction. Several more people come out behind him. Zhang Xuan does not understand who is standing in front of him because the man in front of him is wearing a mask. He asks him who is standing in front of him. The masked man calls him a fool and commands the people behind him to attack him. All the people behind him are also wearing masks. He sends 3 people to attack him and tells him that now he will never be able to leave this house. 3 people also appear behind them and block their escape route. Zhu Ling tells them that they are surrounded. Zhang Xuan asks the people who are attacking him what they are going to do to him. They tell him that they are needed to kill him. They say this very confidently and do not yet realize who is standing in front of them. One of the attacking people tries to attack him, but he fails. Satan stops his blow. He grabs his hand and tells him that he should wait a little, because such weaklings should not even think about fighting with him. The man in front of him tells him that he has no right to call him a weakling and tries to attack him with his weapon again. Zhang Xuan calmly dodges his blow. Zhu Ling asks Yu Nangong what is going on, but she doesn't answer her at first. Zhu Ling asks her how Zhang Xuan can fight with so many people. Yu Nangguan looks annoyed and tells her that she doesn't have to worry because her uncle and the others are now fighting Satan himself. Zhu Ling asks her if she understands correctly that she wants to tell her that Satan is fighting with the people of the Nangong family. Zhang Xuan easily defeats absolutely all the people who attacked him, and they all lie on the floor with bumps on their heads. Zhu Ling tells Yu Nangong that Zhang Xuan defeated all those who attacked him, and even her father. Her father gets up from the floor and says that modern youth are very strong. He is covered in bruises. He smiles and tells him that he is no longer as resilient as he used to be, and he has a black eye under his eye. Zhang Xuan turns to Yu Nangong and asks her who is standing in front of him now. Yu Nangong covers her face. She is all red and very embarrassed. She tells him that her father is standing in front of him now. He approaches Zhang Xuan and tells him that everything is correct and he is Nangong Jingyun and Nangong Yu is his daughter. Yu Nangong starts yelling at her father. She tells him that he is too old to do such things. He begins to tell her that she shouldn't talk about her father like that because this is a test and he wanted to find out what his level is. Zhang Xuan holds his head and thinks that this family is really very strange. He looks a little tired. He walks up to her father and extends his hand to show respect and greet him. He tells him that he is Nangong's boyfriend. He grabs his hand forcefully and squeezes it very tightly. He doesn't even try to restrain his strength. He starts hitting him on the shoulder. He tells him that he has a good name and a nice face. Zhang Guan tells him that he is flattering him. He shouts inside the house to prepare wine for their guests and does not let go of his hand. Zhang Guan smiles casually. A few minutes later, they are all sitting in the Nangong family restaurant, and the family father announces that they can start eating. He turns to Zhang Xuan and tells him that they are used to eating food made from homegrown ingredients. He asks him to try and be objective. Zhang Xuan takes the fruit that the father of the family gives him and says that he doesn't often get to eat homemade food made from natural products. He looks around and realizes that something is wrong. He feels it and tries to find the reason with his own eyes. He notices that someone is hiding behind the panel that stands behind the father of the family. He does not understand what is happening. Zhang Xuan turns to the father of the family and asks him if his test is really over. Nangong Jingyun asks him why he asks such questions. He tells him that no one does tests during lunch. Suddenly, the panel that stands behind him is shot through, and a bullet flies in their direction. They are all in surprise. The father manages to dodge the bullet, and it hits the plate, breaking it and knocking it off the table. Zhang Xuan quickly jumps to Yu Nangong and protects her. A man with a pistol runs out from behind the panel and heads towards the exit. He says that he has been identified. Jing Yun points his finger at him and orders his subordinates to catch him. Zhang Xuan leans down and takes a piece of the broken plate. He is going to catch this person himself. He raises his hand and tells them to stop. He asks them to leave it to him and aims a piece of the plate at the man. He tells him that now they will see if he can escape and throws a piece of a plate at him. It hits him, and the man with the gun loses his balance. He quickly runs up to him and grabs him by his t-shirt. He lifts him towards him and orders him to speak. He yells at him and asks him who he is. He does not notice that this man is holding a knife behind his back. He quickly brings this knife to his head and tells him that he definitely could not expect this. Jing Yun appears and punches him in the face and knocks the knife out of his hands, and also tears off the piece of clothing Zhang Xuan is holding him by. Zhang Xuan asks him if he knows him, but he tells him that he doesn't know him because he knows all the servants in the house by sight and he is seeing him for the first time. Zhang Xuan thinks about what this could mean and asks him if it could be that someone wanted revenge. The father of the family rubs his head and tells him that he doesn't know because he should question him first. He orders his servants to pick up this man and take him to the attic, and to keep him informed of all events. Afterwards, he grabs Zhang Xuan's hand and tells him that he should come with him since nothing much happened. He tells him that it is just a small incident. He asks him to return to the table. Zhang Xuan tells him that he is too kind. Unexpectedly, the butler appears. He calls Zhang Xuan and tells him that someone is looking for him on the street. He is surprised that someone is looking for him and does not understand who it could be. He looks very surprised. Yu Nangong comes forward and tells him that she wants to go with him and see who came looking for him. They walk out of the gates of their house together and see in front of them two people in dark formal suits with a car behind them. Some man gets out of the car and says that the information from the organization turned out to be true, and they are really at the Nangong family's home. The two people call him the third young master of the Su family, Su Li. He looks very confident. Zhang Xuan doesn't hear what the two are saying and asks Yu Nangong, who is the guy who got out of the car. She tells him that he is the third son of the Su family. Su Li tells her that what she heard is that Miss Nangong put on a small performance and brought a man named Zhang Xuan to meet her relatives. She asks him how this has anything to do with their family and what he forgot at her house. She looks very serious. He starts screaming and tells her that he was looking for Zhang Xuan because he offended his brothers and provoked the Su family. They can't let him get away with this. He points to Zhu Ling and says that she leaked information about the Su family's connection to the organization, and because of this, she also became an enemy of the Su family. Zhang Xuan grabs his hand and tells him that the situation was entirely their family's fault and they deserved it. Su Lei looks at him angrily and tells him that he has no right to grab him like that and talk about his family like that. Zhang Xuan asks him what he can do for him and tells them that they are just a bunch of weaklings. Su Li tells him that he apparently hasn't figured out who he's dealing with yet. He tells him that he heard that he's good at fighting and invites him to fight. Zhang Xuan smiles maliciously and tells him what Su Zheng told him in the same way. He asks him if he has left the hospital yet. Su Li tells him that there are only so many people who can beat a loser like him. But he is not like him. Zhang Xuan takes a stance and tells him that he is then ready for battle. He asks him what rules he proposes. Su Ul tells him that there will be only one rule, and that is that the first one to fall loses. Zhang Xuan turns to Yu Nangong and Zhu Ling. He tells them that they should move away from him. Su Li tells him that he should stop constantly caring about girls because now he will see the famous snake fist of the Su family. He starts at a rapid speed, but Zhang Xuan dodges his blows without any problems. He thinks that the movements are quite fast, but the amplitude is too wide and it is very easy to find mistakes. Zhang Xuan tenses the muscles in his fist in order to deliver a strong blow that should hit him. He makes two quick strikes and asks Su Li how he will evaluate his strike, as if the silhouette of a tiger appears behind him. Su Li manages to dodge his blow, but his blow touches his clothes. He thinks that this is the tiger fist from the style of the Su family. He does not understand how he knows it. Zhang Xuan continues to attack and tells him that now he will show him another interesting technique. He calls this technique mow the grass to find the snake. Su Ili sees his technique and does not have time to do anything. He misses a blow to the nose and staggers back. He starts holding his nose and his servants run up to him. They ask him if everything is okay with him. Zhang Xuan tells him that he is indeed a little better than his brother, but not much. Su Lei is shaking due to pain. He looks at him and doesn't understand how he is so familiar with the Su family's fighting techniques. He can't understand who he is. The father of the Nangong family appears and orders them to calm down. He asks them not to make a mess in their family's territory anymore. Zhang Xuan turns to him and tells him that he is just helping him with cleaning up the trash. He does not see that Su Lei is rushing at him at this moment. Su Lei takes out a knife from his pocket and tightly grips its handle. He is about to finish off Zhang Xuan. He puts his hand with a knife in front of him and prevents him from dying. He tells him that he will not escape this attack and he will kill him right here. Yu Nangong sees what is happening and starts shouting at Zhang Xuan that he should turn around because Su Lei attacked him with a knife. After her words, he turns to him and sees Su Lei pointing a knife at him. He thinks that he is playing a very dirty game. Yu Nangong's father jumps up to Su Li and kicks him in the stomach. He tells him that no one will dare to get close to his future son-in-law so meanly. He runs up to Zhang Xuan and fearfully begins to ask him if he is okay, and if he was hurt, he tells him that everything is okay. Su Lo somehow gets up from the floor and commands his servants to retreat. He takes something out of his pocket. He takes out a smoke bomb and throws it on the floor to hide. The smoke immediately begins to spread and hide him. Zhang Shen coughs due to the smoke that quickly appeared and sees absolutely nothing around him. While they are not looking, Su Lei's servants grab Zhu Ling and take her to their car. She tries to shout to Zhang Xuan and Yu Nangong. The smoke disappears, and Yu Nangong sees that their affairs are bad. Because they caught Zhu Ling, she looks very scared. They quickly get into the car and drive away. Zhang Xuan gets angry and tells them that they have to bring her back when Yu Nangong approaches him and says that she will go with him in order to save Zhu Ling. She is very worried about her kidnapping. Her father tells him that the others are leaving too. He asks him how he is going to catch them. He assumes that he is only going to chase them on his feet. Zhang Xuan confirms this. The father orders his daughter to go to the garage and take out some car from there, because it is high time to put it on the road. As the Su family's car quickly moves away from their house, Su Lei starts calling someone on his phone. He calls his brother and says that it is he who is calling, and the hostage in the person of Zhu Ling is sitting next to him. He tells his brother that he failed to catch Zhang Xuan, but he caught the one who told about their connection with the organization. Meanwhile, Zhu Ling is just sleeping. Su Wu tells him that this is great news and orders him to bring her to their house. He tells him that the unit is already waiting. Su Li tells him that he already sent someone to the Zhu family before he came. He suggests his brother to just wait and enjoy Shu. His servant, who is driving, tells him that they are being chased by a car, and he actually sees a car behind them, which is quickly catching up with them. It turns out to be Yu Nangong and Zhang Xuan in a sports car. They tell him that now he won't be able to just run away from them. Su Li leans out of the window and tells them that it seems to him that they will not catch him after all. He orders his driver to speed up. His car begins to pick up speed even more and move away from them. They did not expect this from them. Yu Nangong tells Zhang Xuan, who is driving, that they are speeding up and moving away from them. He tells her to hold on tight as they are also going to speed up. They also begin to speed up and continue to chase Su Lei's car. They can't just let them go. They enter the city and realize that Su Li was able to hide somewhere. They do not understand how this could happen. Yu Nangong asks him if they really lost them, and he tells her that he doesn't know because they definitely went to the same place they just went. Suddenly, a bunch of cars appear in front of them, blocking their passage forward. People with guns lean out of the cars and point them at the car where Zhang Xuan and Yu Nangong are sitting. Zhu Yu speaks on the loudspeaker. He asks them how dare they steal Zhu Yu's daughter, and he swears to them that they will die. Yu Nangong turns to Zhang Xuan. She asks him what the Zhu family could be doing in this place. He tells her that the answer to this question is obvious, and there is no need to think about it for a long time. He confidently tells her that it was all done by the Su family and asks her to leave it to him. He gets out of the car and shouts to Uncle Zhu that they did not kidnap their daughter, and in fact, the Su family did it. Zhu Yu yells at him and tells him to shut up. He tells him that the Su family has already told him everything, and she told them that they did it. A white-haired man appears and tells Zhu Yu to step aside. He steps in front of him and heads towards Zhang Xuan. It turns out to be Zhu Yuanju. He tells him that he will talk to him himself and sort out this whole matter. Zhang Xuan walks up to him and tells Mr. Zhu that he doesn't have time to talk to him now. He asks him to let him pass. Zhu Yuanju asks him where his granddaughter is. He doesn't seem too hostile. Zhang Xuan tells him that he already told them that his granddaughter was kidnapped by the Su family, and he should bring her back as soon as possible. And if he doesn't, it might be too late. Zhu Yu runs up behind him and points a gun at him. He tells his father that he shouldn't let Zhang Xuan talk this nonsense, and tells him that he will kill him with one shot. Zhang Xuan very quickly turns around and grabs the gun that he was pointing at his head. He snatches it from his hands. He takes his gun into his hand and puts Zhu Yu on the ground. He does all this very quickly, and Zhu Yu does not have time to do anything. Zhang Xuan points the gun at his head and says that he has already explained everything he should have, and if they continue to pester him, they should not be surprised that he will be cruel to them. Zhu Yuanju agrees with him and says that he thinks that he is just an old fool who was deceived, and he is sure that Zhang Xuan did not do it. Zhu Yu starts screaming and tells his father that he can't just believe his words so easily. Zhu Yuanju asks his son if he knows who is standing in front of him now. He looks very serious. He explains to him that the famous Lord of the Island of Light is now standing in front of him, and he is Lord Satan, walking through hell. And if he lied, then no one in the world would dare to tell the truth. Zhang Xuan releases Zhu Yu and tells his father that he is much smarter than he looks. Zhu Yuanju tells him that his granddaughter is still kidnapped, and that is a fact He asks him if Lord Satan has a solution to this problem. Zhang Shun turns away from him and tells him that he shouldn't worry about it because all they have to do is let him pass, and that way he will bring Zhu Ling back. He turns to him and looks very creepy. He tells him that he will have to get even with the Su family eventually. Su Lei arrives at the Su family's backyard garage and brings their hostage there. It is still a sunny day outside. Zhu Ling wakes up from her sleep and tries to understand what is happening to her. She looks sleepy. She looks around and does not understand where she is. She sees boxes behind her and a person standing in front of her. It turns out to be Su Li, who leans very close to her. He tells her that she has finally woken up. He scares her with his appearance and calls him a monster. Another person appears behind him, greeting her and politely calling her the young lady of the Zhu family. At first, she doesn't see his head, and he tells her that the reason he brought her to this garage was because he wanted to ask her advice. He comes closer to her, and she sees that same mask on his face. Zhu Ling thinks that the man in front of her has a terrifying aura, and she understands that he is the leader of the dragon, a demon who kills without a second thought. She is scared of him, and understands that she must be careful with him. She asks him what he needs from her. He sits down and approaches her. He tells her that he needs information about the Island of Light, and about the life of Satan. He asks her if she has such information. Zhu Ling tells him that he thinks about her incorrectly and she is not selling any information. She tells him that they themselves are a huge organization, and they will be able to find this information themselves. He tells her that he asked the others, Yang, President Shidu, as well as Wang and President Yinzhou, but they were not eager to talk about it. She tells him that this means that he is not very good with people. He moves closer to her and tells her that he made them all disappear because they didn't want to tell him the information. Tears begin to flow from her, and she silently looks at him. These words and his aura very frighten her. He tells her that his patience does not last forever. And as soon as it runs out, it doesn't matter to him who is in front of him. He will destroy anyone, and there will be no mercy. Zhu Ling starts to cover herself in sweat and starts screaming for help. She asks Zhang Xuan to save her. Unexpectedly for them, at this very moment, they were illuminated by the headlights of a car that was driving up to the Su family's garage. The dragon leader turns towards where the car arrived. Zhu Ling is very surprised that he appeared at that very moment. Zhang Xuan walks into the garage and tells Su Lei that he came to take his people back. He looks very angry. Su Lei looks scared and asks him how he found this place because he should have been stopped by the Zhu family, Zhu Ling cries, and tells him that he has finally come. The dragon leader spreads his arms and greets Zhang Xuan. He tells him that this is how they met again. He calls him Lord Satan and the Lord of the Island of Light. Zhang Xuan tells him that he advises him to release Zhu Ling immediately and tells him that he provoked others to kill his wife and teamed up with the Su family to frame him. He tells him that they need to figure it out, and the dragon leader tells him that there is no problem and he can let her go, but he takes something out of his jacket. He takes out a bomb from his jacket and tells him that simply giving Zhu Ling to him would be too boring. Zhang Shen sees this and begins to get scared that he is holding a bomb in his hands. He cannot believe that the leader of the dragons would do such a thing. The dragon leader puts this bomb on Zhu Ling, and she looks very scared that she now has a bomb hanging on her chest. He tells him that it is a newly developed small sticky bomb, and as long as it is attached to someone's body or clothing, it works. He tells him that he only has 5 minutes. Zhu Ling starts crying and starts screaming and asking Zhang Xuan to save her. She is very scared. Zhang Shen starts to walk towards her, but Yu Nangong calls him Lord Satan and asks him to wait a minute. He tells him that he has another surprise for him. He snaps his fingers and orders someone to come out. Some shadows appear from behind the boxes. A bunch of people in samurai costumes appear in front of them. They all look exactly the same. These ninjas in samurai costumes surround Zhang Xuani and Yu Nangong. The leader of the dragons screams in satisfaction. He tells him that he hired these ninjas from the island to let them have fun with him and tells them that the game begins. After these words, he presses some button on the bomb in order to activate it. It begins to work. Zhu Lin looks at the bomb screen and sees that the countdown is starting to go on. She looks very scared and continues to cry. Zhang Xuan rushes forward towards her in order to save her. The leader of the dragons stands in front of her and looks at him. His path is blocked by these ninjas and does not allow him to move forward. Zhang Xuan stops running. The dragon leader asks him if he doesn't like being the hero saving the beauty and asks him to let him see it. Yu Nangong runs ahead of Lord Satan and tells him that he can leave the ninjas to her and go save Zhu Ling. He asks her if she can handle it. She tells him that he doesn't have to worry about it because she was once a member of the Island of Light too. She is left to fight the ninja while Zhang Xuan jumps out of the encirclement and tells him that he is leaving them to her. He flies towards Zhu Ling and tells the dragon leader who is standing next to her to give it to him. Unexpectedly, the dragon leader grabs Zhu Ling to prevent him from freeing her so easily. He dodges Zhang Xuan and tells him that games are only fun to play when you take your time, and repeats it again. He makes a slight movement with his foot and a small blade appears from the sole of his shoe. He tries to hit Zhang Xuan with this blade, but he fails and Zhang Xuan dodges his blow. The dragon leader tells him that he can congratulate him for a minute well spent. Zhu Ling begins to cry even more and gets scared. She again asks Zhang Xuan to save her. She cannot do anything to somehow help him. Zhang Xuan thinks that she is too close to him and he doesn't know where to start because this sticky bomb will explode even earlier if he doesn't deal with it. He is distracted from his thoughts by the fact that some large and prickly something is flying at him, which looks like the top of a mace. It really turns out to be the top of a mace attached to a chain. It falls to the floor and breaks it. It turns out to be Su Li. He tells him that he shouldn't forget about him because even if he is good at martial arts, he won't be able to handle both of them. He tells him that there is one warrior in the field and on one side he stands, and on the other side stands the leader of the dragons. The dragon leader begins to laugh and asks him what Lord Satan himself is going to do with them. Zhang Xuan thinks that in this situation it will be very difficult for him alone to manage two at once, and if he doesn't find a way to break through, then he won't succeed. Su Li begins to spin his weapon, and Zhang Xuan realizes that he has only one option left. The dragon leader tells him that he must hurry up as there are only 3 minutes left. He taunts him. Zhang Xuan rushes towards the dragon leader and tells him that he has no choice but to take extreme measures. Su Li asks him where he is going and throws a projectile from his weapon at him. He launches a projectile from his weapon at him. Zhang Xuan dodges his projectile and thinks that this is a good chance to do something. The projectile continues to fly and is heading towards the leader of the dragons. He did not expect that something like this could happen. He quickly transfers Zhu Ling to his other arm right before the projectile hits him. He simply knocks the projectile away from himself with his hand and surprises everyone present. Zhang Xuan sees this and does not understand how this is even possible. He does not understand how the dragon leader was able to deflect such a heavy metal projectile. The dragon leader tells him that Zhang Xuan scared the hell out of him, and if he had used his other hand, things might have ended badly. He shows him his metal hand and tells him that if it weren't for it, he would already be dead. Zhang Xuan sees his hand and realizes that it is something like a prosthesis. He thinks about whether he is even human. He gets distracted and Su Li behind him tells him that he forgot one important thing, which is that he is also participating in the battle. Some other projectile flies into Zhang Xuan's chest, and he does not have time to either defend against it or dodge it. This blow sends him into the boxes and slams him down. He coughs up blood and doesn't say a word after that. Su Li tells him that he forgot to tell him that his meteor hammer is actually double-sided. Yu Nangong sees that Zhang Xuan missed the blow. She tells him that she will come to his aid now. Zhang Xuan manages to draw his sword and block the ninja's attack. He tells her that she must deal with her own affairs first, because she will not be able to save anyone if she tries to help him. He remains lying on the floor, and the leader of the dragon says that all this was somehow weak. He says that he did not have enough of it at all. Su Li tells him that Lord Satan turns out to be just a mortal, unable to withstand a single blow. Zhang Xuan's Ru breaks out into a malicious smile. He tells them that everything turned out great and he had been expecting this for a long time. He gets up from the floor and Su Li can't believe that this happened. He doesn't believe that he got up after such a strong blow. Zhang Xuan starts to give off a black and terrifying aura. He starts telling them that he hasn't had such a good time in a long time and tells them that he will play with them. He takes something out of his jacket. He takes out a devil mask from his jacket and brings it to his face. This means to his enemies that they will end badly. He puts a mask on his face and his eyes turn red like hellfire as he continues to emit a scary aura. The dragon leader sees his mask and understands that it is a mask of the devil. Although his face cannot be seen from behind the mask and understand what he is feeling, but from his voice you can understand what he is going through. They say that an ancient legend states that when the king of hell becomes very evil, a devil mask appears and begins to increase the killing power of the heart. Lord Satan looks at them and tells them that they can expect no more mercy. He tells them that they should be flattered, because soon they will be completely buried by the Island of Light. He tells them that the real battle is just beginning, and holding his weapon from behind his back. He tells the leader of the dragons that he has no right to let him down. Yu Nanggong sees the way he looks and looks at him lovingly. She is very happy that he is back, namely the former Lord Satan. Lord Satan tells them that the mask of the devil has come to him, and because of this, they must prepare to die. Su Lei asks the leader of the dragons what they should do because Lord Satan looks very scary. He answers him that they cannot do anything and this is the end for them. Lord Satan's eyes are bright red, and he rushes towards them. He tells them that the time has come for the hunt and their death. Frightened, Su Lei says that this mask has not changed anything and throws his metal projectile in his direction. Lord Satan has no problem deflecting his projectile and tells him that he is a weakling and is only getting in his way. He tells him to get out of his way. Due to the fact that he deflects his projectile, Su Lei loses his balance and falls to the floor, losing his strength. His projectile flies somewhere away from him. Ninjas run up to Lord Satan and tell them that they must protect the young master at all costs. Lord Satan cuts their weapons with one blow of his weapon and tells them not to stand in his way. The ninjas cannot believe that their weapons are broken so easily, and meanwhile Yu Nanggong runs up behind them. She makes a very fast strike and hits two ninjas at once. They did not expect such a blow from behind. The ninja look at each other and see that their armor is broken. They do not understand how this could happen so easily. Yu Nanggong turns to them and shows them a peace sign. She tells them that they should never be distracted during the battle. Lord Satan approaches the dragon leader and smiles evilly. He asks him if he has anything final to say. The dragon leader tells him that he should have won on his own and he is cheating and breaking the rules. Lord Satan looks at him angrily and tells him that for rotten people like him, there are no rules and only with the strength of his fist can he solve the problem. The dragon leader tells him that this is a strong statement and grabs Zhu Ling by the neck. She tells him that he should also worry about the life of the hostage. He tells him that the dragon leader keeps sending people to him to cause problems. He asks him what exactly he needs. The dragon leader holds her neck and asks him if he is right to ask him what he needs. He starts laughing. Lord Satan gets even angrier, and tells him that he is changing the subject and he asked him a question that he did not answer. The dragon leader looks at him madly and decides to answer him. He tells him that he just wants to have fun. He tells him that the greatest happiness in life is to destroy human sanity by making people depressed and crazy. He says that there is nothing more beautiful than that. Lord Satan tightens his grip on his weapon and tells him that he is not interested in playing games with him, and he is giving him another chance to let Zhu Ling go. The dragon leader tells him that he is in a big hurry and their game is not over yet. He says this with a bit of aggression. He tells him that there are less than 2 minutes left and if Lord Satan does not take action, then he will have to watch her die. Lord Satan silently glares at him after this and decides that he must finish him off, no matter the cost. The dragon leader informs him that there is only 1 minute left. He continues to provoke him into a fight. Lord Satan raises his weapon and thinks that he will still have to risk what he has hidden. He launches his weapon towards the leader of the dragons and looks very aggressive while doing so. The dragon leader calls his weapon an ordinary fork and knocks it away with his iron prosthetic and tells him that such a weak attack will not take him. Lord Satan approaches the dragon leader and shows him that he has a second weapon. He pulls it out from behind his jacket. He picks up his second weapon and quickly approaches him. He looks very intimidating. The dragon leader is horrified that he actually had another weapon hidden. He does not have time to do anything. The dragon leader simply looks at how Lord Satan is rapidly approaching him and understands that he will not be able to dodge. He stabs him with his weapon, and the leader of the dragons does not have time to dodge. He simply grunts due to the pain. He lets go of Zhu Ling, and she falls to the floor, safe but still carrying the bomb on her chest. Sui Yi appears behind Lord Satan, brandishing his weapon and telling him to go to hell. Lord Satan ignores him and quickly punches him in the stomach, preventing him from hitting him with his weapon. He throws it into the boxes in which he had thrown it before. Su Lei drops the weapon from his hands and screams in pain. Lord Satan returns to the dragon leader. He is shaking all over due to fear of the Lord, and the Lord raises his leg to stab him. He hits him on the head and knocks him out with one blow. The leader of the dragons cannot cope with such force. He falls to the floor and his whole body shakes due to severe pain. He tries to get up, but he fails at all. He is about to finish him off, but Yu Nanggong's voice stops him. She asks him to wait for a while and take a break. Yu Nanggong sits next to Zhu Ling and tells him that the bomb on her chest only has 30 seconds left. Lord Satan approaches her and examines the bomb. He realizes that time is running out and something needs to be done. He is scared because this sticky bomb is very difficult to defuse, and even in the future it would be impossible to defuse it in a short period of time. so he can only try a stupid way. He leans over to Zhu Ling and asks her if she has any wires or pins on her. She takes off her hat and tells him that she has a long pin on her hat and doesn't know if it will be useful. Zhang Xuan takes off his mask and tells her that they can use the length of a pin. He asks her not to move, and if she wants to live, she must do what he says. He examines the bomb and sees a hole at the bottom of it. He thinks that this is exactly what he needs, because it is closest to the internal fuse. He puts a pin in there and thinks about how each bomb has one thing in common, because they all use a casing screw as a fuse, and you just need to loosen it and you're done. He understands that he has not encountered this before. Because the screw is screwed in very deeply, he begins to worry. He has 5 seconds left before the bomb explodes, and he tries to push the pin further in to loosen the screw. A second before the explosion, he still manages to loosen the screw and the countdown stops. They all calmly exhale. Zhang Xuan sits on the floor and exhales. He says that it was very close and he was lucky that the screw was loosened. Zhu Ling throws herself into Zhang Xuan's arms and cries, her face red as she tells him that they are saved. He turns back to see if the dragon leader is still on the floor, but he sees that he is gone. He gets upset about it. Yu Nangong tells him that absolutely all the ninjas have also disappeared, and there are no more threats to their lives around them. Su Li crawls out of the boxes. He begins to call Zhang Xuan. It is clear that he is shaking and somehow stands on his feet. He grabs his weapon with his last strength and tells him that it will leave a hole in his head, and he won't rest until he does it. A gun barrel appears behind him, pointed at his head, and someone orders him not to move. Zhu Yuanju appears behind him and tells him that if he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a member of the ancient martial arts family would do such a thing. After a while, Su Lei sits on the floor and his whole face is beaten. He is silent and crying. He doesn't say anything else. He sees the way Zhu Yuanju and Zhang Xuan shake each other. He tells him that he is very grateful to him, and also says that thanks to Lord Satan, Ling is safe and sound. After talking to him, Zhang Xuan turns his attention to Su Lei and tells him that they have some more things to deal with. He grabs him by his t-shirt and tells him that he should tell him what the relationship is between the Su family and the dragons, and why they sent someone to put a parasite on his wife. Su Li asks her who his wife is. He tells him that her name is Ling Qinghan, and she is the leader of the Ling group in Yinzhou City. Su Lei hears this and is surprised because Zhang Xuan is her husband. He looks very surprised. He tells him that he is indeed her husband, and tells him that by his behavior he can assume that he knows something. Su Lei calls her names and tells him that she is very lucky to have such a strong and influential husband protecting her. Zhang Xuan starts hitting him further in the face and doesn't stop until he starts crying hard and begging him not to do it. He tells him that he is warning him that he better keep his mouth shut, especially towards his wife. Su Li tells him that his wife is nothing more than an illegitimate child, and even if she can make a name for herself in the Ling family, the Su family will never recognize her. He smiles contentedly at this. Zhang Xuan raises his fist to punch and tells him that he must repeat this so that he can beat him again. Excavators appear in the Su family's garage, from which someone shouts that someone has been looking for them all for a long time. A man comes out of the excavator whose voice is similar to Su Wu's. He is definitely aggressive. It really turns out to be Su Wu. He tells Zhang Xuan that they have met again and there are several more thugs behind him. Zhang Xuan throws Su Wu out of his hands and thinks that he really knows how to find the right time to appear. Su Wu tells him that he was able to escape that day at the martial arts center, but now he won't be able to escape from them. Yu Nangong asks Zhang Xuan if he can still fight, and he tells her that he only has a small scratch and it's just nothing. He tells her that the only problem is that there are more of them. Yu Nangong's father appears, whose subordinates are holding a flag with Zhang Xuan's image. He tells them that no one dares to touch his future son-in-law. They turn to him and he asks her when her father managed to appear. She tells him that she does not know. Her father approaches Zhang Xuan and tells him that he needn't worry because he will support him mentally and physically. He thanks him for that. Zhu Yuanju greets Jing Yun and tells him that they have not seen each other for a long time. Jing Yun also greets him. Zhu Ling says hugs his grandfather and tells him that all this happened because of Su Wu, and he did all these bad things. Su Wu gets angry and yells at her. He tells her that she is being falsely accused. She pretends that she is very scared. Her grandfather covers for her and tells him that if all this had happened earlier, he would have been thrown out of business a long time ago, but now he won't even interfere. Su Wu tells him that Grandpa is just bluffing and laughing. He tells him that in Yan City, his family are real gods. Zhu Yuanju points at Zhang Xuan and tells him that Lord Satan from the Island of Light is now standing in front of him. Su Wu hears this, and it's like he gets an electric shock. He can't believe that he's joking and doesn't believe that he's the leader of the Island of Light. Su Wu asks him if he really is Lord Satan and asks him to provide him with at least some evidence. Zhang Shen looks at him sarcastically and asks him what he wants to see so that he will believe that he is Lord Satan. Su Wu tells him that he heard that Lord Satan only has to give an order, and he can summon a bunch of masked servants who will appear and be ready to die. He asks him to show it. Zhang Shen takes out a mask from his jacket and tells him that he himself is to blame for this, and he himself wanted this. He lifts his mask up and says that he orders the minions of hell. He tells them to obey the order. Su Wu sees this and starts laughing. He asks him if he is pranking him and laughs at his mask. Unexpectedly for him, from the ceiling they hear the mingling voice of many people. They report that the minions of hell have arrived and ask what Lord Satan wants. One of the thugs behind Su Wu points at the roof and tells him that he should look at it too. They see a bunch of red eyes, which simultaneously indicate that they have arrived on the orders of Lord Satan, and they have been waiting for this for a long time. Su Wu sees this bunch of eyes and begins to shake in horror. He says that these are really the minions of hell. Zhang Xuan'egan becomes very scary and begins to give off an evil aura. He tells him that they will destroy this place with one order of his. The thug next to Su Wu stands next to him and he is shaking terribly. He asks him what they should do, but Su Wu silently stands still and is also shaking with fear. A man appears from behind the crowd and asks him to wait a minute and not do anything. He asks everyone to stand still. Su Wu somehow turns back and calls this man second uncle. He asks him why he came here. The man slaps him and tells him that he needs to realize how much trouble he has caused them. He begins to bow to Zhang Xuan and asks for his forgiveness. He tells him that the younger generation is terribly stupid and he is very embarrassed. Zhang Xuan asks him if he understands correctly that the current head of the Su family is standing in front of him now. He tells him that this is indeed true, and a year ago his elder brother died of cancer, and that is why he took over the Su family. Zhang Xuan hides his mask and asks him if he knows who Ling Qinghun is. He looks very serious. The head of the Su family tells him that of course he knows who she is. He tells him that she is his niece. Zhang Xuan begins to get angry and tells him that their family is truly humane and fair, because they did not even spare their niece. Head Su begins to shake due to his pressure and tells him that he cannot understand what he is talking about. Zhu Yuanjiu tells Chief Su that he advises him to tell everything he knows, otherwise absolutely no one will be able to protect him. Zhang Xuan tells him that he will ask him the question differently. He tells him that his family has teamed up with an outside organization to kill his wife. He asks him if he knows anything about it. The head of the Su family looks very scared and tells him that he knows absolutely nothing about this. Zhang Xuan raises his voice and tells him that he is the head of the Su family, but does not even know what is happening in it, and tells him that this is simply outrageous. Zhu Yuanjiu tells him that the head of the Su family passed away early, and that the second uncle has not ruled their family for very long. He tells him that this is not uncommon. The head of the Su family tells him that this is all his carelessness. He asks him to give him a couple of days to deal with this issue. Zhang Xuan brushes him off and tells him that this is not necessary, because he already knows everything and does not need his belated measures. He takes out a butterfly knife from his pocket and tells him that although they are not the main accused, the Su family is also ashamed of his wife. He walks up to Su Wu and lifts him up by his clothes. He tells him that he will have to answer for his sins. He looks at him with a very scary face and says that their family will suffer a little punishment from him. He makes a quick stab at Su Wu's face with a knife, and at the same time he looks very angry. A lot of blood appears from under the knife. Su Wu holds his face and tries to stop the bleeding, Zhang Xuan tells him. Considering his relationship with his wife, this time he only warned them and he doesn't want anything like that to happen again. The head of the Su family trembles because of what he saw and tells him in a trembling voice that he absolutely understands everything. Meanwhile, the leader of the dragons comes to some kind of lighthouse, from the roof of which a beautiful view opens. His mask is broken and his clothes are torn. He says that the Su family was useless, and he underestimated the people from the Island of Light. A man in a red cloak approaches him. The leader of the dragons tells him that he is busy and cannot answer him now. His subordinate tells him that the girl who was watching him from the west was killed by the brothers, but this took some effort. Their leader tells him that this is great news and tells him that he has finally heard some good news. He looks forward ominously and says that for now he will let Zhang Xuan rest for a couple of days. He tells him that he doesn't have much time left anyway. All those who were in the Su family's garage, except the Su family itself, come to the bar to relax and discuss everything that happened. There are 5 of them sitting at the table, and they are all drinking alcohol. They are drinking together in order to relax after all these problems. Yu Nangong's father says that all the food and all the drinking is at his expense. He tells everyone that they should relax and eat together. Zhu Yuanju tells Zhongshuan that Jingyun is very attentive and talks about how in their time such taverns were everywhere, but now there are only tall buildings around without any humanity. Zhang Xuan tells him that people need to look forward and things will always be beyond their expectations. Zhu Yuanju tells him that some things don't get better as they progress. Zhang Xuan asks him what he means by that. He tells him that Lord Satan has been out of the underworld for too long, and he has been keeping an eye on an organization called Dragon for a long time. Zhang Xuan is interested in his words and asks him what he could find out about this. Zhu Yuanju tells him that the entire underworld is in chaos due to their existence. And this does not only apply to the largest organizations of the underworld, and many organizations have been sifted through a sieve. What he says about their boss is that he is like a shadow looming over them, and with this tendency it will definitely be difficult to end. He tells him that recently, he noticed that some members of the Zhu family have changed their minds, and the rest of the ancient martial arts families also have problems. And in the end, there is no peace in the world. Zhang Xuan remembers what one of his opponents told him, namely that their existence is just a game in the eyes of some people. He gets angry and says that then he should let him come in order to deal with him and sort everything out in general. He tells him that he is walking on thin ice, and if he dares to touch anyone close to him, he will be the first to say no. Zhu Yuanju begins to laugh and tells him that he did not expect anything else from the bravest man of the underworld, and tells him that he is much better than Old Man Zhu. Jingyun looks at Zhang Xuan and remains silent as he tries to comprehend the fact that he has learned the identity of Lord Satan. He asks Yu Nangong if Lord Satan is really her boyfriend. She glares at him for this question. She tells him that this is not so, and she only asked him for a temporary favor, and it is not because he was in such a hurry with her marriage. Her father exhales sadly and tells her that he had already hoped that the Nangong family was on the verge of starting a new life. Yu Nangong further disappoints him and tells him that he is already married, and they cannot afford his status. Her father gets angry and tells her that next time they will try their best and he will try to make him his real son-in-law so that the Island of Light becomes theirs. This makes his daughter angry. Meanwhile, Lin Qinghan returns to the Lin Group building to deal with all the work matters. She looks at some papers and thinks that she doesn't know what to do because she doesn't understand anything at all these days. She remembers the words of the man on TV that sooner or later, or one day, his recklessness will make her lose everything, including her family. She holds her head and thinks about what Zhang Xuan might be hiding from her. She looks very tired. She gets angry and says that even their trip to Yan didn't go according to plan, because in the end, he only asked Ferris to send her back without saying a word about his whereabouts. She squeezes the paper into a ball and says that he will have to explain himself to her. She says that he will have to tell her everything. Her subordinate bursts into her office and tells her that something bad is happening downstairs. She stops because she sees her boss tearing some paper into small pieces. Qinghan tells her that she has decided that these papers will no longer be useful to them, and she will take care of it. She calms down and asks her subordinate what is happening and why she is so worried. Her subordinate tells her that someone above is installing some kind of audio system for unknown reasons. This surprises Lin Qinghan very much, and she does not understand what is happening and what kind of audio system it is. Outside their building, a security guard tells a man in a suit that they need to leave immediately because they can't install any audio systems. The man in a suit tells him that they won't do anything to them. Some man behind the men in suits says through a loudspeaker that they should work harder and he will pay them as soon as they finish. Lin Qinghan appears and asks them who is installing the equipment in front of the company. Her subordinate tells her that this man with a loudspeaker is going to ask for her hand in marriage. Qinghan looks at him and realizes that he is the son of the vice mayor of Yinzhou and calls him a problem guy. She holds her head, and her subordinate asks her what she should do because she told the security to kick these people out, but they just won't leave. Qinghan tells her that this is her university friend and his family holds high positions in the city, and they cannot afford to deal with him. She tells them to leave him to her. She approaches the vice mayor's son and calls him K Bing. She tells him to take his people away or she will call the police. Ki Bin turns his head to look at the one who just said this to him and falls silent. He begins to look at her lovingly and tells his subordinates that the main character has arrived. He tells everyone to get ready. His subordinates stand behind the sound equipment, and one of them holds a loudspeaker and tells him that everything is ready. They start singing a crazy song about Ching Han. They make her cover her ears because they are too loud. She asks them what century they came from. She tells them that even some village tackle will be 100 times better than this. Kebin sits on his knee and hands her a bouquet of roses. He tells her that he has been waiting for this moment since college. He asks her to accept his love. She looks at him with contempt and tells him that she is already married. He asks him to stop pestering her. He asks her not to be so heartless and shoves the bouquet in her face. He tells her that he is really serious. He tells her that he knows about her loser husband. He asks her what makes him worthy of her and tells her that if she marries him, he will not let her suffer for a single minute. She remembers Zhang Xuan in her head and tells him that he doesn't know him at all and is still too far away from him. He tells her that he can't believe it and orders something to one of his subordinates, waving his hand. They bring her a heart made of roses and on which it is written that he loves her. This all makes Ching Han very angry. She tells him that he doesn't listen to her at all, but she herself thinks that she would really like Zhang Xuan to be next to her. After her thoughts, someone breaks the flower heart in half and surprises K-Bin's subordinates. The heart falls apart and Zhang Xuan appears. He asks about who dares to pester her wife. He is carrying some kind of cactus toy. K-Bin sees what is happening to his heart of roses and he is shocked by what happened. Ching Han runs up to Zhang Xuan and tells him that she is very happy that he is finally back. He tells her that he just returned from Yan City and had to change his clothes. He leans over and asks her how she spent her time while he was away. He seems very kind. She turns away from him and pretends that she is angry with him. She tells him that she felt very bad without him. He tells her that he was wrong and next time he will definitely improve. K-Bin's subordinate tells his boss that they are showing their love to everyone. K-Bin looks very annoyed. He starts walking towards Zhang Xuan and swearing at him. He asks him if he understands correctly that he is his husband. He tries to tell him something, but he fails. The look with which Zhang Xuan looks at him scares him. He asks him what he wants to tell him, and he feels some kind of huge pressure on himself. K-Bin gets scared and tells him that he is a big daredevil. He tells him that he will put him in his place yet. He tells his subordinates that they are leaving. He starts to leave, but Zhang Xuan asks him to stop. He decides to approach K-Bin in order to show him something. K-Bin turns to him and it is clear that he is scared. He asks him if he wants to apologize to him. Zhang Xuan tells him that he is not going to apologize to him and he has nothing to apologize for. He tells him that he just wants to show them their love and hugs Ching Han to him. K-Bin tears up and starts screaming angrily. He tells him that he wanted to die and looks at him angrily. Zhang Xuan asks him what he will say to this. He kisses Ching Han on the forehead and waits to see how he will react. K-Bin falls to his knees and begins to openly roar. He tries to tell him something, but he cannot adequately put together a single sentence. Zhang Shen hugs Ching Han and tells her that they can go back and he will make her something nice for lunch. They leave K-Bin lying on the floor. The two of them come to the Lynn residence for lunch. It is a nice warm and sunny day outside. Clouds are slowly flowing across the sky. Ching Han sits at the table and asks Zhang Xuan if dinner is ready yet. She tells him that she is hungry. He tells him that everything is almost ready. He asks her to be patient a little longer. She smells the food and says that she hasn't eaten her husband's food for a long time, and she says that everything smells delicious. Her subordinate comes to her and tells her that some visitor is waiting for her outside. Her unexpected appearance frightens her. She asks her who this visitor is. She tells her that the guests said that they are from the Su family and they are already waiting outside in the living room. Lynn hears that the Su family has come to her and is very surprised by this. She asks why they came. She gets up from the chair and asks her to take her there as soon as possible. She looks very worried about all this. She comes into the living room and sees two people sitting on two chairs, a man and a woman wearing glasses. The woman introduces herself first. She says that she is Su Kai, and she tells her that she is very pleased to meet her. She introduces the man and tells her that he is Su Yiran, and tells her that her mother gave birth to her in the Lin family, and it is normal that she does not know them. She tells her that by seniority she is their cousin. Ching Han calls them sister and brother Su. She asks them why they decided to come to her and tell her such news. Su Yiran tells her that he will not beat around the bush, and they hope that she will return to the Su family to help them in the fight to control the family. She smiles awkwardly and tells them that she can do it after all. She already lives in the Lin family and she doesn't want to be dragged into the Su family's showdown. She tells them that she hopes that they can forgive her. Su Yiran angrily gets up from his chair and starts yelling at her. He tells her that without their help from her mother in the beginning, she would have been trash with no name. Su Kai tells her that their Su family has a centuries-old heritage and is not even close to the Lin family. She tells her that she is just an outsider who has been favored by them and should appreciate it. She tries to tell them something and starts shaking a little. They don't give her anything and continue with their speech. Su Kai tells her that they care about her, and after the death of the previous head, the second uncle took over. But he cannot cope with the problems of the family, and this is why they want to seize power in the Su family. Su Yiran tells her that this is all true, and if she agrees, then after the deed is done, she will receive her share of the Su family's property. She tries to say something and looks very upset, but Zhang Xuan appears and tells them that he couldn't figure out who came to them, and it turned out to be the Su family's people. He tells them that it is obvious that they are blackmailing others for their own selfish purposes. He tells them that this is simply disgusting. Su Yiran asks him who he is and why he allows himself to be rude to their family. He tells him to go and look at himself in the mirror. Zhang Xuan grabs his finger and tells him that he still hasn't dealt with whatever their family did next, and they still have the audacity to appear in front of them. Lin Qinghan asks him to wait and not be so angry, and Su Kai runs up to him and calls him an idiot. She asks him how he dares to beat a guest in front of the hostess. Zhang Xuan looks at them bloodthirstily and tells them that on that day he will drive them all out in front of his wife. Su Kai angrily shouts at him and asks him on what grounds he is kicking her out of the house. He grabs her hair and begins to pull it. He puts such force on it that she feels pain. He tells her that he can kick her out on the grounds that he is the owner of this house. Su Kai screams in pain and tells her that she only had them built up. He grabs Su Kai and Su Yiran. He pulls them towards the door and tells them that his name is Zhang Xuan, and he tells them to ask their brothers about him when they return home. He opens the doors and literally throws them out. He tells them to go away. They look pathetic. Su Yiran tells him that he remembered him, and they will see each other again, and Su Kai lies on the ground and is dizzy. Zhang Xuan closes the doors and returns to his wife satisfied. He tells her that the trash removal is complete. Qinghan looks surprised and asks him if she understands correctly that he knows the Su family well. He tells her that he does know them a little and tells her that he had some problems with them before. Qinghan asks him if the reason for his disappearance during those days could be the problems with the Su family. He tells her that it is nothing serious and assures her that it is related to business. He asks her not to think about it and he tells her that he heard that they were talking about her mother and that she had some connections with the Su family. She tells him that she will not be able to hide this from him. She tells him that everything is true and her mother is from the Su family. He takes her by the shoulders and asks her to go and have lunch as everything is ready. He asks her to talk about it while eating. She tells him that her mother's name is Su Siue, and she is the illegitimate daughter of Mr. Su and the maid. She tells him that even though Mr. Su allowed her mother to stay in the family, the others often made snide remarks to her and viciously slandered her. She says that these unfavorable conditions and harsh environment awakened the competitive spirit in her mother, and she wanted to prove herself to the Su family. As it turned out, her mother not only knew how to try hard, but also had the ability to stand out. And with the help of some cousins, her position in the family continuously increased and she was approved. She tells him that she doesn't know if it was a coincidence that her mother met and married the youngest son of the Lin family in Yinzhou and decided to leave the Su family. She reveals that she gave birth to her in the Lin family and took her education very seriously and taught her to always rely on herself, and all this time she did not tell her anything about the Su family. She says that then her mother got sick and before her death they talked about a lot of things, and also about the Su family. Her mother asked her to come back and visit their family if there was such an opportunity. She tells him that that was the last thing her mother said to her, and her feelings towards the Su family are very complicated, and she understands it. She puts the glass of wine on the table and tells him that she didn't tell anyone about this but him. Zhang Xuan tells her that this is all complicated and thanks her for being able to trust him so much. She tearfully asks him if he thinks she's always causing him problems. He wipes her tears and tells her that he never thought like that, and no husband thinks that his wife is giving him trouble. She tells him that these two from the Su family were very arrogant and stood in front of her and boasted about the strength of their family, and also told her something about the centuries-old heritage. Zhang Xuan calms her down and tells her that it doesn't matter what they say, because he knows for sure that his wife is also a member of an influential family. She starts laughing and takes her hand. She asks if he thinks that she belongs to the so-called upstart family. He tells her that knowing her is the happiest thing in his life. He asks her to forget about the unpleasant past. She looks at him with a red face and thinks about why he says such words of love to her. She does not feel the slightest lie. He asks her to shut her words and tells her that he has a surprise for her. He looks very happy. She closes her eyes and is embarrassed. She thinks that this is all bad because he leaned too close to her. They reach out to each other to kiss, but such a wonderful moment is interrupted very unexpectedly. Shuhua runs up to them, looking for Zhang Xuan. Out of surprise, they hit each other. Qinghan hits with evil and Zhang Xuan with his lips. She sees them sitting and holding on to something because of pain, and she asks them what they were doing. Keenan tells her that they didn't do anything like that and she just has a little headache. Zhang Xuan tells her that the corners of his lips hurt. They ask her what she wanted. She tells them that there will be a lecture on Qigong at their school and she needs everyone to be present to write a report after the visit, and she would like him to help her with this. They look at the book she hands them and ask what she needs in the Qigong report. They come to the school, which has a sign about Master Yanfan's performance, and welcome everyone to the school for the performance. Zhang Xuan asks Zhu Wai who Yanfan is, and if he is famous. She tells him that he is the most famous Qigong master in the entire country, and she heard that the school had great difficulty in bringing him. She tells him that she heard that he is able to break bricks with his bare hands and with just one palm knock down 5 people, and also blind people. He thinks about what she tells him and thinks about how it is possible that he is blinding people from a distance. He does not believe her. They see that some girl is not allowed inside and hear that someone asked 20,000 for entry. The goon tells the girl that it is clearly written that no one gets in without a ticket. She tells him that they are unreasonable and tells him that few people will be able to afford to pay that much money. The goon pushes her and tells her that without money she can go away, because there are still many people who want to listen to Yanfan. Zhang Xuan catches the girl being pushed by the thug. He holds her shoulders and calms her down with this. He asks her if everything is okay, and Shu Wai calls her Sun Shan and asks her what's going on. She points her finger at the thug and tells them that he is from the Ancient Martial Arts Society, and he suddenly raised the ticket price to 20,000. And if the school did not require attendance, she would have left. Shu Wai gets angry about this and says that raising the price for no reason is simply outrageous. Zhang Xuan asks her to calm down and tells him that he will go and talk to him. He approaches the thug and asks him why this event has become so expensive, because the price should be less. The thug tells him that 20,000 is inexpensive and Yanfan was invited by the president of their organization, and this price is completely justified, because one lesson from their master will be enough for a lifetime. Zhang Xuan tells him that this is all very interesting, but he did not take that much money with him. He tells him that this is not discussed, and without money he can leave. He tells him that he is very sorry that he does not have such a sum and shows him his bank card. The thug understands that this is a black gold card of the World Bank for the richest depositors. He takes out the terminal and tells him that there is nothing wrong with this because if he does not have cash, then they accept cards. He points to the 2 girls behind him and asks him to count them too. He tells him that the total will be 60,000, and he thinks that he will look at whether these 60,000 are worth it. They enter the hall and see a large stage on which a man is already performing. He is Yanfan. He makes some strange movements with his hands as if he is preparing for something. The people in the hall are told that Master Yanfan will demonstrate to them a technique called 1 against 100. He touches the person in front of him and some kind of steam comes from his hands after he touches them. Something happens. From his touch, a column of people begins to fall. No one understands how this happened and how this is possible. Han Fan looks at the people lying on the floor and says nothing. He looks very pleased with his work. People on stage are writhing in pain and talking about how they can't move and can't get to their feet. Su Wai and Sun Shan see this and talk about how this is real Qigong. They say that it looked very cool. Zhang Xuan tells them that he feels embarrassed because of these people's pretense. A man with a microphone approaches Yanfan and asks him how he just did this to these people. He says into the microphone that Qigong is a brilliant traditional culture of their country, and when he did strange movements, he collected the Qi energy in his body and released it. He says that this is only part of his powers. Zhang Xuan hears this and still can't stand it. He starts laughing because he is talking into the microphone. He laughs very hard and says that this is the first time he has heard such an absurd teaching and calls everything that he just said nonsense. Yanfan looks irritated and asks the audience who is laughing and who dares to question Qigong. Zhang Xuan gets up from his seat and tells him that he wants to see if his Qigong is true. He smiles and tells him that he spent 60,000 yuan to attend this show after all. Zhang Xuan tells Yanfan that the role of Qigong is to strengthen the body and there is no magical power in it. He tells him that his performance is full of deception and exaggeration. Yunfan angrily yells at him and tells him that he has no right to talk to him like that, so he tells him that he doesn't care whether he believes it or not because he will kill him with his secret move. Zhangshen clenches his fist and begins to attract this charlatan to himself. He tells him to act because he really wants to see how he will do it. Yunfan starts making very strange movements with his hands again and tells him that he will be horrified by his special move, 6 lightning whips. Zhangshen quickly gets close to him and slaps him in the face. He silences him and starts twirling his hand. He spins him and tells him that he has to be careful and not strain his back, he's going to hit him. He does a quick punch and hits him in the cheek, ending his clown act on stage. His subordinates run up to Yunfan and support him. Zhang Xuan tells him that he was inattentive because he did not notice any lightning. He points his finger at him and tells all the spectators that the same great master fell from one of his blows. He tells them that it is not worth spending 20,000 yuan. People from the audience begin to throw various garbage at the people on stage and ask them to return their money back to them. The subordinates take Yunfan away and Zhang Xuan waves his hand at him. He asks him not to forget to return the money to him too. A man appears in the hall, shouts loudly to the whole hall and orders everyone to calm down immediately. He introduces himself as Liao Sheng. He tells him that he dared to ruin their master's reputation and calls him a daredevil. Zhangshen tells him that he is using fake masters to cheat students out of money. He asks him if he is ashamed. Sun Shan asks Zhu Wai what they should do. Because he insulted people from the Ancient Martial Arts Society, she says that this is very bad, and she says that they need to call the manager. Zhang Xuan approaches Lao Shen and tells him that he recommends that he return the money to him because otherwise he will simply beat him. Liao Sheng tells him that without warning in advance, he would not have thought that he would decide to make a scandal. He calls his name. Zhang Xuan asks him how he knows his name and looks a little surprised. He asks him who he is. Su Kai and Su Yuran appear from behind him. They tell him that they were the ones who told him everything about him. They look very pleased. Su Yuran tells Zhang Xuan that this is how they met again, a radiant smile on his face. Zhang Xuan sees all of them and tells them that everything is clear to him then. He tells them that he apparently didn't explain everything clearly enough to them yesterday. Su Kai tells him that yesterday he was very arrogant and tough. She tells him that the Liao family is a local ancient martial arts family. She tells him that they will see how he deals with them. Su Yiran asks Liao Shun if he would mind teaching one arrogant guy a lesson. Liao Shun tells him not to worry and flexes his fists. He looks very happy. He turns to Zhang Xuan and asks him to tell him how he wants to die at his hands. He is very confident in himself. Zhang Xuan tells him that he will leave that decision to him because after all, this is his territory, not his. Liao Shun tells him that he can tell from his appearance that he has practiced several techniques. He tells him that he will use the Liao family's kicking technique on him and the loser will kneel. Zhang Xuan is amused by his words and asks him to repeat what he just told him about what the loser will do. Liao Shen gets angry at his request and tells him that the loser will kneel down and start calling his father for help and begging. Zhang Xuan mocks him and calls him son. He tells him that his son is great and laughs at him. Liao Shen, Su Cai, and Su Yiran fall silent. And they wait for what will happen next and how Liao Shen will react to these words. Liao Shen gets angry at his words and tells him that he dared to bully him and he will kill him for it. He is very confident again. Su Yiran encourages him and tells him that he must beat Zhang Xuan to death. He is very happy about this. Zhang Shen tells them that everyone in their ancient martial arts families has one characteristic. Until they are beaten, they don't understand anything. Liao Shen tells him to stop talking and attacks him with his feet. He tells him that he will now show him how he uses the Liao family's kicking technique to disfigure his face. Zhang Xuan stops his leg without any problem, just grabbing him with his hand. He cannot budge. He looks at him angrily and tells him that he is weak. He asks him why he is challenging him with so little strength. He decides that he must defeat him using his own attack. He raises his leg to strike. He calmly kicks Liao Shen with his foot and throws him away. He does it without any problems, and everyone understands that it comes easy to him. Liao Shen falls to the floor due to his attack and realizes that he cannot do anything to him with such an attack. He is too weak. Zhang Xuan asks him if this is really the striking technique that the Liao family is so proud of. Liao Shen is annoyed by his words and tells her that he has no right to look down on their family equipment. He tells him that then he will have to show him his true skill, which is the human flesh helicopter. his legs spinning at great speed. Zhang Xuan rushes towards the human flesh windfly in order to once again stop his attack and humiliate him. He stops his spin with one hand and reaches for his pants with the other hand. He wants to do something unusual. He grabs Liao Shen by his belt and begins to unbuckle it. He really wants to make him regret taking the risk of fighting him. He unbuckles his belt and rips it off his pants immediately falling down to reveal a pair of briefs with a child's drawing on them. Liao Shen gets tangled in his own pants and falls to the floor, starting to do somersaults. He does several somersaults. All the people in the hall laugh at him, and Zhang Xuan tells him that he would advise him to change the belt on his pants, because the quality of the one he pulled out is not very good. Liao Shen immediately gets up from the floor and pulls up his pants. He tells everyone to calm down and stop laughing. He turns to the people of the Su family. He thinks that the two of them simply set him up and put him against a serious opponent. Liao Shen tells Zhang Shen that he is in trouble. He takes the karate belt for himself so that his pants can hold up. He tightens this belt on his pants and tells him that it is his own fault for making him angry and he will finish him off. He tries to kick him again, but he is too weak and slow to fight him. Zhang Shen dodges his attack without any problems and looks at him contentedly. He is very confident in himself. He thinks that this time the speed was faster, but it still didn't help him. He folds his hands in a strange gesture. He points his oddly shaped fingers at Liao Shen's private spot, looking very gloating. He hits him from an important place and humiliates the martial artist from the Liao family with this attack. Liao Shen holds his backside and feels a lot of pain. The people in the audience stop laughing and just look at him. He tells Zhang Xuan that it was very painful and tells him that he simply cannot talk about martial arts. Zhang Xuan tells him that he talks too much about how he wants to kill him, and he tells him that he thought that he was capable of anything. He asks him if that's all. Zhang Xuan turns to the people next to him and tells them that their martial artist is already down. He asks them if he can be credited with victory. The man in the karate suit tells him that he cannot call this a victory because their president has not yet admitted his defeat. Liao Shen asks him to stop deceiving him. Zhang Xuan tells them that then he understands that they cannot accept such a result of the battle for victory in his favor. He approaches Liao Shen and tells him that they leave him no choice and all he can do is break his leg. Liao Shen asks him for mercy. He apologizes and asks him not to break his leg because he is a martial artist based on the style of fighting with legs. Su Kai and Su Yiran cannot believe that Liao Shen was brought to such a state. They do not understand who he is. Zhang Xuan starts to look very creepy and asks him how he should deal with him, and asks him if he will admit defeat. Someone appears behind him and asks him to stop. Zhang Xuan is distracted by the unexpected person. A man appears behind him asking him to remove his leg and doesn't look like he's annoyed by anything. The man who appears introduces himself as Liao Sheng's uncle, Liao Kai, and tells him that it is not appropriate to start a showdown in such a place. Liao Shen lies on the floor and asks his uncle to help him. He even cries because of this and looks very pathetic. Zhang Xuan leaves him and heads towards Liao Kai. He realizes that he is also from the Liao family. Uncle Liao Kai tells him that he understands everything correctly and tells him that he does not know where he came from, but he would not advise him to be so impudent. Zhang Xuan is annoyed that he was called impudent and tells him that his nephew is the main impudent one because he takes money from everyone indiscriminately and he himself provoked him into a fight. He turns to the Su family members who stand silently and say absolutely nothing to him about this matter. He looks at them and tells Liao Kai that these two friends of Liao Shen are also full of very bad intentions. One of the Liao family's subordinates runs up to him and tells him why everything really happened. He tells Zhang Xuan that now he understands what is going on and he will return the money to everyone who attended the show. This makes Zhang Xuan happy. Zhang Xuan turns to Liao Shen and kicks him, telling him to get away from them. Liao Kai tells him that there is one important condition. He tells him that he will have to go with him, because the head of his family wants to see him. Zhang Xuan is intrigued by this and tells him that things are about to get a lot more interesting. Liao Kai steps back and opens the way for him. He shows him with his hand where he needs to go and asks him to follow him. Zhang Xuan puts his hands behind his head and tells him that he can clearly see his sincerity and that is why he will still go with him. Shu Wei runs up to him. She looks very worried that he is going somewhere. She calmly turns to her. He pats her head and tells him that she doesn't have to worry because he's fine. He tells her that he'll be back soon. He follows Liao Kai to the Liao family estate. Inside it looks very stylish and very beautiful. Some man is sitting and playing Go with the head of the Liao family. He makes his move and tells him that now it is the head's turn. The head of the Liao family, Aoba, tells him that there is no need to rush so much because when playing Go, you need to think carefully about every step you take. The man tells him that all of Aoba's white checkers have fully entered the game. He says that he is worried that it will be difficult to break through. Liao Kai approaches the head from behind, followed by Zhang Xuan. He doesn't want them from the game, but they have no choice. Liao Kai approaches the head of the Liao family. He leans towards him and tells him that he has brought the one he asked for. Zhang Xuan looks around and notes that their family has a very nice traditional style. Liao Kai tells him that he should be careful with his expressions, because then they will not be able to vouch for his life. Zhang Xuan thanks him for his understanding and tells him not to worry about it. The head of the Liao family tells him that Zhang Xuan looks like he is ready to win any game no matter what. He says that his grandson was beaten for no reason and asks if they need to deal with it. The man in front of them says that they must figure it out, but they need to pay attention to how they do it because he is a law enforcement officer of the Yinzhou district and must know his limits. Liaobo turns to Zhang Xuan and asks him what family he is from. He also asks him why he decided to provoke his family. The man opposite him gets up from his seat and takes out some kind of jade pendant. He tells him that he better think carefully before answering and not make it difficult for him. Zhang Xuan draws attention to the man's pendant and says that this pendant is the symbol of a local law enforcement officer. The man is surprised that he knows about this and tells him that he did not expect him to recognize this pendant because it is not so easy. Zhang Xuan tells him that it is not difficult at all because he has seen so many of these pendants in his life. He asks why Mr. Law Enforcer is with the Liao family. The man told Zhang that he had threatened a member of the Liao family and also tried to break his leg. He had to come deal with it. The boy asked not to intimidate him. After all, he knows the rules of the people of their society. In the past, the ancient martial arts family had many laws. For example, they could not engage in business activities, and they also could not harm people without any reason. Not to mention the unauthorized incitement of controversy. Some rules are still used today. The law enforcement officer of the corresponding district came to the person who violated these rules to resolve the conflict. Each county has its own enforcement officer. They are usually sent directly by the government and serve there for life, unless something unexpected happens. He doesn't want to repeat all the details, but he thinks that Mr. Law Enforcer should follow the rules. He laughed in response and replied that laws are dead, people are alive. Of course, the younger generation of the Liao family has some problems. But the fact that he threatened to break the legs of one of them doubly aggravates his guilt. Zhang asked if he was not covering for the Liao family. The man replied that he did not cover them. It just reminds him to be adaptable. It would be better for everyone. The guy laughed and said that it turns out that he is not taking measures regarding the strength of the people who committed the crime, but is simply advising the victim how to adapt wonderful sophistry. It seems justice is what he wants today. This thought seemed to dawn on the boy. The man looked at the boy and advised him to stop being stubborn in a good way. The head asked to stop chatting with him. There is only one way to solve this problem. The head of his family must come to him, kneel down, and bow to his grandson. He will then forget what happened. The boy laughed and replied that he was just a son-in-law, accepted into the house by his wife's parents. But the old man asked him not to pretend, since he knows that Zhang is a member of the Ling family. His wife Ling Qinghan is the head of the Ling family, and let her come and apologize to his grandson by kneeling down. The boy looked askance at the man and said that if he wants his wife to kneel in front of him, then he is clearly out of his mind. The gray-haired man clenched his fists and began to drive the boy away. People in black suits appeared around. They were armed and menacing. The man exclaimed to the guy with the nunchucks to beat this guy to death. The guy immediately obeyed and ran towards him. The rest of the people in black suits rushed after him. Then Zhang changed his gaze. He exclaimed that they asked for it themselves. The boy pulled out a bladed weapon and headed towards his opponents. Zhang killed all the people in black suits with deft movements of the knife. The man was shocked because he personally trained all these masters, how they were defeated with just a few hits. The boy said that the task of a law enforcement officer is to uphold justice and ensure security, and do not distort the truth by becoming an accomplice to crimes. There is no point in the existence of a law enforcer like him. The man noticed the boy wearing a mask of a walker in hell. He didn't understand how this was possible. He didn't expect the guy to have such a high position. He completely underestimated him. The boy exclaimed that it was now too late to react. He prepared to attack. and so many guys in masks began to fly through the roofs of houses, approaching with lightning speed. He raised the mask as high above his head as possible and asked Master Satan what his order would be. Zhang received orders to destroy them all. Don't leave anyone alive. A large, bright hospital building rises in front of us. It was illuminated by the bright, hot sun. There was a guy lying in the hospital room. He was preparing his posterior point for injections. His brother came up to him and told Liao that his grandfather had already sent for this Zhang, so he should not worry. He's definitely not going to get well. Liao clenched his teeth and exclaimed that he would ask his grandfather to kill him. He was in a lot of pain. Meanwhile, the girl was next to the man near Brother Liao. The phone in her bag rang. She immediately picked up the phone and answered the call. Her face became sweaty when she heard him talk about the guy going to Yinzhou. The woman immediately broke the news that the head of the family was coming here. The man replied that it was most likely to find Lin Qinghan. If this girl tells him that they are going to fight to control the family, it will be very bad. Lao asked them where they were going and leaving him alone again. The guy apologized to Brother Liao and explained that they had urgent business and needed to go. They headed towards the exit. But in the meantime, the doctor called Mr. Liao and began to explain that due to the fact that his family did not pay for the treatment costs in a timely manner, he could no longer stay in the hospital. The guy exclaimed that this was complete nonsense. He is a member of the Liao family. How come he cannot pay the medical bills? He asked for a phone urgently to call his grandfather. The doctor told Mr. Liao that he may not know, but his family died in a fire yesterday. The doctor explained to the guy that the cause of the fire was unknown and asked to accept his condolences. The guy said that they couldn't kick him out of here. He doesn't want to live on the street. Meanwhile, in front of us is a door located on the right along the corridor. It had the inscription, Lynn's group on it. The girl was sitting at the table. She held a photograph in her hands and asked her mother what she should do. 2 days ago, people from the Su family came to see her. Does she think she should go back? Then suddenly someone knocked on the door. Mrs. Lin asked to come in. The girl informed Mrs. Lin that the meeting with Mr. Zhou and Mr. Zhao, which was originally supposed to take place this afternoon, was postponed to 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Ms. Lin asked why the time suddenly changed, or perhaps they have some problems. A guy appeared next to the girl. He explained that it was he who asked to reschedule the meeting. The boy told Secretary Li that he would explain everything to Mrs. Lin himself, and she could return to work. Lin asked Zhang what he was doing again. Dare to change her schedule at will. The boy replied that he just wanted his wife to stay and enjoy a good show. A guy and a girl burst through the door and exclaimed that Lin had become too bold. Her husband not only beat their friend, but also complained about them to their family. They warned her not to even expect mercy from them. Zhou said that the cornered dogs suddenly started barking. The man told Lin that he would give her another chance. In addition to the fact that she will not return to them in the Su family, they will also exclude her from it. Zhang answered them that they were collateral relatives, unworthy even of the name of his wife. The woman dialed Mr. Suke and said that Lin didn't care about their family at all. They can remove her from their family. What does Ling Qinghan think now? Now she has nothing to do with the Su family. Zhang laughed and asked if it was true. He said that he didn't believe it, smiling sarcastically. The woman told Zhang that even though they were relatives along the collateral line, they also had the right to decide whether the stranger would remain in their family or leave. Zhang called Secretary Li and asked him to bring their guest to his office. The girl listened to the boy and called the man to come into the room. The head of the family appeared in the office. Those around were shocked by this turn of events. Zhang told Mr. Su that he thought the man saw everything himself. This is how they treat his niece. The man and woman looked at each other in fear. Their faces were covered with sweat. The head of the family exclaimed that this was simply a disgrace. They have completely lost their conscience. The man and woman immediately knelt before the master. They said that he had misunderstood them and asked to listen to them. But the gentleman asked them to shut up. Mr. Zhang told him everything. He didn't expect them to do such absurd things behind his back. If this becomes known, they will turn out to be a real laughingstock around them. The head told Mr. Zhang and Miss Lin that he apologized for not raising them well. Madame Lin replied that he shouldn't take it so seriously as it wasn't his fault. Zhang told the head of the Su family that he could not apologize with just words. He had to give the Ling family an explanation. The gentleman immediately answered the boy that of course he would do so. He decided to speak up on behalf of the Su family. He crosses out their names from the genealogy. They are expelled from the family. From now on, they exist on their own. Zhang smiled sarcastically in their faces. He approached the two and began to address them. He gave them a disdainful look. They sat on their knees and could not understand what he wanted from them. They were frightened and exclaimed that they could not do this to them. The woman said that she did not admit defeat so easily, but they were both thrown out into the street. They rolled down the steps and began to lie on the ground. The man exclaimed, lying with his head on the step, that it was all over and this was really the end. But the woman replied that they could not throw her out of the family. She asked her father to ask for his leniency and immediately took out the phone and began to dial her father. But the father had already dialed his daughter. She told him that she was just about to call, but the father asked what she was doing. He had just received the news and their entire family had been completely expelled from the Su family. She's better off just rotting and dying on the street. The girl also fell headfirst and exclaimed that it was definitely all over now. In front of us rose the steps to a huge, wide cemetery. A man began to burn incense around the grave. He folded his hands in front of him and began to talk to the dead. The man told Sa Yue that he came to check on her. He was too wayward in those years. She was also stubborn and insisted on marrying a young man from the Lin family. However, as it turned out, she made the right choice. Zhang asked his dear wife why she was crying. Her mother hasn't seen her family members for so long, she should be happy. He asked her to look at herself and began to wipe the tears from her eyes. The girl asked him to take care of her. She told her husband that this time she sincerely wanted to thank him for everything. If it weren't for him, this meeting would not have happened so soon. Who knows, maybe she would still be bullied by Sukai and everyone else. The guy looked into her eyes and called her stupid and replied that he was doing everything he was supposed to do. The man who was sitting next to the boy listened to their entire conversation. He agreed with the girl and said that Mr. Zhang helped them a lot in the city. The boy showed the man to be silent. Ling Qinghan must not know what happened. Zhang told Mr. Su what he thought. This time he came to Yinzhou for me just to visit the grave. Mr. Su replied that he was right and asked to look at his memory. He almost forgot about such an important matter. The man approached Madame Ling Qinghan and explained that he wanted her to become the head of the Su family. She was very surprised that the gentleman started talking about her becoming the head of the family. Zhang asked Mr. Su what this meant. Does he really want to cause problems for his wife? The man asked him not to misunderstand. Before his death, the old gentleman told him that if Yue had a child and a smart one at that, he could be considered for the role of head of the family. Even if he has a different last name, Mrs. Lin told her uncle that she understood everything. If this is what the old gentleman wanted, then she agrees to his proposal. Zhang was very surprised by her answer. Ms. Lin said that she could temporarily take over this position, but the daily affairs of the family will still be handled by the uncle. After all, she is still needed in the Lin family. Mr. Su replied that this is good and this is also an excellent option. He is very glad that she agrees, and so Zhang began to go down the steps with Mrs. Lin Qinghan. They looked at each other with a smile. The girl asked her dear husband how she behaved now. The boy replied that of course she behaved well, and he was very impressed. He asked his wife if this really suited her. The Su family treats her like this, but she still agrees to help them. And besides, being the head of a family is not at all easy. Zhang asked Lin not to worry. After all, this is only in words. It can also be considered as an explanation for her mother. The girl exclaimed that in addition she had him to protect her. He was pleased to be a reliable husband for her. The boy laughed and replied that his wife was talking better and better. The girl asked him to stop. He will compliment her later. Now they will go choose clothes. She asked if he had anything to do tomorrow. And here we have a scientific and technical exhibition. Many people walked around the hall. One of them was Mr. Zhang with Mrs. Lin on his arm. He asked his wife what they were doing here and why they were in such a hurry. The girl explained that this was a 3-day tender site for a technological residential complex. Due to the incident with the Su family yesterday, everything was postponed until today. A man approached them and told Ms. Lin that she had finally arrived. Without her, this meeting would not have taken place. The girl asked for forgiveness and said that she had to stay late at work yesterday. One man saw Ms. Lin and asked if it was Qinghan. He didn't expect to meet her here. The guy asked if she also came here to bargain. Lin answered the guy that even he, K-Bin, could come. The Lin family should not be left behind if she is speaking correctly. The guy looked into her eyes and replied that he had no problem with her coming, after which he threw an angry look at her husband. He said that because of some people here, he feels like his luck is gradually running out. The woman standing next to this guy asked Mrs. Lin if she was Lin Qinghan. and she explained that Mr. K talked a lot about her. She added that the girl doesn't look very good. Then the guy standing next to her asked permission to introduce his secretary Chung Jiaxin to them. Mrs. Lin exclaimed that she had not seen her before. The guy thought she was jealous. He said that Chung Jiaxin is a talented student who has just recently returned from studying in a free country. It's okay that they haven't met yet. Chung Jiaxin said that everyone in Yinzhou looks so provincial. Of course, it cannot be compared with her free country. The aroma of rich upstarts can be felt everywhere. Zhang addressed Miss Chen in defense of his wife and said that her reasoning here was completely inappropriate. Miss Chen looked at the girl again and asked if her husband had chosen the ring on her finger. Mrs. Lin replied that it was indeed her husband who chose this ring for their wedding anniversary. He gave it to her. Miss Chen said that it was just a gold-plated iron ring. There's not even a diamond on it. She's even somehow ashamed to say it. But then a woman came up to them and exclaimed that this was incredibly amazing. This ring is made of Ethelman gold and is almost impossible to find on the market. The guy laughed and asked Ching Han where she found this actress. She's too flashy. Miss Chung said that there was no need to worry about the jewelry. The woman who approached them asked them not to talk nonsense if they did not understand jewelry. The metal from which this ring is made can only be found in Africa. It is very valuable. A small piece of this metal is worth millions. The guy was very surprised when the woman started talking about millions. The woman immediately asked if there was an inscription on it. Was it her husband who engraved this inscription? The girl replied that she really was a husband. He was not exactly a romantic, so he only cut out these 4 words. The woman laughed and said that if he was not a romantic, then there were no romantic men in the world. Her husband is the only one who engraved something on Ethelman's gold. A man ran up to Professor Liu and exclaimed that he had finally found her. He thought she was missing. What brought Mr. Wang here? The woman replied that she was bored at the hotel and decided to take a walk and get some fresh air. The man exclaimed that he wanted to greet her. After all, he was so worried. Then the man asked permission to introduce it to them. He explained that this was Professor Liu Tao. She was in charge of the technological housing project. He explained to Professor Liu that these were the leading entrepreneurs in Yinzhou. He asked her to talk to them and choose partners that interested her. The woman replied that there was no need for that. She already knows the right candidate. Professor Liu Tao told the man that she would give this project to this couple. Miss Lin said that they didn't even talk about the details of cooperation. Wouldn't that be too hasty? Professor Liu began to explain that the goal of her project was to create a cozy and romantic home for loving families. So, this project should be led by someone who knows what romance is. And as a return gift, she asked to tell her the method of purifying Ethiopian gold. Mr. Zhang smiled and told Professor Liu that he agreed to her proposal. But suddenly, the guy who was nearby exclaimed that Zhang was a fraudster. The boy spread his arms to the sides and replied that it was not his fault that luck passed him by. The guy started shouting that he was very angry with him. He began to ask the secretary where his medicine was. Then Zhang pricked up his ears and heard something behind him. He thought that it was unknown when this man came here. A man in a hat was not far from them and watched what was happening. The car drove up to a tall, light building. Zhang and Professor Liu came out. She exclaimed that they had a great chat today. She laughed and said that she hoped next time he would come to her as a guest. The boy answered Professor Liu that, of course, no problem, and wished her to take care of herself. Zhang said that it's finally all over, because Secretary Qinghun took her to the office. The boy again felt that someone was watching him. He asked what was the matter and asked to leave already. A man appeared in front of him, took off his hat and said that he would not underestimate him. He is Zhu Si, an agent of the Zhu family. The boy turned his head in his direction and asked what he needed from him. The Zhu family agent explained that the head asked for a message to be conveyed to him. The family has a rat, and he hopes that Mr. Zhang can help. The boy looked at him carefully and asked what kind of trader the man was talking about. In front of us is the small island of the Zhu family. Zhang rowed a boat towards him. He raised his glasses and asked if this was the Zhu family's island. How did they even decide to build a mansion so far from the city on a small island? Suddenly, a security guard approached him and asked the boy where he came from here. Zhang asked him to inform Boss Zhu that his guest had arrived. The guard asked how he dared to call their master that way, and he asked if he had an invitation. Chang asked how dare the guard at the gate talk like that. He was very angry with him. The boy exclaimed that even his master would not dare talk to him like that. The guard took out a club and began to say that he was already talking too much. The owner appeared and asked him to calm down. He said that this was the honored guest of the Zhu family and asked the guard not to be rude to him. The guard immediately listened to his master. The boy told Mr. Zhu that he had not seen him for only a few days, and what happened to him during this time. The old man apologized for making him laugh with his appearance. He explained that recently his chronic illness had made itself felt again. Zhang thought that Mr. Zhu's health was fine then. How could he get sick? A person nearby asked the gentleman when he was staggering whether he was okay. The old man replied that it was nothing and everything was fine. Zhang asked Mr. Zhu to be honest about what was going on here. The last time he saw him, he looked different. The old man lowered his gaze and replied that his old bones were no longer good for anything. He asked Lord Satan to follow him. There are things he can't tell him here. Mr. Zhu asked his employee Shuji to take them to the library. The boy immediately obeyed and led them into the long dark cave of Zhu. He held a lamp in his hands. The boy asked Mr. Zhu how long they had to go, and let them not tell him that the whole cave is his library. The old man replied that they were almost there, and ahead would be the repository of Buddhist canons. This is the Kongjing repository. It contains the wisdom of generations of their Zhu family. He asked the boy if he could see what was in front of him. The old man explained that this huge dragon is the storage facility, and what is in his mouth is what he is trying to explain and tell him about. The boy held the old man so that he would not fall because his health was too bad. After which the old man held onto the stick, and Zhang began to move forward through the huge room. The boy exclaimed that it was incredibly beautiful here. There were many colorful crystals around. In front of him were several drumsticks. The old man twirled them in the air. He exclaimed that it would be more convenient to talk here. From here, the traders cannot hear them. Zhang told the old man that last time he told him that there was a traitor in the Zhu family. Does his purpose have anything to do with these books? The old man answered yes. After all, it is a matter of life and death for the Zhu family. The boy asked if he could read them. Zhu replied, "Maybe, you just need to handle them carefully." Zhang walked to one of the shelves and picked up the book. He thought that these books looked quite old. He began to read about a martial artist who hit a guy with his palm, and he moved a few meters back. Qi entered his heart and he could not expel it for a long time. For the next 7 days, he will not be able to resort to weapons. Zhang was surprised if there was any mention of such things in this book. The old man explained that this book is mostly about Qi. He doesn't know if he's heard about this concert before. Zhang replied that his teacher had mentioned it a couple of times, but he had never actually seen anything like it. He always thought it was a hoax. Old man Zhu asked the boy to read further and pointed to the book. Zhang began to read that the sword master Yu Chao from the Celestial Empire skillfully knows how to put qi into the blade, challenging the masters of all major schools, and did not win a single defeat. Zhang thought that this was a real reference to qi. Was his idea of this wrong? The boy asked Mr. Zhu what he thought about qi. The old man began to explain that qi is the common name for martial arts techniques. Everyone interprets this differently. This book was written by his great-grandfather. In those days, every martial artist mastered qi. The boy looked at the old man with great interest and asked when he read this book. The old man explained that it was a very long time ago. It was here most of the time and was never transmitted to other people. It is what he will show him now that is most important. Zhang asked if there were other documents. The old man replied that he was thinking correctly. Seeing this for the first time, he was also shocked. The man reached to the top shelf and began to take out a book. After that, they headed towards the door. They approached the steps leading to the exit of the cave. Old man Zhu led the boy forward to these steps. He pointed to the side. The boy looked in front of him and began to go down the steps. He thought to himself that he didn't even know there was another floor here. Here he became a little wary. The boy seemed to feel something not far from him. Some powerful weapon flew towards him. Someone tried to attack him. Zhang clenched his fists and asked who was there and who was trying to attack him. A shadow in the form of a girl appeared in front of him. The hair was loose, and there was a sharp blade in his hands. This shadow began to fly closer and closer to the boy. He flew to the side. Zhang clenched his teeth and thought that old man Zhu was great. He came with good intentions to help him, but he dared to attack him on the sly. The boy felt a weak force flying towards him. This shadow began to glow with fiery light. A fist flew towards him, but he tried to hit back with his own fist. Suddenly, the smoke cleared, and this ghost disappeared somewhere. Then an old man appeared in front of him and began to laugh. He said that, as expected from Lord Satan, he dared to face the sword Qi face to face. The boy started screaming that this had happened. If he doesn't explain everything to him, he won't be nice to him. Then the old man asked him to look at the wall. and then he would understand everything. Zhang immediately looked in front of him and saw a picture of several people on the wall. The old man explained that the Zhu family's secret was on this wall. What he just saw was sword key. This entire wall painting contains information about how to use it. The illusion he saw just now was created from the qi of this cave. Zhang thought about how he didn't expect the qi to be so powerful. If this thing spreads, the entire underground world will riot. So that's why he called him here. That's what he worried about most. Much more than the fact that a traitor may appear in his life. The old man replied that, of course, Lord Satan is very smart, so he will not hide. He hopes that the grave of respected mentor Lu can be excavated. The boy got very angry and asked the old man if he had really lost his mind. He actually understands what he just said. The boy's eyes glowed red. The old man explained that he understood that this might be offensive to him. But still, of all the previous generations, only his mentor had the most knowledge about qi. He heard that there might be a clue in his grave. The underground world has turned into complete chaos due to the existence of the dragon. And he, being the personal disciple of Mr. Lu, as well as the world-shaking owner of the Shining Island, should bear responsibility and lead the joint research of qi. Zhang clenched his fist and slammed it against the stone wall. He asked the old man to shut up. After all, while he is alive, no one will dare to touch his grave. The old man looked at him menacingly. He asked if the boy really wanted to see the entire underground world turn into chaos, or he thinks that this time he will be able to stay away. Zhang punched the wall again and asked him not to worry. Then he pulled himself together and walked forward. The boy said that until he died, this would never happen. The two of them headed straight through the cave towards its exit. Zhang turned to the old man again. He said that if it weren't for their relationship, he would have simply killed him for what he said there. Old man Zhu apologized to the boy. He didn't want to offend him. The old man's servant appeared in the cave. He informed the gentleman that all the young men of the Zhu family had already gathered, and they were waiting for him on the tournament field. The old man replied that he understood everything and would come soon. Zhang asked the old man to stop talking about it. It seems he has something important planned. Zhu replied that the Zhu family's annual martial arts tournament would indeed begin soon, where every young man in their family is obliged to participate. The boy was delighted and, taking the old man by the hand, exclaimed that he had a good feeling. He took him quickly to look. And now they were already on the Zhu family's tournament field. The old man showed Zhang the place where the competition would be held. He explained that today was the last rehearsal before the tournament and asked him to sit here to get a better view. The boy replied that he liked it. Meanwhile, a man approached the old man and told the head of the family that all the young men of the Zhu family had gathered. The old man replied that he remembered him. His name is Zhu Zhong. He heard that he had been training outside the family for 2 years and asked if there was any success. The guy said that it was so. For the last 2 years, he has been traveling all over the country, challenging various schools of ancient martial arts. He created his own fighting techniques. The old man exclaimed that this was quite good. Their Zhu family will be proud of him. Zhu Zhong replied that over the past 2 years, he has fought with the best of the best families in the whole world, and his strength is now unmatched. Zhang laughed and told old man Zhu that his younger generation was incredibly brave. It's so careless to declare your invincibility. Zhu Zhong asked old man Zhu which martial school this man was from. The boy exclaimed that he did not belong to any school. He was an invited guest of his head of the family. The man said that he was just an ordinary guest. This means that he is most likely just an amateur and has nothing to talk about here. The old man asked Zhu Zhong not to dare to act so arrogantly. Zhang told Mr. Zhu that a simple reprimand would not be enough. One way or another, sooner or later, he will suffer from his intense disposition. The boy said that today he would do the head of their family a favor. It will allow him to demonstrate 3 techniques. If he can hit him, he will be considered the winner. The guy was delighted and exclaimed that he was talking complete nonsense. He was ready for this, and now the boy would get it from him. When he flew up to Zhang and tried to hit him, the boy immediately dodged the blow. When he tried to strike a second time, Zhang dodged again. Zhu Zhong decided that his speed was simply incredible. What did that just happen? The guy realized that he did not see his movement at all. When he tried to hit the 3rd time, the same thing happened. He didn't hit it even once. Then Zhang approached Zhu Zhong and, looking into his eyes, said that now it was his turn. Zhu Zhong was very angry and grabbed the boy's hand. He exclaimed that they weren't finished yet. But Zhang asked him if he was really that smart and thought that he hadn't foreseen this. The boy hit him with his palm and with a slight movement sent him straight to the ground. Stones scattered around. His relatives immediately ran up to the guy and asked his brother Zhu Zhong if he was okay. The guy was very angry and, reaching forward with his hand, exclaimed that they should get out of the way. Zhang asked him, smiling sarcastically, "What happened? Could he really not cope? Where is his arrogance now?" Zhu Zhong clenched his fist again and asked the boy to shut up. He began to approach his opponent in order to attack him. But Zhang put his hand forward and threw the enemy back with one blow. The guy fell screaming onto the cold, hard asphalt. Zhang hit the boy with a very strong blow. Streams of white smoke came from his fist. Old man Zhu was very surprised. Was it really a chi strike? The guy was already lying on the asphalt and wondering what had just happened. Was he really knocked off his feet by a blast of air? Who is he anyway? He is so strong that he cannot harm him at all. The boy explained that people who study martial arts should not be arrogant, but should be alert all the time. The old man asked the guy if he heard what Mr. Zhang said. This is the behavior of a true martial artist. The boy thanked Mr. Zhang for his guidance. The rest of those present also joined. Zhang put his hand to the back of his head and laughed, exclaiming that it was just nothing. And he thought about the fact that he didn't even know that he had just used a chi strike. The boy approached the lake and began to look into it. He saw his reflection. He said that this was a very strange device. Coming out of the cave, he felt the flow of wind, feeling it in his chest. If he hadn't controlled his power in time, this guy might have been in trouble. If this blow had been aimed at him, I wonder if he would have been able to take it. The boy asked the lake to let him feel this incredible power again. The water began to boil. The droplets rose higher and higher. Zhang wanted to feel her with his heart and mind. He began to hold his hands one above the other and closed his eyes. The water began to rise higher and higher, as if turning into some people. There were several ghostly people in front of him. They seemed to be getting closer and closer to him. The boy thought that he was very close to this, and his fist was completely enveloped in water. He clenched this fist and extended it forward in front of him towards the water people. Zhang exclaimed that now he understood everything. This chi is actually not that difficult to use. You just need to control it properly. In addition, the power of chi can be released through understanding the surrounding environment. The boy turned back and said that they had been here for a long time and asked if they wanted to go out. Then, from around the bend, several people in white suits and black masks began to attack him. Zhang said that the traitors of the Zhu family are finally ready to show their faces. One of the people in a white suit replied that after all, someone from the Zhu family really practices chi. The boy exclaimed that the family traitor had just driven himself into a trap. The guy squeezed his hand and told Zhang that he was advising him to pass on the chi technique to them to avoid suffering. The boy exclaimed that what they needed was with him. He asked to take it if they dared. The people in white suits immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed towards the enemy. With a shout forward, they drew their swords and began to approach the boy. Zhang sent fiery rays towards them. Fiery circles spun in front of him and the light flew up to his opponents. They began to scream and instantly fell to the ground. It was a very powerful blow of incredible force. The boy stood in front of them. He felt the presence of a man behind him. Zhang told Old Man Zhu that he was right. The traitor will take the opportunity to attack him. The old man was very angry and asked to immediately tell him who ordered them to do this. The man knelt down and told Grandpa Zhu that they had no choice. The He family forced them to do this. Old Man Zhu was very surprised. Do they really mean the He family of Hai Cheng? The man replied that it was indeed them. If they couldn't find out more about the Zhu family, their lives would be in danger. The old man asked Mr. Zhang what he thought about this. The boy replied that he thought there was something more behind it. He asked permission to ask him, who does he usually contact? The guy who was kneeling immediately looked up at him. He explained that they had a regular informant. Once a month, they meet at a karaoke place in Huangcheng. The old man replied that this was the territory of the He family, one of the most luxurious places in Haicheng. It is also very dangerous. Zhang exclaimed that whether it was dangerous or not, he would only know when he got there. And meanwhile, in a small alley in Haicheng City, one of the guards was standing outside. He kept his arms crossed over his chest and asked what time it was and why they hadn't come yet. Then he felt the presence of a person. He heard a noise and stared ahead. The man said that it was too slow and asked if they had found out what was going on in the Zhu family. Mr. Zhang appeared in front of the guard. He replied that of course he found out because otherwise he would not have found it here. The security guard got very scared and started to run away. He couldn't figure out who this guy was. Zhang grabbed the trash can that was standing next to him with one hand. He lifted the trash can up and threw it towards the guard with all his might. This tank caught up with the man and hit his back as hard as it could. The guy immediately screamed in pain, and Zhang asked to be taken to his boss. He grabbed the guy by the collar and he asked him not to pull him. He said that he would bring him to him now. He led the boy to that place and explained that they usually enter through the back door. Zhang asked the guard to take him inside, and quickly, the man immediately agreed. They went forward as quickly as possible. The guard opened the gate for him and they entered. He lowered his head down and asked the boy to come inside. But Zhang felt there was something wrong with this. Apparently, this guy took him somewhere wrong. Several people with chains in their hands appeared in front of him. The guard asked these guys to help him kill the enemy. But Zhang smiled and said that he knew very well that everything would not be so simple. Someone on a motorcycle began to approach them. Someone's red hair was developing under the helmet. The boy heard the sound of a motorcycle and was very surprised by it. Who else showed up here? The man who arrived on a motorcycle asked Zhang to get out of the way. The girl asked the boy to go with her and explained that she would get him out of here. Zhang tried to look at her more carefully and, grinning, asked who she was. But the girl grabbed his hand and pulled him towards her, placing him behind his back on the motorcycle. She exclaimed that there was no time to explain and asked to get on the motorcycle as soon as possible. Then the guard began shouting to the guys to stop these two quickly. The chains rang and flew towards the leaving guys. The girl began to press on the gas. She left the gate with lightning speed and rushed on, after which she took the boy out of this room and stopped. Zhang addressed the girl, calling her a beauty. He said that she drives well. Then he asked if she could now tell him who she was and reached out with his hand to the girl's helmet. The red-haired girl began to remove the helmet from her head herself, her hair flowing to the sides. She took off her helmet and said that they weren't usually very nice to him. Her name was Han Wenru. The boy was very surprised when he saw this girl. He knitted his eyebrows towards his nose and exclaimed that he didn't even think it was her. He once called her a Tyrannosaurus Rex girl. She asked not to call her that. He ruins the whole atmosphere of their long-awaited reunion. Zhang replied that they had not seen each other for a long time after their last incident. He asked what brought her to Haicheng. Han Wenru replied that one of her troops had disappeared here while on a mission. After a long time, they were able to find out that the He family was involved in this. She didn't expect to meet him in their lair. Zhang realized that they had a common purpose for the trip. The girl asked if he was also here looking for the He family. Zhang replied that it was true. He was here at the request of the Zhu family. We need to find who is behind all this in his family. The girl got on the motorcycle and turned to the boy. She asked permission to make it clear that each of them was minding their own business. Don't go where you shouldn't. Zhang asked Han Wenru not to be so harmful. Who knows? Maybe he will be able to help her, the boy asked to take him with him. The girl agreed, but said that only this time Zhang said thank you very much to the lady. And here in front of us is a very large cruise ship of the He family. He rushed forward, cutting through the waves. Han Wenru told Zhang that, according to the information received, the He family likes to hold costume balls on their ships, and it was on this ship that her crew disappeared. The boy replied that he didn't think it was just a place for entertainment. There must definitely be skeletons in the closet here. The girl noticed that he was right. This liner is located far from Haicheng. This place is also classified. Here, the He family is quite comfortable making dubious transactions. They began to approach one door. Suddenly, a guard stopped them and asked what they were doing here. The girl handed over the envelope and replied that they were VIPs. The security guard took the envelope and, looking at it, asked the guys to come in. Han Wenru said that this must be the secret lair of the He family. She doesn't know if she can find any clue here. Someone outside the door asked Mr. He to let them go, but he silenced the man. The guy and the girl began to approach the door, and she carefully looked through the crack. A man was lying on the floor, red streams of blood flowing from his head. The girl recognized him as Lao Sun. The whole family was sitting on the floor. They were tied with long ropes and their faces were a little dented. The man sat on a chair and said that they were very brave. He thinks they shouldn't provoke him. Lao Sun crawled up to the man and asked Mr. He to let his team members go and not touch them. He leaned over to the man and said that he would make things easier for him. He offered to drink this wine and said that then he would let them go. The man agreed to drink this wine. Then He poured it out and said that he himself said, so let him lick the glass clean. The girls who were near He laughed at him and asked to look at him, because he looked like a dog. The man crawled to this puddle of wine and agreed to lick everything that spilled onto the floor. But suddenly, the door was kicked open. Zhang and Han Wenru appeared on the threshold. The man was very surprised when these insolent people burst into his office. Zhang asked him not to do this, Mr. He became very angry and asked who they were. The boy took off his mask from his face and so did the girl. He replied that it was his daddy. Lao Sun recognized this girl as Han Wenru. He was very surprised when he saw her. Han Wenru told Mr. He that if he had something against her, then he should not cause problems for them. The man moved his eyebrows to his nose and asked who they even were. Zhang replied that he did not need to know. He demands to release them immediately and tell his father to come. He wants to ask him something. The guy asked if they were laughing at him. He began to explain that this was his family's territory. They can't just walk around here like that. Then the boy took up the weapon and replied that it was unlikely, and they could do everything just fine. Mr. He was seriously frightened and began to take out a pistol. He asked if Zhang was looking for death. The boy grabbed the wine bottle tighter and hit as hard as he could on the hand with the gun. The pistol immediately flew to the side. He started screaming that he was being killed. He whined like a dog and asked how they even dare to beat him. Zhang picked up the knife and the broken bottle and walked as close to him as possible. He said that he would ask for the last time. Does he agree to his proposal? His father is a high-ranking official in Haicheng. He advised him to be careful with his words. But the boy hit him on the head and asked him to shut up. The guy fell face first to the floor. He squatted down and began to rise, resting his hand on the chair. Zhang asked how he felt about it and asked if he wanted to repeat it again, He replied that there was no need to do this. The boy asked to take them out of here immediately. Otherwise, his life is in great danger. The girls who brazenly laughed at that man obeyed the master. He asked them to take the couple quickly through the secret passage. Ahead was a huge, spacious boat. One of the girls told her master that there was a boat not far from here and he could send them on it. But then suddenly, someone appeared in front of them and exclaimed that none of them would leave here today. Zhang said, looking forward, that he knew that everything would not be so smooth. A man with a cigarette in his mouth noticed that they were tired of living. He asked how they could create chaos in the He family's territory. Zhang looked forward and laughed, saying that here was the main character in front of them, He began to wail and ask his father to help him. The man asked, looking at the boy, who he was and how he dared come to his family's ship and create problems. Zhang replied that he was here on behalf of the head of the Zhu family and he was looking for something on the ship. The man realized that it was from Zhu Yuanju. This old man still won't calm down. The boy said that it was so and he already knew about his plans. He asked him to come and find out everything. The head of the family exclaimed that in this case he did not dare detain them. He spread his arms out to the sides. The man looked at his guys and gave them a command. He asked to throw them into the sea and feed them to the fish. The guys immediately became wary, clenching their fists. The girl asked Zhang what they should do now. The boy asked her not to worry and said that everything would be fine. Suddenly, helicopters appeared above them, and someone said that they would look at those who dared to touch them. The man looked at the sky and realized that this voice belonged to old man Zhu Yuanju. He couldn't understand how this old man found them. The boy began shouting to him that they were here. The helicopters continued to circle over their heads and came closer and closer. Zhang told the old man that he was a little late. Zhu landed the helicopter and began to descend towards them. The man asked them to get out of the way. He began to rush towards the helicopter as quickly as possible. Old man Zhu asked He Chang if he recognized him and gave him a contemptuous look. He Qiang exclaimed that of course he would find out and how could he forget him? In the city of Hainan, his reputation is beyond doubt. The old man asked him to stop. He sent a spy into his house, trying to confuse his Zhu family. They have not yet gotten even with him for this. He Qiang immediately put his hands in front of him and asked Mr. Zhu what he was saying. How could he do this? The old man became very angry and asked him not to pretend that she was not to blame for anything. Everything is captured and he really thinks that he doesn't know anything. The old man exclaimed that he did not allow him to become the head of Haicheng City, for which he harbored a grudge against him. So he tried to turn his family against him, and it's just outrageous. The man fell to his knees in front of him. The old man exclaimed that it was only fortunately that Mr. Zhang agreed to help him, and he was able to see his true face. Shang replied that it was so, and it was thanks to this thing too. He showed some kind of medallion on his neck. He Tian thought that this guy really had a tracking device. Now it is clear how Zhu Yuanjiu could find this place. Old man Zhu told He Qiang that since his father was once his friend, he would forgive him this time. He Qiang looked into the old man's eyes and sighed, thanking him several times. The old man exclaimed that although he forgave him, it did not mean that others did too. From here, it is quite a distance to Haicheng. No one will know if they are thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Zhang exclaimed that his son was torturing his girlfriend's people. It's time to pay for it. The boy was very seriously opposed to the man. Old man Zhu bowed his head down and said that they will do as Mr. Zhang wants. Father and son were very scared and began to ask for help. The son hugged his father and began to scream in horror. A tall, spacious hotel stretched out in front of us. Night had fallen, but many lights were burning in the windows. Han Wenru thanked Zhang sincerely. The boy replied that it was nothing to worry about. It was all nothing. But since he helped her, how will she repay him for it? He approached the girl and looked her straight in the eyes. She glanced towards him and, blushing, asked if he was thinking about the same thing as her. Zhang licked his lips and suggested that the girl do something relaxing. In front of us is a bright street in Haicheng City. A thin, bright moon towered over large high-rise buildings. Han Wenru asked the boy if he really calls this relaxation. Zhang replied that the Zhu family would be holding a martial arts competition tomorrow evening. So the whole of Haicheng is quite lively. Sometimes it's quite nice to go out and take a walk. Suddenly, a girl met him and exclaimed that brother Zhang was finally here. She's been looking for him for so long. Zhang recognized Zhu Ling. He asked what brought her to Haicheng. The girl explained that she had to attend a family tour. She looked at his companion and asked who she was. The boy explained that this was his girlfriend they met by chance in Haicheng. She took the girl by the hand and greeted her sister. She said her name was Zhu Ling, and it was nice to meet you. Han Wenrao laughed and also greeted the girl. She replied that my name is Han Wenru. She has known Zhang Xuan for quite a long time. She thought about how this tigress dared to fool brother Zhang. Han Wenru had the feeling that she wanted to kill her. Zhang asked Lynn why she was suddenly looking for him. Lynn replied that she almost forgot. Grandfather asked her to invite her to the competition tomorrow. She found a good place for him. The boy was happy about this. Han Wenru told him to go. They immediately called him. She was still not interested. Lynn said that no one called her. The girl asked her to be silent, and she would take it and go with her to look. And here in front of us is the courtyard of the Zhu family. Bright yellow lanterns were burning in the yard. The guy told the master that all the young men of the Zhu family were already here and they were waiting for his permission. The old man replied that it was just great and the martial arts competition will begin. The competition begins. Women and children are asked to move away to make room for the tournament. Zhang watched from the box and said that this was quite a spectacle. It seems he came here for a reason. Then the guy heard a sound next to him. He turned a little to the side. There was a sharp, cold dagger near the blonde boy's head. He could not understand who threw the sword in his direction. He barely managed to dodge the blow. A girl appeared in front of him. She was all in red. The girl said, turning to the guy, that she wanted to see the head of his family. Zhang looked towards this girl and said that there was an aura of sword qi around her. The blonde guy asked the girl to stop. If she takes another step forward, she shouldn't be surprised by the blowback. The girl said that the ancestor of the Zhu family, Zhu Lei, founded the Zhu family in 1437 AD, and it has existed for 600 years. The girl pointed her finger at Zhu Yuanju. She exclaimed that he knew that he should not be the head of the family. Old man Zhu stood up and asked this girl who she was after all. The girl began to take out her sword and exclaimed that a person who faces death should not know much. The blonde guy was very angry and said that she was fooling them. She is not fit to be his opponent. The girls asked Zhang where he was going. The boy rushed towards the enemy with lightning speed. She exclaimed that a bunch of fools who didn't even know qi dared to block her path. Zhang was already next to her and began to use his powerful blow with a clenched fist. A powerful explosion occurred and clouds of smoke rose into the air, poisoning everything around. Those around began to protect themselves with their hands and close their eyes. A powerful stream of wind flew in their direction. The boy thought that fortunately this time he was lucky. He looked again at his opponent. Zhang thought about how he didn't expect her aura to be so strong. The girl said that she did not think that anyone from the Zhu family could stop her sword qi. The boy told her that she had understood everything wrong. He was just passing by. Then she put her sword back into its sheath and said that this was quite curious. Zhang thought that this was a dangerous blow. Had he not used Kai to soften him, the damage would have been unimaginable. The girl exclaimed that she was giving him a chance to get out of the way unharmed. She asked not to force her. The boy replied that this wouldn't do, and besides, You can't eat and drink for free in someone else's house. The opponent told Zhu Yuanjiu, calling him out, that he likes to hide behind other people's backs, and she called him a mediocre coward. The guy asked the elder Zhu whether their family really likes to cut each other's throats so much. The old man became very angry and asked what he meant by this. The guy turned in his direction. He inquired about the sword Qi she used. Doesn't it look like what they saw in the cave earlier? The old man thought that the secret of Qi was indeed kept in the cave of the Zhu family. It was not shown to anyone other than Lord Satan, not even to his disciples from the Zhu family. The old man asked Mr. Zhang if he had made a mistake. He knows every member of the Zhu family by sight, but this is the first time they have seen her. Didn't he notice the pendant on her neck? The boy was quite surprised by this. It was a green pendant with inscriptions in Chinese. The old man immediately glanced at her neck and exclaimed that this was simply impossible. Zhang replied that as far as he knew, wearing a pendant in a visible place is one of the ways to show belonging to the ancient clans. In those days, the more famous clans in the jungle kept in touch with each other in this way. She dared to appear in this form in order to emphasize her origin. The boy asked if he was right. The girl replied that his knowledge is extensive. He looks like he knows everything. Zhang said that this is not so. Initially, there were thoughts that the He family from Haicheng was behind this, but he could not even imagine that they had turned against each other. The girl pulled out a sword and put it to the boy's face. She said that her Zhu family is a large family of the Ming dynasties, with more than 600 years of tradition and honor. She doesn't want to see herself destroyed by the hands of a liar. The blonde guy looked at the girl and asked how she dared to call the teacher a liar. He clenched his fist and asked the girl not to expect mercy from him. Zhang didn't expect this from him, the girl exclaimed that if he wants to die, she will help him, and took out her sword. The blonde guy clenched his fist and rushed towards his opponent. He was nearby as she waved her sword over the guy's head. Many yellow rays flashed around them. The old man exclaimed that this could not be. Han Wenru stood up from her seat. The girl with the sword said that giving power to the side branches of the Zhu family is insulting. The Zhu family is the only one with a pure bloodline, and he is a foreigner since he wants to protect them so much, then let him disappear along with these scum. Zhang decided that apparently there was no other choice. He clenched his fist, which flickered with fiery light. It lit up with fire, and the enemy's sword glowed with a yellow fire. She laughed and rushed towards the enemy. The boy also rushed towards the girl, and their forces touched. Everything flickered with yellow-white rays. There was a strong, bright explosion. The girl smiled and exclaimed that now they will see how long he will last. The boy noticed that her ki was stronger than before. You can't hold back under any circumstances. You need to give all your strength and power. The boy moved his eyebrows to his nose and clenched his fist. He thought that he could only win with a surprise attack. Zhang clenched his fists again and flew up to the girl, turned around, and in a deceptive maneuver hit her in the side. The enemy immediately flew back and began spitting out scarlet blood. She coughed in earnest. The boy returned his fist to its place, but it did not stop glowing with red flame. The girl exclaimed that this could not happen. How could an outsider like him use qi? The boy thanked her Zhu family ancestors. Thanks to their instructions, he learned about the existence of qi. The girl looked into his eyes and with a bloody face asked how this could be. Zhang explained that she always thought that qi could be used to show off one's strength. But in reality, it's all about learning the basics and a little practice. So there is nothing to be afraid of. The girl clenched her teeth and exclaimed that he could say whatever he wanted. She must get rid of the imposter Zhu Yuanjiu today, and from him, of course, too. Zhang moved his eyebrows to his nose and told the girl that he wanted to see how good she was. The opponent took some kind of huge shell pipe in her hand and began to blow into it. The boy was very surprised and could not understand what it was. Some monsters appeared in front of him in the form of smoke. She directed these monsters towards the boy and ordered him to be killed. Zhang took a closer look and grinned. It was as if he realized what was in front of him. The boy raised his hand up and asked where the warriors of hell are now. Then his demonic comrades came to his aid. They flew towards the enemy with lightning speed. The guys said that the warriors of hell had arrived to him. They asked what Lord Satan's orders were. The girl was amazed and very surprised. These are the legendary servants of the Lord of the Island of Light. Zhang exclaimed that it seems that the Island of Light has quite a reputation. But the girl said that the Island of Light was just a bunch of barbarians who declared their lands sacred. She has nothing to fear and asks him to attack her. Zhang exclaimed that in this case she could defend herself. And he directed all his forces, together with his demon servants, towards the enemy. The girl exclaimed that he needed to defend himself. She asked to keep a distance from her opponent. The guy threw a sharp weapon at her, which broke her shell pipe. She shattered into small pieces. It was the boy's assistant, a demon girl. She was very strong. The boy's hand reached towards his opponent. He asked her not to tense up. Zhang took the girl by the throat with his hand and said that he could see right through her. He gives her one more chance. The boy asked, "Who sent it? How did Elder Zhu offend her?" The opponent replied that she would not tell and that he should not dream about it. She was ready to take this secret with her to the next world. Zhang looked into her eyes and asked her not to blame him for cruelty in this case. Then suddenly someone began to approach them. The boy felt someone's presence. A man in a white suit with a robe appeared and asked the boy to stop. The man in the robe pressed his hands together. He had glasses on his eyes that completely covered his eyes. With one movement of his hand, he pushed the opponents away from each other. They flew off in different directions. Zhang put his hands on his hips and looked towards the man. He wondered who else this was. The girl turned to her teacher and asked him why he came. The teacher asked Lynn to stop immediately. Fighting him won't lead to anything good. Lynn asked why. She exclaimed that she would deal with him and take Zhu Yuanju's life. But the teacher stood his ground and asked the girl to stop immediately. He said everything, or she's tired of living. The man folded his hands in front of him and bowed his head to Lord Satan. He apologized to him if he offended him. Zhang told the guy that he hoped he wasn't going to act rashly. He asked who they were. The man replied that it was worth telling the truth since they were here. His name is Zhu Yuanlong. He used to be part of the Zhu family. The boy replied that he didn't care who he was. If he doesn't explain everything to him today, he won't leave here alive. Zhu Yuanlong said that Lord Satan was right, but he must remind him that he still has a trump card. Then the boy asked which one and replied that he would be glad to look at his trump card. The man explained that everyone knows that the warriors of hell are unimaginably strong. He was holding some kind of gold coin in his hand, after which he threw a lot of coins towards the boy and exclaimed that Lord Satan should do him a favor. Zhang grabbed the coin with lightning speed, which flew like the wind towards him. He opened his palm and looked at it carefully. The boy said that let it be as he says. He asked them to leave before he changed his mind. The man thanked the gentleman and told Lynn that they were leaving. The girl immediately listened to her teacher, and then an explosion occurred in front of them, and these guys instantly disappeared from the battlefield. Old man Zhu approached the boy and asked Zhang what the man had given him. The boy threw a coin to the old man and asked him to look so that he could understand what it was. The old man opened his palm and began to look at the coin. He realized that this was the name of his holiness. Zhang said that this was Lao Lu's token. Before he died, he told him that whoever possesses the token can escape death. Old man Zhu replied that he was still lucky that he was here, otherwise he would not have had a chance to win. Zhang looked at the old man and said that they would not come here for some time, so you can relax. Meanwhile, the red car was speeding along the highway. The teacher and Lynn were sitting in it. The girl asked the teacher if they would really leave everything as it was. The teacher replied that nothing could be done in this case. Who knew that Zhu Yuanju would invite someone from the Holy Light Island? Lynn replied that they were just warriors of hell. If he had not appeared today, she would not have lost. The teacher asked the girl not to be offended. Later, there would be many opportunities. He asked to tell how well Lord Satan manages his chi. Lynn replied that it was very good for a beginner, but it lacked the spark. The teacher laughed and said that even if she didn't manage to kill Zhu Yuanju this time, she was inadvertently able to contribute. The girl could not understand what her teacher meant about the contribution. Then the man began to explain that Zhu Yuanju, in order to protect the secret kept in the cave, went astray in search of support from Mr. Lu's student. And the weakness of the Zhu family is visible to the naked eye. They just have to wait for the right moment once again. The girl immediately began to get nervous. Is it really that the Master of Sharp Light is Mr. Lu's disciple? The teacher replied that it was true. Mr. Lu was at the highest level in the martial arts world. Lord Satan is his closest disciple. While he is nearby, they will have to wait. And here in front of us is the most beautiful estate of Zhu Zhuangyuan. Beautiful nature and blue light sky. Old man Zhu understood everything. Mr. Lu is indeed a visionary. He expected days of chaos to come in the underworld and therefore left his token in order to prevent problems in the future. The boy looked down and replied that it was so. If not for this token, he would not have missed them. The old man said that this blind man used to be his younger brother. He was expelled by the previous head of the family for violating clan rules. I didn't think he would come back. The boy put his glass of tea on the table and asked the old man to stop. He is not interested in the nonsense that happens in their family. He rested his head on his hand and closed his eyes. The old man replied that he was right, that it had passed and there was nothing to talk about. Old man Zhu asked the boy about that girl, what he could say about her ability to handle qi. The boy replied that he saw everything himself, but the old man said that was not what he was talking about. I'd like to know how well she mastered it. Zhang replied that he understood, but he had recently begun to master qi. He doesn't even know what to say, but he is sure that she was hiding her true qi. He realized that she was not using her full power. Old man Zhu was very surprised. Beads of sweat running down his face. He chuckled, thinking about something. Zhang told the old man that he shouldn't worry too much because they weren't that strong. And who cares about the rules left by the dead? The old man laughed and said that Lord Satan is right. He really thinks too much. Zhang replied to the elder Zhu that it was too late and he should return. The old man asked if Lord Satan was leaving them. The boy said that of course he was leaving because he was full of work at home. So if anyone bothers you, just let him call him. Old man Zhu told the boy that since he was leaving, he would like to remind him of something. Now he knows the secret of qi. The old man hopes that he will not use it outside the city, to avoid unnecessary problems. Zhang waved his hand and said that he understood. It won't hit people from right to left. And now in front of us rises a very huge multi-story building called Lynn. Zhang exclaimed that he felt very hot, and it will be cooler on the island. He looked at the girls, who were also sweating. They walked past him. The boy suddenly stopped the girls and asked them to wait a little. They saw Mr. Zhang and were surprised that he had finally returned. They all cried bitter tears. The boy asked the girls what happened and why they were crying. One of them began to explain that they were just going to dinner with a client. She didn't stop crying while explaining. Zhang asked which client would require girls to dress in such clothes. Then the girl replied that this was the partner Miss Lynn found in Yang City. He told them to dress like this. Zhang became nervous and exclaimed that this was nonsense. I remember that the Qinghan laws do not stipulate that their company should suffer from such nonsense. He asked who told them to do this. One of the girls replied that the man wanted them to dress like that, but one of them interrupted her and said that it was they themselves who decided to dress like that. Before leaving, Miss Lynn said that this client was very important and they should be careful with them. Then, the boy asked the girls to forget about it and promised that he would deal with it himself. He asked them to change clothes first, and let them remember that they should always take care of how they look. After all, they reflect the company's image. Zhang asked the girls where their negotiator was. One of them replied that he was in the VIP room on the second floor. She explained that several of their girls remained there. The boy asked to be taken there, and so they approached the VIP room. They stopped near the door and the boy glanced forward. The girl explained that a representative of their company was inside. Zhang knocked on the door and told Mr. Li that they were an official enterprise, and he asked him not to create problems out of nowhere. The guy replied that there was nothing more cooperation between them than a donation to them from heavy industry Yang. He doesn't ask many questions to serve him. If he remains dissatisfied, the cooperation will be terminated. Zhang called him a scoundrel and asked how dare he act like a savage in Ling territory. Zhang ran to the door and immediately kicked it. He asked who was so brave here. A guy named Li Zhuang turned to him. He asked who else he was. He didn't know how to behave at all. This guy has really crossed the line. Zhang looked at the frightened girls. He asked if they had ordered all these dishes. The girl replied that no, this was Mr. Li's order. Zhang came as close as possible to the table and, moving one of the chairs, sat down on it. He said that the guy has a beastly appetite. As he looks at it, he asked if everything would fit in it. Li Zhuang was very unhappy and asked who he was. He wanted it that way, and what does he have against it? Then one of the girls whispered in Mr. Li's ear that he was Miss Li's husband. Li Zhuang said that he was sure that the boy knew that they had given all possible privileges to the Lin company. They are so kind to them and presented so many benefits, and these professional fernets keep whispering and don't let him have fun. The boy leaned his head against his fist and asked Mr. Li what he wanted. The guy replied that he was not asking for much, only for them to ask him for forgiveness on their knees. And perhaps he will think about continuing cooperation. Then Zhang jumped up from his chair and, placing his hand on the table, exclaimed that since he was waiting for an apology from them, he would now receive one. He grabbed this bastard by the collar with one hand and began to pull him in his direction. The boy said that first of all, let him immediately eat everything he ordered. Every single piece. Li Zhuang asked if he was tired of living. He thrust his fist forward. The guy wanted to hit his opponent, but Zhang immediately grabbed his hand. With his other hand, he grabbed the boy's hair and began to carry out a lightning-fast technique. He turned him over and asked if he liked being served. He promised to serve him to the fullest right now. The girl asked Mr. Zhang to calm down. If he continues, they will not be able to agree on cooperation. Zhang told the guy that this is what happens if you intimidate his subordinates. He asked the guy to remember this well. Taking him by the head with one hand and the other behind his back, the boy pushed him out. Li Zhuang fell to the floor and asked, "How dare he treat him like that? Does he want to do business with them at all or whatever?" Zhang replied that he did not care about them from a high bell tower. The light did not fall on them, and he will find another business partner. The boy asked him to get out of here. Li Zhuang clenched his teeth and began to sweat. Meanwhile, someone began to approach the boy. 3 guys stopped in front of him. They asked him why he was sitting on the floor instead of negotiating at the table. Li Zhuang grabbed Mr. Yang's leg and exclaimed that he had finally arrived. A man with a cigarette in his mouth asked what was happening and why soup was running down his face. The guy said that it was his doing and pointed to Zhang. He wants to start a conflict with Yang's heavy industry. The boy laughed to himself and thought that Mr. Yang was a big man in the business circles of Yan City. Once he's here, this scoundrel doesn't have long to live. The man walked towards Zhang. He said that by leaving the building, the boy would say goodbye to his life. If he is not mistaken, then the boy is Miss Lin Qinghan's husband. Zhang replied, "Then this is so, and his name is Zhang Xuan." The man exclaimed that he had been looking for him for a long time. After that, he clenched his fist and hit Li Zhuang as hard as he could in the face. The guy flew to the side and coughed heavily. Mr. Yang called him a bastard. He said that the guy almost ruined his whole day. Li Zhuang clenched his teeth and began to back away along the floor. Zhang couldn't understand what was happening. He looked at the man with a curious gaze. Mr. Yang walked up to the boy and shook his hand. He explained that Lord Ferret had spoken about him, so he was looking for an opportunity to meet in person. He is very sorry that his people did not cope with their work. Li Zhuang grabbed his cheek and asked why this happened. Zhang laughed and said that the man was from Ferret. "This is simply wonderful," Mr. Yang replied. "That then cooperation." Zhang was delighted and exclaimed that, as usual, while Qing Han was away, he would do this. The boy cast an eerie glance towards Li Zhuang and said that he would probably start with his disappearance. Mr. Yang turned to his guys and gave the order to get rid of him. Li Zhuang was very scared when he was dragged somewhere into the room. He asked the man to immediately spare him. There was horror and fear in his eyes. Suddenly, Zhang's phone rang in his pocket. He looked at the phone screen. The boy received a call from Qin Ru. He immediately picked up the phone and asked what was the matter. He was asked where he was. The woman explained that her gambling pavilion was opening today. She sent him the address on his phone, and she asked to come as soon as possible. The boy arrived on a motorcycle to some room where there were a lot of people. He thought that it was probably here and began to approach closer to the entrance. A crowd of people also stood near the door. The boy decided that it was quite lively here. He began to make his way through the crowd. The girl saw Zhang and exclaimed that he had finally arrived. The boy asked Qin Ru which of these pavilions was hers. "They are very similar to each other." Qin Ru pointed with her hand and explained that this was her split jade pavilion, and it was discovered by someone else. And by the way, also today, ladies and gentlemen were greeted at the opening of the Golden Jade Pavilion. One man asked his boss what this pebble was for. The man replied that they only opened today. Since they opened for the first day, wouldn't he like to try his luck? The man immediately agreed and asked to wrap one pebble for him. He also asked to cut it. When the man cut the stone, it turned out to be green inside. The man exclaimed that even a blind man could get rich here. Since there was such a drinking party, one of the crowd also decided to buy one jade. Qin Rao said that this was a great nuisance. They just opened and are already faced with a price war. Zhang replied that those people were invited by the owner to create a stir. After all, this is how you can attract gullible people. There was a guy behind them. He asked if it was Zhang Xuan. The guys immediately turned towards Kebing. Kebing replied to Zhang that he didn't think he would be interested in gambling, but he wouldn't win this time. The boy told him that he wouldn't win this time. He came to spend time with his girlfriend. Here the guy asked if Qing was the president of the Hung Yuan company in front of him. Probably, it became difficult for her to make ends meet and she decided to earn extra money by gambling. The girl replied that he could open a gambling shop to make money, and she is Chinru. Kibing said that, of course she can, but she only sells ordinary goods. His goods are delivered from Nanzhao province. She cannot compare with him. Kinro asked what nonsense he was talking about. Its goods come from the west, and they are no worse than his. The guy replied that there was a stir in his pavilion and he didn't want to chat with them anymore, after which he began to leave laughing. The girl got angry and asked the boy to look at him. Zhang smiled and asked the girl to calm down. One of the visitors took the stone in her hands and asked how much this pebble was. Kinru immediately walked up to the woman and replied that it was worth 6,000 yuan apiece. The woman was very surprised that she was asking 6,000 for such a small stone. The girl began to explain that she was holding in her hands a stone of the highest quality from the west. The price for it is only 6,000 and guarantees its quality. The woman became even more angry and asked if she was joking. Only a stupid person would pay 6,000 for it. The woman started screaming that this was a fraudulent store. They sell a pebble for 6,000 and say that it is of high quality. Kinru told the woman that if she didn't want to buy, then there was no need to slander her. But she did not let up and exclaimed that they were deceiving people and did not let people talk about it. Zhang asked the girl to let him deal with her. He has some experience with pebbles. He turned to the woman and asked to show him this stone. She put a stone on his hand and said that she didn't want to see this garbage anymore. The boy closed his eyes and thought that this pebble was really good. He's the best of the best and that's great. The boy offered to pay for it. He wanted to see if this stone would be green. The woman replied that she did not mind. If it turns out to be green, she will buy it for any money. Zhang said that she said it herself and asked Chinru to get ready since he wants her to be a witness. Chinru was scared and told him that he was not green. They cut the stone, and inside it was brown. Then the boy asked him not to rush to conclusions and cut off another centimeter. There was still the most ordinary stone. It was necessary to cut off another small piece. The woman laughed and exclaimed that he had no chance of winning. How long will he remain stubborn? One more centimeter at the end and there will be nothing there. Someone from the crowd exclaimed that the stone inside was really green. The guy who cut it immediately smiled. He exclaimed that this was just great. The boy asked to cut it in half now. Zhang began to watch as the boy carried the stone to the cutting machine. He happily began to place the stone on the machine and, smiling, began to cut. The stone crackled and began to turn green before his eyes. He's simply excellent. The boy said that this was the first time he had seen such a shade of green. Zhang invited the woman to come up and evaluate the winnings from this stone. She was simply shocked by the result. It can't be, it's just a superb emerald. People around noticed that it was indeed an emerald. Such pieces are valued in the millions. The boy asked which one. He said that it was time to fulfill his promise. The woman replied that in this case she was buying, and she handed the boy the money. Zhang explained that as they could see, they were not trying to deceive them. All their products are authentic. Someone from the crowd exclaimed that it was great and asked to sell him one too. The man wanted a pebble for the same price. Qibing looked towards the boy and told him that he was very lucky. Zhang asked him if he also wanted to buy a stone. The guy replied that he would probably refuse, but their boss wanted to make a bet with him. The boss said to Zhang that his assessment technique was extremely interesting. He asked if the boy would mind taking on the challenge. Zhang asked what the rules were. The man explained that everything is simple. Everyone will choose a stone. Then they will cut them according to all the rules and see who will be lucky. The loser stops trading and leaves the place. The boy immediately agreed to this argument. The man said that they would give the choice half an hour, and then they would see what would come of it. Kinro told the boy that their sellers were quite experienced and asked permission to help him with his choice. Zhang thanked her, but said that he could handle it himself. And then 30 minutes passed. In front of us is the Golden Jade Pavilion and the Split Jade Pavilion. Bing asked Zhang how to understand this. If he can't afford a pebble, he could have said it earlier. Why is he pretending to be invisible? But the boy asked him why there was such a rush. The guy laughed when he saw which stone he chose. He asked if the boy really thought he could win by choosing such a small pebble. But Zhang was confident in his choice and asked them to stop laughing, because it was time to start an argument. Qibing gave his boss his word. The boss asked the guy to cut off a piece from the edge. The boy took the stone and began to slowly cut it. When it was cut, it was green inside. Those around were surprised by the brilliance of this stone and the color of a very expensive green onyx. The guy said that it was worthy of the owner. This old man is really on a roll. Zhang said that his eye was really sharp, But finding onyx is not that uncommon. He even wonders what better thing he could find than what his boss just did. The boy asked not to blink in this case. He showed his stone by holding it in front of him. It was as if he was enveloped in a delicate white haze. Zhang did not let go of this small stone from his hands. He split it in half. The inside of the stone was really green. He simply glowed with his brightness and purity. Kinru was simply stunned and asked what it was. The boss exclaimed that this could not be. He was actually able to find the rarest brilliant green jade. He jumped up and clenched his fists. Zhang smiled sarcastically and asked how he was doing. He asked me to admit defeat. Qi Bing exclaimed that he had found one diamond, so what if he didn't have the courage to find them all? The boy replied that he knew that the guy would not want to admit defeat. Suddenly, he took out several more of these stones from his pocket. A light smoke hovered around them. Zhang put forward his hand with the stones and asked if he had anything else to say. The boss and the guy were simply shocked by what was happening. These stones are also brilliant green. The boss thought that he was incredibly good. It's as if he knows in advance which stone will be green, the man exclaimed that he had been working in this field for more than 20 years. But I have never seen so many rare jades. He is shocked to the core. Zhang laughed and asked how about starting to honor him as a mentor. Qi Bing began to roll up his sleeves and exclaimed that he was worthy of a good beating. The boy asked him to wait and not approach him. He said that one should be afraid of him. Suddenly, Qi Bing seemed rooted to the spot. He couldn't go forward. The boy looked down the pit at him and said that he told him not to come near. Qinrou thanked Zhang Xuan. She did not expect that he had such extensive knowledge of geology. The boy replied that he was just lucky. He thought that this was all thanks to the Qi studied in the Zhu family. He did not expect such help from her. Meanwhile, a crowd of people did not leave the girl's counter. Qinru promised to treat Zhang to dinner as a thank you as soon as she finished. Zhang said that he couldn't and apologized for it. He explained that Qinghan was away and a significant amount of paperwork had accumulated. He must help her. The girl laughed and replied that next time if he had time. Meanwhile, cars were driving around on the street, and Zhang was riding his motorcycle. He exclaimed, with a satisfied smile on his face, that he was riding his favorite scooter. Then he heard some conversation nearby. The man called the other an old liar. The seller asked the man to leave here and not interfere with their work. Zhang saw this scene and stopped and got off the motorcycle. He asked them to stop immediately. The boy approached his uncle and asked him what was happening. The uncle began to explain that he was simply selling medicinal herbs. There is nothing illegal about this. Zhang was surprised and asked about medicinal herbs. The uncle began to explain, showing the boy the herbs, how difficult it was for him while he was collecting them. The seller asked not to trust this man. He's an old liar who hangs around here half the day with bad intentions. The boy asked his uncle to let him take a look and brought it from the grass to his nose. He began to sniff and realized that this was not just a rare plant in his hands, it was a dendrobium, an extremely valuable plant, more valuable than ginseng and cordyceps. The boy exclaimed that this was a branch of dendrobium and it cost at least 12,000 yuan. Uncle and this seller were very surprised. Is she really that valuable? Zhang asked where they found it. The uncle explained that these plants can only be found in mountainous regions. A man in a hat was already watching them from the side. He said that the target had been found. The man explained to the boy that he collected these herbs from his relatives. He doesn't know much about them either. Zhang told the man that he needed herbs to calm his mind and strengthen his blood. He asked if the man would sell him these herbs at the market price. The man was very surprised and asked if he really wanted to buy them from him. The boy began to take money out of his bag and replied that, of course it was true. He explained to the seller that he would buy the whole bag from him and pay not a penny less. Zhang took money out of his bag and began handing it to the man. The merchant exclaimed that he was finally rich. Another seller noticed that the boy was so confident in his honesty. Zhang replied that of course he was sure, because these herbs were extremely difficult to find. Before us is the Lynn company. The tall high-rise building stretches as if to the very heavens. The boy took his bag on his back and began to move around the room. Then someone turned to him. The girl asked where he was and explained that she had searched him. Zhang asked her if something happened. She explained that President Lin had asked him to wait for her arrival in the first conference room on the ground floor. But she was looking for him not only for this reason. Before the girl had time to finish speaking, the boy threw the bag and ran to the door. He was very happy that Qinghan had returned. The girl asked Mr. Zhang to wait inside, but he did not listen to her and, opening the door, exclaimed to his beloved that he had returned. When the boy looked inside, it was very beautiful and clean. The tables stood near the sofas and the lights were on. He began to go inside and wondered why there was no one here. After all, he came to his beloved. Suddenly, a shadow appeared above his head. She was holding a sharp, long sword in her hands. The boy dodged the blow of an unknown ghost in time. He coughed and clung to the floor. Behind him was a girl with a sword. She asked who he was and how he dared to break into Miss Lynn's room. Zhang turned to her and exclaimed that he was stealing his lines. The guy asked who she even was. The girl began to take out her sword and said that since he did not intend to explain to her who he was, then let him prepare for his death. The boy was very surprised and thought about it. Somehow she speaks too straightforwardly. The girl took the sword out of its sheath and began to wave it over the boy's head. She wanted to take his head off his shoulders, but Zhang dodged it in time and pulled back a little. The girl did not let go of her sword and began to wave it again and again. The boy skillfully dodged the blows. The girl began to approach him again. Her sword gleamed like pure heavy metal. The boy tried to dodge and parry the blow. He made lightning-fast movements to avoid the blow. He asked the girl to give him the sword before she got hurt herself. She looked at him menacingly, not understanding what he meant. She had a confused look. Then the boy, with a deft movement of his foot, hit her in the chest. She didn't expect this. The girl flew against the wall and hit her back as hard as she could. She started coughing, after which the girl fell to the floor and grabbed her other hand with one hand. The boy brought the sword to her face and asked if she had calmed down. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. Jiang Xuan was asked to calm down now. His wife appeared behind him. He glanced at her questioningly. Lynn explained that this girl was her bodyguard from the Su family, and that's why I came with her from the city of Yan. Zhang was seriously surprised and asked about the Su family, and now they were sitting at a table on soft sofas in front of 3 cups of tea. Zhang told his wife that he had already thought that the killer had sneaked in, but this is how it turns out. Lynn explained that she met with the elders and was invited to stay with the Su family, after which she stayed in their mansion for several days. His wife's bodyguard said that according to the instructions of the current head of the Su family, she is responsible for Miss Lynn's safety. The boy looked at them and exclaimed that he could cope without them. What does the Su family have to do with this? Lynn replied that she suggested that this girl accompany her because Sister Zhang has good hand-to-hand combat skills and also recently retired. Zhang put his hands on his hips and grinned and said that since his wife decided so, then he had no objections. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Mrs. Lynn asked who came. A girl appeared at the door and told President Lynn that the car for the trip to the convention center was ready. Mrs. Lynn stood up from the sofa and told her husband that they had to work. The bodyguard thought that Miss Lynn trusted this guy with everything. He looks very unreliable. And now their car was racing along the road. It was a luxurious luxury limousine. The table was set in it. Mrs. Lynn gobbled up the food on both cheeks. She exclaimed that it was simply delicious. Zhang told the girl that the cake was prepared in advance. He asked if she liked it. Lynn replied that she liked it and it was very tasty. Jiang told Mrs. Lynn that she would become the head of the Su family in the future. From now on, she should watch her image. After these words, the boy leaned over to this girl and asked if she was taking on too much. Jiang became angry and replied that it was the Su family's business. She asked what was in it for him, and so the car continued to move around the city. She stopped at a traffic light. There was another car nearby. He pulled alongside the limousine. The boy thought that this was very strange. The car seemed to be following them for some time. He began to peer inside. There was some shadow of a man there. The man opened the window and took out a gun. He pointed the gun towards the limousine. Zhang, noticing this, shouted to his wife to lie down. It was all lightning fast. Zhang grabbed Ms. Lynn and threw her directly onto the floor of the long limousine. The boy picked up a fork and threw it towards his opponents. He took the first thing that was at hand. The man in the back seat asked the driver to accelerate quickly. It was necessary to leave quickly. Jiang took out her weapon and wanted to attack her opponents. Her gaze was ruthless and cunning. She tried to throw her weapon towards the car and there was a small explosion. The driver shouted that their tire had burst. The girl punctured the tire with it. The car began to swerve along the road, after which it turned over completely, making it difficult for others to move. The guy from the back seat began to climb out through the window. His sunglasses broke. The bodyguard grabbed the man by the scruff of the neck and dragged him towards her. When she picked him up by his clothes, she saw some kind of badge on his collar. She looked more closely and realized that it was wearing the sign of the Zhao family of Yang City. The guy explained that he was from the Zhao family and asked what she would do for him. Jiang showed the guy the badge and asked if she recognized him. How dare he threaten the life of the future head of the Su family? Or he wants to die. The guy asked in response whether she would dare to answer for his death if she killed him now. The girl clenched her fist as tightly as possible and asked what he just blurted out. The guy began to explain that her man had taken away important research on their family. He must return it. But the girl began to take the sword out of her sheath and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Miss Lynn would never do such a thing. She brought the sharp blade of the sword directly to his chest. Meanwhile, Zhang found the weapon that the guy had dropped and began to approach them. He put his weapon forward and, taking the bodyguard by the hand, asked her to let him talk to him. The guy pointed his finger at him and exclaimed that he was the one who took the Zhao family's research. Zhang shrugged and asked what he was talking about. The guy began to explain that he had recently bought herbs from an old man. Among them was dendrobium. The boy replied that it really was like that, and now he remembered everything. How he really was among the injuries. The guy continued to explain that the old man took a sample of their experimental field. If information about his appearance on the market was leaked, the Zhao family would suffer unimaginable losses. Zhang then realized what was going on. No wonder he sold these herbs to him so easily. He was quite wealthy. The bodyguard asked the boy what they would do with him. Zhang thought for a moment, after which he replied that the girl should accompany his wife to the conference center, and he would sort out the rest himself. The bodyguard wanted to object, but looked into the boy's eyes and fell silent. Zhang asked her to do as he says. He explained that it would be for her own good. Then Jiang got into the car and gave the command to the driver to drive faster and not drag himself along. Then the limousine rushed as fast as it could along the highway. He drove like lightning, pressing on the gas. Only smoke came out from under the wheels. Zhang told the guy that everything is fine now. He sent away everyone who had nothing to do with this. The boy grabbed the guy by the arms and exclaimed that he was a daredevil. How dare he shoot his wife? It's time for him to die. Zhang threw him onto the asphalt with one deft movement of his hand. When he threw it away, he stood up and walked forward. He explained to the guy that his things would be returned home. But suddenly he stopped, raised his hand up and began to call his warriors of hell. His demonic servants appeared behind him. They immediately arrived at his signal and asked what their master wanted. The guy was very surprised by what was happening. He exclaimed that this could not be. Is this guy really from the Island of Light? The boy told his servants that he did not need to tell them his punishment. They themselves know what to do with this guy. The servants immediately obeyed and went to meet the enemy. The guy began to crawl back on the ground. He tearfully asked them not to come near him, but the demons began to approach closer and closer. They held various bladed weapons in their hands. Meanwhile, Zhang was holding the phone in his hands. He called Bai Qi and explained that it was Zhang. He asked to come to him at night. He needed to talk. And now it was already getting dark outside. It got dark quickly, but it was very light from the bright twinkling stars. Zhang was next to his wife. She lay down on the bed and exclaimed that she was finally home. The boy thanked her for her good work. He asked permission to give her a massage. Suddenly she jumped up and asked if he found out why they were attacked. The boy asked his wife not to worry, since an investigation had already been carried out on this matter. He explained that he gave them a little warning so that they wouldn't dare do it again. The wife replied that she understood him. Someone suddenly knocked on their door. Jiang appeared at the door. She told Miss Lynn that nothing unusual had been found in the area. The girl stood up from the sofa and smilingly replied that she understood everything and praised the bodyguard for doing a good job. Jiang turned her head towards Mr. Zhang and asked if he would come out for a while. The boy immediately agreed. Mrs. Lynn said that they had something to discuss but asked them not to fight. Zhang walked closer to his wife and asked her not to worry. He promised that they would talk peacefully. Then the bodyguard went forward and called the boy to follow her. She asked him to come through. When they went out into the corridor, the boy asked what exactly she wanted to talk about. The girl bowed to him and thanked him for protecting Miss Lynn. She apologized from the bottom of her heart for her rude attitude. The boy smiled at her and replied that he had already forgotten about it. He asked her not to apologize because he was embarrassed. Zhang continued to say that she still had to remind him that Miss Lynn would sooner or later become the head of the Su family, and she still had to remind him of this. Zhang told the girl that it was none of her business. She must perform the duties of a bodyguard well, and he can take care of the rest. Then a guy appeared behind them and asked if they were chatting. Zhang, seeing this guy, told the bodyguard that that was all for today since he had a guest. The girl replied that in this case she would leave him, but she asked me not to forget her advice. The boy noticed that his friend was late today. This is not his style at all. The guy put his hand on his head and replied that he had difficulties on the way, so he was delayed. Zhang grabbed his hand and began to look at her. His hand was completely bandaged. He was very surprised and asked his friend where he managed to get hurt. The guy looked his boss in the eyes and began to explain that he was actually attacked on the way. Zhang thought that Bai Qi was a first-class martial artist, one of the 10 kings of the Island of Light. Who could have hurt him? The guy told Zhang that the attacker wanted to see him. The boy asked if he had an invitation. He was a little furious. Meanwhile, in front of us is a cemetery outside the city of Yinzhou. It was a dark, cold night. Zhang and Bai Qi held lanterns in their hands and approached a certain place. The guy explained that this guy was in the shack in front of them. Zhang looked ahead and realized that this was where his friend had encountered him. They shone their flashlights and walked further forward. He asked whether someone really decided to live in such a place. It was very creepy and dark there. Someone appeared nearby. It was some kind of shadow. Behind his friend, the eyes glowed red, and the ghost's face was not visible. Zhang put his hand forward and asked the boy to be careful. Zhang tried to shine a flashlight on this monster. They both clenched their fists, but the monster was so strong that they could not get close to it. It felt like they were moving against the wind. The boy threw a flashlight towards the enemy, and he soared as high as possible into the sky. The ghost pulled out his sharp sword and, jumping up, began to approach the boy. Zhang and Bai Qi prepared to run. They were very excited and did not expect the stranger to appear. Bai Qi explained to his boss that it was he who managed to injure him. Zhang looked forward and thought that his punch contained qi, but Lao Zhu clearly said that he did not tell her secret to anyone. What the boy thought now was exactly what this ghost said. Zhang looked at him and asked who he was. Then the man suddenly laughed. His laugh was somehow strange. He replied that he was just an old man living in a cemetery. He's bored, so he's looking for someone to train with. The boy asked what he meant about training. He hid as if he wanted to kill. He laughed again and said that if you don't be serious, then the competition will become interesting. Zhang approached his friend and asked how he injured him. Bai Qi replied that he was not sure, but a stream of hot air hit his wrist. The boy thought that a simple contact was enough. Looks like a strong master again. Zhang bent down to the ground and began to pick up a small wooden stick. He decided to look at his skill and grabbed the wand and held it in front of him. He asked to be reminded that hands and feet have no eyes and swords know no mercy. He's not going to give in to it just because he's old. The old man laughed because he was saying such words with a twig instead of a weapon. The old man made a deft movement and began to take out his long, sharp saber. His eyes glowed pink. I saw the strength of the boy in front of me. The wooden stick was approaching the old man's face. Streams of sweat ran down him. The boy's blow hit him on the top of his hat. She glowed with a red fiery light. Zhang said that there was no point in continuing because the winner had already been determined. The old man laughed and exclaimed that this was simply amazing. He never thought that he would lose today. It was the first time someone had nearly killed him. The younger generation is simply terrifying. The boy looked at the old man and said that he wanted to ask whether his sword contained qi. The old man closed his eyes and thought about something. He said that he had not heard this word for a long time. The boy turned to the old man. He wanted to ask him about something. Will he be able to clarify some points for him? The old man responded by asking the boy to tell him which family of ancient martial arts he came from. Zhang spread his hands to the side and replied that he did not come from them. He had a teacher. The old man said that if his words were true, then how did he know about qi? The boy explained that he accidentally learned about this from a friend, but he cannot reveal details. The old man exclaimed, turning away from him, that since he wanted to keep the secret, he could leave. But the boy asked the elder to wait. First of all, he would like to know why he uses qi. The old man answered, looking him in the eyes, that now he could not tell him about it. The time has not yet come. Qi is a double-edged sword. If not used properly, many negative effects will manifest themselves. He told the boy that when he understands what he is talking about, then let him come back. Then the old man suddenly disappeared, like some kind of ghost. Bai Qi looked in surprise towards the flying old man and asked the boss what they should do now. The boy also looked after the old man and answered his friend that they needed to return home and they would think about him later. And so they headed back on the road. The guys lit the road with lanterns. The boy walked forward with a very thoughtful look. He tried to understand what the old man meant. Bai Qi turned to the boss. He said that he forgot to mention something. The boy asked what it was about. Bai Chi replied that his half-sister reminded him that the day after tomorrow, Chief Lin was throwing a party in honor of his birthday. He needs a suit. He told Forrest to send a man for him tomorrow. Zhang lowered his head and said that he really forgot about it. He will force him to send his suit early in the morning. And here in front of us is the mansion of the head of Lin. A huge, bright building rose up to the light blue sky. The car drove up to a certain place. Zhang gave his hand to the girl. He helped his wife out of the car and asked her to be careful. Jiang looked out of the car and told the guys that she would not go with them to the Lin family holiday. She explained that she would return for them later. Mrs. Lin thanked the girl and waved her hand. Someone's voice was heard behind them. Someone laughed and said that they had arrived too early. Behind them was an old man. The granddaughter told her grandfather that he looked good today. The girl complimented her grandfather and immediately laughed. Grandpa smiled in response. A man appeared behind him and told old Lin that they had not seen each other for a long time. Grandpa looked at the man. "Is it really old Liu?" He said that the man comes so rarely. The old man answered old Lin that the rumors were true, and he got back on his feet. Of course, he didn't believe them. But even now, he can't believe his eyes. Lin began introducing the guy to Grandfather Liu. He used to be his grandfather's partner, but has now retired. Old Liu turned to the girl and said that he had not seen her for a long time. She had become quite an adult, and I also found such a nice guy. The girl laughed and told Grandpa Liu that he was flattering. Zhang put his hands on his hips and said that finally at least someone had spoken directly about how handsome her husband was. Suddenly, they heard the sound of heels. Someone came through the door and began to approach them. He approached the guys and recognized the girl as Lin Qinghan. The guys immediately turned around. A couple approached them, a girl and a guy. The girl asked if this was the kind of husband she was looking for. It looks a little too unusual. Grandfather replied that his granddaughter Liu Qi had recently returned from France. The young man behind her is Wang Junpeng. They immediately greeted each other. Zhang asked his wife if they knew her well. The girl replied that they had met several times, but she was proud. Liu Qi loves to compete, the girl asked Lin Qinghan what her husband was doing. Zhang smiled and replied that not many. He is just a laborer in the company of his wife. Liu Qi laughed in response. She apologized for not being able to resist. The old man chuckled and asked his granddaughter to observe etiquette. After all, it's a holiday in the Lin family. The girl exclaimed that her brother was polite, and she laughed. Not only does he work in his sister's company, but he is also an excellent doctor. Wang Junpeng exclaimed that it was a big coincidence because he did too. He asked if the guy would tell him where he studied medicine. Zhang laughed and replied that he had been taught by a teacher for several years, but otherwise he was self-taught. Liu Qi laughed and said that their Junpeng graduated from a prestigious university. He can't even compare to him. The grandfather again asked his granddaughter to stop. Grandfather Lin said, turning to the guys, that lunch was almost ready and asked them to go to the table. They found themselves in the outer courtyard of the mansion. The guys sat down at the laid table. They sat in front of a variety of delicious dishes. Wang Junpeng thought about it and began to speak. He said that he heard the old man was cured by some wonderful doctor. Grandfather replied that it was so. Not only did it cure the chest pain he had been experiencing for years, but his joints became more mobile. The boy said to Grandpa Lin with all due respect, after all, there is no scientific evidence that Chinese folk remedies can be cured. In addition, there may also be side effects, and this is very dangerous. The granddaughter got angry and exclaimed what he was talking about. Grandfather was cured only thanks to them. The guy asked Sister Xu Wan to calm down, because she doesn't know. But they have conducted many clinical trials, and each of them proves that Chinese traditional medicine can only cure simple diseases, and Western medicine can cure diseases more serious than the common cold. Liu Qi asked the dear one to stop. Even going into detail, the hillbillies can't understand. Wang Junpeng sighed and said that it would be nice if this doctor were here. He would prove how different Chinese medicine is from Western medicine. The old man laughed and exclaimed that it was a coincidence. After all, his granddaughter Zhang Xuan cured him. Liu Qi was very surprised how he was able to cure him. This can't be true. The boy apologized for what he was hiding from his wife, but grandfather did not allow him to talk about it. Wang Junpeng stood up from the table and told Zhang that he had cured his grandfather, but the tests don't lie, he was just lucky. Zhang asked about the clinical trial and replied that he was probably talking about expired toilet paper. The guy said that since he doesn't trust them, they can compete. Liu Qi folded her hands on her chest and said that if she didn't like the test results, he could prove them unsuitable. Lynn turned to her husband and said that if this is what they wanted, then she had an offer. The boys suggested poisoning each other, and they will see who finds the antidote first. Liu Qi stood up from the table in surprise. They all jumped up with their mouths open. Wang Junpeng told the boy that his ignorance went beyond all limits. The boy asked not to touch the food, he probably poisoned her. Grandfather asked what he was talking about. How could Yunpeng do such a thing? The granddaughter said that Grandpa Liu was right, and she asked Zhang if he had made a mistake. The boy asked those around him not to worry and promised to prove it to them. He turned to Wang Junpeng and said, then counted to 3. Since he himself does not want to admit, he will help him. The guy closed his eyes and told Brother Zhang that this was not true. He asked what offended him, but the boy did not stop counting to 3. He had already counted to 2 and wanted to continue further. But Liu Qi stood up from the table and asked Mr. Zhang to recover. She asked him to prove that Wang Junpeng poisoned him. The boy's eyes sparkled with a fiery color. He moved his eyebrows to his nose and glanced at the guy. Wang Junpeng was seriously scared. Streams of sweat ran down his face and his jaw shook. Suddenly, Wang Junpeng grabbed some kind of weapon. He threw it towards the boy. This was a desperate attempt to harm Zhang. The boy very deftly caught this weapon with one hand and cast a contemptuous glance at Wang Junpeng. He asked if the guy was no longer pretending, and his nerves are getting crazy. Zhang turned to the girl and asked if she wanted proof. Now he will talk about it. He began to explain that when they shook hands, he noticed that his fingers were polished so as not to leave fingerprints, and the skin between the fingers is rough and covered with calluses. This happens with frequent contact with poisons, also the way he moved at the table. The boy looked him in the eye and asked if he would continue to deny it. Wang Junpeng called him a lucky bastard. Wang Junpeng flew towards the boy in one leap, with the aim of attacking. But Zhang was more agile and was already near him. With a sharp movement of his elbow, he hit him in the chest. Wang Junpeng immediately flew back to the ground and hit his back. He contorted his face and began to wail. Zhang grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and pulled him towards him. He asked to immediately answer who sent him, but the guy didn't let up. His gaze was cunning and insidious. He wasn't going to tell him that. Unexpectedly, Zhang let the guy go. His hand seemed to stop obeying him. Wang Junpeng looked into his eyes angrily and let go of his hand. It sparkled with some kind of red color. The guy pushed Zhang away with his hand, and he flew a couple of meters up. The boy landed on his feet and began to approach the enemy again. He wondered what else he had hidden up his sleeve, and he came closer to him. Wang Junpeng began to slowly get up and exclaimed that he asked for it. He took out some object from his bosom. I decided that now he had definitely defeated him. Wang Junpeng smiled sarcastically and squeezed the ball in his hand. Zhang was seriously scared and shouted for everyone to get out of here. The other guy asked to run away quickly. He noticed a bomb in Wang Junpeng's hand. The guy accelerated and waved his hand. He threw this bomb straight towards Zhang. The boy, watching the trajectory of the bomb, thought to himself that he would not get away with this. Zhang dodged the bomb flying at him with lightning speed and asked the others to be careful. It was as if he stopped this bomb with his own hands, and it exploded in front of him. The people around grabbed their heads. There was a lot of smoke around, the boy realized, covering his nose and mouth, that it was a smoke bomb. He began to wave his hand in front of him as if dispelling this smoke and looked forward. He began to look for Wang Junpeng and exclaimed with rage that he could not escape from him so easily. And then a huge forest spread out in front of us. This forest was located in high cliffs. Wang Junpeng was already there. He ran as fast as he could, slowly out of breath. He leaned against one thick tree and caught his breath. The boy thought that he was lucky that he did not catch up with him. Suddenly, his phone rang in his pocket. He seemed to shudder. I answered the call and asked what was going on. The target has expert security. Why didn't he say in advance? They laughed at Wang Junpeng on the phone and said that he was just cannon fodder. Why would he even know about this? Wang Junpeng became even more frightened and could not understand who was calling him. Suddenly, he heard a voice. The boy said that he had finally been found. Wang Junpeng was very scared and upset. He asked Zhang how he found it. Zhang replied that it was too naive to believe that he would fall behind because of the smoke fume. Wang Junpeng began to back away and asked the boy not to come close to him. But Zhang began to approach faster and faster, and apologizing was already very close. The boy exclaimed, extending his hand to him, that he would no longer give him a chance to escape. He reached closer and closer with his hand to the guy's head. He began to beg for mercy. He tried to run away, but the boy grabbed him by the collar from behind with his hand. He began to twist his neck and asked him to lie down to rest. The guy began to cough and quickly fall down. Drooling began to flow from his mouth. Wang Junpeng flew down and fell to the ground. This is how Jiang dealt with him, after which the boy picked up the phone and brought it to his ear. He asked if the person on the line could hear him. They answered him, "Is it really Lord Satan?" He did not think that the assassin he hired would be defeated so easily. Jiang asked to put the compliments for himself in one place. How long will he continue to be a child? The guy on the other side of the line asked him not to be angry. He just wanted to tell him something. His people are always there. Zhang warned the man to stay out of his sight, otherwise he will die a terrible death. The man laughed and exclaimed that he was looking forward to it. He added that the boy would have better thought about the upcoming underground meeting. He sat brazenly on a chair and kept his legs crossed. I asked the boy not to let him down. Zhang became very nervous and squeezed the phone in his hand. The phone broke into 2 pieces. He threw it to the ground and said that someone else would look at who. The spacious, bright Lynn estate stretched out in front of us. It was a bright, bright day. Sister Zhang was very sad and asked Miss Lynn why little brother had not returned yet. Old man Li asked his friend if anything had happened to younger Zhang. Mrs. Lin walked to Grandpa Lu and asked him not to worry. She assured that he would return soon. And before they had time to finish speaking, the girl exclaimed that her little brother had finally returned. Zhang approached them and explained that everything was in order. He had neutralized the culprit. Old man Liu apologized to his friend. He said that he could not even think that his granddaughter's boyfriend would be a murderer. Grandfather replied that everything was fine. It was not his fault. Moreover, he did not know about it. Suddenly, the boy perked up his ears and eyes. He turned his head to the side. Zhang heard some rustling. He thought that these could be other mercenaries. He approached his grandfather and apologized, saying that he was afraid and they would have to postpone the celebration. He offered to show the guest over. Grandfather agreed. Madame Ling asked Zhang Xuan if they were safe. The boy answered his beloved that of course she was safe and he would take care of everything. Meanwhile, outside the huge gray prison, the guy stood with a suitcase at the gate and shivered from the cold. He said that he was finally free, but it was very cold outside. Zhang Chu, the eldest son of the Zheng family, was previously arrested for tampering with evidence against Zhang Xuan. A car drove up to him. The boy wondered whose car it could be. A guy started to come out of it. He told young Master Jiang that he had come to pick him up. The guy asked K Bin why him. Then he smiled in response and offered to answer all the questions in the car. The girls were sitting in the car. One of them handed him clothes and said that it was cold outside and that she would help him warm up. The second girl said that she would massage his shoulders. Kebin told Zheng that there were rumors in prison that thanks to his connections, Beng Xiao was freed. The boy asked why he needed this. Then the guy turned to him and laughed and replied that this was a good question. Does he remember who put him behind bars? Zheng became angry and exclaimed that of course he remembered. If it weren't for this Zhang Xuan, he wouldn't have suffered in prison. The guy asked why, in this case, not the two of them team up. The guy was surprised and asked if Mr. Qi also wanted to get even with him. Then Kay clenched his fist and exclaimed that this scoundrel not only stole his woman, but also interfered with his business. This is simply unthinkable. Zheng replied that Zhang Xuan is an ordinary person no matter what. Even when united, you need to make a plan. Qi Bing turned to him and said that they just need to set him up. Zheng asked what he was talking about. Qi Bing replied that since he can send him to jail, it means they can fabricate evidence. Let him try his own methods. Zheng asked what their chances were. Qi Bing replied 10%. He crossed the road not only for them, his godfather will also help, so it won't be difficult to catch Zhang Xuan. The guy asked about his godfather. How can he help them? Qi Bing replied that he had information about who Zhang Xuan really was. He also figured out how to lure him into a trap, so they just have to wait for the results. Zheng extended his hand and said that he was counting on Mr. K. Bing, and so they shook hands. The guy exclaimed that may luck not turn away from them. Let's return to the huge, spacious estate of the Lin family. Zhang held the fish in a bag and said that the salmon was very fresh today. He would have to prepare sashimi for Qinghan later. The boy looked in front of him and glanced at the cars. He wondered where the cars came from here. Are the numbers from Luohe City? He wondered what they wanted here. Zhang stopped near one of the cars and began to look at the man who was running towards him. This man asked him who he was and what he had forgotten. He asked to leave their boss's car. The boy replied that this was a private parking lot. You cannot park here without special permission. The man started shouting why he cared. Their boss is the boss in Luohe. If he insults him, then his grandchildren will also pay for it. This guy spoke to him with his finger forward. Zhang grabbed his index finger. The man began to scream that he was in pain. Zhang replied that he was intrigued, and until he tells you where he is, he won't let him go. Then the guy showed where their boss had recently gone. Zhang, when he saw where he pointed, got seriously scared and rushed there. The man was sitting opposite Miss Lynn. He asked her not to force her to repeat, and he asked where her husband Zhang Xuan was now. The girl exclaimed that she had already said that he had business in the city and asked him to come at another time. The man took off his hat and asked how this could be, since he came from Luohe, can't return until they meet him. Suddenly, the girl's bodyguard jumped up and hit the table with her hand. She was furious and serious. Jiang exclaimed that she ordered him to leave immediately and not to force her to use his force. The man answered the girl that his people were around their house. As soon as he gives the order, they will rush in immediately. Lynn asked Sumi to calm down and cool down a bit. They are in the minority, so there is no need to act rashly. The man noticed that Miss Lynn was very intelligent. Then the girl asked why he needed her husband. The man took out a folder and replied that they were here about these documents. Mrs. Lynn glanced at the folder and asked what was in these documents. The man replied that they contained all of Zhang Xuan's secrets. If they were made public, his reputation would be damaged. At the same time, the reputation of the Lynn family will also be undermined. The girl was surprised and asked about her husband's secrets. The man replied that it was so, and that it all depended on her husband's desire to cooperate. If he agrees, these documents will not be made public. Lynn wondered what he could be hiding from her. Zhang appeared on the threshold. He said that the man wanted to blackmail him with documents of unknown origin. He began to walk into the room and called the man a completely stupid person. He jumped up, not understanding how this was possible. How did he get here if there are his people outside? The boy laughed and replied that he didn't even have enough to warm up. He pointed to one of the guards lying on the floor. Zhang said that he had no subordinates left and asked if he would continue to threaten him. The man was very angry and exclaimed how dare he even talk to him like that. He did not expect that the boy would kill all his guards and opened his jacket to show what was inside. The girls opened their eyes in amazement. It was completely covered with bombs. The man told Zhang Xuan that he did not advise him to do anything rash, otherwise he would take them all with him. Zhang immediately ran forward. He asked the man not to dare do this. Meanwhile, the bodyguard ran up behind this impudent man. She pounced on his neck and began to choke him. The man asked to leave him alone. Zhang reached for his hand with the remote control and asked if he really thought it was a toy. The boy hit the man right in the stomach with a deft blow of his fist. He began to cough up drool. Zhang removed the device from him and exclaimed that he almost fell for his trick. The man fell exhausted to his knees after a powerful blow from the boy. Zhang asked him who ordered the search for him in the city of Yinzhou. The man replied that their boss was inviting Mr. Zhang to stay in Luhe. He was just following orders. The boy asked, what would happen if he didn't go? The man smiled sarcastically and replied that then his secret would become known to everyone. Zhang turned to the bodyguard and asked the girl to give him that document. He said that he wanted to find out what the secret was. The girl handed him a notebook. He began to take out some sheets of paper from this folder. His hands were shaking a little. When he took out the paper, his look completely changed. He couldn't figure out what it could be. The man exclaimed that if he did not comply today, they would publish this information. But the boy began to tear apart the sheets and said that he had just scared the hedgehog with his backside. The man laughed and exclaimed that it was all useless. He made many copies. This guy replied that he would go with him. I wonder what tricks he will use. Lynn said that her bodyguard would go with him, and she looked towards the girl. The boy told his wife that she had better protect her, and he himself will take care of Luohe. And here in front of us is the city of Luohe, namely a long abandoned building. The man led Zhang somewhere inside this abandoned place. He explained that it was here and asked him to follow it. The boy exclaimed that this was great and asked him to quickly lead him to his destination. They continued to move around the abandoned building. Zhang followed the man. Here, he abruptly stopped Zhang. He asked him to stand here, wait a little. The man ran forward sharply. Some barrels of smoke were flying around them. The boy looked at them with a surprised look. He thought for a moment. Zhang realized that this was a sleeping gas and that it was very bad for him. The boy began to pull his t-shirt over his nose and mouth. He tried to shield himself from the thick white smoke. Men in gas masks appeared around. The man thought that everything seemed to be going according to plan. This little guy walked right into their trap. Next to him was young Master K Bing. Ki Bing praised the man and said that he did a good job, after which he handed him the reward and asked him to share it with his brothers. The man was very grateful to young Master Ki, but a man appeared behind him. He held a gun in his hands and pointed it at the man. He pulled the trigger without thinking, after which he lowered his weapon and said that Zhang Xuan was next in line. Meanwhile, the boy was already lying on the floor. He was completely enveloped in clouds of white, acrid smoke. The boy sat on a chair and looked at his lap. He was in some empty room. Zhang came to his senses and thought that he didn't know where he was. When he looked at his hands, he realized that he was handcuffed. And they even changed his clothes. Then some people came to the door. He heard the patter of feet approaching him. There were 3 guys behind him. One man, holding a folder, called Zhang a daredevil. The boy looked at him and asked who he was. Have they met before? The man pointed his finger at him and asked him to lie down. He explained that Zhang killed people from the Luohe city gang and did not want to confess. Zhang replied that this was the first time he had heard about it. And why did they decide to kill their own? The man threw the folder on the table and exclaimed that this was proof of his murder. Will he continue to deny? The boy crossed his legs on the table and replied that he did not believe him. He asked to open the envelope and show it. The man took out some photographs and explained that these were CCTV footage of that day. There were even shell casings left there. Zhang asked how he dared show him such a hat. He said that he could get hundreds of them in an hour. The man was very nervous and rushed to the boy and asked him to stop talking nonsense. He asked his men to kick his ass. 2 guys with bats appeared nearby. They started swinging these bats right over the boy's head. Zhang gave them a curious look. He made a deft movement with his feet. The boy jumped up and raised his leg to strike these guys. But they started swinging their bats again and asked where he was going. Zhang dodged with a deft movement and tripped one of them with his foot. Then their boss raised his bat and exclaimed that it was impossible that he could not calm him down. But the boy raised his leg and hit it in one place of the man. He howled in pain, but the man called him a mean boy. He felt it was too rough to hit where he hit. Zhang laughed and asked how he was. Such garbage could kill him. He pointed his finger at him. The man asked him to wait a little. After all, they are in Luohe territory. No one will escape from here, and there will not even be a chance to cry. Then the boy remained in the cell with handcuffs and exclaimed that this was great and he would wait. The guys watched Zhang Xuan on a video camera. They noticed that he was arrogant even when he was in deep trouble. Kebing asked young Master Zheng not to worry, because soon he would have no time for arrogance. Zheng thanked him, of course, but said that he was still uneasy. It's obvious that he doesn't care about this. The fat man with small glasses asked them not to worry and to leave it to Luhi Gang. Ki Bing told Master Liu that the boy was at his disposal. He asked him to make sure that he went to hell. The man grabbed a box and exclaimed that of course it would not let him down. Meanwhile, at Lynn's estate, the girl sat on the sofa and thought that Zhang Xuan had not appeared for 2 days and she could not reach him by phone. Has something really happened? The bodyguard told Miss that the president of Qin Hung Yuan Trading Company had arrived. The girl rushed into the room and asked Lin Qinghan why she was chilling here. Did Zhang Xuan go to Luohe? Madame Lin asked Qinru how she knew where he went. The girl explained that she received a call from Zhao Division in Luohe City. Someone kidnapped Zhang Xuan. Lin was very excited. She asked how this could happen. He said he'll be fine. Qinru asked her to calm down for a moment first. It sounded like she knew something about it. Lin began to explain that 2 days ago a group from Luohe approached him. They threatened Zhang Xuan with a secret document and told him to come to them. Since then, there has been no news. Qin Rao replied that if she was right, it must be related to Zheng Chu. Lin asked if he was not on the bunk. The girl replied that he was out on bail. Just a few days ago, her people saw him getting close to K Bin. At that time, she had a feeling that they would betray Zhang Xuan. I didn't think it would happen so quickly. Mrs. Lin thought that it turned out to be Zheng Chu, but who is behind him? Lin decided that she needed to go to Luohe to save her or Zhang Xuan. Qinru asked the girl not to worry. She had already informed the only police station about the situation. She suggested waiting until they found out something. Meanwhile, a huge evil fly appeared. She flew towards Zhang. The boy had already been brought tasteless, disgusting food. The guy was near the door. Zhang sat on a chair and drooled. A guy came up to him and asked him not to sleep but to wake up and eat. The guy explained that after he had eaten, they would continue their conversation. Zhang replied to this impudent man that he could take away the food. He has no appetite now. The guy started shouting at him. He exclaimed that they would see how long he could hold out like this. The man was very angry with him. He began to slowly move away from this gloomy room. When the guy walked out the door, he slammed it with all his might, and the walls around him began to tremble. Zhang thought that he did not have time to sit here. "We need to get out of here." Suddenly, a girl in the form of a fly approached the boy. She asked her boss if he could hear her. Zhang was very surprised how the future turned out to be here. He asked how she found this place. The fly laughed and replied that they had been following him since he left Yinzhou. She was afraid that something would happen to him, but as she sees, he feels quite comfortable. The boy asked her not to say anything stupid. He needed to get out of here. Her daughter-in-law must be very worried about him right now. The fly asked the boss not to worry as Boss Bai Chi was already on his way. He can just follow this robot fly and meet her. Zhang replied that it was easy to say, but what should you do? He glanced towards the fly, waiting for an answer. Robum Fly replied that she had already taken care of the surveillance, so they could use the oldest method. And so the boy began to act according to plan. He began to knock with all his might. The guy was just eating. He got very angry and asked what he was doing. When the guy went inside, he saw Zhang lying on the floor. He wondered why he passed out. He approached Zhang and began shouting for the boy to wake up immediately. His boss is waiting for him. The fly had already flown to this guy's head. She chose the optimal position. A fly landed on his neck and bit him very painfully. The guy's eyes suddenly widened and he began to scream. The fly did its job and began to fly up to Zhang, and the guy collapsed on the floor like a rag. Zhang stood over him and said that he didn't think he would fall for such an old trick. The boy came closer to him and began to rummage through his clothes. He thought he must have the key. He rummaged through the top pockets and moved on to his pants. There was a bunch of keys hanging from behind. The boy carefully removed the keys and exclaimed that he had finally found them. He held the bunch in his hands and thought that there were too many keys on it. Which one does he need? The fly sat on the boss's hand and asked him not to worry. She promised to help him, after which the fly flew up to the first handcuff and began to cut it with its own power. Then to the second, and finally everything worked out. The boy was freed from heavy shackles. Zhang thanked Weilai warmly. He exclaimed that she had helped him a lot. The boy looked out the door and thought about where he should go. The fly explained that she had prepared a route and asked him to just follow her. Zhang asked her to wait a minute. He's too conspicuous in this outfit and needs to change. Meanwhile, two guys were already running towards the room. They realized that something had happened in the interrogation room. One of them exclaimed that if something happened to this scoundrel, they would not be able to explain themselves. The boy walked past them and thought that it was good that they didn't recognize him. The fly asked the boy to hurry up, as Bai Chi would be here soon. The boy replied that he understood her, and now they were already in place. The coordinates were correct. The meeting point is not far from here. The fly explained that she would signal Bai Chi to come over. The boy noticed that the walls here were strong. To get out, they will need explosives. The fly asked the boss not to worry, as she had planted a bomb in that fly. The explosion will occur in 1 minute and 30 seconds. A man appeared behind Zhang. He exclaimed that he had found him and asked him to raise his hands. It was Adams, the leader of the Luohe gang. He pointed the weapon at him and asked him not to try to resist, since the bullets had no eyes. The boy raised his hands up and thought that some kind of goose was standing in his way. The fly flew forward. Some kind of circle formed around it and everything around it lit up. Zhang thought that this was good and would explode soon. Meanwhile, the man did not remove his weapon from the boy. He asked him to slowly turn towards him and remove his cap so that he could clearly see his face. Zhang took off his headdress and said that he was much more capable than those nonsense. He can't believe he found it. The man exclaimed that he was asking Mr. Zhang to come with him anyway. The boy replied, apologizing that he couldn't do it. His gaze was cunning and insidious. The man told Mr. Zhang that he did not appear to be cooperating. Zhang replied that of course not, and suggested that they see if he had enough strength to stop him. The boy thought that the fly was about to explode, so it was better to lure him to him first. The man said that he was too calm for someone who was on the verge of death. He tried to kick the boy with all his might, but Zhang skillfully dodged as always, after which there was a strong explosion and the man flew very far away. Zhang began to cover his face with his hands. There was a lot of white thick smoke around. His friend appeared next to him and asked the boy if he was late. Zhang replied that he was just in time. The spirits whispered to him. The friend replied that luckily they used the device to track his route. In the end, he was able to find this forest. Zhang asked if this place was really in the forest. The guy replied that indeed it was, and they were deep in the jungle. Conventional equipment cannot detect it at all. Meanwhile, the man with the scar on his face was thinking that none of them would be able to escape today. This man appeared from the white smoke and began to send the boy to hell. Zhang's friend deftly dodged the blow of this strange man. He blocked the way, stopping the boss, and said that he would deal with him. The others should be here soon and they will meet him behind the forest. Zhang asked if he could handle it. The guy asked the boss not to worry, he would quickly kill him. Zhang agreed with him and said that they would wait for him. He asked to be dealt with as quickly as possible. A tall, dense forest stretched out in front of us. It was already dark outside and the stars illuminated everything around very poorly. The boy thought that it was very far away. It was dark and he could see very poorly. It was completely unclear where to go. In the future, you need to tell her to make several flies. Otherwise, she won't be able to get to the right place. The boy stopped and looked up. Someone told him he couldn't escape. People with lanterns appeared in front of him. The man continued to say that no one would leave him from those who would fall into the hands of his gang. He explained that everyone who wants to escape ends up dying in agony. The boy answered, looking at him, that he was deeply mistaken. He chose the wrong person. The man did not remove the cigarettes from his mouth. He asked what the boy could do to them. Zhang replied that he was afraid they would be disappointed, but he was not alone here. The man laughed and said that everything was as expected. Unusual. At the end of his life, he still makes such stupid jokes. The other guy told him that he thought Zhang was so scared that he started talking nonsense. The boy exclaimed that the guides of hell had already arrived. The man immediately turned his head in their direction. A group of demon people said that they were in charge of escorting Lord Satan, so let them get out into the fog before it was too late. The man was seriously frightened and asked where the guides of hell were coming from. He could not understand how he had annoyed them. The man asked one of the demons if he had made a mistake. There is no Lord Satan here that they are looking for. Zhang stood in front of them and said that they were finally here as he was tired of waiting for them. The man exclaimed that no way in the world. Is he really the boss of this perverted organization? In this case, they are screwed. The guy whispered in the boss's ear, wondering what they should do. The boss replied that these psychos are unpredictable. You need to get out of here as soon as possible. But the guy shouted for them to stop. Zhang's friend asked where they were going. He said that the fun was just beginning. The man was seriously scared. He thought about where he could go as quickly as possible. But that was not the case. Demons began to grab his guys and simply deal with each of them. It was their boss's turn. The demons were merciless and began to strangle and mock these people. The guy asked the boss if he was late. Zhang replied that he was just in time. The demons said that he almost missed a good show. They were afraid that he would miss everything. The boy looked at the man, the leader of the gang, and asked if he had lied to him. The man trembled with fear and raised his hands up. He fell to his knees in front of the guy and began to beg for mercy. He asked Lord Satan not to order the execution and said that he had made a big mistake. He was wrong to insult him because he listened to those scoundrels. Zhang asked him to tell everything. Then perhaps he would forget about his action. The man said that it was Master K who told him to do this. He gave him a lot of money and said that he would make his life miserable. The boy was very surprised and asked if it was K-Bin. The man replied that it was so. He also said that someone important instructed him to do this. The main character held the boss by the clothes. He demanded that he tell him about an important person. The man said that young Master Qi himself told him that his godson Xiao Sheng was an important feature. The main character thought he remembered that the name Xiao Sheng was familiar to him. The subordinate told the guy that he had met Xiao Sheng a couple of times. This man was one of the highest officials in Shijia province. The boss told the protagonist with great excitement that Xiao Sheng's plan involved helping Ke Bing. The main character asked the man where the bandits are now. The boss answered the guy that the bandits were in his villa in the center. He promised to show the way. Zhao looked at the man angrily. He said that he wanted to see how sincere he would be. The main character angrily threatened the boss with consequences if he tried to deceive him. Zhao put his hand on the man's head and said that he would split his skull. The boss shouted to the guy in a very frightened voice that he understood him. Chao ordered his subordinate named Ferret to call Xiao Shenggu. The ferret will tell his interlocutor that the master of the prime has invited him to a good show. The main character commanded his subordinates that it was time to move to the villa. At this time in the evening, several guys were sitting and relaxing in the villa. The guests held wine in their hands. They knocked and prepared to drink. The waitress served food. The guy happily said that Mr. Qi left the Zhang guy for the gang. The bandit joyfully answered his interlocutor that Zhang Xuan would not be able to find out about them under any circumstances. At this time, the entrance doors suddenly opened. The people in the kitchen were scared. At this time, one of the fighters flew inside the kitchen from a powerful blow. The guys jumped up next to the table. They didn't understand what was happening. At this time, steps were heard and the main character entered the room. He turned to the frightened guys. Zhao looked at the bandits angrily and said that he could help them with their affairs. One of the bandits asked the guest in fear, "What did he forget here?" The main character pointed to the boss next to him and said that the bandits could ask him about everything. The man angrily told the guys that it was their fault that he became the enemy of Mr. Satan and almost made a big mistake. The guy pointed his fingers at the boss and said that the man betrayed him, although he used to give him a lot of money. The boss turned around and explained to the main character that it was the young bandit who forced him to do this. The main character clenched his hand into a fist. He told interlocutors that he initially put up with this small conflict. Zhao said threateningly to the bandits that he did not think that they would disperse so much. Qi scaredly told the main character that his godfather is a big shot in Western China. Zhao threw the phone to the bandit. He said that he could chat with his godfather. The main character with a smile suggested to the frightened guy that he should listen to his godfather on the phone. The young guy frightenedly picked up the phone and tried to answer the call. The godfather shouted to the guy that he had contacted the people of the island of the Holy Light. From now on, they have nothing in common with each other. "I was very scared," he shouted to his godfather to save him. The interlocutor had already hung up at this time. The guy fell to his knees in fear. He didn't understand what was happening. A friend asked Mr. Qi in fear what happened to him. The main character looked angrily at the guy and said that he didn't want to talk to him anymore, sighs. The main character told his subordinate that he should not tell him about what needs to be done with the bandits. Zhao demanded that they give him a car. He wanted to return to Yinzhou City on business. The main character looked angrily at the criminals and said that they should be sent back to prison. The young bandits were scared. Zhao explained that prison is the place for them. After the criminal showdown, the guy decided to return to Lynn's residence. He drove there in an expensive car. Zhao opened the car door. He thought that he had not been home for a long time and Qinghan might have begun to worry. The guy knocked on the door. He shouted excitedly to his wife that he was back. The woman looked out and very happily told the guy that he had returned. Zhao hugged his wife. He anxiously asked her forgiveness for the trouble. The main character thought to himself that before, an ordinary wife was very worried about him. He didn't understand what happened today. Zhao told his wife with great excitement that she didn't look well today. Qinghan answered her interlocutor in a hidden voice that everything was fine with her. She was just having a rough day. The main character asked the woman for forgiveness for making her worry. The wife answered the guy that the most important thing is that he is okay. She had already heard that K Bing and others had been arrested. The woman pushed the guy into the house. She said he should take a bath and relax. Qinghan explained to her husband that after the bath she wanted to talk to him about something. Zhao answered her that there was no problem. The main character was sitting in the bathroom. He was deep in thought. Something made him suspicious. The guy realized that his wife was behaving strangely. There is something she hasn't told him. The subordinate called on the phone and told the guy that progress had been made in the study of qi. Zhao must personally come to Zhaoshan City. The main character stood near the mirror. He told his subordinate to prepare everything for his arrival. He wanted to arrive soon. The interlocutor suggested that the boss take a day off. Zhao replied to his subordinate that they did not have time to rest now. He promised to call back later. At this time, the wife came into the room. She excitedly called the guy. The main character answered his interlocutor that he had urgent business. He needs to go away for a while. He can talk when he gets back. Zhao headed towards the door. The woman looked after him with great excitement. The guard told the lady that her husband had left again and did not say goodbye. The woman answered her subordinate that they needed to wait a little longer. The subordinate fearfully explained to the woman that all the facts were already in front of her. The security guard said that she analyzed the files of the Luohe gang. It said that Zhao was the king of hell who ruled the underworld. The girl asked the lady in fear, "Does she understand what this means?" The woman calmly answered her interlocutor that she understood everything. Zhao could bring trouble to the Su family. The security guard told the woman that they needed to get rid of the guy. Otherwise, he will destroy the Su family. The lady with tears in her eyes said that the guy was her husband. He helped her in life and work. She cannot make such a decision. The guard told the surprised lady that the decision could benefit Mr. Zhang. The guard informed the lady about the gang documents. They reported that Zhao belonged to an underground world of cruelty and intrigue. The subordinate said that Zhao is the leader of the island of the Holy Light. He may be hiding many secrets. The girl explained to the woman that she should think about what might happen in the future. King Han thought deeply. She was greatly influenced by the girl's words. At this time, the main character arrived in the center of Shancheng City. He decided to visit the laboratory there. The guy walked up to the scanner and put his hand there to authorize. The doors opened and the main character and his companion went inside the laboratory. There were a lot of people inside the laboratory. They were all busy with work. In the center stood a huge glass pillar. The worker pointed to her boss at the large pillar in the center of the room. Zhao approached the crystal behind the glass and said joyfully that it was beautiful. He asked the girl, "Where did they find this thing?" The worker reported that her team had found a crystal in the southern mountains. The energy in the stone is similar to qi. The scientist showed the guy the document. Experimental data were recorded there. The energy fluctuations were very strong. Zhao looked thoughtfully at the document and said that it should work out. The guy told a subordinate named Wei Lai that he wanted to test the power of the crystal. The worker excitedly told the guy that she had only conducted experiments with the stone on rats. It has not yet been tested on humans. Zhao answered Wei with a smile that today they had a chance to test the stone on a person. The worker with glasses became worried. He shouted to his boss that he objected. Bai excitedly informed the main character that he could not take such risks. Zhao waved his hands to the guy and explained calmly that this was all just an experiment. The frightened Bai told the boss that he could check the crystal for him. The girl shouted to her colleague that all this is very dangerous. The interlocutor told her not to say anything more. The guy emotionally shouted to his boss that he is the leader of the Holy Light and he cannot risk his life. Zhao put his hand on the guy's shoulder and told him not to worry. Everything will be fine with him. The main character said that the Underground World Conference will be next month. He can't afford to lose. Zhao took off his outer clothing and prepared to go into the capsule with the crystal. The guy told the girl Wei Lai that the entire experiment would take place under her control. The girl excitedly warned her subordinates that the experiment was beginning. Zhao stood near the entrance to the glass capsule. Scientists nearby turned on the device on the remote control. The guy prepared to go inside the capsule. The system reported that the experiment had begun and the indicators were stable. A bright glow appeared around the crystal. It sparkled inside the capsule. The main character felt a very strong tension in his body. It was as if lightning had passed through him. Wei asked her boss through the microphone with great excitement, "How is he feeling?" The guy from the capsule shouted to the girl that he was fine. He said it could increase power. The girl agreed with the main character's instructions. She reached out to the Colt. Wei pulled the lever up on the remote control to increase the power of the crystal. It became heavier for the main character inside the capsule. He felt that his body might explode now. The scientist told the girl with fear that the subject's heartbeat and blood pressure were fluctuating. Indicators can reach dangerous values. The girl looked at her boss in the capsule with excitement. She realized that he might not be able to stand it. The guy ran up to Wei Lai and fearfully demanded that she stop the experiment. Wei excitedly replied to her interlocutor that she would not let him interfere with her boss. After that, the girl moved the lever up on the control panel with all her might. Lightning passed through the main character's body. He felt more and more tense. Zhao looked at his hands and felt the power that was flowing through his body. The main character was inside the capsule and felt that he was getting heavier. The main character felt a huge influx of power. He threw himself at the glass partition in front of him. Zhao smashed the capsule with a very powerful blow and it shattered into fragments. The girl fell to the floor in fear. She asked her boss with fear if everything was okay with him. Zhao joyfully shouted to his interlocutor that his body was filled with strength. The guy stood and said with excitement that the power of the crystal was very great. Wei was very surprised. She shouted that her boss was able to absorb the crystal's power. Zhao began to get dressed. He told his subordinates that he was fine and stronger than he was before. Wei was very pleased. She happily congratulated her boss. Zhao looked at his hands and thought that his strength had risen. He decided to check it out. The main character waved his hand to the side and there was a strong explosion. The girl was very surprised. Zhao shouted joyfully that his strength had increased. Wei told the boss that their door was very expensive and suggested that he test the strength from outside the building. The main character patted his subordinate on the head and said that he would install a new door for her. Zhao thought to himself that Wei Lai was helping him, therefore, participation in the meeting will be an undoubted success for them. The guy decided to go home and get ready. The woman sat in her Lynn mansion and waited for her husband to return. King Han prepared a divorce document. She didn't know if her husband would understand if she did this. At this time, there was a knock on the door and the main character entered the room. Zhao happily waved his hand to his wife and told her with a smile that he was back. King Han handed the guy the document and said excitedly for him to look at it. The main character was very amazed. He realized that he was looking at a divorce agreement. The wife looked at her husband with excitement and demanded that he sign the contract. She had the right to file for divorce at any time. King Han reminded the guy that he had no right to refuse. The main character looked carefully at the contract document. Zhao was very much and unpleasantly surprised. He asked the woman, "Is she really joking?" The girl handed the main character a bank card and said that he could take it. The wife, in a modest voice, explained to her husband that the password for the card was his birthday. The guy was very excited. He asked his wife who offended her. The woman extended her hand to her husband and said that she wanted to break off the relationship unilaterally. Zhao grabbed the woman's hand in fear. He asked her what was going on. The woman pulled her hand out of her husband's hands. She said they had nothing more to talk about. The main character angrily asked his interlocutor who gave her the idea to do this. The woman turned to the side in fear and said that no one had bothered her. A security guard appeared. She said in a stern voice that it was she who advised the mistress to get a divorce. Sumi told the main character that he should not be with this woman. The lady was very surprised when she saw the guard in front of her at such a moment. Zhao looked at the guard irritably. He realized that it was all her fault. Su said excitedly that she had a person who recovered information about the Luohe gang. The lady made her decision thanks to the document. The main character pushed his wife aside with his hand and rushed to the guard. Zhao grabbed the girl by the throat with his hand and began to choke her. She tried to break free. The main character shouted to the girl that the old bastard Su Yu placed her next to Qing for a reason. The guard said in a broken voice that she had to think about the future of the Su family. The main character shouted to the guard that they would now check how devoted she was to her family. A woman ran up from the side. She yelled at the angry guy to stop. Zhao released the guard from his hands and then turned to his wife. King looked at her husband and said that it was her personal decision, and Sumi had nothing to do with it. The main character looked displeasedly at his wife. He asked why she decided to leave him. King shouted to the guy that as long as she was ready to stay with her, then this would be the best decision. The woman shouted to the main character that she was the future head of the Su family. As the chairman of the Lin groups, she can't do anything. King told the guy with excitement that she no longer wanted to be a burden to him, and she didn't want her husband to take risks because of her. The main character excitedly asked his wife, "What is she talking about?" He reminded her that he was her husband. The woman shouted that she was the future head of the Ling and Su family. She faced big problems. The lady ran up to her guard and asked her in fear if she was all right. The main character at this time approached the table and began to carefully look at the document. Zhao looked with great interest at the contract and the card on the table in front of him. The guy told his wife that he knew very well that for some reason she couldn't do anything. The lady stood and supported her frightened guard. Zhao told his wife to reconsider her decision. The guy asked the woman, "Should they do this to solve problems?" The woman angrily turned to the guy and said that she wanted to repeat her words. King shouted to the guy that this was her personal decision and she did not want to change it. The main character decided not to argue with his interlocutor anymore. He agreed with her. The main character went to the exit. He told his wife that he would be gone for a while. He gave her the opportunity to think about it one more time. The woman felt very frightened. She continued to cry. The guard was looking at her from the side. King was sitting on the floor and crying. Su ran up to her mistress and hugged her from the side. A month later, the main character was sailing the sea on a yacht with his subordinates. Zhao was lying on a couch on the yacht. He was resting under the rays of the sun and thinking about something of his own. The fighter with long hair said that the boss and daughter-in-law have been in a cold war for a long time. He didn't know what to do. The guy replied that they, as subordinates, would not ask any questions. "We have to wait and see what happens next." The fighter told the boy that the boss had not paid attention to them for a whole month. He offered to give advice to Zhang. Bai said calmly in response to the fighter so that he would not worry about their boss. The subordinate explained that now all the boss's thoughts are only about the Island of Light. The yacht was approaching the luxurious island. There was supposed to be a meeting of the underworld there. People on the shore of the island shouted to the guests on the yacht to quickly dock. The fighter on the shore began to tell the guests the rules of the meeting on the island. The main character got off the yacht and walked along the embankment. He didn't pay attention to anyone. The guard got angry. He asked the guy angrily, didn't he hear him? At this time, the protagonist's friend ran up and grabbed the guard's hand. The bandit was very unhappy. He didn't understand why the guy was holding his hand now. The guy angrily told the bandit that their boss was in a bad mood now and should not bother him. The fighter looked carefully in front of him. He did not understand who was speaking ahead there. The main character told his subordinates that they could go and check. The mayor of the city named James spoke to the guests. He greeted everyone at the port of Naples at a meeting of the underworld. The mayor said that a tournament would soon be held to determine the top 10 masters of the underworld. He decided to voice 3 rules. James explained to the guests that no matter where they come from, they are all considered one family. The mayor demanded that the guests get rid of their arrogance. They can be ended at any moment. The mayor explained that people could ignore the first rule, but it must be heard. The main character felt that he was very bored. He said that the mayor is rubbing game. James looked at the guy with displeasure. He didn't understand what he was saying. The mayor asked the guest what he just said. The rest of the people became worried. The main character told the mayor that he was talking nonsense. He almost fell asleep while listening to him. The mayor looked at the guy with displeasure and said that he decided not to follow the rules. Zhao asked the evil mayor, what will he do to him if all this is even so? A group of bandits approached from behind. One of them said with a threat to the guests that those who do not follow the rules will die a terrible death. The fighter demanded that the main character tell him his name. Zhao told the black man to leave quickly. The bandit looked angrily at the main character. He said that today he would answer for his words. The fighter said with excitement to his friend that their boss is a 5-time champion. Bai explained that their boss always wears a mask during competitions, so no one recognizes him. The bandit angrily said that his name was Bison. He is a boxer from Africa. He ranks 97th in the world rankings. James asked the main character from the side with interest, what would he do? The main character replied that the boxer is very weak. He is only 3 positions above the 100th place. The black man became very angry. He rushed at the main character in a big way to crush him. The main character activated his fighting skills. He prepared to fight back. Zhao was able to quickly catch the boxer's fist and stop his blow. The main character held his opponent's hand. The boxer could no longer attack him. The fighter sat down on the ground in fear. He shouted at the guy not to use the opportunity to humiliate him. The main character swung his hand and hit the boxer's face with all his might. The bandits ran up to the side. They asked the boxer in fear what happened. Together, they decided to finish off the main character. His subordinates appeared next to Zhang. They shouted to the bandits that they would fight them to the end. At this time, a girl ran up from the side and she shouted for everyone to stop. The girl's name was Xiao Xinghe. She explained to the fighters that they could not fight here. The mayor of the city very frighteningly shouted to the lady that he completely agreed with her. Xiao waved her whip. She ordered James to tell everyone to disperse. The girl threatened that if someone breaks the rules, she will remove such a person from the competition. The main character asked his friend what kind of girl was in front of them. The guy replied that Xiao Xinghe is the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. They practice martial arts and organize this event. Zhao invited his subordinates to leave so as not to create unnecessary problems. Xiao watched the departing guests with great interest. She didn't understand what kind of people they were. The main character came to the cottage where a girl he knew was located. Zhao entered the building. He waved his hand and informed Weilai that they had already arrived. The girl was sitting and working at her laptop. She told her friends that she arrived yesterday. Zhao asked his friend what she was doing. Wei told me that there was a meeting tomorrow. She is looking for personnel information. The main character praised his subordinate. He said she was preparing for the future. Wei was very happy because of the praise. Xiao approached from the side, accompanied by her companions. She said that she saw guests from the Island of Light in front of her. Zhao turned to his interlocutor with excitement. He asked how she knew about their identities. The girl said that her family is one of the organizers of the accommodation of people. It was easy to find out some information. The guest told her interlocutors that her family was one of the organizers of the meeting. The main character asked the girl, what does she want from them? The girl told the guest that their leader, Lord Satan, was due to arrive today. She wants to see him. The guy told the girl that his boss didn't want to see anyone before the game. Xiao said happily that this was what she expected from a person who was champion 5 times in a row. The main character said in response to his interlocutor that he could convey her words. The girl wanted Zhao to convey her word that Miss Ben was also participating in this competition. The main character answered her that he would convey her words. The girl waved goodbye to the main character. She called him little brother and said that she leaves everything to him. The main character joyfully thought about his interlocutor that she was very thick-skinned for a woman. There was a meeting of fighters in the large hall. The presenter greeted craftsmen from all over the world. They were attending the annual meeting of the underworld. The presenter said from the stage that there were 100 of the best masters next to him. They have all arrived to rewrite the rules of the underworld. The judge told the guests that he would now tell them about the rules for the preliminary rounds. The preliminary round will take place in battle mode. It is limited in time to 30 minutes. Each participant will have a strap on their right hand. If a person loses the bandage or it is damaged, then he is eliminated. The winner moves on to the next round. The host shouted from the stage that he was now inviting all participants. The participants in the battle began to approach the stage. They were wearing various masks. The main character looked to the side in surprise and noticed that one of his rivals was also here. The presenter ran up to the main character in a mask. He called him a previous champion named Lord Satan. The judge said that the guest would now share his thoughts with them. Zhao said into the microphone that the rules of the underworld are not always the same. New owners appear every year. He came here to compete with the newcomers. The main character told the guests to challenge him and not disappoint him. The people in the hall were happy. They clapped together and supported the guest in every possible way. The presenter shouted that the speech was very good. He wished good luck to all participants. The judge said that all participants will be divided into 10 groups. The one who keeps the bandage on his arm will win. The host shouted to the participants that it was time to start the competition. The participants of the future fight were in the middle of the large hall and were preparing for the competition. Zhao thought to himself that the competitors were becoming more and more powerful. One of the fighters shouted very joyfully that they were in the same group as the champion. One participant shouted to his friends that he would destroy his opponent first. Zhao angrily told the fighter to get out of his way. He is in a bad mood today. Several fighters angrily rushed at the main character from all sides. Zhao, with a very quick and professional movement, neutralized his opponents and tore off their bandages. The fighters were amazed. They couldn't understand how they could lose so quickly. The main character accelerated and prepared to fight against his opponent in the red cloak. The fighter swung sharply to hit the main character in flight. Zhao hit the fighter opposite him at high speed. He jumped back in flight. Xiao waved her whip. She shouted to the main character that she was his rival. The main character told the girl that he did not have time to play with her. Zhao told her opponent that he was scared and that this was strange for a 5-time champion. An opponent flew up to her from behind. The main character rushed forward to help the girl. He shouted at her to be careful. Zhao picked up the girl in his arms. She shouted at him to mind his own business. The main character grabbed the whip from his rival's hands and said that he would use her weapon. The fighter at this time attacked the main character. Zhao caught his leg with a whip. Zhao threw his opponent far to the side with a powerful blow of his whip. The main character ran up to the prone fighter and prepared to finish him off. Zhao swung and hit his prone opponent with all his might. The main character was unhappy. He saw that under the fighter's mask was the face of a doll. Xiao shouted at the guy to remove his hands since the winner had not yet been determined. Zhao tore off the bandage from the girl's hand. He told her that she didn't have a chance. The referee said the match was over. There were many cameras on the ceiling of the hall. Yao was very unpleasantly surprised. She didn't understand when the guy had time. The main character waved goodbye to the girl and told her to leave quickly. Xiao angrily looked after her opponent. She was unhappy. The judge told the girl to leave the arena immediately. The main character walked past the body of a lying opponent. He didn't understand what was happening here. The referee said that the players would be randomly selected by the system for the next match. The host decided to present the first couple of lucky ones to the audience. The main character got there. In the next match, the fighter Satan fought in a duel against King Orei. Fighter stood in knight's armor. He asked the guy if he had won first place 5 times in a row. Zhao pointed out in response to Orei that he did not remember him from previous meetings. The fighter said he is a new member and 7th in the world. The main character took a fighting stance. He told his opponent to show what he was worth. The fighter shouted that he was ready and swung his spear. After this, the battle was to begin. The main character got into a fighting stance. He prepared to send his opponent's attack. Zhao, with a powerful and quick blow of his hand, was able to grab the spear with which they wanted to hit him. Zhao hit his opponent in the stomach with a very strong blow of his hand. Ore stood on his feet. The punch from his opponent had no effect on him. The fighter asked the main character cheerfully, "Has he really not eaten anything today?" Zhao realized that the armor on his opponent was very strong. He will need effort to feed her. Ore shouted to the main character that now it was his turn to attack. Zhao swung his arm to hit his opponent. He covered himself with a shield. The spectators watched the fight with excitement. No one knew who would emerge victorious. Ore continued to attack the main character. He wanted to see how long Zhao could hold out. The main character Grozno told his opponent that he would not need a shield. Zhao swung and with a very strong blow of his hand smashed the shield into pieces. After that, the guy swung and kicked the Oreo with all his might. After a powerful blow, the opponent flew to the side and fell to the arena floor. Flames appeared around the main character's body. He decided that this must be the end. Ore lay beaten on the floor. He said that the opponent was able to destroy his armor. Ore was able to escape after the blow and jump to his feet. The main character said that his rival is diehard. Zhao felt that something had happened to his hand. It was difficult for him to continue fighting. Ore rushed at his opponent and shouted that he was going to die. Zhao prepared to fight back. Zhao deftly and quickly dodged his opponent's attacks. He needed to find a way out to fight further. Ore swung his hand to hit the guy. He managed to lean to the side. Zhao realized that he needed to attack the pressure points on his opponent's hand. Ore looked angrily at the guy and asked if the five-time champion could only dodge. The main character bent down and prepared to hit his opponent. He had a good opportunity. Flames appeared around the protagonist's hand. He prepared to strike his opponent. Zhao swung and hit his fighter with all his strength with his hand in flight. Ore swung his arm to hit his opponent back with all his might. The main character flew back. After an opponent's attack, he felt pain in his hand. Zhao sat down on the floor and was very scared. He realized that he had now lost his arm. The main character saw a blurry silhouette of his opponent in front of him. Ore told the guy that when he beats him, the other fighters won't be a problem. Zhao said something incomprehensible about his head. The Ore continued to approach him. Presenter. Observe the battle from a drone. He shouted in fear that Satan might have lost his power. This could be the end of an invincible legend. Ore menacingly waved his hand and shouted to the guy that he would send him to hell. Zhao looked menacingly at his opponent and said that he had bought into his deceptive trick. The main character jumped above the floor. He prepared to attack his opponent. Zhao jumped high and in flight hit his opponent hard on the head with his hand. After a powerful blow, the main character landed on the floor. And Ore fell nearby. Zhao looked at the beaten fighter and said that he was very careless. The presenter appeared with a microphone. He said that Satan was able to come out of a dangerous situation to win. The people in the hall were very happy. They clapped and shouted words of encouragement for the winner. The judge raised the protagonist's hand and said that they should congratulate the winner. Zhao felt severe pain. His hand seemed to explode. Wei and his friend ran up to the boss. She congratulated him on his victory. The exhausted protagonist fell unconscious to the floor. His friends were very scared. The guy got excited. He asked what happened to him. An excited Wei stood nearby. The main character was lying unconscious on the floor. His friends around him were worried. The guy couldn't understand what happened to the boss. Wei said that they need to examine Zhao. Wei took a closer look and saw that there were problems with the boss energy in his body. The girl asked the Bai to help carry the boss. The interlocutor agreed to help her. The main character was carried by his subordinates. They went down the stairs together. The presenter looked carefully at the Ore lying on the floor. There were scientists near the fighter's body who wanted to take tests from him. One of the scientists stuck a syringe into the soldier's vein and took the required sample from there. The presenter joyfully and contentedly said that they had received another sample. At this time, friends prepared to transfer the main character to the living room on a stretcher. The guy asked the girl in fear, "What about their boss's condition?" Wei said in fear that the boss's performance was unstable. The situation does not inspire optimism. The guy demanded from the girl that she help the boss. If they do not cure him, then Zhao will no longer be able to participate in the duel. At this time, the doors suddenly opened and people in white coats appeared. One of them asked if Satan was here. The strangers said they were medical personnel. They arrived to help treat the injury. Wei happily shouted to the doctors that they could come and look at the patient. The scientist asked the Bai, "Where is the boss's injury?" The interlocutor replied that Zhao had problems with his right hand. The doctor said the patient was in poor condition. He needs to take blood for research. One of the doctors opened the box. There was a syringe there. Another doctor took it in his hand. The girl ran up sharply and stopped the doctor. She became very worried. The guy asked his girlfriend, very dissatisfied, "What happened?" The girl shouted in fear that the syringes in the hands of the medics are used to extract human tissue. Bai looked angrily at the scientist and demanded that they explain themselves. One of the medics swung his syringe to hit the guy with it. The guy was not at a loss. He hit his opponent with a strong kick. The other scientists grabbed their clubs and rushed at the guy in front of them. The girl fearfully called her friend named Bai Chi and shouted that she would help him. Wei hit the doctors with a very strong electric shock. The girl shouted to the guy to quickly grab the boss and they should get out. The guy shouted to his girlfriend that he understood her. He ran to the stretcher where the main character lay. Wei and Bai picked up the main character and pulled him along. Suddenly, another group of doctors appeared. They shouted to the guy and the girl that they would not go anywhere and would die here. Wei and his friend were scared. They realized that they would not be able to go further. Suddenly, a warrior appeared from the side. He shouted to the guy and girl to duck down. The warrior swung his sword to hit the doctors. He managed to protect the main character and his friends. From a powerful blow from the old man, the attackers were neutralized and fell dead. The warrior sheathed his sword and told his interlocutors that he had arrived on time. Bai looked angrily at the old man and reminded him that he had challenged them last night. The warrior looked sternly at the young people and said that their boss was in trouble. Bai asked his interlocutor with excitement what he wanted to do now. The old man smiled joyfully and told the guy that he could help him now. Wei told her friend that they should allow the warrior to help for the main character. The old man looked at the guy's hand. He said that the chi energy in his body was out of control. The warrior took out special needles. He began to stick them into the main character's hand. After a short treatment session, the boss began to gradually come to his senses. Zhao asked his interlocutors in an exhausted voice what happened to him. The main character was surprised when he saw the old man in front of him. He asked the elder why he was here. The warrior told the guy that he was also invited to the meeting. He saw the wounded Zhao being carried away and followed him to this place. Zhao asked the old man who he was and why did he help him. The warrior suggested to the main character that he look at the people who attacked him. Zhao noticed broken robots lying on the floor. He did not understand who controlled them. The main character decided that he would ask the Xiao girl about robots. She is the organizer and should know everything. Zhao came to the conference room. He told the girl about everything that happened. Xiao told the main character in a frightened voice that all the workers of the meeting were being selected. They can't be robots. The guy with glasses told the main character that he was most likely mistaken. Zhao showed the robot's head to his interlocutors and asked how they could explain all this. The guy and the girl jumped up in surprise. He said they really didn't know about it. Zhao thought that his interlocutors were not lying. He could not understand who could have called the robots. Wei asked with interest, who could send robots even if the organizers didn't know about it? Xiao remembered something. She jumped up sharply and wanted to inform the guests about this. The girl said that she saw doctors taking blood from the injured participants. It seemed strange to her. Wei told her boss that there was something wrong with the meeting. She offered to refuse further participation. The guy said in a serious voice that they could cancel the tournament. They need to understand the essence of it all. The main character jumped to his feet and told the organizers that they could conduct a secret investigation. Zhao explained that Holy Light Island could not refuse to participate in the tournament. He promised to find the culprit. The old man told the main character that he could help him continue the competition. Chao explained to the elder that he would take care of it himself and did not need help. The warrior smiled and said that he was an experienced participant. The main character agreed to accept help. The host told the contestants that it was time for the most exciting final round yet. 5 participants qualified for the final match. One of them is Satan. The young fighter listened dissatisfied as the judge continued to list the names of the future finalists. The young guy was very pleased that he made it to the final. He prepared to fight. An elegant hunter named Constantine Dean was also preparing for the fight. The judge said that one mysterious old man, who did not give his name, would also participate. The host shouted to the audience to applaud and welcome the participants to the stage. The main character stood surrounded by his future rivals. Everyone applauded them. The judge explained the rules of the next round to the participants. He pointed them to the center of the hall. There was a huge black cube in the hall. Participants will fight against each other based on their numbers. They will receive 1 point for winning. The one with the most points will win. There was a ball on top of the cube. There were various numbers inside it. The participants came up and each chose a number for themselves. The presenters demanded that the fighters who received numbers 1 and 2 responded the main character. Another young warrior stood next to him. The judge demanded that the participants of the fight go to the middle of the arena. The presenter said that the organizers had prepared everything for them. 2 fighters carried a large box onto the stage. The soldiers opened the box. There was a bladed weapon inside it. The judge told the participants to choose their weapons and prepare for battle. The protagonist asked the rival if their family's dragon sword was truly invincible and had never been surpassed in the underworld. The fighter told the main character that his words were an exaggeration. Zhao grabbed the blade in his hands. He invited his opponent to fight with swords. People around were surprised. The fighter said that the main character was completely crazy. The members of the Bai family are excellent swordsmen. The host excitedly shouted from the stage that the participants in the battle had already chosen their weapons. The young fighter Bai held a sword in his hands. He prepared for battle. The main character also stood with a blade in his hands. The judge said, "The 2 fighters chose the same weapon." The judge announced the start of the fight. He invited the audience to start the countdown. Bai said modestly that it would be a great honor for him to fight the 5-time champion named Lord Satan. The main character pointed the sword at his opponent. He said that in this tournament, strength is the most important thing. The judge pointed to the side and said that a fight was beginning. Bai rushed forward with his sword to attack his opponent as quickly as possible. The main character jumped up and began to fight off the attack with the help of his blade. The judge said admiringly that Satan did not even flinch in the face of the furious attack. The main character thought to himself that the Bai is very dexterous and flexible and difficult to hit. The young warrior flew forward towards his opponent. Around him was a fiery image of a dragon. The main character stood in a fighting pose. He wanted to explain to his opponent what he wanted. Zhao, with the help of his blade, repulsed his opponent's attack on him and defended himself. The main character shouted to the young fighter that he would feel the power of the infernal sword. Bai attacked in flight from above to punch the main character. Zhao managed to defend himself. Zhao dodged his opponent's new attacks with very dexterous and quick blows. The main character was able to protect himself from the blow, standing with his back to his opponent. Zhao noticed with fear and excitement how the blade bent during the attack. The main character was very amazed. He didn't understand how the sword could bend. It jumped back. Bai looked at his opponent and said that he should not underestimate his family. The young warrior attacked his opponent with a writhing sword. Zhao realized that his opponent mastered the sword technique. The main character realized that the opponent was using a wide attack range. Zhao jumped back to defend himself. He decided to attack his opponent at medium range. The main character swung and decided to try to hit his opponent with his sword. The young fighter shouted angrily to his opponent that he fell for his provocation. The main character swung to strike. Bai immediately decided to attack him back with a wriggling ball. Zhao noticed with excitement how the enemy blade ended up right next to his face. The main character swung and grabbed his opponent's blade with his hand. He got hurt after that. Zhao quickly pulled his hand and was able to take the sword from his opponent's hand. Bai was very surprised and scared. He realized that the guy had caught the blade of the sword. The main character told his opponent that he was good with a sword, but his strength is not enough. The young warrior bowed to his opponent and said that he was admitting defeat. Bai said that man and sword should be one. If there is no sword, then the person ceases to exist. Zhao threw the blade to the floor. He told his opponent that he respected his choice. The judge launched a small robotic fly from his hand into flight. The presenter shouted that the winner was a fighter named Satan, and he should be congratulated. At this time, a fly flew up imperceptibly and hovered over the head of the young warrior. Suddenly, a very strong discharge passed through the guy's body. He was completely amazed. The main character ran up to the guy and asked in fear, "What happened?" Bai said that there was something wrong with his head. The main character turned around and told the host that the warrior was a little tired. The judge loudly shouted to the doctors to run up and help the fighter. The presenter told the main character that he could rest a little. The next match will be in 10 minutes. Zhao asked the old man if he noticed anything unusual. The warrior replied as the young man's breathing suddenly weakened. The main character was very worried when he heard about weak breathing. Doctors in masks carried a young warrior on a stretcher. He was unconscious. One of the medics took out a syringe. He prepared to plunge it into the guy's body. Suddenly, a girl appeared from the side. She threw her whip at the medic. Xiao stood with a whip in her hand. She prepared to crush the intruders. The doctors realized that they were in danger. They took out big knives. Unexpectedly, the girl noticed with surprise and excitement how the doctors' heads began to crack. Xiao saw with fear that the doctors turned out to be robots in reality. Wei ran up from the side. She shouted in surprise to the girl that she had caught up with her. Wei was holding the drone control panel in her hand. She said the boss's conclusions were correct. Xiao walked up and put her hand on the young warrior's head. My forehead was very hot. Wei ran up to the fighter. She decided to examine him using her equipment. The girl passed her antenna over the warrior's head. She wanted to discover something. Wei looked closely and noticed how a small fly was sitting on the Bai's head. The girl picked up the fly in her hand. She said happily that this thing was hidden well. Bai came to his senses. He put his hand on his head and asked what happened. Wei replied to the fighter that everything was fine now. The warrior bowed to the girl and said that he would not forget her kindness. Wei answered the guy that there was no need for gratitude. The guy asked the girl if she found out the reason for the warrior's condition. Wei said that the fighter felt bad because of the little thing. The guy said that similar bugs were found in other participants. Such insects have become the main method of attack. Xiao got angry. She did not understand what the attackers wanted from the participants in the fight. The guy asked the girl if she could find out where the beetles come from. Wei held a fly in her hands. She said cheerfully that she just needed to crack her core. The guy looked at his girlfriend and told her excitedly that they didn't have much time. At this time in the competition arena, everyone was preparing for the next fight. The host told the audience that participant number 3 would now take the stage. A huge, pumped-up fighter appeared. He said that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Zhao fearlessly looked at his opponent and asked, "Has he really been waiting for death for so long?" The jock shouted to the main character not to be too happy because he was able to defeat Bai Xuan. At this time, one of the fighters from the side brought up a huge box of weapons for the participants. The box was open. Inside were various military equipment. The presenter told the fighters that they could choose their weapons. The jock took brass knuckles for himself. He said that such weapons were most suitable for beating people. Zhao stood and did not move. The presenter joyfully shouted that Satan was undecided in his choice of weapons. The main character raised his hand. He said he didn't need a gun at all. The judge ran up to the guy and said that this would not be a completely fair fight. The main character calmly replied that everything would be fair. He doesn't want to use anything. The jock happily said that his opponent was very daring and he liked it. The presenter shouted from the stage that the atmosphere had reached its climax. It's time to start the match. The jock looked at his opponent and told him that he was conceding the first move. The main character swung and smashed the fighter in the face with all his might. The jock got angry. After a powerful blow, he was carried a little back in the arena. The jock looked at the guy angrily and asked, "Is this really all his strength?" The main character swung and hit his opponent with all his strength with a kick to the stomach. After the blow, Zhao's leg got stuck in the muscle man's stomach. The main character was very scared and worried. The main character tried with all his strength to pull out his leg, which was in his opponent's stomach. Zhao jumped up and drove off to the side. He was surprised to notice that his blow to the jock had no effect. The fighter shouted joyfully that he had strengthened his body not to play games. He swung to strike. The main character excitedly realized to himself that he needed to find his opponent's weak point. Zhao cheerfully told the muscle man that he only pumped up his muscles and forgot about his brain. The jock got angry and rushed to attack. He didn't like that the guy called him stupid. The main character dodged the attack in time and jumped to the side. The opponent hit the floor with all his might and accelerated. Zhao jumped up and kicked the jock in the back in flight. He realized that there was no weak spot for him. The jock was able to put his foot on the floor during the fall. Zhao decided to attack other points on the fighter's body. The main character rushed into another attack. He shouted to the jock that they would see if he could die this time. The jock swung and prepared to fight off another attack from his opponent. The fighter fought back and the main character then jumped far back. Zhao realized that his opponent was very strong. It became increasingly difficult for him to fight. The muscle man angrily told the guy not to waste his efforts. The main character looked at his opponent's body with excitement. He decided to attack him in the Adam's apple. Zhao decided to take a chance and ran to crush the muscle man in his painful spot. The main character jumped high into the air to try to hit his opponent in mid-flight. The jock grabbed the main character's hands. He shouted that it was the end. The main character swung and kicked his opponent in the Adam's apple with all his might. The jock grabbed his throat and stepped back. The main character said joyfully that the opponent's weak point is in the throat area. The fighter felt very weak after the blow. He could no longer stand on his feet. The main character asked his opponent if he wanted to continue. The jock grabbed his throat with his hand and said that he was admitting defeat. The leader stood behind. After that, the presenter launched a small fly from his hand in the direction of the fighter. The insect flew up to the jock from behind. He stood and did not suspect anything. At this time, a warrior ran up from the side. He swung his sword and hit a flying fly. The old man said in a dissatisfied voice that he didn't expect anyone to use such a sneaky trick on the field. The main character looked at the presenter. He said that he was releasing insects here. The judge looked at the guy angrily and said that he eventually found out about everything. The main character demanded that the attacker tell him who told him to do all this. The judge answered cheerfully that he did not have to answer. After that, the presenter tore off his face and underneath was a laughing mask. The main character angrily said that he realized who was already behind all this. The villain jumped above the arena. He reminded the guy that last time he told him that they would meet at the underworld meeting. The main character angrily shouted to the attacker that today he would not leave this arena alive. The leader joyfully shouted to the main character that he had already prepared for this. A huge number of warriors appeared around the arena. The main character and the old man stood alone. The attacker shouted joyfully that the fun was just beginning. The old man grabbed his sword. He told the guy that this was already becoming a problem. Zhao did not expect that the villain would have so many mechanical warriors. The villain shouted to the audience that he would show them a fight that was unlike any other. The attacker promised people that he would defeat the King of Hell, who was considered invincible. At this time, a jock appeared. He angrily asked the villain how he dared to interrupt the duel. The attacker silently took out a pistol and fired at the fighter. The attacker reminded the muscle man that he should not interrupt people when they were talking. The villain raised the gun up. He asked the audience if any of them had any other complaints. The masked presenter happily told the participants that they could begin. The main character shouted from the side to the villain that he had a question for him. The attacker cheerfully answered the guy that he would help him find out more. Zhao reminded the villain that he had been bothering him from the very beginning. He asked what he wanted. The intruder burst out laughing. He answered the guy that he was expecting a more serious question from him. The villain reminded the main character of what happened 10 years ago. It was a rainy evening. A group of armed bandits broke into a large house. The boy was very scared and shocked. He saw the bodies of his parents. One of the criminals with a sword in his hand told the boy, "What happens to those who join forces with other families to kill Lord Satan?" One of the fighters asked the master, "Do they need to get rid of the boy?" The leader explained that they could use the child. The leader said that Lord Satan ordered them to keep the guy with them. Other families also need to be warned. The boy became very angry. He looked at the criminals with great hatred. The child ran towards the bandits and shouted menacingly that they would all die. One of the criminals swung and cut off the child's hand. The boy screamed loudly. The bandit told the boy that he did not know his strength. The leader and his accomplices prepared to leave. The bandits headed for the exit. The boy sat and looked in fear at his severed hand. The child jumped to his feet. He repeated to himself about the agents of hell and their leader, Satan. The boy shouted to himself very angrily that the bandits would pay for everything. The villain happily told the main character that he had actually found an opportunity to fight him. The old man asked the guy if the villain was telling the truth. Zhao realized that he was seeing in front of him a boy who had survived 10 years ago. The attacker shouted to the King of Hell that he must die here today. Zhao stood next to the old man. The main character told the villain that after all his words, he can die very calmly. The villain asked his enemy, what tricks did he manage to come up with? The main character snapped his fingers. He shouted to his subordinates to come out. Unexpectedly, at this time, several fighters jumped from the ceiling into the hall. A fighter with a large blade rushed at the villain. He demanded that he leave their boss. The fighter hit the floor with his sword. The attacker managed to jump back. The subordinate told the boss that he was a little late. Zhao asked where the others were. At this time, there was a very powerful explosion. These friends rushed to help the main character. Bai ran with the girl. He shouted to the boss that they had come to his aid. The villain joyfully shouted to the girl that they had not seen her for a long time. Wei shouted to the intruder that the venue was cordoned off by the organizers and he would not leave. The girl happily told the villain that she had hacked the mechanical fly. The main character asked the attacker, "What does he want to tell him now?" The villain laughed. He said that his rivals will not force him to give up, even despite the current situation. The villain angrily shouted to his subordinates to destroy everyone in front of them. The girl put her hand with the remote control in front of her. She told the leader that she expected him to act this way. Wei pressed a button on the remote control and all the mechanical warriors with weapons immediately turned off. The villain was surprised. He did not understand what had just happened to his soldiers. The girl asked the attacker, what tricks did he have left? The leader became worried. He realized that his warriors were being controlled by a little girl. The chief shouted to the villain to give up while he still has the chance. The villain answered his opponent that he would not give up even in his dreams. Bai rushed at the bandit from behind. He shouted that he would beat him now. Suddenly, a warrior in a hat appeared. He defended the attacker. The fighter in the cloak fought the guy off and protected the villain with his body. The main character said that all the bandits have finally gathered together. The villain said that he wanted the fighter in the hat to introduce the tournament guests into the game through blackmail. Now there is no need for this. The fighter shouted to the bandits for everyone who supported the new king to enter the arena. A huge number of fighters jumped out of their seats and ran. They shouted that they were for the king. Wei held the remote control in her hand. She said that a bunch of scoundrels might be coming to her. A huge number of bandits rushed to quickly hit the guests. The old man approached the man and said that he wanted to play with him now. The fighter in the hat told his opponent that he could enter the arena against him. The old man and his opponent jumped to the side. Zhao was left standing alone directly in front of the villain. Zhao looked at his opponent and said that they were left alone. They can fight to the end. The intruder shouted that he needed to clean up a bit. He pressed a button on his shoulder. There was a very strong explosion. After that, flames appeared in the arena. The main character was scared. He realized that his friends could have been hurt in the explosion. The villain waved at the protagonist and advised him to worry about himself. The walls of the building collapsed. Zhao found himself face to face with his opponent. The arena, along with the main character, was now located at a height above the building. Zhao tore off his mask. He didn't understand where the rest of the fighters had gone. At this time, the villain ran up to the main character from behind and shouted to him. The leader, on the move, tore the mask out of the hands of the protagonist and jumped back. The villain shouted to the guy that this bracelet was created especially for him. Zhao answered displeasedly and cheerfully to the leader that he had very terrible taste. The villain shouted to the guy that he couldn't do anything, even if he didn't like it. The leader looked at the guy angrily and told him to get ready. The main character angrily shouted to the villain that it is still unknown which of them will die. The leader shouted to the guy that he would die first. He took out a huge syringe. The villain plunged a large syringe into his right hand and squeezed out all the contents. The main character asked the leader in surprise, "What is he doing now?" The villain said that he used a secret weapon against the protagonist. The leader threw the syringe aside. He said he felt bad. The villain looked angrily at his opponent and said that the battle will begin now. The main character took a fighting stance. He realized that everything was now becoming interesting for him. Him. The leader very sharply and very quickly pounced on the guy to attack. Zhao jumped aside. He could not predict the villain's next movements. The leader ran up sharply from behind to the main character and hit him with his elbow. Zhao looked at his opponent with excitement. He waited to see what else he was capable of. At this time, the attacker appeared behind the guy. He shouted that this is not all. The leader quickly got up and hit the main character from behind with all his might. After a powerful blow, the main character was seriously wounded. He started bleeding from his mouth. The villain very slyly asked the guy how he liked it. Zhao responded cheerfully to his opponent that he missed only 2 blows. The guy thought to himself that he now understood his opponent's movements. The leader hit the floor with all his might. He asked the guy, "Is this not enough for him?" The villain rushed at the main character. He shouted that he would die if he did not resist. The main character very quickly jumped to the side to protect himself from the attack. Zhao looked at his opponent with excitement and realized that he was now attacking from behind. The villain launched his hand on the chain in the direction of the guy. The main character was very surprised. Zhao quickly jumped to the side. There was a strong explosion behind him. The villain extended his hand back. He said cheerfully that the King of Hell can only run away. The main character prepared to attack his opponent with his fist. Zhao rushed forward at full speed. He wanted to hit the villain. The leader raised his hand in front of him. He said that the ancient martial art meant nothing to him. The attacker swung his hand and hit the main character with all his might. After a powerful blow from the leader, Zhao flew far to the side. The villain looked at the lying guy and said that he had had enough. Zhao prepared to get to his feet. The villain told the main character that he disappointed him. He kept waiting for the guy to show some trick. The leader prepared to step on the guy's head with his foot. He shouted for Zhao to go to hell. Unexpectedly, The main character raised his hand and was able to block the kick. The main character swung his arm and threw his opponent back. Zhao looked at the leader and asked with interest, "Is he surprised now?"